There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
The border battle in Texas making waves in the nation's capital. Overnight, the Texas Attorney General rejecting orders from the Department of Homeland Security. Republican lawmakers pushing the White House on border security. Our team in D.C. is live with the latest. Arctic air gripping the country as a new storm system marches east, while the deep freeze is hitting some electric vehicle owners extra hard. And the health concerns for the royal family. Princess Kate hospitalized as the king reveals his own health battle. We have a live report with the latest from Buckingham Palace. Wider health scares here in the United States. The new alert about rising deaths among younger Americans. It's stemming from a certain form of cancer. We'll tell you the signs to watch out for. First responders rushed toward an icy pond, saving the lives of 2 young girls who had fallen through. Hear the story of their race against the clock. It's Thursday, January 18th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you could be with us early. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the escalating feud between Texas and the federal government. Texas officials overnight rejecting the Biden administration's request for access to part of the southern border. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. And Bree, good morning. What is this request that Texas just shot down?
Good morning, Francis. DHS officials say Texas is blocking the Border Patrol from having full access to about 2.5 miles of the border. Now, this is the same stretch of the border where a migrant woman and 2 children died over the weekend. DHS officials say they were physically barred from entering the area. The Texas Attorney General says any suggestion that the state was responsible for those deaths is vile and inaccurate. And in a letter rejecting the request for access, the state's AG also says the facts in law side with Texas. The Biden administration has threatened to refer this matter to the Justice Department. Meanwhile, here in Washington, D.C., congressional leaders met with President Biden Wednesday to discuss that stalled national security package. House Republicans again stressed that border policy should be the top priority.
I told the president what I have been saying for many months, and that is that we must have change at the border, substantive policy change. We understand that there's concern about the safety, security, sovereignty of Ukraine. But the American people have those same concerns about our own domestic sovereignty and our safety and our security.
And in the Senate, there is optimism about reaching a bipartisan deal on immigration soon. Senators Lindsey Graham and John Thune warned their Republican colleagues in the House not to play politics, saying they won't get a better deal than this down the road, even if Donald Trump wins a second term in the White House. Francis.
Okay. Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. Donald Trump's campaign trail included another detour into a courtroom. The former president returned to New York Wednesday for the second defamation suit brought against him by writer E. Jean Carroll. Carroll testified Wednesday, and the judge threatened to kick Trump out of the courtroom for talking too loudly to his attorney. On social media, Trump attacked the judge as abusive, rude, and not impartial. After a day in court, Trump returned to New Hampshire ahead of Tuesday's primary.
Who lived by that immortal motto, live free or die. That's pretty cool. Well, we'll get it done without the dying part, but, you know, we don't want the dying part.
A new poll of likely primary voters shows Haley slipping to a distant second in New Hampshire, trailing Trump by 16 points. Meanwhile, courts in Maine have put on hold a decision to take Donald Trump off of the state's ballot. The Secretary of State there had ruled the former president was ineligible because of his actions leading up to January 6th. The decision is now officially paused until the Supreme Court weighs in. Some breaking news now. CENTCOM says the U.S. has again bombed Yemen in what's being called a preemptive strike. American Navy ships launched Tomahawk missiles, taking out 14 Houthi rebel missiles across several sites in the impoverished Middle Eastern country. The Houthis control about a third of Yemen, which they're using as a base to launch attacks on ships passing through the Red Sea as a protest against Israel's war on Gaza. Last night's strikes came just hours after an American-owned ship was struck by a Houthi drone. The ship was damaged, but nobody was injured. Here at home, the FAA is reviewing data from the first round of inspections of Boeing's MAX 9 planes before turning its attention to the rest of the grounded fleet. It comes after an Alaska Airlines flight raced to make an emergency landing when a door plug fell off midair. Alaska now sending its own inspectors to Boeing plants in the wake of the incident. The FAA also says it's paying special attention to Spirit Aerosystems, which makes the MAX 9 fuselage. For its part, Boeing has hired an outside audit team to review quality control. No word when these planes might return to service. In dramatic twin press releases, the British royal family announced serious health news for both King Charles and Kate, Princess of Wales. They have both canceled their public events for the foreseeable future. For the latest, we go live to Claudia Levanga, who's following developments for us. Claudia, good morning. What do we know about both their conditions?
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's right. On Wednesday, the British royal family made two unexpected announcements within an hour of each other. First, Kensington Palace said that the Princess of Wales, Kate, was admitted to hospital for a planned abdominal surgery. Now, the statement said that the surgery was successful. They should have to spend up to 2 weeks in hospital to allow her to recover, but didn't go much into details. But a source close to the royal family told NBC News that her condition is non-cancerous. So less than an hour later, Buckingham Palace issued its own statement announcing that King Charles III next week is expected to undergo what they called what they said it was a corrective procedure to treat an enlarged prostate. Now, the statement said that the condition is benign, and once again, the King as well will have to postpone his public engagements for an unspecified short period of time to allow him to recover. But while also that statement didn't go into much detail, it is widely acknowledged that an enlarged prostate is a common condition for men over the age of 50. It is not cancer. It is not a serious threat to health. But despite the fact that neither conditions of the princess and the king are considered serious, well, the fact that they were announced within an hour of each other, of course, is causing some concern among supporters of the British royal family back in the UK, but also around the world. Back to you, Francis.
I hope the recovery is smooth and quick. Claudio, thank you. All right, so the winter blast is continuing to sweep the nation, bringing heavy snow and ice from coast to coast. The snowstorm, this already marching east and bringing deadly conditions. Brutal cold is still gripping the eastern half of the United States, and for many electric vehicle owners, causing a whole lot of headaches. Adrian Broadus explains.
Electric vehicles may save drivers on the cost of filling up. But this winter, growing frustrations for drivers stuck waiting at charging stations.
But you still have to wait for those other cars to get through charging, to even get to the charger.
Uber driver Marcus Campbell says he spent hours this week charging his car after freezing temperatures swept across Chicago.
I'm not making no money, and time is money.
The problem? The cars run on lithium batteries, which can take longer to charge in cold temperatures. You may even need to charge more often. According to AAA, the average electric vehicle's driving range decreases by 41% when the temperature outside dips to 20 degrees and when the car's heater or AC is on. For each electric vehicle model, the EPA lists the mileage, but experts say that number can be misleading.
We've seen that is wrong on day one and doesn't account for weather variance. So EVs get less range in the extreme cold, and they get a little bit less range in the extreme heat.
Experts say especially when it's cold, drivers should keep their vehicles charged overnight, ideally in a garage. And don't let your car's charge fall below 20%. If the battery drops to zero, the car will have to be towed and possibly repaired. In Chicago, some tow truck businesses getting a boost. David Burt says he's been busy in the cold.
We have seen an increase in calls from a lot of different owners that have electric vehicles.
While some learn to weather the inconvenience, for others, the challenges are too much.
I'll be getting a gas vehicle ASAP.
Because it's not it for you?
It's not it for me.
Adrienne Broadus, NBC News, Chicago.
Well, that Arctic weather triggering winter alerts across the country. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking when you can see your next snow day. So keep the boots, parkas, everything right by the door, right?
Yeah, you need all of it in the next couple of days, depending on where you are, Francis. We've still got some lake effect snow we're dealing with this morning, and the bitter cold is not letting up anytime soon. We've got 5 million people across the south under freeze alerts. We've got the wind chill alerts impacting folks in the central plains, and the reinforcing cold air is on the way. Notice it feels like just 7 in Omaha as we get through the day today, -5 for what it'll feel like in Minneapolis. That cold air sinks a little farther to the south. Little Rock ending up at 33 degrees tomorrow, but feeling more like the 20s, the teens. They're all going to be on the table here as we get across the next couple of days across this region. You can see the teens are expected Saturday and Sunday in Chicago. And how about those winter alerts? 39 million people are impacted from the west to the east. We've got a storm system that's going to work some snow into portions of the middle of the country today. You can see that across the plains. We'll also see a new system develop and bring rain, snow, ice, freezing rain, kind of just a travel mess across portions of the south. And then that snow moves into parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, impacts folks there with another couple of inches of snow in some spots. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 28 degrees and dealing with some snow in Kansas City today, ending up into the high 30s for St. Louis. Some partly cloudy skies expected in Boston today with a high of 29 degrees. More snow on the way for Buffalo and Syracuse. Richmond ends up into the mid-40s. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Angie, thank you. If you are looking for an excuse to play in the snow as a grown man, you can sign up for this winter festival in central Japan. More specifically, every year in Tokamachi, married men are doing this. They're thrown down a snowy hill with their wives waiting there on the bottom. The ritual is aimed at strengthening the bond between married couples, or maybe weakening, depending on what you do at the end. After the event, participants smeared charcoal ink on each other's faces in hopes of good health. Coming up, where a squid can be a squid. The new Chuck E. Cheese game show drawing comparisons to Squid Games. But first, doctors sounding an alarm on growing health risks for young adults.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back with an alarming new report that finds more younger Americans are dying from a certain form of cancer. Here's Ann Thompson on the mystery behind it and the signs to watch out for.
Sierra Fuller was just hitting her stride, building a trauma therapy practice and closing on a house with her husband, Steve. Then at 32 years old, she was diagnosed with cancer, stage 3B, requiring radiation, chemotherapy, and surgery.
Did you have any family history of colorectal cancer?
No.
No.
And I got genetic testing done, and I have no genetic markers for it either.
Sierra's story, part of what the American Cancer Society says is an alarming trend. Colorectal cancer is now the leading cause of cancer deaths in men under the age of 50, and the second among women of the same age.
We do suspect is something in the environment, but what that is, we don't know. Likely, it's a combination of things that's affecting our microbiomes or our immune systems that may be leading to why this is happening younger and younger.
Dr. Kimmy Ng is an oncologist at Boston's Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and is seeing a dramatic increase in patients in their 20s and 30s.
Younger people tend to have more advanced cancers, correct?
Yes, the majority of our young patients who are diagnosed, unfortunately, are diagnosed with either stage 3 or 4 colorectal cancer.
Dr. Ng says screening is crucial, especially with a family history of colorectal cancer. If not, colonoscopies begin at 45. And be aware of symptoms, including blood in the stool, abdominal pain, and unintentional weight loss. Now healthy, Sierra is not wasting a minute, traveling and thinking about a family. Her eggs preserved before her treatment.
Now, yes, it would have to be surrogacy. It would be a completely different way to become a parent.
Finding the right pieces in the puzzle of life together. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Boston.
Still to come, a pop icon teases her return, and Charles Entertainment Cheese sets his sights on conquering another part of the media world. Coming up right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Here's the big question at Chuck E. Cheese's. You got moves, you got tickets. So what are you gonna get? That's a lot of prizes. How do you decide?
Chuck E. Cheese's. Great games, great pizza, great prizes.
How cool is that?
So we know it's a place where a kid can be a kid, but it's getting a small screen makeover. The producers of Top Chef are developing a series based on the Chuck E. Cheese restaurant chain. Contestants will compete in life-size versions of games that you might find at Chuck E. Cheese arcades and try to win tickets that can be exchanged at a giant prize wall. No word yet, and if the show will feature singing animatronics or they'll get cheap pizza. Still, you know, after all these years, and everybody has so many childhood memories at Chuck E. Cheese. Or adult memories too, and now finally something in a real deal.
I can't decide how I feel about this. Are they gonna do a revamp of the inside of Chuck E. Cheese's? Because I think that needs to come too.
Maybe that's next, right?
All right, from awards gold to gold mining, Deadline reported Wednesday that Jennifer Coolidge has joined the upcoming film adaptation of Minecraft. This comes just days after the beloved actress took home her second Emmy and a Golden Globe for her role in HBO's The White Lotus. Coolidge is just the latest addition to the cast of the big screen version of the ultra-popular Sandbox game alongside Jack Black, Jason Momoa, and Danielle Brooks. The film is due out next April. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago when they started adding Jason Momoa and Jack Black, and I couldn't think of a better person to add. I mean, Jennifer Coolidge is just iconic. She was so great in White Lotus, so deserving of those awards. So I can't wait to see what she does in this. It's always something.
Any iteration of Jennifer Coolidge, I will take. You just gotta love her, right? The moment she speaks, you know it's her.
It's so true.
The music world is gearing up for Ariana Grande's first album in nearly 4 years. On Friday, the pop superstar dropped the record's lead single, the 90s influence, Yes and. It topped the Spotify charts and became her largest debut on the streamer. And on Wednesday, Grande revealed that her 7th album, titled Eternal Sunshine, is set for release on March 8th. Grande's Instagram post also showcased the cover art along with 2 variants. So here she is to be gone in 4 years and to make a comeback. She's not feeling too much love, though, when it comes to Insta and TikTok. You know, she dropped a bunch of her followers because I think there's a lot of bashing her personal life, right, in this new song. So,
well, one thing is she paid, you know, a little bit of a tribute to Paula Abdul in that music video, but then people are making some comparisons to Madonna's Vogue with the song, so the internet hasn't been too kind to her.
All right. Still to come, Google is issuing a new privacy warning to its users, but is it a little too late? And how Kraft is kicking up your kitchen skills, one slice at a time.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Google has updated its Chrome warning in incognito mode just weeks after settling a lawsuit that accused the tech giant of illegally tracking activity in the private browsing feature. It now states in part that its incognito mode won't change how the data is collected by websites visited by and services they use, including Google. Today, new versions of the Apple Watch Series 9 and Ultra 2 go on sale, this time without the blood oxygen feature that got the company in hot water over a patent dispute. But if you already have one, Apple says your watch won't be affected. Holiday shopping turned out to be better than expected, with retail sales increasing 0.6% in December. Year over year, retail sales rose about 5.5%. And Kraft is introducing new singles flavors for the first time in nearly a decade. You can spice up your sandwiches with jalapeno, garlic and herb, and caramelized onion slices. Early today, we'll be right back after a quick break.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, old children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? That's the threat it took for all this damage to avoid.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
A heart-stopping rescue in Vermont. Underwater body camera video showing the moment a state trooper dove into action to save an 8-year-old from drowning in a frozen pond. Our Stephen Romo has the story.
When Vermont State Trooper Michelle Archer arrived on scene at this frozen pond in Cambridge, she feared it was already too late.
I saw this call come up on the screen, a 6-year-old floating in a pond, possibly deceased.
Just minutes earlier, an 8-year-old girl and her sibling plunged into the water after the ice cracked. The 80-year-old property owner able to save the younger child who was near the shore, but the 8-year-old unreachable near the center of the pond.
I don't know if it's instinct or training, but something took over.
Once on scene, Trooper Archer jumping into that freezing water and swimming toward the child. She drags the girl to shore, putting her on her side. Then, the remarkable realization. The little girl was still alive.
Well, the first sigh of relief came when I pulled her out of the water and I heard those kind of audible noises. Because at that point, I wasn't sure if she was still breathing or not. She's making noises.
Trooper Archer calling for her colleague to help.
Here, baby girl. Here, baby girl. Michelle, get out of your clothes.
Trooper Keith Cody making sure the 8-year-old was okay and taking her to an ambulance on site.
We cover a widespread area, and for whatever reason, the both of us were 3 minutes away from this pond where this little girl needed help.
The child taken to a hospital in Burlington with injuries that at first were thought to be life-threatening. But amazingly, she made a full recovery and is now back home.
How's the other one?
She's cold. The Vermont State Police Department now recommending the 2 troopers and the 80-year-old property owner for the agency's life-saving award.
We come across calls that stick with us, for a while, if not for the length of our careers and beyond. So that this is definitely one of those calls that we'll always be thinking about.
Terrifying and amazing all at once. Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that. All right, the frigid temperatures are affecting these guys, a wildlife in South Texas. Sudden drops of air and water temperature can cause these sea turtles to go into hypothermic shock. It's also known as cold stunning. Well, thankfully, these wildlife groups are prepared and already bringing in the stunned reptiles. They are expected to house about 100 turtles throughout this Arctic blast. And once the temperatures warm up, those turtles will be released back into the waters near South Padre Island, enjoying the nice, cozy and warm, relatively temperatures. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. New battle lines drawn over border security. Texas openly defying a federal order over access to a miles-long strip at the center of a migrant surge as hopes for an immigration deal hit a wall on Capitol Hill. We're live in D.C. with the new border tensions. Donald Trump splitting his time between courtrooms and the campaign trail. The GOP frontrunner speaks out about his second defamation trial while setting his sights on his Republican rivals. A pair of royal health scares. Princess Kate sidelined from royal duties after surgery, while King Charles is expected to be hospitalized as well. Are the days of owing money for not having money coming to an end? The new Biden administration rule that could drastically slash overdraft fees. Hey, brother, could you lend a helping hand? How wrestling legend Hulk Hogan leapt to action to save a teen after a car crash. It's Thursday, January 18th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. The growing rift between Texas and the federal government. Texas officials overnight rejecting the Biden administration's request for access to part of the southern border. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. And Bree, what is this request that Texas just shot down?
Good morning, Francis. DHS officials say Texas is blocking the Border Patrol from having full access to about 2.5 miles of the border. Now, this is the same stretch of the border where a migrant woman and 2 children died over the weekend. DHS officials say they were physically barred from entering the area. The Texas Attorney General says any suggestion that the state was responsible for those deaths is vile and inaccurate. And in a letter rejecting the request for access, the state's AG also says the facts and law side with Texas. The Biden administration has threatened to refer this matter to the Justice Department. Meanwhile, here in Washington, D.C., congressional leaders met with President Biden Wednesday to discuss that stalled national security package. House Republicans again stressed that border policy should be the top priority.
I told the president what I have been saying for many months, and that is that we must have change at the border, substantive policy change. We understand that there's concern about the safety, security, sovereignty of Ukraine, but the American people have those same concerns about our own domestic sovereignty and our safety and our security.
And in the Senate, there is optimism about reaching a bipartisan deal on immigration soon. Senators Lindsey Graham and John Thune warned their Republican colleagues in the House not to play politics, saying they won't get a better deal than this down the road, even if former President Trump wins a second term in the White House. Francis.
Hey, Bree, thank you. The campaign trail for Donald Trump included another stop in court. The former president was back in New York Wednesday for his civil defamation trial, while his rivals were focused on the New Hampshire primary. Here's NBC's Tracy Wilkins.
Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are on the trail in New Hampshire while Donald Trump began his morning in a New York courtroom again. Writer E. Jean Carroll took the stand at her second civil trial against the former president. This time, she's seeking damages for defamation, which Trump denies. Last year, he was found liable for sexually abusing Carroll in the 90s and for defaming her while he was president. In court, the judge threatened to throw Trump out for making gestures and comments showing his disagreement with Carroll's testimony. Trump is also focusing his attacks on his Republican rivals. At a New Hampshire rally, the former president had words for Haley. Some polls show her inching closer to Trump's dominating lead.
I do want to talk about Nikki because this perception that she's gone up. But I worked with her for a long time, and she was okay. Well, I will tell you that. She's not tough enough.
Despite finishing third, Haley says she's happy with her showing in Iowa and is moving forward.
We felt good coming out of Iowa. We're going to feel even stronger coming out of New Hampshire, going into South Carolina.
DeSantis, who came in second in Iowa, held 2 events in New Hampshire where he's polling third. He attacked Haley's ability to beat Trump.
She was relying on was getting Democrats to come vote for her. That obviously is not somebody that's going to be able to win a Republican nomination, much less, against Donald Trump.
While the Democratic Party decided not to participate in Iowa's caucuses or New Hampshire's primary, President Biden released a video on social media reminding voters that he's done what the Republican candidates have not so far.
I'm still the only person to ever beat Donald Trump, and I'm looking forward to do it again for the good of this country.
In Washington, Tracy Wilkins, NBC News.
Now to breaking news. CENTCOM says the U.S. has again bombed Yemen in what's being called a preemptive strike. American Navy ships launched Tomahawk missiles, taking out 14 Houthi rebel missiles across several sites in the impoverished Middle Eastern country. The Houthis control about a third of Yemen, which they are using as a base to launch attacks on ships passing through the Red Sea as a protest against Israel's war on Gaza. Last night's strikes came just hours after an American-owned ship was struck by a Houthi drone. The ship was damaged, but nobody was injured. Later this afternoon, the Justice Department will release a new report into the disastrous police response to the Uvalde school shooting. The investigation was announced shortly after the massacre in May of 2022. Ahead of the release, Attorney General Merrick Garland visited the small Texas town, seeing murals of the 19 murdered children. 2 teachers were also killed. Local police were widely criticized for their slow response to the shooting. In dramatic twin press releases, the British royal family announced serious health news for both King Charles and Kate, Princess of Wales. They have both canceled their public events for the foreseeable future. For the latest, let's go to Claudia Lavanga, who's following developments for us. Claudia, good morning. What do we know about both their conditions?
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's right. On Wednesday, the royal family made 2 unexpected announcements within an hour of each other. First, Kensington Palace said that Kate, the Princess of Wales, was admitted to hospital for a planned abdominal surgery. The statement said that the surgery was successful, but they also said that she is expected to stay there for about 2 weeks to allow her to recover, but didn't go into much more details. But a source close to the royal family told NBC News that her condition is non-cancerous. Then, less than an hour later, Buckingham Palace issued its own statement announcing that King Charles III next week is expected to undergo what they called a corrective procedure to treat an enlarged prostate. Now, the statement said that the condition is benign, and again, that the King will have to postpone his public engagements for an unspecified short period of time to allow him to recover. But it is widely acknowledged that an enlarged prostate is a common problem for men over the age of 50. It is not cancer, and it is not a serious health concern or a health problem. But, of course, the fact that, despite the fact that neither condition of the princess or the king is considered to be serious, the fact that they were announced on the same day, within an hour of each other, of course, is causing some concern among supporters of the British royal family back in the UK, but also around the world. Francis?
Yeah, it's got to be tough to deal with both hospitalized. Claudio, thank you. The winter wallop continues to wreak havoc for much of the country here. Since Friday, there have been at least 31 weather-related deaths. Overnight, lake-effect snow fell in Buffalo, the region already buried from last weekend's storm. And out west, an ice storm froze Portland, Oregon over, creating slippery conditions for pedestrians and drivers alike. In Illinois, residents near multiple rivers are under flood watch after ice jams sent water levels rising. When chunks of ice block the natural flow of the river, water levels can rise several feet in just minutes. And more snow is marching east this morning, heading across the Midwest to the Northeast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the next set of storms for us. As if the cold isn't enough, of course, we got to get slammed with some of these storms, too.
A double whammy, Francis. Good morning to you. You're exactly right. We've got all of that on the table here over the next couple of days. Our next winter storm system is going to work across the United States. But notice what we're dealing with across the South. Still, folks dealing with the freeze alerts. We've got the wind chill alerts for portions of the middle of the country. And we do have that reinforcing shot of cold air that's expected through the day today and lasting into tomorrow. Wind chill of just 5 below for Minneapolis. Later this afternoon into the teens for Omaha. It doesn't get better tomorrow. Kansas City tops out at 10 degrees, feels like 7 below. Even as far south as Dallas, our temperatures will end up into the mid-30s, but feel like those mid-20s. As we get into the weekend, more of the same. Chicago into the teens, a slight warm-up. Back to the 30s we go for Chicago as we get into Monday. But there's those winter alerts. 50 million people included in this right now. From the west all the way to the center of the country, we've got some lake effect snow happening today just downwind of those lakes. More snow in places that have already received ample amounts of snow, but we've also got some snow to contend with in portions of the middle of the country. So down through the south, we have some wintry mix, and then that will eventually work into portions of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for tomorrow. As a look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 41 degrees with mostly sunny skies in Denver today, ending up into the upper 30s for Joplin, dealing with some snow from Grand Rapids to Detroit. Buffalo, Syracuse expected to pick up some additional snowfall today, too. Mid-30s for Philadelphia with mostly cloudy skies. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Thanks, Angie. You're going to join me. We're going to talk about this. The Cowboys head coach isn't riding into the sunset just yet. But first, taking it to the banks, the new Biden administration that would drastically slash overdraft fees.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
New Apple Watches are losing a key health feature, but first, could we finally be seeing an end to those dreaded overdraft fees? A new proposal from the Biden administration would slash fees to as low as $3. CNBC's Arabile Gamede is here with all of those details. Good morning, Arabile.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, it's certainly a big deal, right? Maybe not slashed to zero, but very close to it. As little as $3 is how much an overdraft could ultimately cost you. Now, for the longest time, of course, the big banks would be losing out quite significantly on these overdraft fees if this was to be put in motion. And for a long time, they've really, according to the Biden administration, charged exorbitant fees where even a $10 overdraft. So if your bank account was to go below zero, that could cost you as much as $40, according to some interest rates as well by these big banks. So this could be done away with. There is still debate to be had with regards to these figures and how much exactly it will drop down to. On the other side, indeed, Apple won't be allowed to sell its new watch Series 9 watches with that blood oxygen level because they've had to worry about that infringement then on the patent with Masimo, which is a healthcare provider as well, which has a similar structure within its watches. So the worry then is, does Apple have a different future or a different feature within its new watches? But sales still continuing for now.
Yeah, people love that device. Thank you, Arabile. Now to the latest turbulence for Boeing. The FAA has completed its first round of Boeing MAX 9 inspections, but the company is fighting for its reputation as one of its most loyal customers sends inspectors of its own into Boeing plants. Here's Tom Costello.
With the MAX 9 fleet grounded, forcing United and Alaska Airlines to cancel hundreds of flights each day, the FAA said it's now reviewing data from the first 40 MAX 9 inspections before inspecting the rest of the grounded fleet. Underscoring the loss of airline trust in Boeing, Alaska Airlines is now sending its own inspectors to Boeing plants.
Adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
The production line is where Boeing's reputation is on the line, 5 years after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas. The MAX 9 fuselage is made by Spirit Aerosystems, which has struggled with quality control for years. The FAA is now investigating both Boeing and Spirit production practices. Boeing CEO David Calhoun told Spirit employees we're going to learn from it, and then we're going to apply it to literally everything else we do. As the NTSB lab in Washington analyzes the critical evidence, the door plug that exploded was supposed to cover an unused emergency exit secured with 4 bolts. The NTSB says it was made at a Spirit plant in Malaysia. The question is whether bolts were ever attached. Alaska and United Airlines say they've since found loose bolts on other grounded MAX 9s. Boeing, meanwhile, has also hired an outside audit team led by a retired Navy admiral to review Boeing's quality control program. Still no word on when the MAX 9 might return to service. Back to you.
Tom, thank you. Still to come, the latest on the Lions' historic playoff win, and much to the despair of Cowboy fans this weekend was not Mike McCarthy's last rodeo in Dallas. We have the latest NFL coaching news right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I won't get into any of the addressing of any aspects of it, any part of it, from the coaching to the players to what's around the corner. On a personal basis, I'm floored.
Jerry Jones may not have been floored enough. The Cowboys owner announced Wednesday that he would not be making a coaching change and will retain head coach Mike McCarthy for a 5th year. Both Cowboys fans and the media were calling for McCarthy's firing following the team's stunning wildcard defeat at the hands of the Packers Sunday. McCarthy has failed to advance the team past the divisional round in 3 consecutive postseason appearances, yet he is not on the coach carousel that we all thought that he would be at this time. But Jerry Jones continuing on to say that, yeah, he can see him, getting close and confident about their goals with him at the helm.
I mean, hopefully he can change the minds of all these people that wanted to see him gone after this season, but to be determined on that. And now to a fan base that actually had something to cheer about on Sunday. Detroit Lions fans raised the roof on Ford Field as the team got their first playoff win in over 3 decades against the Rams. The volume in the stadium got as high as 133.6 decibels, breaking the previous record of 126.1 set just last season. The CDC says those levels are equivalent to the sound of a jet engine at takeoff. Now, the all-time noise record still belongs to Arrowhead Stadium, which topped 142 decibels during a 2014 Chiefs game. I had many friends, family members that were at that game, and they said they've never experienced anything like it in Detroit. So it's just so cool to see. And we know that, Kansas City still holds the record, but we'll take what we had on Sunday.
What that's going to do for the fans. They're going to be like, we're going to beat them with that, too, and it comes to the decibels. So I can see it, like the fans. Exactly. Like, we're going to amp it up even more. Turning to the NBA, where the league's best offense is getting a boost from across the border. The Pacers have acquired power forward Pascal Siakam from the Toronto Raptors in a 3-way trade that also includes the New Orleans Pelicans. Indy sent 3 players and 3 first-round draft picks for Siakam, who was a 2-time All-Star in his 8 seasons with Toronto. The Pacers, led by star point guard Tyrese Halliburton, led the NBA in scoring in this season. So just so you know here, keeping track, the Pacers are only 7th in the East despite their high-powered offense. The Raptors are 16-25.
Oh, boy. Well, more to come on that. We'll see.
And more to come for us. Junk sites and spam risks are taking over Google. And later, don't call it a comeback. McDonald's is reintroducing a fan-favorite item back to its menu.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We are back with what you need to know early today. According to a study by Leipzig University, product-related searches on Google were drowned out by CEO review spam. Researchers found that spam sites appear at the top of Google's rankings in what is known as affiliate marketing for site monetization. The story of the Red Hot Chili Peppers singer Anthony Kiedis is coming to the big screen after Universal Pictures optioned the rights to his New York Times best-selling memoir, Scar Tissue. The feature film is currently in early development. Arnold Schwarzenegger was detained at a Munich airport after failing to declare his luxury watch. Schwarzenegger was held by customs officers for 3 hours. The actor claims he was never asked to complete a declaration form, and the watch was intended to be auctioned off at his charity event for the Schwarzenegger Climate Initiative. And McDonald's is bringing back a fan favorite breakfast wrap after a 3-year hiatus. That wrap will return to menus on February 7th. Early today. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
They all make it look so easy.
You looking at the stairs? Are you kidding me? You got this, bro.
Let's go.
Come on.
It's just a step. Okay.
That's something. Like that. And then after that.
He's got a few more days to get it right. Saturday Night Live is back this week with host Jacob Elordi. The Saltburn star will be joined by musical guest Renee Rapp, who is, of course, the star in the Mean Girls movie, one of them. It will be the first time either of them are on the SNL stage. Subway riders in New York City got quite the surprise when they stepped onto a platform at the Rockefeller Center stop. And see if you recognize what they saw in these guys. So no, not Kiss. It's Tonight Show host Jimmy Fallon in concert along with Green Day. In addition to that Kiss cover, they performed Green Day classics like American Idiot and Basket Case. The band is in town for the release of their latest album, Saviors, which is out tomorrow. As for Jimmy Fallon, the air date for that segment has not yet been announced, but I love it. Every single time they do that is one of the coolest things on a show. Well, you know, Hulk Hogan is the iconic wrestler and one of the toughest to ever step into the ring. But the former world champ has a new role, Good Samaritan. He stepped in to save a 17-year-old girl from a car accident along a Florida highway. NBC's Maura Barrett has the story.
Hulk Hogan, he dropped the big leg on him.
Hall of Fame wrestler Hulk Hogan has a lot of nicknames.
Hulkamania is here.
Hulkamania, Hollywood Hogan, Mr. America. And now he can add Hero. The legendary wrestler now credited for saving a teenage girl after her car flipped upside down near Tampa, Florida. Photos from TMZ capturing the moment Hogan and his wife, along with friend Jake Rask, were driving along Tampa's Veterans Expressway over the weekend when the teen's car flipped over after being hit by another vehicle. That's when Hogan and Rask sprang into action. The 70-year-old posting to X that he punctured the teen's airbag using a ballpoint pen. The teen emerging safely from her overturned car. Tampa police telling NBC they responded to the scene with only minor injuries reported. Hogan's wife posting the heroic act on social media, calling the incident an absolute miracle.
True hero. Thanks to Maura for that report. And thank you for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here Friday morning. Have a good one.
Right now on Morning News Now, frustrations and failures nearly 2 years after the Uvalde mass shooting. This morning, loved ones of the 21 victims shot and killed at Robb Elementary bracing for the results of a federal investigation. Plus, Attorney General Merrick Garland in Uvalde ahead of the report's release. Later today, we'll have the latest. Also this morning, much of the country frozen over in a coast-to-coast winter blast. This as we track two separate storm systems now on track to merge later today. Plus, it's not just humans feeling the freeze. We'll share tips on keeping your pet safe in winter weather. Disorder in the court as E. Jean Carroll takes the stand in the defamation trial against Donald Trump. And the former president going from the courtroom to the campaign trail days before the New Hampshire primaries.
We're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
We'll bring you the latest. And a junk thief face-off. The Biden administration taking on big banks over expensive account overdraft fees The new proposal that could help save you money. Don't we all like the sound of that?
That is something I think everyone has experienced, so they're going to be eager to hear that maybe there could be some solutions. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started this morning in Uvalde, Texas. Today, the Justice Department is expected to release the findings of its investigation into the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School.
Justice Department officials have said the review will focus on the law enforcement response to the shooting. In 2022, a panel of state lawmakers found that nearly 400 officers responded to the shooting, but then waited more than an hour to confront the gunman. In all, 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in the tragedy. For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, good morning. So what can you tell us about this report? Are we expected to learn anything new here?
So essentially this investigation in DOJ's eyes can sort of speak broadly to this issue and have an impact not only there, but hopefully they think on, nationwide. So essentially, if you look at other investigations at the Justice Department, that there are basically principles that you could take and learn lessons from to try to stop this from happening in the future. You've seen that in Ferguson, you've seen that in Baltimore. Now, those investigations were focused more broadly on police practices, and this investigation is really kind of focused on just what happens in this individual sort of shooting circumstance, how they should have responded, what they could have done differently, and they're hoping that other law enforcement agencies will take heed to that and learn lessons from this report so that this sort of thing is spent.
Ryan, let's talk through what could come of this. We've already seen several of the officers involved lose their jobs. That includes Uvalde's school police chief, Pete Arredondo. Could we see more firings or maybe even any kind of charges here?
I think, the focus of this is going to be sort of on the principles. This isn't a criminal investigation. This is not, something the Justice Department normally does all that often. This is something that is just more focused on sort of trying to prevent this from happening going forward. This is an investigation that, is essentially an investigation not run with a criminal, looking for criminal intent, but rather looking for implications and how this could be done differently in the future to see if there can be some lessons learned here to make sure that other law enforcement agencies are more prepared for these circumstances going in, because we really, there have been some sort of standards set since the Columbine shooting, and there have been principles and ways you're supposed to approach this thing. And the main thing is obviously confronting the gunman as quickly as possible. So this is going to look at all the evidence that DOJ has gathered and give a report on what exactly went wrong and what lessons can be learned here, so that other law enforcement agencies can take a different approach in the future.
So Ryan, ahead of the report's release, we saw Attorney General Merrick Garland arriving in Uvalde yesterday. What should we know about his visit?
Yeah, so I think that the Attorney General, obviously, this is a very important investigation for him. Also, we saw Vanita Gupta is in town. She's the #3 official at the Justice Department. And this is sort of one of the last things she'll be doing, because she's actually planning on leaving the Justice Department, but has sort of taken charge and overseeing this investigation. She had also been in charge of the Ferguson investigation way back. So it's sort of the same type of probe where they're hoping that these other agencies can really look into this, and that this will have a broader impact beyond just this one community, and will end up helping other law enforcement agencies be better prepared for these sort of circumstances going forward.
All right, Ryan Riley. Ryan, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the bitter cold gripping the nation. So far this morning, tens of millions of Americans are again waking up under winter weather alerts.
So far, more than 30 deaths have been linked to the frigid weather over the past week. An ice storm slammed parts of the Pacific Northwest, bringing freezing rain and snow, creating whiteout conditions and causing road closures. In the South, drivers in central Alabama actually abandoned their vehicles to avoid icy conditions on the roads. A few hours away, Nashville, Tennessee saw more than 6 inches of snow this week, recorded its coldest weather in 3 decades. And in the Northeast, hard-hit Buffalo is preparing to deal with even more lake effect snow, and that's on top of the 3+ feet that some areas have already seen.
For more on these frigid temperatures, let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with the forecast Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got more of the same coming your way in multiple spots across the country. The cold weather, the snow, the rain, the freezing rain, all on the table in some spots. Let's take a big picture look. You can notice we do have some snow across portions of the Great Lakes. That lake effect snow, it continues today. We're going to see more and more of that here as the days go on. And we've also got that next storm system impacting the west, a little bit of snow working through portions of the Rockies and eventually the Central Plains later today. When it comes to what we'll be dealing with, we've got the winter storm or winter weather alerts, I should say, up for 64 million people. They stretch from the west all the way to the east, and we'll likely see these become more expansive as the next couple of days go on. We've got a couple things going on. We've got one system that's going to spread some of that snow into the center of the country, and then we've got another system that's going to kind of develop this area of low pressure that brings the potential for some wintry kind of mix. So we've got the freezing rain, the ice, the snow all on the table for portions of the south. As we get into the later parts of today, that snow spreads into parts of the Midwest, and we see these two kind of systems combined and then lift all of that snow into the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and the Great Lakes. That happens tomorrow. Early in the morning, I'd say in places like New York City, you'll see that commute be a little dicey. I think I-95 will be difficult to travel through the day tomorrow. So just plan a little extra time for yourself. And again, no surprise here, more of that lake effect snow happening. We don't have a whole lot of ice cover on the lakes. So this means that the lake effect snow machine, as we call it, continues. We also have the potential for some icy conditions out west. This is going to be really difficult for travel. Power outages will be likely. We saw a kind of round of this yesterday, and there's more to come. When it is all said and done here, as we get through Saturday, we'll see another couple of inches of snow for some of those major cities that we're super excited to see their first inch of snow in a while. We'll get maybe 1 to 3 inches. We're expected in places like New York, Philadelphia. The higher amounts are going to be, in the higher elevations and along the lake. You can see places like Buffalo, Erie could all pick up a substantial amount of snow between now and then. So this will be another snowy couple of days for folks there. But I think, places like New York, another delightful kind of snowfall where it doesn't interrupt too much, but it does come during the morning commute tomorrow and last through the afternoon commute.
We like a delightful snowfall.
Yeah. We had this drought, and now I just feel like it's snowing here. Listen, if it has to snow, you might as well be happy about it.
Exactly.
Whether you're happy or not, it's still going to snow.
Right. That's a good point. I like that attitude. You should have a book of positive outlooks like that about the weather.
Put it on my 2024 plans.
Thanks, Angie. Writer E. Jean Carroll is set to continue being cross-examined this morning in her defamation trial against former President Trump. It was an eventful day in court yesterday. Carroll took the stand saying her life was upended after the former president accused her of making up allegations that he sexually assaulted her at a Manhattan department store in the 90s. Trump has already been found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. He's appealing that verdict and has denied ever meeting Carroll.
During court yesterday, the judge issued a warning to Trump about his disruptive behavior during Carroll's testimony. This all comes as the former president has eyes on New Hampshire after a big win in Iowa earlier this week. NBC's Garrett Haake has the details.
The campaign sprint to the New Hampshire primary taking a detour through a New York City courtroom. Donald Trump there for a second defamation lawsuit by writer E. Jean Carroll. The judge threatening to kick out the Republican frontrunner for talking too loudly to his attorney. Trump saying, "I would love it." The judge replying, "I know you would because you just can't control yourself in this circumstance." On social media, Trump attacking the judge as, quote, a seething and hostile Clinton-appointed judge who is abusive, rude, and obviously not impartial.
I'm leaving right now for New Hampshire. We just got a poll in that shows me leading by a lot. And I think we'll do there maybe similar to what we did in Iowa.
It comes after Trump's rally in New Hampshire.
Nikki Haley is a disaster.
Looking for another landslide win and going after Nikki Haley. A new poll shows Haley in a distant second here, trailing Trump by 16 points.
She's not tough enough to deal with these people. I will tell you that. She's not tough enough.
Your time is Tuesday.
The Granite State widely seen as make or break for Haley, with its mix of more independent voters and moderate Republicans like Haley supporter Jude Blake.
Well, I think Trump doesn't believe in my version of democracy, and I'm just looking for an alternative. Plus, younger. We need younger, and we need women.
Haley campaigning.
I voted for President Trump twice, but rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him.
I'm the only one that's not running a basement campaign.
While Ron DeSantis calling out both Trump and Haley for refusing to debate before the primary here.
Donald Trump won't debate. He's not willing to defend his record. And Nikki Haley won't debate because she's not willing to defend her record. What does that say?
But that's not swaying Trump supporter Bob Swan. What put Trump over the top after you've looked at everybody else?
The previous administration and
just the fact that he has an actual record.
Forceful and willing to fight against the establishment.
The former president will be off the campaign trail on Thursday to attend his mother-in-law's funeral in Florida, but the campaign is planning a series of large rallies this weekend, hoping to send a signal that this race is over if he can score another big win on Tuesday night.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos joins us now for more on the defamation case against Trump. Danny, good to see you. So Trump himself not expected to be in court today. So what are you going to be looking out for? And as this sort of starts to come to a close, what are you thinking about that you've seen so far?
Yeah, this is a defamation case where only damages are at issue. So what we won't really see evidence of is whether or not what Trump said about E. Jean Carroll was true or false, whether or not, as Trump has said, I never met the woman. None of that should come in, although Donald Trump, you never know, may blurt it out, and then technically it's on the record. But we're going to continue to see the plaintiff build their damages case. We are going to see E. Jean Carroll subjected to cross-examination by Alina Habba, and she's given us a preview of her theory of cross-examination. It won't be so much just to minimize the damages that Carroll suffered, but instead she plans to go on the offensive, I believe, and it's going to be more along the lines of, wasn't this conduct by Trump something that made you more famous than you ever could have imagined? Haven't you benefited from this conduct by Donald Trump? And that would go to her damages. It's a fair area for cross-examination, but I expect E. Jean Carroll's going to be pretty well prepared for that and explain and deny that and say, look, no, it's really what I said yesterday, which is this devastated me and it ruined my life.
So is it still possible that Trump's team could call him to take the stand? And if that happened, could parameters be put in place for him testifying?
The first question, yes, it is possible that they could call him, but the plaintiff has, and I think correctly, put in writing to the judge that, hey, you know, this is something that should be very severely limited because there's very little evidence that Donald Trump could offer since liability is already established. Now, the defense team, Alina Habba, has argued in opposition that, well, no, not so fast. When it comes to punitive damages, what is relevant is the defendants, and these are the magic words, evil will, spite, hatred, things like that, will tend to build a punitive damages case. And those are damages that really aren't connected to the suffering of the plaintiff. They're connected to the punishment of the defendant and a warning to all other would-be defendants who might do the same thing. So we may see Donald Trump testify, although if I were betting, I would say the odds are unlikely, especially once Donald Trump hears all the rules. Or he might try another move like he did in New York State Civil Court, where he's told the rules are clear, and he defies them anyway because he's Trump.
I want to ask you about a couple more details here before we let you go. So in addition to Trump being disruptive in court yesterday, as we discussed, his lawyers also called on the Judge Kaplan, to recuse himself. Also motioned for a mistrial. This is after Carroll admitted to deleting threatening messages. Now, the judge had denied both of those requests, but what happened there?
A lot of that's performative. The judge is not going to declare a mistrial for something like that. I mean, it's possible, and maybe on appeal you have a shot and you're making a record. You know, for defense attorneys and really for litigants always, the key is you really want to try and make a record, because even if this judge isn't on board with you, for example, a motion to recuse is basically saying, hey, judge, I don't think you're an appropriate judge. So those motions, number one, are rarely granted. But number two, you've got to have some real chutzpah to bring a motion to recuse, because you're going to, if that judge wasn't against you before, the judge is not going to be your fan for the rest of that trial. For Trump's defense team, they're not looking to make friends. They've made that clear. So they have no problem making a motion like that. And maybe on appeal it would have a shot. But really, in reality, it may have been more performative than anything else.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you very much.
President Biden hosted congressional leaders at the White House yesterday, hoping to broker a bipartisan immigration deal that would also provide critical military aid for Ukraine. It was the first face-to-face meeting between the president and Republican Speaker of the House Mike Johnson since Johnson won the gavel in October.
Republicans are stressing the need for significant changes to border policy in return. Both sides called the talks productive, but it comes as lawmakers are also facing an imminent Friday night deadline to pass a temporary spending bill in order to keep the government funded.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin join us now. Good morning to both of you. So, Monica, let's start with you. Are we any closer to a deal, getting a temporary funding bill approved to avoid the government shutdown?
It looks like it, Joe. Of course, these are things that actually have to take place in this critical time frame before we can say for sure. But the procedural steps that have to take place are already in motion, and there will be a critical vote today on the Senate floor to likely extend this to avoid a partial shutdown and really punt this into early March to deal with some of these other appropriation bills. So if that happens, of course, if it passes the Senate, then it has to go to the House in order to do that. But there was some cautious optimism that can happen. And that was something that, of course, is happening in the context of this major meeting yesterday. But the real focus of it is this national security supplemental that deals with aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, while also providing some border funding. And that is happening on a separate track. And we just don't really have an exact timeline of when that could pass. But the urgency and the point of this meeting from the White House perspective was to stress to these congressional leaders that if there isn't this action, then Ukraine really could lose its war against Russia here. And they gave a detailed assessment of how that could happen in the coming weeks if Congress fails to act.
Yeah, so Julie, walk us through where we're at. Where do things stand after this meeting? I mean, is there reason for optimism? I mentioned that we heard each side say that this was productive. What do we know about that?
Yeah, you heard Monica say the real crux of this meeting was to talk about that border and Ukraine deal. And totally, from Johnson's perspective, he stressed to President Biden that they do need meaningful policy changes at the border. And you heard him and Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, all the congressional leaders as well come out and say that there was broad consensus not only to address the crisis at the border, but also to send that crucial military aid overseas to Ukraine. Take a listen to what we heard from Johnson and Schumer. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We must insist that the border be the top priority. I think we have some consensus around that table. Everyone understands the urgency of that, and we're going to continue to press for it.
There's a large amount of agreement around the table that we must do Ukraine and we must do border. There was tremendous focus on Ukraine and an understanding that if we don't come to Ukraine's aid, that the consequences for America around the globe would be nothing short of devastating.
Remember, this package that the Senate leaders are talking about is one in which the trio of Senate negotiators have been hammering out, trying to come to consensus for weeks now. They're still hung up on some major issues concerning the area of parole and the president's authority there, but there is some progress as the leaders have signaled. Both McConnell and Schumer hope to move on that bill as soon as next week. They said, we'll see if they can get there, and then we'll see if Johnson in the House is going to put it on the floor without any changes that conservatives want.
So, Monica, you've got Republican lawmakers demanding substantive policy change. When it comes to the border, President Biden's repeatedly said he is willing to compromise on certain measures. What could that compromise look like?
And I'm told this is something he repeated yesterday in the room. He said and acknowledged that he believes the current immigration system is, in his words, broken and needs to be fixed. So this is something where he has said he would make significant compromise in the areas of how people seek asylum in this country and at the southern border. So that is a huge area where there could be shifts, and we just don't know exactly where, but we do expect there to be a change. And then also that question about how people, in terms of parole and future parolees, how that works currently and whether that could be changed in the future as well. That is a major open question. And then there have also been these larger conversations just about whether there needs to be more personnel, how this needs to operate, whether the time that people, while they're waiting for their asylum hearings, needs to be shortened, where they're going to wait for that. Are they going to be waiting in Mexico as opposed to in the United States, which of course the U.S. then needs to rely on the cooperation of Mexico. And today, a high-level Mexican delegation is actually coming to the U.S., to Washington, D.C., to meet with some key leaders in the cabinet to discuss that from a diplomatic aspect. And that is something that the president has said, look, I'm trying to do this on all fronts. He knows he needs to address it. He knows it's a major issue ahead of the 2024 election.
All right, Monica, Julie, thank you both. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
Yes, we do. Well, let's turn to the Middle East now. The U.S. has carried out its 4th round of strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen. The Pentagon confirmed the operation last night, saying it targeted 14 missile sites that it says were loaded and could have been fired on U.S. Navy ships and cargo vessels in the Red Sea. Earlier, U.S. Central Command said a Houthi drone hit a U.S.-owned vessel, causing damage but no injuries. The strikes come as the U.S. has taken the step of relisting the Houthis as a terrorist organization. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the U.S. would reevaluate that designation if they cease their attacks. The Houthis say the decision will not impact their operations, which they say are in support of the Palestinians and target Israeli ships or vessels headed toward Israel.
Staying with the war in Gaza, more than 100 hostages, including 6 Americans, are still being held hostage by Hamas. Among them is a father whose wife recently gave birth to a baby girl. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez sat down with the child's grandfather.
Her name is Shahar, Hebrew for dawn. She was born 5 weeks ago with curious eyes and 2 big sisters who love her. But she's missing someone. Her father, Sagi Dekelhen, is one of 6 American hostages still held in Gaza. When Hamas overran kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th, Sagi secured his family in a safe room, then went out to confront the terrorists. It was the last time they saw him.
When he was taken captive, his wife Avital was 7 months pregnant.
Sagi missed his daughter's birth. He's never held his little girl and doesn't know his family survived the attack. Now his own father, Jonathan, stepping in until his son returns.
If you could speak to him, what would you tell him about his new daughter?
I would say that she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and that his 4 girls, his wife and 3 daughters, are waiting for him to come home. His girls miss him terribly, and they have all kinds of questions that we cannot answer.
When they ask you, where's Dad, what do you tell them?
The 6-year-old is perfectly aware that some of her friends were murdered on October 7th. There's no point in trying to hide it 3 months later. And so she is aware that her dad is in Gaza.
Hostages released in late November told Sagi's family they saw him in Hamas's tunnels, proof he was alive as recently as Thanksgiving.
We received that news overjoyed, but ever since that day, of course, worry only increases.
Jonathan's mission has taken him to a White House meeting with President Biden. But back in Israel, frustration growing with the government of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All of the other hostage families are doing what we must to keep the Israeli decision makers aware of their obligation to bring the hostages home alive.
Tonight, a small glimmer of hope, a deal to get medicine to the hostages after more than 100 days. In exchange, Israel allowing more medical aid for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, where the healthcare system has all but collapsed. At least a third of the hostages have chronic conditions, families say, and they're demanding proof the medication reached their loved ones.
We must get clear proof that each and every hostage got the needed medications.
For Sagi's family and so many others, fear of more milestones missed.
He's already missed his daughter's birth. Do you worry what else he's going to miss as his captivity continues?
Part of me, yes, but I can't think in those terms because that would bring on hopelessness, and he doesn't deserve our hopelessness. So I'm driven by the desire to make sure that they all come home tomorrow and they won't have to miss anything else.
Our thanks to Raf for that report. Here in America, families of U.S. and Israeli hostages are expected to meet with the National Security Advisor at the White House today, hoping to keep the spotlight on their plight.
Well, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Up next, Boeing facing more fallout over this mid-air emergency as the first round of inspections wraps up. We'll have the latest on the investigation.
Up first after the break, royal concerns over the health of King Charles and Princess Kate. What we know about their conditions next on Morning News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
We are back with the latest on the health of the British royals. This morning, the Princess of Wales, that's Kate Middleton, she's recovering from what Kensington Palace says was successful abdominal surgery. In a statement, the palace said, quote, "It is expected that she will remain in hospital for 10 to 14 days before returning home to continue her recovery. Based on the current medical advice, she is unlikely to return to public duties until after Easter."
The news of her surgery came less than an hour before another health update, this time her father-in-law, the King, King Charles. Buckingham Palace says that he will have a corrective procedure done next week to treat an enlarged prostate.
Joining us now for more on this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Let's start on Kate. So Kensington Palace, they didn't expand on the reasons for an abdominal surgery with quite a long hospital stay, quite a long recovery time. What could this be? I mean, like, what are the options about what you need abdominal surgery with those types of parameters?
Right. Well, so you can imagine because of their desire to be very private about this, they've released very, very little medical information. There's been wide speculation amongst the public and amongst medical experts about what possibly this abdominal surgery could have entailed that would require such a lengthy recovery. Typically for abdominal surgeries these days, people are in the hospital for 1 to 2 to 3 days, maybe at most.
Wow.
You know, we know that her only major medical condition that she's, you know, divulged to the public is this condition, hyperemesis gravidarum, that severe condition of pregnancy, which in certain cases can lead to some complications that do involve the GI tract, specifically the esophagus. This is absolutely pure speculation. I have absolutely no idea if this is the nature of her surgery. You know, we don't know, and I'm hoping that if there is this was truly a medical procedure, that she might maybe, you know, let the public know, because I think it would be very informative, especially for a lot of women out there who might have had complications from her condition, perhaps in the past.
The fact that it's 2 weeks in the hospital, 2 months till she would resume royal duties, what does that tell us about how severe this could be? Right. Is that surprising?
It would indicate that it was probably a procedure that involved her, you know, maybe esophagus or intestines. Those are the kinds of the procedures that typically would take longer to recover, that maybe would require a lengthier stay in the hospital, perhaps for hydration or feeding, or to make sure that there were no complications and that the recovery could therefore be lengthier. You know, something like a hysterectomy, something like getting your gallbladder. I mean, those are, you're in 1 day for those procedures.
Okay.
So, you know, it would indicate to someone that the procedure was more involving her, you know, GI, intestinal, internal organs. But without specifics, it's really difficult to tell you exactly what happened.
I can't believe for a hysterectomy, it's only a day turnaround.
I mean,
That's
I mean, it's quick.
Wow.
It's quick.
Let's switch over to King Charles now. So tell us what we should, I mean, putting his age in context, what he has shared. By the way, I mean, pretty cool, I guess, that he's sharing this, and kind of shedding light on this.
I know, and it's interesting because I think this is following sort of in his desire to be a more modern, you know, monarchy and being more open. There's no secret about this. He has an enlarged prostate. This is incredibly common in men, especially as men get older. The procedure, the most common procedure to surgically correct an enlarged prostate is something called a transurethral resection of the prostate, or a TURP. It's non-invasive. It's very effective. He will probably be in the hospital for a couple of days. Usually what is required is a urinary catheter afterwards. But people recover fully, and he should do great. It has nothing to do with prostate cancer, but it is, I think, nice that he's bringing awareness to this and is not embarrassed about it. We know we often get embarrassed when we talk about anything that has to do with our genitourinary systems, but we all have them.
In this area.
In this area, from here to here. So it's nice that he has shared this. He should do quite well.
Yeah, that's very cool. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. Thank you. I know we don't know a lot, but you helped us understand more.
So far, not much.
More international headlines. In Ecuador, a prosecutor investigating last week's attack at a TV station has been killed.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other news for us from around the world. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. The name of the prosecutor was Cesar Suarez, and he was murdered in the city of Guayaquil, which is also known for its violence. Now, at the time of his death, Suarez was reportedly leading an investigation into an on-air attack that happened at a local TV station just last week. Suarez was also known for carrying out high-profile investigations. The prosecutor was reportedly driving to a court hearing when he was shot in broad daylight. Ecuador has been rocked by surges in violent attacks, including the recent abductions of several police officers. Both the Attorney General and the Council of the Judiciary condemned Suarez's attack, but they have not confirmed who is responsible for the murder. Now let's travel to Tunisia, where protesters are erupting in a local town after dozens of migrants and asylum seekers went missing. About 37 migrants boarded a boat on January 11th. Relatives say they received phone calls from loved ones as the boat set out to sea at around 2:30 p.m. But by 10 p.m. the same night, all contact was lost. Many of those family members say they have received little or no news about their lost loved ones. Most of the passengers are from the small village of El Hancha, ranging from about 13 to 35-year-old. We end our travels with a big moment in history. Japan Airlines just named their first woman president. Mitsuko Totori actually started off as a flight attendant. She's the first woman to climb the ladder from that position to the company's new head. At a press conference Wednesday, Totori vowed to stick to her commitment to flight safety. She will take office starting in April. Back to you guys.
That is very cool. Good for her. All right, Claudia, thanks so much.
Coming up, crisis and controversy at the southern border. Texas taking on the feds over how to handle millions of migrants attempting to get into the U.S. The state's response to Homeland Security's latest request.
Plus, renewed concerns about the safety of Boeing's planes after that in-flight emergency. Why investigators are now turning their attention toward a subcontractor for the company. That's next on Morning News Now.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the ongoing crisis at the southern border and the continuing legal fight between the Biden administration and the state of Texas.
In a letter to the Department of Homeland Security, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton rejected the White House's request for the state to stop its takeover of Shelby Park. The area is the epicenter of border crossings in Eagle Pass, Texas, on the Rio Grande River. The Biden administration says actions taken by the state have blocked U.S. Border Patrol agents from accessing the area.
For the latest developments, let's bring in NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning to you. So let's begin with the Texas Attorney General, his response to that cease and desist letter from the White House. We know last weekend a woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande after Border Patrol agents say they were barred from entering the area. So what is the AG, Ken Paxton, now saying in response to that letter?
Well, Paxton is known for being very blunt and really liking to stick it to Democrats and definitely to this administration. And in this letter, he pulled no punches. He was very direct in saying that the reason why, I'm sorry about my dog, the reason why they would have to, the reason why Texas can take over this park is because Border Patrol is not doing its job of watching the border, that they only have access when it comes to implementing immigration policy, and that they haven't been doing their job when they try to come and rescue migrants. Now, one of the things that they had to get rid of last week when they kicked Border Patrol out of this park in Texas was surveillance equipment. And Border Patrol says that if they had that surveillance equipment in place, these watchtowers and these cameras, they would have seen those migrants in distress and they would have been able to get to them. But Texas is saying that's not part of their mission and that they should leave that area. This could end up being a lawsuit. And if it is, that would be the 3rd from this administration and the 4th over Texas's border policies.
What should we know about the Biden administration and the actions they could potentially take if Texas refuses to comply with this request?
Well, when they wrote this request, they said that if Texas did not cease and desist by the end of the day yesterday, they would go to the Justice Department. Now, at this point, the Justice Department has no comment on what they might do, but you can read between the lines there. What they want is the Justice Department to bring a lawsuit. DHS wouldn't bring that lawsuit. The Justice Department would bring it on behalf of DHS, saying that Texas is impeding on Border Patrol's right to get into these areas, do the processing that they need to do humanitarian rescues if needed, and to try to, do their job on the southern border. That's how they would get the Justice Department involved. But just based on what you've seen in the past, usually you get a Western District of Texas judge that agrees with the Biden administration. It goes up to appeals. They kick it back to Texas's side, and then it lands in the hands of the Supreme Court, and we're left waiting for a long time.
Julia, real quick, if your dog will allow, a federal appeals court on Wednesday reversed an order requiring Texas to move a floating barrier on the Rio Grande, which was aimed at preventing crossings. What should we know about this decision by the court?
Yeah, she's 13 pounds, but she's a lot of noise. So I will say with that decision, with the razor wire, this is something that could go back and forth. Now what the Biden administration is telling the Supreme Court is that they've been forced to remove this wire and that it is actually impeding their ability to get to certain parts of the border. They can't do their work because the agents themselves can't get through the razor wire, and they submitted a supplemental memo that showed pictures of that. So they're trying to show the Supreme Court what a problem this is, but the Supreme Court still won't weigh in until the Fifth Circuit actually weighs in on the merits of this case. At least that's what it looks like now. But it's really shocking if you think about it, how long all of this is playing out and what Texas is doing. This is unprecedented for a state to come in and tell an executive, federal level law enforcement agency that they don't have the right to do what they've been doing for decades. And in this case, that's to police the southern border, to take over a place where we've seen border agents stay and process hundreds and thousands of migrants and say, now you can't come in. We're really in uncharted territory. And the fact that this could drag on for months is something we've never encountered.
All right, Julia Ainsley. Julia, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, nearly 2 weeks after that mid-air emergency involving a Boeing 737 MAX 9 used by Alaska Airlines, the FAA says they are widening their probe into the aircraft maker. The agency says they're now looking deeper into Spirit Aerosystems. That's a company that makes and installs the door plugs, a word we've all become familiar with, for Boeing's 737 MAX 9 airplanes. NBC News senior aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more.
With the MAX 9 fleet grounded, forcing United and Alaska Airlines to cancel hundreds of flights each day, the FAA said today it's now reviewing data from the first 40 MAX 9 inspections before inspecting the rest of the grounded fleet. Underscoring the loss of airline trust in Boeing, Alaska Airlines is now sending its own inspectors to Boeing plants.
Adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
The production line is where Boeing's reputation is on the line, 5 years after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas. The MAX 9 fuselage is made by Spirit Aerosystems, which has struggled with quality control for years. The FAA is now investigating both Boeing and Spirit production practices. Boeing CEO David Calhoun told Spirit employees today, "We're going to learn from it, and then we're going to apply it to literally everything else we do." As the NTSB lab in Washington analyzes the critical evidence, the door plug that exploded was supposed to cover an unused emergency exit secured with 4 bolts. The NTSB says it was made at a Spirit plant in Malaysia. The question is whether bolts were ever attached. Alaska and United Airlines say they've since found loose bolts on other grounded MAX 9s. Boeing, meanwhile, has also hired an outside audit team led by a retired Navy admiral to review Boeing's quality control program. Still no word on when the MAX 9 might return to service. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. Coming up, overdraft fees under scrutiny. When we come back, the new plan by the Biden administration to fight back against big banks and what it could mean for your wallet.
Also, it's rough out there in this winter weather, not just for us humans. We're going to get some tips on how to keep your 4-legged friends, including Julia Ainsley's, and keep them warm in freezing temps. So don't pause your devices. Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, it's happened to almost everyone at one time or another. You miscalculate how much you think is in your checking account, overdraw it, then you get hit with an overdraft fee. Well, over time, those fees can add up. Just how much? According to data from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Over the last 23 years, look at this number on your screen. Americans paid an estimated $280 billion in overdraft fees.
That's a lot of money. Well, that could all soon change. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau just unveiled a new proposal targeting big banks' overdraft fee practices, hoping to help consumers.
Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now for more. Caleb, always great to have you. So tell us what we should know about these proposed changes and what it just means for anybody watching at home.
Yeah, these are what they call junk fees. President Biden hates these fees. He's been on a mission to eliminate these. So what they're proposing, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, are two options for banks. None of them the banks like very much at all. One of them is to make these overdraft loans actually loans, turn them into for-profit credit line loans instead of this fee you're going to get every time you exceed your balance. That would be paid by the borrower over time based on their credit. So that's one of the proposals. The other one is to offer overdraft protection as a courtesy instead of just unrolling you into it. The Consumer Bankers Association, the big lobby for banks, doesn't like either of these proposals. This is going to go through a long, long year of negotiation before anything happens.
So overdraft fees have been around for so long. Why are we seeing this push now?
Yeah, President Biden's been trying to crack down on these fees and other fees charged by credit card companies because they're onerous and they hurt lower income people the most. The overdraft is usually for about $26. That's the average, and it's usually repaid within 3 days. So to get a $30, $35 fee if you've overdrafted $26 seems blatantly unfair, especially for lower income folks that are just trying to get by.
So you kind of touched on this, but is this a done deal? Are we going to see the banks push back on this? And if they don't, or if they do, when might people stop getting those fees?
Oh, they're pushing back. They don't like this one bit. So this is going to be in negotiation for the better part of this year. If it goes into effect, one or both of these proposals, you'll see it by October 2025. But the idea is to bring the overdraft fees down from about $30 to somewhere between $3 and $14, depending on the borrower. Not a done deal by any measure. A proposal right now, a lot of negotiation is going to go on this year.
So in the meantime, you have a long time to still worry about the overdraft.
Don't overdraft.
Yes. And there's nothing more infuriating than opening your balance or getting that note from the bank saying you overdrafted when you thought you were in line, but things happen.
All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
Let's stick with money news. We've got quite the update on that Apple Watch court battle.
Yeah, we do. CNBC's Silvana Henao has the latest there and some other money headlines for us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. All right, let's get you some headlines. Apple will start selling versions of the Series 9 and Ultra 2 watches without a blood oxygen feature. That's following a setback in a patent dispute with medical device maker Massimo. Apple says the tweaked models will go on sale at its retail stores and online starting today. They will still include the blood oxygen monitor, but it won't work. A federal appeals court declining to extend a pause on a ban on sales of the watches in the U.S., even while the appeals process plays out. Apple believes that could last at least a year. The watch business generated 10% of Apple's revenue last year. Apple's Vision Pro headset won't have a dedicated Netflix app when it goes on sale. Pre-orders for the mixed reality device start tomorrow. Bloomberg reports Netflix also doesn't want to make its iPad app compatible with the Vision Pro. This means users will have to log in on the web to watch Netflix content with the headset, which start at $3,499. Other streaming services have announced support for the Vision Pro, including Disney+, Amazon Prime Video, and Paramount+. And Condé Nast is folding Pitchfork, the music site it bought in 2015 with men's magazine GQ. The move resulting in layoffs at Pitchfork, including its editor-in-chief. Pitchfork, which was founded by an indie music fan in 1996, cultivated a brand around music criticism. The site has struggled in recent years to expand its audience with the rise of social media platforms and apps like Spotify and TikTok, guys.
Maybe we didn't need something focused on criticism anyway. Let's be positive.
Yeah, no, their music criticism has a place.
I guess. Sounds a little negative.
All right.
Savannah, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
We know the extreme weather that we've been experiencing lately has humans bundling up and finding ways to stay warm, but the chilly conditions can also impact our pets. According to the DC-based nonprofit American Humane, pet owners need to take extra precautions to keep their animals safe during these conditions.
They say pets left to fend for themselves in cold weather are susceptible to injuries injury or even death. So today, we're offering some tips to keep your furry friends safe in these freezing temperatures.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Ruth McPeach. She is a veterinarian and the author of Lizette the Vet. Doctor, good to have you with us. I want to read this book now, by the way. So, first of all, if you're doing your daily walks with your pets, I think one question people have is there a temperature when that becomes just too dangerous?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, there isn't one number I can give you. It really depends on your particular pet. So just like us, pets feel cold, and how cold, again, depends on the pet. It depends on things like your pet's breed, their age, their weight, and their overall health. We know that certain dogs, like huskies, have a thick coat and a double layered coat. So that keeps them warm and they tend to be more acclimated to the cold. But other dogs, like my dog, like Dobermans and Chihuahuas, have very thin coats and they're going to be more susceptible to the cold than other animals with thicker coats.
Doctor, who else is joining us? Who is this?
This is Jet, and you can see he's all bundled up for the cold weather.
Yeah, we're going to ask you about that in just a minute, about like some tips, like if that helps. I'm so curious. I have a dog, by the way. Her name's Lucy, and Lucy has lots of outfits that she's fine with me putting her in, which really makes me kind of proud of her. You know, I'm like, oh, we both like her clothes. Doctor, though, tell us, because even if you're not going to take your dog on a walk, I mean, you got to take your dog out, right? What should you look out for when you're even doing just a quick trip outside?
Well, like you mentioned, you want to really just adjust your schedule. So they do need to go outside, but what you're going to want to do is adjust your walks and outside playtime according to the weather. So if they have to go out, I do recommend bundling them up. I do think that putting jackets on them and booties or sweaters is a great idea. Not only does it help keep them warm, but as you mentioned, they look cute and fashionable as well. My dog likes it and gets extra attention. But again, the goal is really to keep them warm when they're outside.
When Lucy wears a vest out, I am like, oh, please. I know she's famous. People love to talk about it.
Are there any other tips or things you hear or see people do that you just think, no, don't do that?
Well, I do think it's really important that people are mindful of the fact that in winter, there are a lot of different chemicals out there on the ground. So there are de-icers and salt on the ground, and all those things can irritate your pet's paws. In addition to the fact that your pets often lick their feet and their paws, and so they can ingest those chemicals. So I'm a big fan of booties if your pet will wear them. I think those are great. It keeps the chemicals outside and protects your pet. If your pet won't wear booties or that doesn't work for you, then I recommend wiping your pet's paws when they come inside. Just give them a quick wipe down. You can even use, a pet wipe, or you can use a paper towel with water. Just wipe off the chemicals to get those off their feet.
All right, very good. By the way, we're looking at all dogs from our staff.
Yes,
here
those
at
models
Morning
are
News
part
Now.
of the team.
Very good models. Does Lucy wear booties?
Booties, I haven't tried. I mean, that I don't think she'd do. She's kind of like, eh. But she very easily lets me put a sweater or a vest on, which I love. I'm happy to hear it does something, because I'm always kind of like, is this, they have a coat that they always wear.
Fashion and function.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Ruth McPeach, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye, Jet.
Coming up, changing the narrative.
Up next, how an artist from a Chicago neighborhood known for shootings and violence is using his talent to turn his community around. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Let's end this hour with a look at one man's efforts to turn tragedy into an opportunity to reshape the narrative around Chicago's Roseland community.
Yet through a series of portraits, a local artist is helping shift the perspective of the neighborhood, known for shootings and violence, by highlighting the memory of its community members. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has that story.
In a church in Chicago's Roseland neighborhood on the city's south side, there is a celebration
this is nice.
of the people who call this place home. Long known for shootings and violence, Roseland is now reframing its own narrative. It began with Andre Taylor.
Dre was a wonderful grandchild, great-grandson.
The 16-year-old star athlete was killed in 2016. Police telling his great-grandmother, Betty Johnson, the shooter thought he was someone else.
To go out there and look at him, laying there on the ground, bleeding in the rain, it's a feeling that you never, ever will forget.
I just remember seeing young people walking around in a little bit of a daze.
In a place used to memorials, the pastor thought this one needed to be different. It needed to honor the neighborhood that loved Dre.
What better way to show the beauty of the neighborhood than to show people's faces?
Enter local artist John Baker.
People submitted their own photos.
Yeah, it's important that people control how they get represented.
For the next 5 years, Baker painted members of the community, nurses and cops, musicians and kids, Betty and Dre.
500 years ago, the only people who got their portraits painted were kings, and each of us are worthy of that kind of attention.
This is the Roseland Portrait Project, 397 faces later.
When I go out there and look at all of them, they'll see my grandson. See that? Does my heart really good.
Roseland, the whole picture. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, that deadly Arctic blast not letting up today. It's not just the bitter cold freezing out much of the country. Snowstorms are once again blanketing millions across the Rockies and the Great Lakes, with the Northeast next in line for another run-in with the white stuff. It's all taking a brutal toll on travel nationwide. We've got your full forecast in just a moment. More chaos in a New York courtroom Wednesday. Former President Trump and a federal judge clashing over his conduct in that highly publicized defamation trial involving writer E. Jean Carroll. We've got much more on what went down as the former president ramps up his attacks on former Ambassador Nikki Haley ahead of next week's New Hampshire primaries. We're also on Royals Watch this morning. The health of both Princess Kate and King Charles himself now in the global spotlight. Their conditions, plus the questions now swirling around why the palace is being so open with these revelations. And later in the hour, you could call it a sign of the times. All those quirky, clever, sometimes even downright funny electronic highway messages will soon be in our rear view mirror.
Read that one for us.
I can't. I literally will. You'll hear later. I'm not even going to try a Boston accent because I just sound like someone on the Upper East Side trying to do a Boston accent. It doesn't work for me. Do you want to try it?
No. It's your story.
Use ya blinka. All right.
Thank you very much.
We'll have some fun with that and the signs coming up a little later. Let's begin, of course, with the winter weather. It is deadly winter weather impacting the nation. So far, there have been more than 30 confirmed deaths related to the weather in just the past week.
Yeah, and this is all while brutal conditions impact travel on the roads and in the air. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live in Buffalo with the latest for us. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Right now, the wind chill here is a bone-chilling 7 degrees, powering a relentless lake effect snow machine. You can see this area was just recently plowed, but as I walk over here, you can get a better sense for just how deep the snow is. This is an area that has seen snow the past 14 days in a row. There's so much snow on the ground. Officials say it's not just a matter of pushing it out of the way. They actually have to have trucks come in, pick it up, and relocate the snow as communities across the country are dealing with this brutal winter weather punch.
This morning, another powerful and dangerous winter storm is on the move. Bitter cold from coast to coast. 66 million people are under winter weather alerts. Those brutal conditions impacting air travel nationwide, with more than 5,000 flight delays and 1,100 cancellations Wednesday.
Every hour, they would just say, oh, delay, delay, delay.
State police say 5 family members were struck and killed by a tractor trailer on a snowy Pennsylvania interstate after they left their vehicles following a separate crash. In hard-hit Buffalo, even more lake effect snow is expected on top of the 3+ feet that has buried the city in recent days. Driving conditions overnight treacherous, with authorities warning clearing this amount of snow can be dangerous.
If you have a heart condition, you should avoid snow shoveling and even snow blowing.
In the West, the weather closing roads and sending drivers sliding. And with more than half of the country now covered in snow for the first time this winter, in Illinois, wind chills dipped as low as 40 below. Tow truck drivers like David Burt's wearing special gear to work in freezing conditions.
Oh, definitely. With the actual temperatures, this prevent any frostbite on our face.
And while snowplows are working around the clock here, officials are urging people when they head out on the roadways to use extreme caution, because when we see these powerful wind gusts, sometimes 35 miles an hour, come through here, those gusts pick up the snow and can create whiteout conditions. And this snow machine isn't letting up yet. For parts of western New York, it could see another foot of snow on top of all the snow already, or even a matter of feet after what has really been a wild week of weather. Joe and Savannah.
Oh, all right, Emily, thanks for being out there for us.
For more on how this bitter cold might be impacting your area, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Angie Lastman is here to tell us who's going to freeze. Angie, good morning.
Everybody needs the layers, guys. Good morning to you. Bundling up is going to be exactly what you'll have to do from here through really the end of the weekend in a lot of areas across the country. Here's what we're dealing with this morning. 7 million people under these freeze alerts. The South is not being excluded from this cold air. We've got 13 million people under these wind chill alerts, mainly centered across the middle of the country. But we've got this reinforcing blast of cold air that we're going to see work in, and it really makes a difference with these temperatures. As we get into the afternoon hours today, just 9 for the high in Minneapolis. We'll feel like -4, moving a little farther to the south. Teens for Omaha, feeling like the single digits, and the 30s on tap for Wichita, but we will, of course, be feeling like the 20s. Looking ahead to tomorrow, it spreads a little farther to the south. Dallas ends up at 36, feeling like 27. Places like Chicago will feel like 5 below. And we've got these bitter cold temperatures stretched across most of the plains, out into portions of the Midwest and down towards the south. We only see minor improvements as the weekend gets going here. We really have to wait until next week to see some significant improvements. And that significant improvement for Chicago is going to come from being at 15 degrees on Saturday to 34 degrees on Monday. So still feeling very much like winter as we roll into next week, but we'll at least leave behind the really bitter cold temperatures for now. Who knows what'll happen after that. But hey, here's what we've got as far as the winter alerts. 69 million people from the west to the east are included in this as we gear up for this next couple of storms that we'll have to deal with. The snow today is going to go from the Rockies into the Midwest, and we'll see some of that difficult travel across that region. We're also going to see a new low develop across portions of the southeast, and that's going to bring the rain, the snow, the ice. We'll see the freezing rain cause difficulty from really the Tennessee Valley to points south of that. That'll be something that causes difficult travel, as I mentioned. But then as we get into tomorrow, the difficult travel will be along I-95. Specifically, we'll see the mid-Atlantic, Northeast picking up on some additional snowfall. It's going to be pretty similar to the snowfall accumulations that we saw with this previous storm. So 1 to 3 inches expected from New York to Washington, D.C. But notice what you see there. You see the lake effect snow not ending anytime soon. Folks downwind of the lakes are going to get another good batch of snow over the next couple of days as we see these strong winds ramp up in the wake of that system as it moves out. So by the time we finish all of this up, likely through Saturday, guys, we could see another foot of snow along the lake. If you're wondering, here, New York, Philadelphia, D.C., maybe closer to 1 to 3 inches. So not quite as much, but still, it'll look beautiful.
I'll take it.
I love it. Thank you, Angie, for the snow and your report. Well, the race for the White House continues in New Hampshire this week ahead of Tuesday's crucial primary for the Republican presidential hopefuls. The frontrunner for the nomination, former President Trump, is ramping up his attacks on rival Nikki Haley. But his attention has also been here in New York as the defamation trial brought on by writer E. Jean Carroll continues today. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us again this morning from New Hampshire with the latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. We've been seeing something of a commuter campaign these last couple days, with Donald Trump starting his day in court in New York City, ending it in New Hampshire with a rally. He's really been shifting his attention here to attacking Nikki Haley. She sits in second place and has an opportunity here, but she's really running out of time to close the gap.
I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of New Hampshire.
Overnight, Donald Trump escalating his attacks on Nikki Haley, hammering away at his closest competitor here ahead of New Hampshire's Tuesday primary.
A vote for Nikki Haley this Tuesday is a vote for Joe Biden and a Democrat Congress this November, because that's what's
trying to drive a wedge between Haley and the state's Republican voters.
The people behind Nikki Haley are pro-amnesty, they're pro-China, they're pro-open borders. You know, she wants open borders, don't kid yourself.
The broadsides from the former president coming as 2 new polls show Haley in a clear but distant second place here.
Now, I know Trump threw a temper tantrum about me last night.
The former South Carolina governor urging New Hampshire voters to tune out Trump's tirades and what she says are his lies about her record.
Regardless of what Trump says, I passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country when I was governor.
The field for the key primary narrowing, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis switching focus to the next state, South Carolina, Haley's home. After finishing a distant second place in Iowa, DeSantis trying to attack his rivals for refusing to debate.
I think it's very telling that you have 3 basement campaigns, Biden, Haley, and Trump.
The campaign shakeups coming as Mr. Trump spent most of his day in court, attending a second defamation case against him brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. The former president sparring with the judge, who threatened to have him removed from court for talking with his attorney too loudly during testimony, complaining afterwards.
And he's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy.
A separate jury found Mr. Trump liable for defaming and sexually abusing Carroll, which he has repeatedly denied.
Another opportunity for Nikki Haley today. She'll essentially have the granite state to herself with both Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump back home in Florida. Donald Trump off the trail entirely today to attend the funeral for his mother-in-law. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you very much.
Later today, the Justice Department is expected to release the findings of its nearly year-and-a-half-long investigation into the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. The attack happened back in 2022 at Robb Elementary School, left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian is there with more. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. The families of the children who died inside Robb Elementary still have many questions about what happened that day, including why it took authorities more than an hour to engage and kill the 18-year-old gunman. Some parents told me they believe this report is their best chance to get answers.
This morning, a community still in search of truth and accountability. More than a year after a teenager with an assault-style rifle opened fire inside a Texas elementary school, taking the lives of 19 children and 2 adults. Later today, Attorney General Merrick Garland will deliver the results of an exhaustive Justice Department investigation into one of the nation's worst school shootings. A source briefed on the nearly 600-page report telling NBC News it includes disturbing new details. Among them, authorities relaying incorrect information to some parents in the aftermath of the shooting about whether their children had survived or been killed. According to the source, the report will also detail the failures of medical first responders, police, and government officials. All of it building on a scathing investigation by state lawmakers that found systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making among the nearly 400 law enforcement officers who responded. Police body cam footage from the shooting shows officers milling about in the hallways and mistaking a door where the killer was for being locked.
We're having a problem getting in the room because it's locked.
More than an hour passing before officers confronted and stopped the shooter. During that time, children called 911 begging for help. One of those exchanges revealed in a Frontline documentary on PBS.
Please hurry, there's a lot of dead bodies.
Jacob Alvarado, an off-duty Border Patrol agent, telling Savannah he rushed to the school where his daughter was a second grader, his wife a teacher, who texted him about the shooter. Both of them survived.
I could just see kids coming out of the windows and kids coming my way, so I was just helping all the kids out.
Among those who didn't make it out, 9-year-old Jacqueline Cesaris, one of the youngest victims.
You don't ever get over a loss like this, I mean.
Never, especially this type of loss. It's unbearable. Mm-hmm. You know, people tend to say, get over it, go on. How can you? That's your child.
Investigators say responding officers also broke decades of active shooter protocol by failing to confront and stop the threat immediately. But only a handful of officers have been disciplined. The school behind me still stands, in part because it's needed for evidence in multiple lawsuits. Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Well, this morning we're monitoring the health of two members of the British royal family. Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after abdominal surgery, while King Charles is expected to undergo a procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from outside Kensington Palace in London. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. A lot going on, and two major royal health announcements in the same day is extremely rare. Looking at just Kate's condition, it sounds very serious. They say she'll be in the hospital for nearly 2 weeks, out of view for another 3 months, and Kensington Palace isn't telling us why she initially needed that surgery.
This morning, for the second day in a row, Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after what Kensington Palace calls a successful planned abdominal surgery, saying she will likely remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, a rare, lengthy stay. A source at Kensington Palace confirms her condition is non-cancerous.
I wish Kate well. I think she's a fantastic princess.
I wish her fast recovery.
Hopefully she's going to be okay.
The palace also says she'll now cancel all events until after Easter, a long time to be out of view for the most popular royal.
You know, I was told that she had a very packed schedule coming up between now and Easter and was very much looking forward to it. And that was just a couple of weeks back. So things have obviously moved fairly quickly.
Kate has long been seen as healthy, very sporty, talking about the benefits of exercise.
I really generally love all sports. You know, I love swimming. Personally, I love swimming. Cold swimming. The colder the better.
With no known health issues outside of the much publicized extreme morning sickness with all 3 pregnancies, hospitalized for 1. And last week, on her 42nd birthday, the royal family posted this behind-the-scenes snap from King Charles's coronation. No inkling that anything might be wrong. We last saw Kate celebrating Christmas with the whole family at Sandringham. And the statement adds she hopes that the public will understand her desire to maintain as much normality for her children as possible. George, Charlotte, and, of course, little Louis are at the center of their lives, and Prince William will also postpone events to support his family. Also yesterday, in a stunning second royal health statement in one day, Buckingham Palace announced King Charles will have a corrective procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. His Majesty's condition is benign, the palace says, reassuring news for the 75-year-old monarch.
Now, Kensington Palace has just confirmed to NBC News that Prince William visited his wife in the hospital this morning, and he won't be holding any engagements while she is still in the hospital. And certainly, Savannah, in the next couple of months, he'll be scaling back. They've also said there will be no international travel for either Kate or William in the next couple of months. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew for more on this. Daisy, good to have you with us. So let's start with the Princess of Wales. What more are you learning about Kate's condition? Because there's just so much we don't know right now.
Well, as you said, at the moment, the details of what exactly procedure Kate had are very scant. There's, of course, a lot of speculation going on this side of the pond. People saying that 2 weeks in hospital for such a young, fit woman is a long time. So this surgery must have been quite serious. There has also been, though, a lot of praise for the openness with which both Charles and his prostate issues and Kate have revealed the details of their medical situation. Because, in fact, it's very different over here. There is no constitutional obligation for senior royals to disclose details about their medical situations, not like your politicians and your presidents over there. So, actually, anything they do say, they are giving up voluntarily, if you like. Also, just a word about Prince William. There has been quite a lot of acknowledgement that this is a very different type of father, that he has said that he is giving up doing his sort of official duties over the next few weeks to be at Kate's side, but particularly to be looking after the kids, carry on taking them on the school run and so on. That, of course, is a very different situation than his parents or his grandparents would have taken.
What's been the reaction in the UK? I mean, it's nice to hear that you say that people appreciate the openness so far that we've heard, but now that we just know, she's going to be in the hospital for 2 weeks, what are people there saying?
Yeah. I think there has been a lot of concern. If you look at the front pages of the newspapers today, no great surprise that Kate is on the front, and Charles, of all those newspapers. But really, some of the newspapers saying, we are praying that they're both going to be okay. So I think there has been concern that nobody knew that Kate had any medical issues. As I said, concern that this operation is going to keep her in hospital for 2 weeks and recuperating for a significant period of time, right up until Easter. So people are worried. And of course, behind the scenes, the royal family and the courtiers around them will be concerned, because Kate, being such a very popular member of the royal family, she does sprinkle some stardust everywhere she goes. She increases the popularity of the other members of the royal family. So to be losing your leading lady, if you like, will be of concern. And of course, in the next couple of weeks, they're actually losing the big three, which is sometimes what Charles, Kate and William are referred to, with all three of them out of action.
Yeah. Let's talk about King Charles' health. We know he's been heading to the hospital to be treated for an enlarged prostate. You talked about the fact that they maybe surprisingly open. Why do you think the palace is being so open about his condition?
Well, in fact, they said in the statement that Charles had deliberately taken this decision to be really open about his condition in the hope that it would encourage other men to get themselves tested if they have prostate issues. We all know that men can sometimes be very reticent to seek medical advice, and I think Charles really is making a statement here saying, if I, the king, can be open about this issue, can admit that I've having these problems and I'm going to get treatment, then please can everybody, if you have concerns, go and get checked. And it is a problem here in the UK, particularly black men are very, very prone to prostate problems and are even more reticent, the statistics show, to get help. So I think it actually really was very admirable that he took this decision and this stance.
Motivate a lot of other people to check on issues that maybe they haven't been checking on as well. All right. Daisy McAndrew, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Well, we've got much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the FAA widening its probe into Boeing in the wake of that terrifying mid-air blowout on one of its planes, when we could see one of Boeing's most popular jets back in the skies.
But first, there is mounting pressure in Washington to bring those hostages held by Hamas back home, with some of the families expected to visit the White House today. Those stories and more up next.
report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, later today, the families of some of the hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza are meeting with U.S. officials in Washington in a bid to keep their loved ones in the spotlight. It comes after Hamas agreed to deliver medication to the hostages in exchange for Israel allowing aid for Palestinians suffering in Gaza. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, American and Israeli hostage parents are in Washington. They're seeking answers from Washington officials today, expecting to see the National Security Advisor at the White House, and fearing that the world is moving on while attention on their sons and daughters is fading. A cargo plane of hope for hostages in Gaza. The first delivery of medicine and food for them from Qatar, agreed to by Hamas in exchange for more aid to Palestinian civilians. Here at home, hostage families holding a vigil Wednesday night at the U.S. Capitol and planning to visit the White House today, trying to keep the spotlight on their loved ones, now held captive for more than 100 days.
A week ago today, we stood on the border with Gaza, so close to Omer. We screamed his name through huge speakers. Omer, can you hear us? We're here. We're really close to you.
Omer Nutra is an all-American 22-year-old born and raised in Long Island.
Loves sports.
What's his favorite sport?
Basketball and volleyball.
His parents emigrated from Israel 24 years ago. Their families, Holocaust survivors. When Omer decided to take a gap year before college and enlist in the IDF, they supported him.
Basically understood that he can't just be a bystander and he needs to join them and do his share.
Were you afraid of the danger?
Yes, but we could never imagine this situation.
No one did. On October 7th, Omer was stationed along the Gaza border.
He was in his tank with his team, and they were ambushed. They forced them out, and they took them.
We are pressing for action from anybody that we see, whether it's the State Department or FBI or Israeli authorities.
Many hostage families are now demanding that Israel agree to a ceasefire.
It's been too long. It's too dangerous. Whatever they've achieved so far, they can continue doing that after they bring them out alive.
Leaders in Qatar have said that hostage negotiations have resumed, with Qatar relaying proposals between Hamas and Israel's spy chief and the director of the CIA. But so far, no breakthroughs, while the families can only hope that their loved ones will be free before another 100 days. Savannah and Joe.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much.
The war in Gaza is sparking acts of violence and aggression here in the U.S. In Vermont, 3 college students of Palestinian descent were shot and seriously wounded in November. Authorities are investigating it as a possible hate crime. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas spoke exclusively with 2 of those victims about their experience.
The headline stunned the nation. 3 college students likely targeted and shot because they were Palestinian, and also where it happened, a neighborhood in Burlington, Vermont. Now one of those students who was severely injured in the shooting is speaking out and telling me about the moment his life changed and how he's coping with his new reality.
I just remember gunshots and falling down.
For the first time, Hishem Awartani, the Palestinian-American college student who was shot and paralyzed, is telling his story, how he and his 2 friends were ambushed on a November night in Burlington, Vermont, he says, because of racism.
Growing up in Palestine, this is something that I'd always thought was possible.
But did you think it happened here?
Not really, no. I definitely expected it would happen to me in the West Bank in Palestine, but not in Vermont.
Hishem and his 2 best friends, Kinan Abdalhamid and Tassin Ali Ahmed, all grew up together in the West Bank doing everything together, including going to college in the U.S. With the war raging, the friends decided to stay with Hishem's family in Burlington during the Thanksgiving break.
Hisham's uncle was driving us from bowling alley, and before we went into the house, we decided to walk around the blocks, what we usually do.
Tahsin and I were both wearing the kufiya, like the traditional Palestinian headscarf, for a variety of reasons. Practically, because it was really cold, but on a more meaningful sense, it's because that we felt as Palestinians during this time period, it's important for us to show our identity and to show that we exist and that we're human. Just walking along the street, this man comes down the porch, approaches us, pulls out a pistol.
Tahsin was screaming when he was shot first. Hisham didn't make a sound while he was running. As soon as Tahsin started screaming, I was running.
Did you know you were shot? I didn't quite process the fact until I looked at my phone and I saw my phone had blood on it. I was like, oh, I'd been shot.
All units be advised the shooter is unaccounted for.
The next day, federal agents arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who lived steps from the shooting and had an arsenal of weapons in his apartment. He allegedly told the authorities who arrested him, "I've been waiting for you." Eaton has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charges.
Why do you think he shot you?
Systematic dehumanization. People would like to focus on him as an individual. Oh, he's just this one evil guy. But the truth is, he's a symptom of a larger issue.
The bullet that hit Hishem struck his spine. Now paralyzed, he's learning how to navigate his new life.
When they told you what your future may look like, or at least what the immediate future would look like, what was that moment like?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's hard, but I take solace in the fact that I'm able to receive this care. It makes me think of other people in Gaza who, have been disabled by bombings, and they are not able to receive that. I know that my life will continue, but I don't know about theirs.
So far, the suspect in this case, Jason Easton, has not been charged with a hate crime. The state attorney in the case has said there is no doubt this was a hateful act, and they are still investigating the crime. In New York, Tom Yamas, back to you.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's get you more international headlines now. Officials say an explosion at a fireworks factory in central Thailand has killed several people.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, good morning. That's right. Officials in Thailand said that at least 20 people were killed and 3 others are missing after that explosion in a fireworks factory in Thailand. Well, now local police said that about 20 to 30 workers were in the factory at the time of the blast, and the death toll is expected to rise. The incident took place in a town about 60 miles north of the capital, Bangkok, and comes ahead of celebrations of the Lunar New Year, when fireworks are in strong demand in Thailand and other parts of Asia. Police said that another explosion at the same factory in November 2022 killed 1 worker and injured 3 others. Thailand's National Disaster Agency said the cause of the explosion is under investigation. Let's now go to Russia, where on Wednesday protesters clashed with riot police in the Bashkortostan region near Kazakhstan after a local activist was sentenced to 4 years in prison for his campaign against mining of a mountain considered to be sacred by locals. Videos posted on Telegram show riot police dispersing the crowd using tear gas, flash grenades and batons. Other videos show the demonstrators throw snowballs at the police while chanting freedom and shame. According to independent Russian monitor groups, about 20 people were detained by the police, a claim that cannot be independently verified by NBC News. And let's end this tour of the world in Denmark, where the new king, Frederick X, has published a book to the surprise of many. Frederick was crowned king on Sunday after his mother, Margaret II, abdicated on New Year's Eve after 52 years on the throne. His book, called The King's Word, is flying off the shelves in Denmark and gives an insight into his life and beliefs. In it, he reveals that as a child, he had difficulty accepting he will become king of Denmark one day, saying he just wanted to be like all the other boys his age. Well, he didn't. Back to you guys.
I was cranked out that book real quick there.
I know, a surprise.
Good for him. Good timing. All right.
Yeah, hopefully there's more. I love the story of him and his wife, so maybe we'll get more of that.
I hope so, yeah. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, new details this morning on the 10-year-old Maryland boy who was bitten on the leg by a shark while vacationing in the Bahamas.
After the break, more on his condition this morning and the investigation now underway into what went wrong. That's next on Morning News Now.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, we are learning new details about a shark attack at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. The 10-year-old boy who was bitten while participating in the resort's Walking with Sharks experience is reportedly recovering, while the tour operator promises a thorough internal investigation. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest.
Doctors Hospital in the Bahamas tells NBC News that 10-year-old child is recovering well this morning after surgery to his right leg and is expected to fly home to Maryland. That, as a family's tropical vacation ended up in trauma.
This morning, the popular Walking with Sharks experience at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas is closed and no longer available for booking on the resort's website. Just days after a 10-year-old boy from Maryland was bitten on his leg. The tour operator, Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove, writing in a statement, "We are deeply saddened that a child suffered a shark bite during an in-water experience on Monday. The company says it's begun an internal investigation, adding incidents like this involving interactions with marine life, even with the species of sharks included in this experience, are rare and never acceptable." Michael and Tori Massey say they were in the water when the child was attacked.
It was like just a very surreal moment, like nothing else I ever experienced.
As multiple videos posted to social media show, the Shark Tank experience is part of the Mayan temple area of the resort's Aqua Venture Zone. Guests use special helmets in order to breathe underwater and to get close-up views of Caribbean reef sharks and nurse sharks. Neither are considered an aggressive species of shark. An ad on the resort's website, which has since been removed, said no swimming experience necessary to participate. But kids must be at least 10 years old. Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove say they've been operating this experience since 2006 and have never had a guest-related incident occur. NBC News reached out to the Atlantis for comments, but so far has not received a response. The Masseys say the experience started out fine, but took a turn when the boy entered the water.
When you go to a resort of this nature, you expect that safety is paramount and you expect there to be certain protocols.
The couple says the dive guides in the water reacted quickly to the danger. A popular and long-standing attraction, now on hold indefinitely.
And according to the hospital, the boy and his parents, who were not actually in the tank when all of this happened, should now be back home safely in Maryland. As for commenting on this terrifying ordeal, we have not heard from them yet. You'd have to imagine there is some sense of relief now knowing that their son is going to be okay. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Thank you, Sam.
Boeing is still in the hot seat as both the FAA and Alaska Airlines inspectors head into their manufacturing plants to review its quality control process. This comes nearly 2 weeks after the mid-air emergency that tore the door plug off a plane. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good day. The FAA says it has no timeline for when it might allow the MAX 9 to fly again. That's all pending its ongoing investigations. What's new is that now the FAA says the first 40 inspections of the grounded planes had been completed. The FAA is reviewing that data of those inspections before it then decides how to allow the next group to be inspected and when that might happen. So this is very much a work in progress, and there is no timeline here. Importantly, only after reviewing that data will the FAA move forward with its decision on how it's going to investigate the rest of the grounded MAX 9s. Now, you're going to recall it was the door plug on that Alaska Airlines flight, that door plug that covers up an unused emergency exit that blew out in flight over Portland almost 2 weeks ago right now. The NTSB lab in Washington is now investigating how that door plug exploded out of the plane and whether it was properly attached. all 171 Alaska and United MAX 9s remain grounded, and that means that both airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights a day, about 150 a day. Alaska flights, about 200 United flights a day canceled because they don't have this critical plane in their arsenal, if you will. Underscoring the loss of airline confidence and trust in Boeing, Alaska has now decided to put its own inspectors in Boeing plants to double-check Boeing's work, Here's the Alaska CEO speaking to passengers in a Twitter release.
We will enhance our own quality oversight of Alaska aircraft on the Boeing production line, adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
Now, you'll recall it's not just Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems is also in the spotlight. Spirit makes the fuselage for the Boeing MAX 9 that ships it on to Boeing. Spirit has had quality control issues for years. The NTSB says that door plug was actually made by a Spirit operation in Malaysia. Spirit says it remains focused on quality control, but yesterday Boeing's CEO visited a Spirit plant in Wichita and said both companies have got to up their game, double down on, in fact, ensuring that every piece that is produced for a plane is of great quality, and they maintain their quality assurance standards across the board. But both companies, Boeing and Spirit, are right now just under enormous scrutiny with reputation at stake and a lot of people, a lot of airlines losing confidence in the Boeing product. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
Well, as the frigid winter weather pummels the country, it's not only disrupting road and air travel, it's also taking a toll on furnaces. The single-digit temperatures now causing calls for HVAC repairs to spike. NBC News reporter Patrick Fazio from NBC Chicago has some tips on how to avoid costly repairs.
I'm going into houses that are sometimes as low as 30 degrees.
HVAC specialist Pedro Sanchez is working 16 to 18-hour days to fix heating systems that broke down in this frigid weather.
They need to get that up and running before we get any busted pipes or plumbing scenarios, and now a simple repair becomes thousands of dollars.
I believe the furnace is 8 years old, so hopefully it lasts a little bit longer.
Alberto Moreno of Berwyn called for help when his kids noticed the house getting colder.
The thermostat was dropping, my older ones, they were wondering what we were going to do if it did continue to drop and get a little colder.
It turned out to be a broken flame sensor, but Sanchez says it's not always a repair that's needed.
Make sure all the vents are open. Sometimes people will close vents because they want to force air to go another area, and now my furnace is overheating because it can't breathe.
He also recommends changing your air filter every 30 days, especially when the furnace is working harder during the coldest months.
So check your air filter to make sure it's nice and clean. When an air filter is dirty, it's going to cause our furnace to basically run at a very high temperature and overheat.
A smart thermostat can alert you to problems if you're out of town, and it's hardwired so you don't need to change batteries. And keep your thermostat at the same temperature when it's this cold, says Sanchez.
It's easier to go up 1 degree, and then when it gets colder outside, not only are you trying to go up 1 degree, you're fighting the temperature that's dropping outside. So it puts much more strain on the system.
Tips to keep you warm and save you money.
Our thanks to Patrick Fazio for that report.
And the extreme temperatures are also impacting our wildlife. In Texas, many sea turtles were rescued and sent to a facility for rehabilitation. We get that story from Sydney Hernandez with our NBC affiliate KVEO.
Winter weather has officially come to South Texas.
Sudden drops in air and water temperature can cause sea turtles to go into a hypothermic shock known as cold stunning.
At which time our emergency response team, our staff here at Sea Turtle Inc. will intake those animals, take a good allocation of their current health condition, their current status, and then these bins by the end of the day will be full or overflowing with cold stun patients.
The cold stun turtles will rest, allowing their body temperature to regulate.
It's not overly warm in this room. Sea turtles are cold-blooded, so they use ambient temperature and water temperature to regulate their body temperature. So it'll be our responsibility over the next 2 to 3 days to really protect them and give them an opportunity to do what their body will do naturally.
The turtles will then be released back into the water. For now, they already have rescued some, but staff is preparing for more. As for how many,
the cool thing about turtles is that you never know exactly what's going to happen. We can predict with the weather and the wind and all of that kind of thing that we will definitely have some more. We think maybe tomorrow there will be even more than today, definitely. We got some maps and some models in from NOAA and from our organization as well. And those things are telling us that this will be more similar to some cold stunning that we had in the beginning of 2022. So that's like roughly around 100 patients.
Our thanks to Sydney Hernandez for that report. Good to see those turtles are getting the help they need. They're so cute. All right, coming up, we are diving a little deeper into our habits on social media with new concerns over the algorithm.
Yeah, it's what creates your particular experience on the apps. But critics are quick to point out it can lead you down some dark rabbit holes and pretty quickly. So now some public figures are calling for more regulation. We'll tell you about it next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We're back now with some breaking news on America's job market.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is here with the latest numbers and some other headlines that could impact your wallet. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so we're just getting some fresh news on the U.S. economy. Jobless claims indicating ongoing tightness in the labor market. So first-time filings for unemployment benefits, those came in at 187,000 for the week ending January 13. That's down 16,000 from the previous week and below estimates for 208,000. Google CEO Sundar Pichai is warning employees of more job cuts this year. In a memo seen by CNBC, Pichai says the company has ambitious goals and will be investing in big priorities such as AI. He says to make that a reality, Google has to make tough choices. The company has undergone several rounds of layoffs that started a year ago when it announced it was cutting 12,000 jobs. Nearly 40% of millennials and Gen Zers believe they face a more difficult time in building wealth than their parents did at the same age, and it's due to the economy. In a new report from Bankrate, more than a quarter of those age groups have considered or are pursuing alternative measures to grow their finances. Those include asking for a raise or hunting for a new job. Younger generations are also more likely to say they're contributing more to their retirement accounts, guys. I guess it's good news that, you know, you're contributing more to your retirement, but it is tough. It's a tough environment right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's good. Do it young, even if it's just a little bit. It adds up down the road.
Exactly.
All right.
Every little bit helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, according to one estimate, social media users will spend 4 trillion hours scrolling this year. But what we see on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok can go from funny and harmless to dark and scary in just a few clicks. That's creating concern among critics and increasing calls for government regulation. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at where these algorithms are taking us.
From puppies
These are rude.
to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content, fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulation.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something. But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you.
And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray.
In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction.
China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged.
Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. You can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. YouTube says research has found its recommendations just reflect our preferences, but you can turn off autoplay and stream without signing on, which prevents the app from tracking you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that, and he has some tips for us since it is you against the algorithm. Is there anything you can do to avoid that insidious content? Well, the algorithms try and figure out what you will grab onto emotionally, even if it is offensive. So the longer that you watch, even if you pause for just a second, the more likely it is that you are going to get more of that. So be cognizant when scrolling through your feeds. Well, coming up, you could call it a sign of the times.
After the break, why the feds are now cracking down on all those quirky and creative highway messages on those changeable signs. Use your blanket. Stay with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We have good news for all you grown-ups who miss playing at Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not sure how large of a population that is, but this one's for you. The restaurant and entertainment center chain is working on a game show for adults with a TV company. According to a release, the show will feature 2 teams playing against each other in super-sized games like pinball, air hockey, and the human claw. The team that wins will be able to exchange their tickets for prizes at the Chuck E. Cheese prize wall. Magical Elves, the production company behind Top Chef, says the show will tap into nostalgia for the brand. A premiere date and network have not yet been announced. I'm wondering if the creepy giant animatronic Chuck E. Cheese is included, as well as the fabulous pizza.
Hopefully the pizza.
Yes.
That's all we can hope for.
Yes.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Finally this hour, you may have seen the humorous, witty messages on those changeable electronic highway signs like, "Who hates speeding tickets? Raise your right foot." That message has been seen in a few states, including Delaware, the same place that reminds you to Delaware your seatbelt. Well, soon those types of messages on signs, well, they won't be allowed. That's because the federal government is calling for simple, direct, brief messages. No funny stuff.
Even when traffic is turbulent, the highways can be poetic, lined with messages like, "Don't be a stinker, use your blinker," courtesy of Nevada. Here's the Massachusetts version of that bulletin. I'll spare you my Boston accent. Such clever missives flashing on those changeable electronic signs are popular ways for states to encourage good driving behavior. 4 eyes in Mississippi, 2 eyes on the road. And from Ohio, visiting in-laws, slow down. Get there late. This hit movie motivated New Jersey to write Hocus Pocus, Drive with Focus. Well, Arizona drew inspiration from Notting Hill.
I'm also just a girl.
The interstate translation? I'm just a sign asking a driver to use turn signals. The examples are numerous, but that's about to change. The Federal Highway Administration just issued new rules banning messages with popular culture references or that are intended to be humorous, saying they might be misunderstood or understood only by a limited segment of road users and require time to process or understand.
It's not going to be distracting to me to read something and go, that's weird, I don't get it, and move on with my life.
Lise Riker lives in Arizona, which has an annual safety message contest. 3,700 entries were submitted last year, including Riker's winning phrase, "Seatbelts always pass the vibe check."
I love them. And I think keeping your mind active while you're driving is important.
Whether such messages are good because they engage your brain or bad because they're distracting is still up for debate. Regardless, soon they'll be gone. Hopefully you'll still keep your hands on the wheel, not your meal.
Even though the new rules are technically in effect as of today, the federal government is giving states 2 years to comply, so you still might see those messages. Arizona's DOT says it's still in the process of reviewing the new rules and has nothing to say about them right now, while Texas's DOT actually told us every message it posts includes a safety component and it will continue to do that. So perhaps some states might push the limit here, keep using the funny signs. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. You were laughing at a bunch of them.
Oh, I was cracking up.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, I wish you read them all.
But would it distract you from driving? That's the question.
I don't think so. And you brought up a good point about just a billboard or any advertisements that you take a second to read. I will say, some of them I have seen on the road I don't totally get, but it doesn't mean that I can't continue driving my car.
Exactly. So
I don't know.
Federal government says no, so we'll see what happens.
I have kind of thought before, I can't believe, when they're borderline inappropriate, I'm like, I can't believe that's allowed.
They did that.
Not like, I can't believe I have to read these words, but just wow, who has the power here?
We have to cancel the DOT.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. All right.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Thank you throughout this show for not sparing us your Boston accent.
Use Blinka.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, frustrations and failures. Nearly 2 years after the Uvalde mass shooting, this morning, loved ones of the 21 victims shot and killed at Robb Elementary bracing for the results of the federal investigation. Plus, Attorney General Merrick Garland in Uvalde ahead of the report's release. Later today, we will have the latest. Also this morning, much of the country frozen over in a coast-to-coast winter blast. This as we track two separate storm systems now on track to merge later today. Plus, it's not just humans feeling the freeze. We're going to share tips on how to keep your pets safe in winter weather. And disorder in the court as E. Jean Carroll takes the stand in the defamation trial against Donald Trump. The former president going from the courtroom to the campaign trail days before the New Hampshire primaries.
We're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
We will bring you the latest and a junk fee face-off. The Biden administration taking on big banks over expensive account overdraft fees. The new proposal that could help save you some money.
That is something I think everyone has experienced, so they're going to be eager to hear that maybe there could be some solutions. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started this morning in Uvalde, Texas. Today, the Justice Department is expected to release the findings of its investigation into the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School.
Justice Department officials have said the review will focus on the law enforcement response to the shooting. In 2022, a panel of state lawmakers found that nearly 400 officers responded to the shooting, but then waited more than an hour to confront the gunman. In all, 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in the tragedy. For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, good morning. So what can you tell us about this report? Are we expected to learn anything new here?
So essentially this investigation in DOJ's eyes can sort of speak broadly to this issue and have an impact not only there, but hopefully they think on, nationwide. So essentially, if you look at other investigations at the Justice Department, that there are basically principles that you could take and learn lessons from to try to stop this from happening in the future. You've seen that in Ferguson, you've seen that in Baltimore. Now, those investigations were focused more broadly on police practices, and this investigation is really kind of focused on just what happens in this individual sort of shooting circumstance, how they should have responded, what they could have done differently, and they're hoping that other law enforcement agencies will take heed to that and learn lessons from this report so that this sort of thing is prevented.
Ryan, let's talk through what could come of this. We've already seen several of the officers involved lose their jobs. That includes Uvalde's school police chief, Pete Arredondo. Could we see more firings or maybe even any kind of charges here?
I think, the focus of this is going to be sort of on the principles. This isn't a criminal investigation. This is not, something the Justice Department normally does all that often. This is something that is just more focused on sort of trying to prevent this from happening going forward. This is an investigation that, is essentially an investigation not run with a criminal, looking for criminal intent, but rather looking for implications and how this could be done differently in the future to see if there can be some lessons learned here to make sure that other law enforcement agencies are more prepared for these circumstances going in, because we really, there have been some sort of standards set since the Columbine shooting, and there have been principles and ways you're supposed to approach this thing. And the main thing is obviously confronting the gunman as quickly as possible. So this is going to look at all the evidence that DOJ has gathered and give a report on what exactly went wrong and what lessons can be learned here, so that other law enforcement agencies can take a different approach in the future.
So Ryan, ahead of the report's release, we saw Attorney General Merrick Garland arriving in Uvalde yesterday. What should we know about his visit?
Yeah, so I think that the Attorney General, obviously, this is a very important investigation for him. Also, we saw Vanita Gupta is in town. She's the number 3 official at the Justice Department. And this is sort of one of the last things she'll be doing, because she's actually planning on leaving the Justice Department, but has sort of taken charge and overseeing this investigation. She had also been in charge of the Ferguson investigation way back. So it's sort of the same type of probe where they're hoping that these other agencies can really look into this, and that this will have a broader impact beyond just this one community, and will end up helping other law enforcement agencies be better prepared for these sort of circumstances going forward.
All right, Ryan Riley. Ryan, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the bitter cold gripping the nation. So far this morning, tens of millions of Americans are again waking up under winter weather alerts.
So far, more than 30 deaths have been linked to the frigid weather over the past week. An ice storm slammed parts of the Pacific Northwest, bringing freezing rain and snow, creating whiteout conditions and causing road closures. In the South, drivers in central Alabama actually abandoned their vehicles to avoid icy conditions on the roads. A few hours away, Nashville, Tennessee saw more than 6 inches of snow this week, recorded its coldest weather in 3 decades. And in the Northeast, hard-hit Buffalo is preparing to deal with even more lake effect snow, and that's on top of the 3+ feet that some areas have already seen.
For more on these frigid temperatures, let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got more of the same coming your way in multiple spots across the country. The cold weather, the snow, the rain, the freezing rain, all on the table in some spots. Let's take a big picture look. You can notice we do have some snow across portions of the Great Lakes. That lake effect snow, it continues today. We're going to see more and more of that here as the days go on. And we've also got that next storm system impacting the west, a little bit of snow working through portions of the Rockies and eventually the Central Plains later today. When it comes to what we'll be dealing with, we've got the winter storm or winter weather alerts, I should say, up for 64 million people. They stretch from the west all the way to the east, and we'll likely see these become more expansive as the next couple of days go on. We've got a couple things going on. We've got one system that's going to spread some of that snow into the center of the country, and then we've got another system that's going to kind of develop this area of low pressure that brings the potential for some wintry kind of mix. So we've got the freezing rain, the ice, the snow all on the table for portions of the south. As we get into the later parts of today, that snow spreads into parts of the Midwest, and we see these two kind of systems combined and then lift all of that snow into the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and the Great Lakes. That happens tomorrow. Early in the morning, I'd say in places like New York City, you'll see that commute be a little dicey. I think I-95 will be difficult to travel through the day tomorrow. So just plan a little extra time for yourself. And again, no surprise here, more of that lake effect snow happening. We don't have a whole lot of ice cover on the lakes. So this means that the lake effect snow machine, as we call it, continues. We also have the potential for some icy conditions out west. This is going to be really difficult for travel. Power outages will be likely. We saw a kind of round of this yesterday, and there's more to come. When it is all said and done here, as we get through Saturday, we'll see another couple of inches of snow for some of those major cities that we're super excited to see their first inch of snow in a while. We'll get maybe 1 to 3 inches. We're expected in places like New York, Philadelphia. The higher amounts are going to be, in the higher elevations and along the lake. You can see places like Buffalo, Erie could all pick up a substantial amount of snow between now and then. So this will be another snowy couple of days for folks there. But I think, places like New York, another delightful kind of snowfall where it doesn't interrupt too much, but it does come during the morning commute tomorrow and last through the afternoon commute.
We like a delightful snowfall.
Yeah. And we had this drought, and now I just feel like it's snowing here.
Listen, if it has to snow, you might as well be happy about it.
Exactly.
Whether you're happy or not, it's still going to snow.
Right. That's a good point. I like that attitude. You should have a book of positive outlooks like that about the weather.
Putting out my 2024 plans.
Thanks, Angie. Writer E. Jean Carroll is set to continue being cross-examined this morning in her defamation trial against former President Trump. It was an eventful day in court yesterday. Carroll took the stand saying her life was upended after the former president accused her of making up allegations that he sexually assaulted her at a Manhattan department store in the 90s. Trump has already been found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. He's appealing that verdict and has denied ever meeting Carroll.
During court yesterday, the judge issued a warning to Trump about his disruptive behavior during Carroll's testimony. This all comes as the former president has eyes on New Hampshire after a big win in Iowa earlier this week. NBC's Garrett Haake has the details.
The campaign sprint to the New Hampshire primary taking a detour through a New York City courtroom. Donald Trump there for a second defamation lawsuit by writer E. Jean Carroll. The judge threatening to kick out the Republican frontrunner for talking too loudly to his attorney. Trump saying, "I would love it." The judge replying, "I know you would because you just can't control yourself in this circumstance." On social media, Trump attacking the judge as, quote, a seething and hostile Clinton-appointed judge who is abusive, rude, and obviously not impartial.
I'm leaving right now for New Hampshire. We just got a poll in that shows me leading by a lot. And I think we'll do there maybe similar to what we did in Iowa.
It comes after Trump's rally in New Hampshire.
Nikki Haley is a disaster.
Looking for another landslide win and going after Nikki Haley. A new poll shows Haley in a distant second here, trailing Trump by 16 points.
She's not tough enough to deal with these people. I will tell you that. She's not tough enough.
Your time is Tuesday.
The Granite State widely seen as make or break for Haley, with its mix of more independent voters and moderate Republicans like Haley supporter Jude Blake.
Well, I think Trump doesn't believe in my version of democracy, and I'm just looking for an alternative. Plus, younger. We need younger, and we need women.
Haley campaigning.
I voted for President Trump twice, but rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him.
I'm the only one that's not running a basement campaign.
While Ron DeSantis calling out both Trump and Haley for refusing to debate before the primary here.
Donald Trump won't debate. He's not willing to defend his record. And Nikki Haley won't debate because she's not willing to defend her record. What does that say?
But that's not swaying Trump supporter Bob Swan. What put Trump over the top after you looked at everybody else?
The previous administration and
just the fact that he has an actual record.
Forceful and willing to fight against the establishment.
The former president will be off the campaign trail on Thursday to attend his mother-in-law's funeral in Florida, but the campaign is planning a series of large rallies this weekend, hoping to send a signal that this race is over if he can score another big win on Tuesday night. All right, Garrett, thank you.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos joins us now for more on the defamation case against Trump. Danny, good to see you. So Trump himself not expected to be in court today. So what are you going to be looking out for? And as this sort of starts to come to a close, what are you thinking about that you've seen so far?
Yeah, this is a defamation case where only damages are at issue. So what we won't really see evidence of is whether or not what Trump said about E. Jean Carroll was true or false, whether or not, as Trump has said, I never met the woman. None of that should come in, although Donald Trump, you never know, may blurt it out and then technically it's on the record. But we're going to continue to see the plaintiff build their damages case. We are going to see E. Jean Carroll subjected to cross-examination by Alina Habba, and she's given us a preview of her theory of cross-examination. It won't be so much just to minimize the damages that Carroll suffered, but instead she plans to go on the offensive, I believe, and it's going to be more along the lines of, wasn't this conduct by Trump something that made you more famous than you ever could have imagined? Haven't you benefited from this conduct by Donald Trump? And that would go to her damages. It's a fair area for cross-examination, but I expect E. Jean Carroll's going to be pretty well prepared for that and explain and deny that and say, look, no, it's really what I said yesterday, which is this devastated me and it ruined my life.
So is it still possible that Trump's team could call him to take the stand? And if that happened, could parameters be put in place for him testifying?
The first question, yes, it is possible that they could call him, but the plaintiff has, and I think correctly, put in writing to the judge that, hey, you know, this is something that should be very severely limited because there's very little evidence that Donald Trump could offer since liability is already established. Now, the defense team, Alina Habba, has argued in opposition that, well, no, not so fast. When it comes to punitive damages, what is relevant is the defendants, and these are the magic words, evil will, spite, hatred, things like that, will tend to build a punitive damages case. And those are damages that really aren't connected to the suffering of the plaintiff. They're connected to the punishment of the defendant and a warning to all other would-be defendants who might do the same thing. So we may see Donald Trump testify, although if I were betting, I would say the odds are unlikely, especially once Donald Trump hears all the rules. Or he might try another move like he did in New York State Civil Court, where he's told the rules are clear, and he defies them anyway because he's Trump.
I want to ask you about a couple more details here before we let you go. So in addition to Trump being disruptive in court yesterday, as we discussed, his lawyers also called on the Judge Kaplan, to recuse himself, also motioned for a mistrial. This is after Carroll admitted to deleting threatening messages. Now, the judge had denied both of those requests, but what happened there?
A lot of that's performative. The judge is not going to declare a mistrial for something like that. I mean, it's possible, and maybe on appeal you have a shot and you're making a record. You know, for defense attorneys and really for litigants always, the key is you really want to try and make a record, because even if this judge isn't on board with you, for example, a motion to recuse is basically saying, hey, judge, I don't think you're an appropriate judge. So those motions, number one, are rarely granted. But number two, you've got to have some real chutzpah to bring a motion to recuse, because you're going to, if that judge wasn't against you before, the judge is not going to be your fan for the rest of that trial. For Trump's defense team, they're not looking to make friends. They've made that clear. So they have no problem making a motion like that. And maybe on appeal it would have a shot. But really, in reality, it may have been more performative than anything else.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you very much.
President Biden hosted congressional leaders at the White House yesterday, hoping to broker a bipartisan immigration deal that would also provide critical military aid for Ukraine. It was the first face-to-face meeting between the president and Republican Speaker of the House Mike Johnson since Johnson won the gavel in October.
Republicans are stressing the need for significant changes to border policy in return. Both sides called the talks productive, but it comes as lawmakers are also facing an imminent Friday night deadline to pass a temporary spending bill in order to keep the government funded.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Serkin join us now. Good morning to both of you. So, Monica, let's start with you. Are we any closer to a deal, getting a temporary funding bill approved to avoid the government shutdown?
It looks like it, Joe. Of course, these are things that actually have to take place in this critical time frame before we can say for sure. But the procedural steps that have to take place are already in motion, and there will be a critical vote today on the Senate floor to likely extend this to avoid a partial shutdown and really punt this into early March to deal with some of these other appropriation bills. So if that happens, of course, if it passes the Senate, then it has to go to the House in order to do that. But there was some cautious optimism that can happen. And that was something that, of course, is happening in the context of this major meeting yesterday. But the real focus of it is this national security supplemental that deals with aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, while also providing some border funding. And that is happening on a separate track. And we just don't really have an exact timeline of when that could pass. But the urgency and the point of this meeting from the White House perspective was to stress to these congressional leaders that if there isn't this action, then Ukraine really could lose its war against Russia here. And they gave a detailed assessment of how that could happen in the coming weeks if Congress fails to act.
Yeah, so Julie, walk us through where we're at. Where do things stand after this meeting? I mean, is there reason for optimism? I mentioned that we heard each side say that this was productive. What do we know about that?
Yeah, you heard Monica say the real crux of this meeting was to talk about that border and Ukraine deal. And totally, from Johnson's perspective, he stressed to President Biden that they do need meaningful policy changes at the border. And you heard him and Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, all the congressional leaders as well come out and say that there was broad consensus not only to address the crisis at the border, but also to send that crucial military aid overseas to Ukraine. Take a listen to what we heard from Johnson and Schumer. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We must insist that the border be the top priority. I think we have some consensus around that table. Everyone understands the urgency of that, and we're going to continue to press for it.
There was a large amount of agreement around the table that we must do Ukraine and we must do border. There was tremendous focus on Ukraine and an understanding that if we don't come to Ukraine's aid, that the consequences for America around the globe would be nothing short of devastating.
Remember, this package that the Senate leaders are talking about is one in which the trio of Senate negotiators have been hammering out, trying to come to consensus for weeks now. They're still hung up on some major issues concerning the area of parole and the president's authority there, but there is some progress as the leaders have signaled. Both McConnell and Schumer hope to move on that bill as soon as next week. They said, we'll see if they can get there, and then we'll see if Johnson in the House is going to put it on the floor without any changes that conservatives want.
So, Monica, you've got Republican lawmakers demanding substantive policy change. When it comes to the border, President Biden's repeatedly said he is willing to compromise on certain measures. What could that compromise look like?
And And I'm told this is something he repeated yesterday in the room. He said and acknowledged that he believes the current immigration system is, in his words, broken and needs to be fixed. So this is something where he has said he would make significant compromise in the areas of how people seek asylum in this country and at the southern border. So that is a huge area where there could be shifts, and we just don't know exactly where, but we do expect there to be a change. And then also that question about how people, in terms of parole and future parolees, how that works currently and whether that could be changed in the future as well. That is a major open question. And then there have also been these larger conversations just about whether there needs to be more personnel, how this needs to operate, whether the time that people, while they're waiting for their asylum hearings, needs to be shortened, where they're going to wait for that. Are they going to be waiting in Mexico as opposed to in the United States, which of course the U.S. then needs to rely on the cooperation of Mexico. And today, a high-level Mexican delegation is actually coming to the U.S., to Washington, D.C., to meet with some key leaders in the cabinet to discuss that from a diplomatic aspect. And that is something that the president has said, look, I'm trying to do this on all fronts. He knows he needs to address it. He knows it's a major issue ahead of the 2024 election.
All right, Monica, Julie, thank you both. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
Yes, we do. Well, let's turn to the Middle East now. The U.S. has carried out its fourth round of strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen. The Pentagon confirmed the operation last night, saying it targeted 14 missile sites that it says were loaded and could have been fired on U.S. Navy ships and cargo vessels in the Red Sea. Earlier, U.S. Central Command said a Houthi drone hit a U.S.-owned vessel, causing damage but no injuries. The strikes come as the U.S. has taken the step of relisting the Houthis as a terrorist organization. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the U.S. would reevaluate that designation if they cease their attacks. The Houthis say the decision will not impact their operations, which they say are in support of the Palestinians and target Israeli ships or vessels headed toward Israel.
Staying with the war in Gaza, more than 100 hostages, including 6 Americans, are still being held hostage by Hamas. Among them is a father whose wife recently gave birth to a baby girl. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez sat down with the child's grandfather.
Her name is Shahar, Hebrew for dawn. She was born 5 weeks ago with curious eyes and 2 big sisters who love her. But she's missing someone. Her father, Sagi Dekelhen, is one of 6 American hostages still held in Gaza. When Hamas overran kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th, Sagi secured his family in a safe room, then went out to confront the terrorists. It was the last time they saw him.
When he was taken captive, his wife Avital was 7 months pregnant.
Sagi missed his daughter's birth. He's never held his little girl and doesn't know his family survived the attack. Now his own father, Jonathan, stepping in until his son returns.
If you could speak to him, what would you tell him about his new daughter?
I would say that she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And that his 4 girls, his wife and 3 daughters, are waiting for him to come home. His girls miss him terribly, and they have all kinds of questions that we cannot answer.
When they ask you, where's Dad, what do you tell them?
The 6-year-old is perfectly aware that some of her friends were murdered on October 7th. There's no point in trying to hide it 3 months later. And so she is aware that her dad is in Gaza.
Hostages released in late November told Sagi's family they saw him in Hamas's tunnels, proof he was alive as recently as Thanksgiving.
We received that news overjoyed, but ever since that day, of course, worry only increases.
Jonathan's mission has taken him to a White House meeting with President Biden, but back in Israel, frustration growing with the government of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All of the other hostage families are doing what we must to keep the Israeli decision makers aware of their obligation to bring the hostages home alive.
Tonight, a small glimmer of hope, a deal to get medicine to the hostages after more than 100 days. In exchange, Israel allowing more medical aid for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, where the healthcare system has all but collapsed. At least a third of the hostages have chronic conditions, families say, and they're demanding proof the medication reached their loved ones.
We must get clear proof that each and every hostage got
the needed medications.
For Segui's family and so many others, fear of more milestones missed.
He's already missed his daughter's birth. Do you worry what else he's going to miss as his captivity continues?
Part of me, yes, but I can't think in those terms because that would bring on hopelessness, and he doesn't deserve our hopelessness. So I'm driven by the desire to make sure that they all come home tomorrow and they won't have to miss anything else.
Our thanks to Raf for that report. Here in America, families of U.S. and Israeli hostages are expected to meet with the National Security Advisor at the White House today, hoping to keep the spotlight on their plight.
Well, there's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Up next, Boeing facing more fallout over this mid-air emergency as the first round of inspections wraps up. We'll have the latest on the investigation.
Up first after the break, royal concerns over the health of King Charles and Princess Kate. What we know about their conditions next on Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We are back with the latest on the health of the British royals. This morning, the Princess of Wales, that's Kate Middleton, she's recovering from what Kensington Palace says was successful abdominal surgery. In a statement, the palace said, quote, "It is expected that she will remain in hospital for 10 to 14 days before returning home to continue her recovery. Based on the current medical advice, she is unlikely to return to public duties until after Easter."
The news of her surgery came less than an hour before another health update. This time, her father-in-law, the King, King Charles. Buckingham Palace says that he will have a corrective procedure done next week to treat an enlarged prostate.
Joining us now for more on this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Let's start on Kate. So Kensington Palace, they didn't expand stand on the reasons for an abdominal surgery with quite a long hospital stay, quite a long recovery time. What could this be? I mean, like, what are the options about what you need abdominal surgery with those types of parameters?
Right. Well, so you can imagine, because of their desire to be very private about this, they've released very, very little medical information. There's been wide speculation amongst the public and amongst medical experts about what possibly this abdominal surgery could have entailed that would require such a lengthy recovery. Typically, for abdominal surgeries these days, people are in the hospital for 1 to 2 to 3 days, maybe at most.
Wow.
You know, we know that her only major medical condition that she's, you know, divulged to the public is this condition, hyperemesis gravidarum, that severe condition of pregnancy, which in certain cases can lead to some complications that do involve the GI tract, specifically the esophagus. This is absolutely pure speculation. I have absolutely no idea if this is the nature of her surgery. You know, we don't know, and I'm hoping that if there is this was truly a medical procedure, that she might maybe, you know, let the public know, because I think it would be very informative, especially for a lot of women out there who might have had complications from her condition, perhaps in the past.
The fact that it's 2 weeks in the hospital, 2 months till she would resume royal duties, what does that tell us about how severe this could be? Is that surprising?
It would indicate that it was probably a procedure that involved her, you know, maybe esophagus or intestines. Those are the kinds of the procedures that typically would take longer to recover, that maybe would require a lengthier stay in the hospital, perhaps for hydration or feeding, or to make sure that there were no complications and that the recovery could therefore be lengthier. You know, something like a hysterectomy, something like getting your gallbladder. I mean, those are, you're in 1 day for those procedures.
Okay.
So, you know, it would indicate to someone that the procedure was more involved, involving her, you know, GI, intestinal, internal organs. But without specifics, it's really difficult to tell you exactly what happened.
I can't believe for a hysterectomy, it's only a day turnaround.
I mean, people, I mean, it's quick.
Wow.
It's quick.
Let's switch over to King Charles now. So tell us what we should, I mean, putting his age in context, what he has shared. By the way, I mean, pretty cool, I guess, that he's sharing this, and kind of shedding light on this.
I know, and it's interesting because I think this is following sort of in his desire to be a more modern, you know, monarchy and being more open. There's no secret about this. He has an enlarged prostate. This is incredibly common in men, especially as men get older. The procedure, the most common procedure to surgically correct an enlarged prostate is something called a transurethral resection of the prostate, or a TURP. It's non-invasive. It's very effective. He will probably be in the hospital for a couple of days. Usually what is required is a urinary catheter afterwards. But people recover fully, and he should do great. It has nothing to do with prostate cancer, but it is, I think, nice that he's bringing awareness to this and is not embarrassed about it. We know we often get embarrassed when we talk about anything that has to do with our genitourinary systems, but we all have them.
In this area.
In this area, from here to here. So it's nice that he has shared this. He should do quite well.
Yeah, that's very cool. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. Thank you. I know we don't know a lot, but you helped us understand what
so far,
we do.
not much.
More international headlines. In Ecuador, a prosecutor investigating last week's attack at a TV station has been killed.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other news for us from around the world. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. The name of the prosecutor was Cesar Suarez, and he was murdered in the city of Guayaquil, which is also known for its violence. Now, at the time of his death, Suarez was reportedly leading an investigation into an on-air attack that happened at a local TV station just last week. Suarez was also known for carrying out high-profile investigations. The prosecutor was reportedly driving to a court hearing when he was shot in broad daylight. Ecuador has been rocked by surges in violent attacks, including the recent abductions of several police officers. Both the Attorney General and the Council of the Judiciary condemned Suarez's attack, but they have not confirmed who is responsible for the murder. Now let's travel to Tunisia, where protesters are erupting in a local town after dozens of migrants and asylum seekers went missing. About 37 migrants boarded a boat on January 11th. Relatives say they received phone calls from loved ones as the boat set out to sea at around 2:30 p.m. But by 10 p.m. the same night, all contact was lost. Many of those family members say they have received little or no news about their lost loved ones. Most of the passengers are from the small village of El Hancha, ranging from about 13 to 35-year-old. We end our travels with a big moment in history. Japan Airlines just named their first woman president. Mitsuko Totori actually started off as a flight attendant. She's the first woman to climb the ladder from that position to the company's new head. At a press conference Wednesday, Totori vowed to stick to her commitment to flight safety. She will take office starting in April. Back to you guys.
That is very cool. Good for her. All right, Claudia, thanks so much.
Coming up, crisis and controversy at the southern border. Texas taking on the feds over how to handle millions of migrants attempting to get into the U.S. The state's response to Homeland Security's latest request.
Plus, renewed concerns about the safety of Boeing's planes after that in-flight emergency. Why investigators are now turning their attention toward a subcontractor for the company. That's next on Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
We're back now with the ongoing crisis at the southern border and the continuing legal fight between the Biden administration and the state of Texas.
In a letter to the Department of Homeland Security, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton rejected the White House's request for the state to stop its takeover of Shelby Park. The area is the epicenter of border crossings in Eagle Pass, Texas, on the Rio Grande River. The Biden administration says actions taken by the state have blocked U.S. Border Patrol agents from accessing the area.
For the latest developments, let's bring in NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning to you. So let's begin with the Texas Attorney General, his response to that cease and desist letter from the White House. We know last weekend a woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande after Border Patrol agents say they were barred from entering the area. So what is the AG, Ken Paxton, now saying in response to that letter?
Well, Paxton is known for being very blunt and really liking to stick it to Democrats and definitely to this administration. And in this letter, he pulled no punches. He was very direct in saying that the reason why, I'm sorry about my dog, the reason why they would have to, the reason why Texas can take over this park is because Border Patrol is not doing its job of watching the border, that they only have access when it comes to implementing immigration policy, and that they haven't been doing their job when they try to come and rescue migrants. Now, one of the things that they had to get rid of last week when they kicked Border Patrol out of this park in Texas was surveillance equipment. And Border Patrol says that if they had that surveillance equipment in place, these watchtowers and these cameras, they would have seen those migrants in distress and they would have been able to get to them. But Texas is saying that's not part of their mission and that they should leave that area. This could end up being a lawsuit. And if it is, that would be the 3rd from this administration and the 4th over Texas's border policies.
What should we know about the Biden administration and the actions they could potentially take if Texas refuses to comply with this request?
Well, when they wrote this request, they said that if Texas did not cease and desist by the end of the day yesterday, they would go to the Justice Department. Now, at this point, the Justice Department has no comment on what they might do, but you can read between the lines there. What they want is the Justice Department to bring a lawsuit. DHS wouldn't bring that lawsuit. The Justice Department would bring it on behalf of DHS, saying that Texas is impeding on Border Patrol's right to get into these areas, do the processing that they need to do humanitarian rescues if needed, and to try to, do their job on the southern border. That's how they would get the Justice Department involved. But just based on what you've seen in the past, usually you get a Western District of Texas judge that agrees with the Biden administration. It goes up to appeals. They kick it back to Texas's side, and then it lands in the hands of the Supreme Court, and we're left waiting for a long time.
Julia, real quick, if your dog will allow, a federal appeals court on Wednesday reversed an order requiring Texas to move a floating barrier on the Rio Grande, which was aimed at preventing crossings. What should we know about this decision by the court?
Yeah, she's 13 pounds, but she's a lot of noise. So I will say with that decision, with the razor wire, this is something that could go back and forth. Now what the Biden administration is telling the Supreme Court is that they've been forced to remove this wire and that it is actually impeding their ability to get to certain parts of the border. They can't do their work because the agents themselves can't get through the razor wire, and they submitted a supplemental memo that showed pictures of that. So they're trying to show the Supreme Court what a problem this is, but the Supreme Court still won't weigh in until the Fifth Circuit actually weighs in on the merits of this case. At least that's what it looks like now. But it's really shocking if you think about it, how long all of this is playing out and what Texas is doing. This is unprecedented for a state to come in and tell an executive, federal level law enforcement agency that they don't have the right to do what they've been doing for decades. And in this case, that's to police the southern border, to take over a place where we've seen border agents stay and process hundreds and thousands of migrants and say, now you can't come in. We're really in uncharted territory. And the fact that this could drag on for months is something we've never encountered.
All right, Julia Ainsley. Julia, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, nearly 2 weeks after that mid-air emergency involving a Boeing 737 MAX 9 used by Alaska Airlines, the FAA says they are widening their probe into the aircraft maker. The agency says they're now looking deeper into Spirit Aerosystems. That's a company that makes and installs the door plugs, a word we've all become familiar with, for Boeing 737 MAX 9 airplanes. NBC News senior aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more.
With the MAX 9 fleet grounded, forcing United and Alaska Airlines to cancel hundreds of flights each day, the FAA said today it's now reviewing data from the first 40 MAX 9 inspections before inspecting the rest of the grounded fleet. Underscoring the loss of airline trust in Boeing, Alaska Airlines is now sending its own inspectors to Boeing plants.
Adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
The production line is where Boeing's reputation is on the line. 5 years after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas, the MAX 9 fuselage is made by Spirit Aerosystems, which has struggled with quality control for years. The FAA is now investigating both Boeing and Spirit production practices. Boeing CEO David Calhoun told Spirit employees today, we're going to learn from it, and then we're going to apply it to literally everything else we do. As the NTSB lab in Washington analyzes the critical evidence, the door plug that exploded was supposed to cover an unused emergency exit secured with 4 bolts. The NTSB says it was made at a Spirit plant in Malaysia. The question is whether bolts were ever attached. Alaska and United Airlines say they've since found loose bolts on other grounded MAX 9s. Boeing, meanwhile, has also hired an outside audit team led by a retired Navy admiral to review Boeing's quality control program. Still no word on when the MAX 9 might return to service. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. Coming up, overdraft fees under scrutiny. When we come back, the new plan by the Biden administration to fight back against big banks and what it could mean for your wallet.
Also, it's rough out there in this winter weather, not just for us humans. We're going to get some tips on how to keep your 4-legged friends, including Julia Ainsley's, and keep them warm in freezing temps. So don't pause your devices. Morning News Now. We'll be right back.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Well, it's happened to almost everyone at one time or another. You miscalculate how much you think is in your checking account, overdraw it, then you get hit with an overdraft fee. Well, over time, those fees can add up. Just how much? According to data from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, over the last 23 years, look at this number on your screen. Americans paid an estimated $280 billion in overdraft fees.
That's a lot of money. Well, that could all soon change. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau just unveiled a new proposal targeting big banks' overdraft fee practices, hoping to help consumers.
Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now for more. Caleb, always great to have you. So tell us what we should know about these proposed changes and what it just means for anybody watching at home.
Yeah, these are what they call junk fees. President Biden hates these fees. He's been on a mission to eliminate these. So what they're proposing, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, are two options for banks. None of them the banks like very much at all. One of them is to make these overdraft loans actually loans, turn them into for-profit credit line loans instead of this fee you're going to get every time you exceed your balance. That would be paid by the borrower over time based on their credit. So that's one of the proposals. The other one is to offer overdraft protection as a courtesy instead of just unrolling you into it. The Consumer Bankers Association, the big lobby for banks, doesn't like either of these proposals. This is going to go through a long, long year of negotiation before anything happens.
So overdraft fees have been around for so long. Why are we seeing this push now?
Yeah, President Biden's been trying to crack down on these fees and other fees charged by credit card companies because they're onerous and they hurt lower income people the most. The overdraft is usually for about $26. That's the average, and it's usually repaid within 3 days. So to get a $30, $35 fee if you've overdrafted $26 seems blatantly unfair, especially for lower income folks. that are just trying to get by.
So you kind of touched on this, but like, is this a done deal? Are we going to see the banks push back on this? And if they don't, or if they do, when might people stop getting those fees?
Oh, they're pushing back. They don't like this one bit. So this is going to be in negotiation for the better part of this year. If it goes into effect, one or both of these proposals, you'll see it by October 2025. But the idea is to bring the overdraft fees down from about $30 to somewhere between $3 and $14, depending on the borrower. Not a done deal by any measure. A proposal right now, a lot of negotiation is going to go on this year.
So in the meantime, you have a long time to still worry about the overdraft.
Don't overdraft. Yes. And there's nothing more infuriating than opening your balance or getting that note from the bank saying you overdrafted when you thought you were in line, but things happen.
All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
Let's stick with money news. We've got quite the update on that Apple Watch court battle.
Yeah, we do. CNBC's Silvana Henao has the latest there and some other money headlines for us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. All right, let's get you some headlines. Apple will start selling versions of the Series 9 and Ultra 2 watches without a blood oxygen feature. That's following a setback in a patent dispute with medical device maker Massimo. Apple says the tweaked models will go on sale at its retail stores and online starting today. They will still include the blood oxygen monitor, but it won't work. A federal appeals court declining to extend a pause on a ban on sales of the watches in the U.S., even while the appeals process plays out. Apple believes that could last at least a year. The watch business generated 10% of Apple's revenue last year. Apple's Vision Pro headset won't have a dedicated Netflix app when it goes on sale. Pre-orders for the mixed reality device start tomorrow. Bloomberg reports Netflix also doesn't want to make its iPad app compatible with the Vision Pro. This means users will have to log in on the web to watch Netflix content with the headset, which start at $3,499. Other streaming services have announced support for the Vision Pro, including Disney+, Amazon Prime Video, and Paramount+. And Condé Nast is folding Pitchfork, the music site it bought in 2015 with men's magazine GQ. The move resulting in layoffs at Pitchfork, including its editor-in-chief. Pitchfork, which was founded by an indie music fan in 1996, cultivated a brand around music criticism. The site has struggled in recent years to expand its audience with the rise of social media platforms and apps like Spotify and TikTok, guys.
Maybe we didn't need something focused on criticism anyway. Let's be positive.
Yeah, no, their music criticism has a place.
I guess. Sounds a little negative.
All right.
Savannah, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
We know the extreme weather that we've been experiencing lately has humans bundling up and finding ways to stay warm, but the chilly conditions can also impact our pets. According to the DC-based nonprofit American Humane, pet owners need to take extra precautions to keep their animals safe during these conditions.
They say pets left to fend for themselves in cold weather are susceptible to injury or even death. So today, we're offering some tips to keep your furry friends safe in these freezing temperatures.
Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Ruth McPeach. She is a veterinarian and the author of Lizette the Vet. Doctor, good to have you with us. I want to read this book now, by the way. So, first of all, if you're doing your daily walks with your pets, I think one question people have is there a temperature when that becomes just too dangerous?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, there isn't one number I can give you. It really depends on your particular pet. So just like us, pets feel cold, and how cold, again, depends on the pet. It depends on things like your pet's breed, their age, their weight, and their overall health. We know that certain dogs, like huskies, have a thick coat and a double layered coat. So that keeps them warm and they tend to be more acclimated to the cold. But other dogs, like my dog, like Dobermans and Chihuahuas, have very thin coats and they're going to be more susceptible to the cold than other animals with thicker coats.
Doctor, who else is joining us? Who is this?
This is Jet, and you can see he's all bundled up for the cold weather.
Yeah, we're going to ask you about that in just a minute, about like some tips, like if that helps. I'm so curious. I have a dog, by the way. Her name's Lucy, and Lucy has lots of outfits that she's fine with me putting her in, which really makes me kind of proud of her. You know, I'm like, oh, we both like her clothes. Doctor, though, tell us, because even if you're not going to take your dog on a walk, I mean, you got to take your dog out, right? What should you look out for when you're even doing just a quick trip outside?
Well, like you mentioned, you want to really just adjust your schedule. So they do need to go outside, but what you're going to want to do is adjust your walks and outside playtime according to the weather. So if they have to go out, I do recommend bundling them up. I do think that putting jackets on them and booties or sweaters is a great idea. Not only does it help keep them warm, but as you mentioned, they look cute and fashionable as well. My dog likes it and gets extra attention. But again, the goal is really to keep them warm when they're outside.
When Lucy wears a vest out, I am like, oh, please. I know she's famous. People love to talk about it.
Are there any other tips or things you hear or see people do that you just think, no, don't do that?
Well, I do think it's really important that people are mindful of the fact that in winter, there are a lot of different chemicals out there on the ground. So there are de-icers and salt on the ground, and all those things can irritate your pet's paws. In addition to the fact that your pets often lick their feet and their paws, and so they can ingest those chemicals. So I'm a big fan of booties if your pet will wear them. I think those are great. It keeps the chemicals outside and protects your pet. If your pet won't wear booties or that doesn't work for you, then I recommend wiping your pet's paws when they come inside. Just give them a quick wipe down. You can even use, a pet wipe, or you can use a paper towel with water. Just wipe off the chemicals to get those off their feet.
All right, very good. By the way, we're looking at all dogs from our staff.
Yes,
here
those
at
models
Morning
are
News
part
Now.
of the team.
Very good models. Does Lucy wear booties?
Booties, I haven't tried. I mean, that I don't think she'd do. She's kind of like, eh. But she very easily lets me put a sweater or a vest on, which I love. I'm happy to hear it does something, because I'm always kind of like, is this, they have a coat that they always wear.
Fashion and function.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Ruth McPeak, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye, Jet.
Coming up, changing the narrative.
Up next, how an artist from a Chicago neighborhood known for shootings and violence is using his talent to turn his community around. This is Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Let's end this hour with a look at one man's efforts to turn tragedy into an opportunity to reshape the narrative around Chicago's Roseland community.
Yet through a series of portraits, a local artist is helping shift the perspective of the neighborhood, known for shootings and violence, by highlighting the memory of its community members. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has that story.
In a church in Chicago's Roseland neighborhood on the city's south side, there is a celebration
This is nice.
of the people who call this place home. Long known for shootings and violence, Roseland is now reframing its own narrative. It began with Andre Taylor.
Dre was a wonderful grandchild, great-grandson.
The 16-year-old star athlete was killed in 2016. Police telling his great-grandmother, Betty Johnson, the shooter thought he was someone else.
To go out there and look at him, laying there on the ground, bleeding in the rain, it's a feeling that you never, ever will forget.
I just remember seeing young people walking around in a little bit of a daze.
In a place used to memorials, the pastor thought this one needed to be different. It needed to honor the neighborhood that loved Dre.
What better way to show the beauty of the neighborhood than to show people's faces?
Enter local artist John Baker.
People submitted their own photos.
Yeah, it's important that people control how they get represented.
For the next 5 years, Baker painted members of the community, nurses and cops, musicians and kids, Betty and Dre.
500 years ago, the only people who got their portraits painted were kings, and each of us are worthy of that kind of attention.
This is the Roseland Portrait Project, 397 faces later.
When I go out there and look at all of them, they'll see my grandson. See that? Does my heart really good.
Roseland, the whole picture. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, that deadly Arctic blast not letting up today. It's not just the bitter cold freezing out much of the country. Snowstorms are once again blanketing millions across the Rockies and the Great Lakes, with the Northeast next in line for another run-in with the white stuff. It's all taking a brutal toll on travel nationwide. We've got your full forecast in just a moment. More chaos in a New York courtroom Wednesday. Former President Trump and a federal judge clashing over his conduct in that highly publicized defamation trial involving writer E. Jean Carroll. We've got much more on what went down as the former president ramps up his attacks on former Ambassador Nikki Haley ahead of next week's New Hampshire primaries. We're also on Royals Watch this morning. The health of both Princess Kate and King Charles himself now in the global spotlight. Their conditions, plus the questions now swirling around why the palace is being so open with these revelations. And later in the hour, you could call it a sign of the times. All those quirky, clever, sometimes even downright funny electronic highway messages will soon be in our rear view mirror.
Read that one for us.
I can't. I literally will. You'll hear later. I'm not even going to try a Boston accent because I just sound like someone on the Upper East Side trying to do a Boston accent. It doesn't work for me. Do you want to try it?
No, it's your story.
Use ya blinka. All right.
Thank you very much.
We'll have some fun with that and the signs coming up a little later. Let's begin, of course, with the winter weather. It is deadly winter weather impacting the nation. So far, there have been more than 30 confirmed deaths related to the weather in just the past week.
Yeah, and this is all while brutal conditions impact travel on the roads and in the air. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live in Buffalo with the latest for us. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Right now, the wind chill here is a bone-chilling 7 degrees, powering a relentless lake effect snow machine. You can see this area was just recently plowed, but as I walk over here, you can get a better sense for just how deep the snow is. This is an area that has seen snow the past 14 days in a row. There's so much snow on the ground. Officials say it's not just a matter of pushing it out of the way. They actually have to have trucks come in, pick it up, and relocate the snow as communities across the country are dealing with this brutal winter weather punch.
This morning, another powerful and dangerous winter storm is on the move. Bitter cold from coast to coast. 66 million people are under winter weather alerts. Those brutal conditions impacting air travel nationwide, with more than 5,000 flight delays and 1,100 cancellations Wednesday.
Every hour, they would just say, oh, delay, delay, delay.
State police say 5 family members were struck and killed by a tractor trailer on a snowy Pennsylvania interstate after they left their vehicles following a separate crash. In hard-hit Buffalo, even more lake effect snow is expected on top of the 3+ feet that has buried the city in recent days. Driving conditions overnight, treacherous. With authorities warning clearing this amount of snow can be dangerous.
If you have a heart condition, you should avoid snow shoveling and even snow blowing.
In the west, the weather closing roads and sending drivers sliding. And with more than half of the country now covered in snow for the first time this winter, in Illinois, wind chills dipped as low as 40 below. Tow truck drivers like David Burt's wearing special gear to work in freezing conditions.
Oh, definitely. With the actual temperatures, this prevent any frostbite on our face.
And while snowplows are working around the clock here, officials are urging people when they head out on the roadways to use extreme caution, because when we see these powerful wind gusts, sometimes 35 miles an hour, come through here, those gusts pick up the snow and can create whiteout conditions. And this snow machine isn't letting up yet. For parts of western New York, it could see another foot of snow on top of all the snow already, or even a matter of feet after what has really been a wild week of weather. Joe and Savannah.
Oh, all right, Emily, thanks for being out there for us.
For more on how this bitter cold might be impacting your area, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Angie Lassman is here to tell us who's going to freeze. Angie, good morning.
Everybody needs the layers, guys. Good morning to you. Bundling up is going to be exactly what you'll have to do from here through really the end of the weekend in a lot of areas across the country. Here's what we're dealing with this morning. 7 million people under these freeze alerts. The South is not being excluded from this cold air. We've got 13 million people under these wind chill alerts, mainly centered across the middle of the country. But we've got this reinforcing blast of cold air that we're going to see work in, and it really makes a difference with these temperatures. As we get into the afternoon hours today, just 9 for the high in Minneapolis. We'll feel like -4. Moving a little farther to the south, teens for Omaha, feeling like the single digits, and the 30s on tap for Wichita, but we will, of course, be feeling like the 20s. Looking ahead to tomorrow, it spreads a little farther to the south. Dallas ends up at 36, feeling like 27. Places like Chicago will feel like 5 below. And we've got these bitter cold temperatures stretched across most of the plains, out into portions of the Midwest and down towards the south. We only see minor improvements as the weekend gets going here. We really have to wait until next week to see some significant improvements. And that significant improvement for Chicago is going to come from being at 15 degrees on Saturday to 34 degrees on Monday. So still feeling very much like winter as we roll into next week, but we'll at least leave behind the really bitter cold temperatures for now. Who knows what'll happen after that. But hey, here's what we've got as far as the winter alerts. 69 million people from the west to the east are included in this as we gear up for this next couple of storms that we'll have to deal with. The snow today is going to go from the Rockies into the Midwest, and we'll see some of that difficult travel across that region. We're also going to see a new low develop across portions of the southeast, and that's going to bring the rain, the snow, the ice. We'll see the freezing rain cause difficulty from really the Tennessee Valley to points south of that. That'll be something that causes difficult travel, as I mentioned. But then as we get into tomorrow, the difficult travel will be along I-95. Specifically, we'll see the mid-Atlantic, Northeast picking up on some additional snowfall. It's going to be pretty similar to the snowfall accumulations that we saw with this previous storm. So 1 to 3 inches expected from New York to Washington, D.C. But notice what you see there. You see the lake effect snow not ending anytime soon. Folks downwind of the lakes are going to get another good batch of snow over the next couple of days as we see these strong winds ramp up in the wake of that system as it moves out. So by the time we finish all of this up, likely through Saturday, guys, we could see another foot of snow along the lake. If you're wondering, here, New York, Philadelphia, D.C., maybe closer to 1 to 3 inches. So not quite as much, but still, it'll look beautiful.
We'll take it.
I love it. Thank you, Angie, for the snow and your report. Well, the race for the White House continues in New Hampshire this week ahead of Tuesday's crucial primary for the Republican presidential hopefuls. The frontrunner for the nomination, former President Trump, is ramping up his attacks on rival Nikki Haley. But his attention has also been here in New York as the defamation trial brought on by writer E. Jean Carroll continues today. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us again this morning from New Hampshire with the latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. We've been seeing something of a commuter campaign these last couple days, with Donald Trump starting his day in court in New York City, ending it in New Hampshire with a rally. He's really been shifting his attention here to attacking Nikki Haley. She sits in second place and has an opportunity here, but she's really running out of time to close the gap.
I'm thrilled to be back in the great
state of New Hampshire.
Overnight, Donald Trump escalating his attacks on Nikki Haley, hammering away at his closest competitor here ahead of New Hampshire's Tuesday primary.
A vote for Nikki Haley this Tuesday is a vote for Joe Biden and a Democrat Congress this November, because that's what
trying to drive a wedge between Haley and the state's Republican voters.
The people behind Nikki Haley are pro-amnesty, they're pro-China, they're pro-open borders. You know, she wants open borders, don't kid yourself.
The broadsides from the former president coming as two new polls show Haley in a clear but distant second place here.
Now, I know Trump threw a temper tantrum about me last night.
The former South Carolina governor urging New Hampshire voters to tune out Trump's tirades and what she says are his lies about her record.
Regardless of what Trump says, I passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country when I was governor.
The field for the key primary narrowing, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis switching focus to the next state, South Carolina, Haley's home. After finishing a distant second place in Iowa, DeSantis trying to attack his rivals for refusing to debate.
I think it's very telling that you have three basement campaigns, Biden, Haley, and Trump.
The campaign shakeups coming as Mr. Trump spent most of his day in court, attending a second defamation case against him brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. The former president sparring with the judge, who threatened to have him removed from court for talking with his attorney too loudly during testimony, complaining afterwards.
And he's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy.
A separate jury found Mr. Trump liable for defaming and sexually abusing Carroll, which he has repeatedly denied.
Another opportunity for Nikki Haley today. She'll essentially have the granite state to herself with both Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump back home in Florida. Donald Trump off the trail entirely today to attend the funeral for his mother-in-law. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you very much.
Later today, the Justice Department is expected to release the findings of its nearly year-and-a-half-long investigation into the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. The attack happened back in 2022 at Robb Elementary School, left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian is there with more. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. The families of the children who died inside Robb Elementary still have many questions about what happened that day, including why it took authorities more than an hour to engage and kill the 18-year-old gunman. Some parents told me they believe this report is their best chance to get answers.
This morning, a community still in search of truth and accountability. More than a year after a teenager with an assault-style rifle opened fire inside a Texas elementary school, taking the lives of 19 children and 2 adults. Later today, Attorney General Merrick Garland will deliver the results of an exhaustive Justice Department investigation into one of the nation's worst school shootings. A source briefed on the nearly 600-page report telling NBC News it includes disturbing new details. Among them, authorities relaying incorrect information to some parents in the aftermath of the shooting about whether their children had survived or been killed. According to the source, the report will also detail the failures of medical first responders, police, and government officials. All of it building on a scathing investigation by state lawmakers that found systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making among the nearly 400 law enforcement officers who responded. Police body cam footage from the shooting shows officers milling about in the hallways and mistaking a door where the killer was for being locked.
We're having a problem getting in the room because it's locked.
More than an hour passing before officers confronted and stopped the shooter. During that time, children called 911 begging for help. One of those exchanges revealed in a Frontline documentary on PBS.
Please hurry, there's a lot of dead bodies.
Jacob Alvarado, an off-duty Border Patrol agent, telling Savannah he rushed to the school where his daughter was a second grader, his wife a teacher, who texted him about the shooter. Both of them survived.
I could just see kids coming out of the windows and kids coming my way, so I was just helping all the kids out.
Among those who didn't make it out, 9-year-old Jacqueline Cesaris, one of the youngest victims.
You don't ever get over a loss like this, I mean.
Never, especially this type of loss. It's unbearable. Mm-hmm. You know, people tend to say, get over it, go on. How can you? That's your child.
Investigators say responding officers also broke decades of active shooter protocol by failing to confront and stop the threat immediately. But only a handful of officers have been disciplined. The school behind me still stands, in part because it's needed for evidence in multiple lawsuits. Joe.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Well, this morning we're monitoring the health of two members of the British royal family. Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after abdominal surgery, while King Charles is expected to undergo a procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from outside Kensington Palace in London. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. A lot going on, and two major royal health announcements in the same day is extremely rare. Looking at just Kate's condition, it sounds very serious. They say she'll be in the hospital for nearly 2 weeks, out of view for another 3 months, and Kensington Palace isn't telling us why she initially needed that surgery.
This morning, for the second day in a row, Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after what Kensington Palace calls a successful planned abdominal surgery, saying she will likely remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, a rare, lengthy stay. A source at Kensington Palace confirms her condition is non-cancerous.
I wish Kate well. I think she's a fantastic princess.
I wish her fast recovery.
Hopefully she's going to be okay.
The palace also says she'll now cancel all events until after Easter, a long time to be out of view for the most popular royal.
You know, I was told that she had a very packed schedule coming up between now and Easter and was very much looking forward to it. And that was just a couple of weeks back. So things have obviously moved fairly quickly.
Kate has long been seen as healthy, very sporty, talking about the benefits of exercise.
I really generally love all sports. You know, I love swimming. Personally, I love swimming. Cold swimming. The colder the better.
With no known health issues outside of the much publicized extreme morning sickness with all 3 pregnancies, hospitalized for 1. And last week, on her 42nd birthday, the royal family posted this behind-the-scenes snap from King Charles's coronation. No inkling that anything might be wrong. We last saw Kate celebrating Christmas with the whole family at Sandringham. And the statement adds she hopes that the public will understand her desire to maintain as much normality for her children as possible. George, Charlotte, and, of course, little Louis are at the center of their lives, and Prince William will also postpone events to support his family. Also yesterday, in a stunning second royal health statement in one day, Buckingham Palace announced King Charles will have a corrective procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. His Majesty's condition is benign, the palace says, reassuring news for this 75-year-old monarch.
Now, Kensington Palace has just confirmed to NBC News that Prince William visited his wife in the hospital this morning, and he won't be holding any engagements while she is still in the hospital. And certainly, Savannah, in the next couple of months, he'll be scaling back. They've also said there will be no international travel for either Kate or William in the next couple of months. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew for more on this. Daisy, good to have you with us. So let's start with the Princess of Wales. What more are you learning about Kate's condition? Because there's just so much we don't know right now.
Well, as you said, at the moment, the details of what exactly procedure Kate had are very scant. There's, of course, a lot of speculation going on this side of the pond. People saying that 2 weeks in hospital for such a young, fit woman is a long time. So this surgery must have been quite serious. There has also been, though, a lot of praise for the openness with which both Charles and his prostate issues and Kate have revealed the details of their medical situation. Because, in fact, it's very different over here. There is no constitutional obligation for senior royals to disclose details about their medical situations, not like your politicians and your presidents over there. So, actually, anything they do say, they are giving up voluntarily, if you like. Also, just a word about Prince William. There has been quite a lot of acknowledgement that this is a very different type of father, that he has said that he is giving up doing his sort of official duties over the next few weeks to be at Kate's side, but particularly to be looking after the kids, carry on taking them on the school run and so on. That, of course, is a very different situation than his parents or his grandparents would have taken.
What's been the reaction in the UK? I mean, it's nice to hear that you say that people appreciate the openness so far that we've heard, but now that we just know, she's going to be in the hospital for 2 weeks, what are people there saying?
Yeah. I think there has been a lot of concern. If you look at the front pages of the newspapers today, no great surprise that Kate is on the front, and Charles, of all those newspapers. But really, some of the newspapers saying, we are praying that they're both going to be okay. So I think there has been concern that nobody knew that Kate had any medical issues. As I said, concern that this operation is going to keep her in hospital for 2 weeks and recuperating for a significant period of time, right up until Easter. So people are worried. And of course, behind the scenes, the royal family and the courtiers around them will be concerned, because Kate, being such a very popular member of the royal family, she does sprinkle some stardust everywhere she goes. She increases the popularity of the other members of the royal family. So to be losing your leading lady, if you like, will be of concern. And of course, in the next couple of weeks, they're actually losing the big three, which is sometimes what Charles, Kate and William are referred to, with all three of them out of action.
Yeah. Let's talk about King Charles' health. We know he's been heading to the hospital to be treated for an enlarged prostate. You talked about the fact that they maybe surprisingly open. Why do you think the palace is being so open about his condition?
Well, in fact, they said in the statement that Charles had deliberately taken this decision to be really open about his condition in the hope that it would encourage other men to get themselves tested if they have prostate issues. We all know that men can sometimes be very reticent to seek medical advice, and I think Charles really is making a statement here saying, if I, the king, can be open about this issue, can admit that I've having these problems and I'm going to get treatment, then please can everybody, if you have concerns, go and get checked. And it is a problem here in the UK, particularly black men are very, very prone to prostate problems and are even more reticent, the statistics show, to get help. So I think it actually really was very admirable that he took this decision and this stance.
Motivate a lot of other people to check on issues that maybe they haven't been checking on as well. All right. Daisy McAndrew, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Well, we've got much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the FAA widening its probe into Boeing in the wake of that terrifying mid-air blowout on one of its planes, when we could see one of Boeing's most popular jets back in the skies.
But first, there is mounting pressure in Washington to bring those hostages held by Hamas back home, with some of the families expected to visit the White House today. Those stories and more up next.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, later today, the families of some of the hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza are meeting with U.S. officials in Washington in a bid to keep their loved ones in the spotlight. It comes after Hamas agreed to deliver medication to the hostages in exchange for Israel allowing aid for Palestinians suffering in Gaza. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, American and Israeli hostage parents are in Washington. They're seeking answers from Washington officials today, expecting to see the National Security Advisor at the White House, and fearing that the world is moving on while attention on their sons and daughters is fading. A cargo plane of hope for hostages in Gaza. The first delivery of medicine and food for them from Qatar, agreed to by Hamas in exchange for more aid to Palestinian civilians. Here at home, hostage families holding a vigil Wednesday night at the U.S. Capitol and planning to visit the White House today, trying to keep the spotlight on their loved ones, now held captive for more than 100 days.
A week ago today, we stood on the border with Gaza, so close to Omer. We screamed his name through huge speakers. Omer, can you hear us? We're here. We're really close to you.
Omer Nutra is an all-American 22-year-old born and raised in Long Island.
Loves sports.
What's his favorite sport?
Basketball and volleyball.
His parents emigrated from Israel 24 years ago. Their families, Holocaust survivors. When Omer decided to take a gap year before college and enlist in the IDF, they supported him.
Basically understood that he can't just be a bystander and he needs to join them and do his share.
Were you afraid of the danger?
Yes, but we could never imagine this situation.
No one did. On October 7th, Omer was stationed along the Gaza border.
He was in his tank with his team, and they were ambushed. They forced them out, and they took them.
We are pressing for action from anybody that we see, whether it's the State Department or FBI or Israeli authorities.
Many hostage families are now demanding that Israel agree to a ceasefire.
It's been too long. It's too dangerous. Whatever they've achieved so far, they can continue doing that after they bring them out alive.
Leaders in Qatar have said that hostage negotiations have resumed, with Qatar relaying proposals between Hamas and Israel's spy chief and the director of the CIA. But so far, no breakthroughs, while the families can only hope that their loved ones will be free before another 100 days. Savannah and Joe.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much.
The war in Gaza is sparking acts of violence and aggression here in the U.S. In Vermont, 3 college students of Palestinian descent were shot and seriously wounded in November. Authorities are investigating it as a possible hate crime. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas spoke exclusively with 2 of those victims about their experience.
The headline stunned the nation. 3 college students likely targeted and shot because they were Palestinian, and also where it happened, a neighborhood in Burlington, Vermont. Now, one of those students who was severely injured in the shooting is speaking out and telling me about the moment his life changed and how he's coping with his new reality.
I just remember gunshots and falling down.
For the first time, Hishem Awartani, the Palestinian-American college student who was shot and paralyzed, is telling his story. How he and his 2 friends were ambushed on a November night in Burlington, Vermont, he says, because of racism.
Growing up in Palestine, this was something that I'd always thought was possible.
But did you think it happened here?
Not really, no. I definitely expected it would happen to me in like the West Bank in Palestine, but not in Vermont.
Hishem and his two best friends, Kinan Abdalhamid and Tassin Ali Ahmed, all grew up together in the West Bank, doing everything together, including going to college in the U.S. With the war raging, the friends decided to stay with Hishem's family in Burlington during the Thanksgiving break.
Hishem's uncle was driving us from bowling alley, and before we went into the house, we decided to walk around the block. That's what we usually do.
Tahsin and I were both wearing the kufiya, like the traditional Palestinian headscarf, for a variety of reasons. Practically, because it was really cold, but on a more meaningful sense, it's because that we felt as Palestinians during this time period, it's important for us to show our identity and to show that we exist and that we're human. Just walking along the street, this man comes down the porch, approaches us, pulls out a pistol.
Tahsin was screaming when he was shot first. Hisham didn't make a sound while I was running. As soon as Tahsin started screaming, I was running.
Did you know you were shot?
I didn't quite process the fact until I looked at my phone and I saw my phone had blood on it. I was like, oh, I'd been shot.
All units be advised the shooter's unaccounted for.
The next day, federal agents arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who lived steps from the shooting and had an arsenal of weapons in his apartment. He allegedly told the authorities who arrested him, "I've been waiting for you." Eaton has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charges.
Why do you think he shot you?
Systematic dehumanization. People would like to focus on him as an individual. Oh, he's just this one evil guy. But the truth is, he's a symptom of a larger issue.
The bullet that hit Hishem struck his spine. Now paralyzed, he's learning how to navigate his new life.
When they told you what your future may look like, or at least what the immediate future would look like, what was that moment like?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's hard, but I take solace in the fact that I'm able to receive this care. It makes me think of other people in Gaza who, have been disabled by bombings, and they are not able to receive that. I know that my life will continue, but I don't know about theirs.
So far, the suspect in this case, Jason Easton, has not been charged with a hate crime. The state attorney in the case has said there is no doubt this was a hateful act, and they are still investigating the crime. In New York, Tom Yamas, back to you.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's get you more international headlines now. Officials say an explosion at a fireworks factory in central Thailand has killed several people.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, and good morning. That's right. Officials in Thailand said that at least 20 people were killed and 3 others are missing after that explosion in a fireworks factory in Thailand. Well, now local police said that about 20 to 30 workers were in the factory at the time of the blast, and the death toll is expected to rise. The incident took place in a town about 60 miles north of the capital, Bangkok, and comes ahead of celebrations of the Lunar New Year, when fireworks are in strong demand in Thailand and other parts of Asia. Police said that another explosion at the same factory in November 2022 killed 1 worker and injured 3 others. Thailand's National Disaster Agency said the cause of the explosion is under investigation. Let's now go to Russia, where on Wednesday protesters clashed with riot police in the Bashkortostan region near Kazakhstan after a local activist was sentenced to 4 years in prison for his campaign against mining of a mountain considered to be sacred by locals. Videos posted on Telegram show riot police dispersing the crowd using tear gas, flash grenades and batons. Other videos show the demonstrators throw snowballs at the police while chanting freedom and shame. According to independent Russian monitor groups, about 20 people were detained by the police, a claim that cannot be independently verified by NBC News. And let's end this tour of the world in Denmark, where the new king, Frederick X, has published a book to the surprise of many. Frederick was crowned king on Sunday after his mother, Margaret II, abdicated on New Year's Eve after 52 years on the throne. His book, called The King's Word, is flying off the shelves in Denmark and gives an insight into his life and beliefs. In it, he reveals that as a child, he had difficulty accepting he will become king of Denmark one day, saying he just wanted to be like all the other boys his age. Well, he didn't. Back to you guys.
I was cranked out that book real quick there.
I know, a surprise.
Good for him. Good timing. All right.
Yeah, hopefully there's more. I love the story of him and his wife, so maybe we'll get more of that.
I hope so, yeah. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, new details this morning on the 10-year-old Maryland boy who was bitten on the leg by a shark while vacationing in the Bahamas.
After the break, more on his condition this morning and the investigation now underway into what went wrong. That's next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just is.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. This morning, we are learning new details about a shark attack at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. The 10-year-old boy who was bitten while participating in the resort's Walking with Sharks experience is reportedly recovering, while the tour operator promises a thorough internal investigation. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest.
Doctors Hospital in the Bahamas tells NBC News that 10-year-old child is recovering well this morning after surgery to his right leg and is expected to fly home to Maryland. That, as a family's tropical vacation ended up in trauma.
This morning, the popular Walking with Sharks experience at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas is closed and no longer available for booking on the resort's website. Just days after a 10-year-old boy from Maryland was bitten on his leg. The tour operator, Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove, writing in a statement, "We are deeply saddened that a child suffered a shark bite during an in-water experience on Monday. The company says it's begun an internal investigation, adding incidents like this involving interactions with marine life, even with the species of sharks included in this experience, are rare and never acceptable." Michael and Tori Massey say they were in the water when the child was attacked.
It was like just a very surreal moment, like nothing else I ever experienced.
As multiple videos posted to social media show, the Shark Tank experience is part of the Mayan temple area of the resort's Aqua Venture Zone. Guests use special helmets in order to breathe underwater and to get close-up views of Caribbean reef sharks and nurse sharks. Neither are considered an aggressive species of shark. An ad on the resort's website, which has since been removed, said no swimming experience necessary to participate. But kids must be at least 10 years old. Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove say they've been operating this experience since 2006 and have never had a guest-related incident occur. NBC News reached out to the Atlantis for comments, but so far has not received a response. The Masseys say the experience started out fine, but took a turn when the boy entered the water.
When you go to a resort of this nature, you expect that safety is paramount and you expect there to be certain protocols.
The couple says the dive guides in the water reacted quickly to the danger, a popular and long-standing attraction now on hold indefinitely.
And according to the hospital, the boy and his parents, who were not actually in the tank when all of this happened, should now be back home safely in Maryland. As for commenting on this terrifying ordeal, we have not heard from them yet. You have to imagine there is some sense of relief now knowing that their son is going to be okay. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Thank you, Sam.
Boeing is still in the hot seat as both the FAA and Alaska Airlines inspectors head into their manufacturing plants to review its quality control process. This comes nearly 2 weeks after the mid-air emergency that tore the door plug off a plane. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good day. The FAA says it has no timeline for when it might allow the MAX 9 to fly again. That's all pending its ongoing investigations. What's new is that now the FAA says the first 40 inspections of the grounded planes had been completed. The FAA is reviewing that data of those inspections before it then decides how to allow the next group to be inspected and when that might happen. So this is very much a work in progress, and there is no timeline here. Importantly, only after reviewing that data will the FAA move forward with its decision on how it's going to investigate the rest of the grounded MAX 9s. Now, you're going to recall it was the door plug on that Alaska Airlines flight, that door plug that covers up an unused emergency exit that blew out in flight over Portland almost 2 weeks ago right now. The NTSB lab in Washington is now investigating how that door plug exploded out of the plane and whether it was properly attached. All 171 Alaska and United MAX 9s remain grounded, and that means that both airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights a day, about 150 a day. Alaska flights, about 200 United flights a day canceled because they don't have this critical plane in their arsenal, if you will. Underscoring the loss of airline confidence and trust in Boeing, Alaska has now decided to put its own inspectors in Boeing plants to double-check Boeing's work, Here's the Alaska CEO speaking to passengers in a Twitter release.
We will enhance our own quality oversight of Alaska aircraft on the Boeing production line, adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
Now, you'll recall it's not just Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems is also in the spotlight. Spirit makes the fuselage for the Boeing MAX 9 that ships it on to Boeing. Spirit has had quality control issues for years. The NTSB says that that door plug was actually made by a Spirit operation in Malaysia. Spirit says it remains focused on quality control, but yesterday Boeing's CEO visited a Spirit plant in Wichita and said both companies have got to up their game, double down on, in fact, ensuring that every piece that is produced for a plane is of great quality, and they maintain their quality assurance standards across the board. But both companies, Boeing and Spirit, are right now just under enormous scrutiny with reputation at stake and a lot of people, a lot of airlines losing confidence in the Boeing product. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
Well, as the frigid winter weather pummels the country, it's not only disrupting road and air travel, it's also taking a toll on furnaces. The single-digit temperatures now causing calls for HVAC repairs to spike. NBC News reporter Patrick Fazio from NBC Chicago has some tips on how to avoid costly repairs.
I'm going into houses that are sometimes as low as 30 degrees. HVAC specialist Pedro Sanchez is working 16 to 18-hour days to fix heating systems that broke down in this frigid weather. They need to get that up and running before we get any busted pipes or plumbing scenarios, and now a simple repair becomes thousands of dollars.
I believe the furnace is 8 years old, so hopefully it lasts a little bit longer.
Alberto Moreno of Berwyn called for help when his kids noticed the house getting colder.
The thermostat was dropping, my older ones, they were wondering what we were going to do if it did continue to drop and get a little colder.
It turned out to be a broken flame sensor, but Sanchez says it's not always a repair that's needed. Make sure all the vents are open. Sometimes people will close vents because they want to force air to go another area, and now my furnace is overheating because it can't breathe. He also recommends changing your air filter every 30 days, especially when the furnace is working harder during the coldest months. So check your air filter to make sure it's nice and clean. When an air filter is dirty, it's going to cause our furnace to basically run at a very high temperature and overheat. A smart thermostat can alert you to problems if you're out of town, and it's hardwired so you don't need to change batteries. And keep your thermostat at the same temperature when it's this cold, says Sanchez.
It's easier to go up 1 degree, and then when it gets colder outside, not only are you trying to go up 1 degree, you're fighting the temperature that's dropping outside. So it puts much more strain on the system.
Tips to keep you warm and save you money.
Our thanks to Patrick Fazio for that report.
And the extreme temperatures are also impacting our wildlife. In Texas, many sea turtles were rescued and sent to a facility for rehabilitation. We get that story from Sydney Hernandez with our NBC affiliate KVEO.
Winter weather has officially come to South Texas.
Sudden drops in air and water temperature can cause sea turtles to go into a hypothermic shock known as cold stunning.
At which time our emergency response team, our staff here at Sea Turtle Inc. will intake those animals, take a good allocation of their current health condition, their current status, and then these bins by the end of the day will be full or overflowing with cold stun patients.
The cold stun turtles will rest, allowing their body temperature to regulate.
It's not overly warm in this room. Sea turtles are cold-blooded, so they use ambient temperature and water temperature to regulate their body temperature. So it'll be our responsibility over the next 2 to 3 days to really protect them and give them an opportunity to do what their body will do naturally.
The turtles will then be released back into the water. For now, they already have rescued some, but staff is preparing for more. As for how many?
The cool thing about turtles is that you never know exactly what's going to happen. We can predict with the weather and the wind and all of that kind of thing that we will definitely have some more. We think maybe tomorrow there will be even more than today, definitely. We got some maps and some models in from NOAA and from our organization as well. And those things are telling us that this will be more similar to some cold stunning that we had in the beginning of 2022. So that's like roughly around 100 patients.
Our thanks to Sydney Hernandez for that report. Good to see those turtles are getting the help they need. They're so cute. All right, coming up, we are diving a little deeper into our habits on social media with new concerns over the algorithm.
Yeah, it's what creates your particular experience on the apps. But critics are quick to point out it can lead you down some dark rabbit holes and pretty quickly. So now some public figures are calling for more regulation. We'll tell you about it next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get tough for all this damage to
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the man with everything.
All right, it just needs
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with some breaking news on America's job market.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is here with the latest numbers and some other headlines that could impact your wallet. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so we're just getting some fresh news on the U.S. economy. Jobless claims indicating ongoing tightness in the labor market. So first-time filings for unemployment benefits, those came in at 187,000 for the week ending January 13. That's down 16,000 from the previous week and below estimates for 208,000. Google CEO Sundar Pichai is warning employees of more job cuts this year. In a memo seen by CNBC, Pichai says the company has ambitious goals and will be investing in big priorities such as AI. He says to make that a reality, Google has to make tough choices. The company has undergone several rounds of layoffs that started a year ago when it announced it was cutting 12,000 jobs. Nearly 40% of millennials and Gen Zers believe they face a more difficult time in building wealth than their parents did at the same age, and it's due to the economy. In a new report from Bankrate, more than a quarter of those age groups have considered or are pursuing alternative measures to grow their finances. Those include asking for a raise or hunting for a new job. Younger generations are also more likely to say they're contributing more to their retirement accounts, guys. I guess it's good news that, you know, you're contributing more to your retirement, but it is tough. It's a tough environment right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's good. Do it young, even if it's just a little bit. It adds up down the road.
Exactly.
All right.
Every little bit helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, according to one estimate, social media users will spend 4 trillion hours scrolling this year. But what we see on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok can go from funny and harmless to dark and scary in just a few clicks. That's creating concern among critics and increasing calls for government regulation. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at where these algorithms are taking us.
From puppies to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content, fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulations.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something. But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you.
And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray.
In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction.
China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged.
Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. You can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. YouTube says research has found its recommendations just reflect our preferences, but you can turn off autoplay and stream without signing on, which prevents the app from tracking you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that, and he has some tips for us since it is you against the algorithm. Is there anything you can do to avoid that insidious content? Well, the algorithms try and figure out what you will grab onto emotionally, even if it is offensive. So the longer that you watch, even if you pause for just a second, the more likely it is that you are going to get more of that. So be cognizant when scrolling through your feeds. Well, coming up, you could call it a sign of the times.
After the break, why the feds are now cracking down on all those quirky and creative highway messages on those changeable signs. Use your blanca. Stay with us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have good news for all you grown-ups who miss playing at Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not sure how large of a population that is, but this one's for you. The restaurant and entertainment center chain is working on a game show for adults with a TV company. According to a release, the show will feature 2 teams playing against each other in super-sized games like pinball, air hockey, and the human claw. The team that wins will be able to exchange their tickets for prizes at the Chuck E. Cheese prize wall. Magical Elves, the production company behind Top Chef, says the show will tap into nostalgia for the brand. A premiere date and network have not yet been announced. I'm wondering if the creepy giant animatronic Chuck E. Cheese is included, as well as the fabulous pizza.
Hopefully the pizza.
Yes.
That's all we can hope for.
Yes.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Finally this hour, you may have seen the humorous, witty messages on those changeable electronic highway signs like, "Who hates speeding tickets? Raise your right foot." That message has been seen in a few states, including Delaware, the same place that reminds you to Delaware your seatbelt. Well, soon those types of messages on signs, well, they won't be allowed. That's because the federal government is calling for simple, direct, brief messages. No funny stuff.
Even when traffic is turbulent, the highways can be poetic, lined with messages like, "Don't be a stinker, use your blinker," courtesy of Nevada. Here's the Massachusetts version of that bulletin. I'll spare you my Boston accent. Such clever missives flashing on those changeable electronic signs are popular ways for states to encourage good driving behavior. 4 eyes in Mississippi, 2 eyes on the road. And from Ohio, visiting in-laws, slow down. Get there late. This hit movie motivated New Jersey to write Hocus Pocus, Drive with Focus. Well, Arizona drew inspiration from Notting Hill.
I'm also just a girl.
The interstate translation? I'm just a sign asking a driver to use turn signals. The examples are numerous, but that's about to change. The Federal Highway Administration just issued new rules banning messages with popular culture references or that are intended to be humorous, saying they might be misunderstood or understood only by a limited segment of road users and require time to process or understand.
It's not going to be distracting to me to read something and go, that's weird, I don't get it, and move on with my life.
Elise Riker lives in Arizona, which has an annual safety message contest. 3,700 entries were submitted last year, including Riker's winning phrase, "Seatbelts always pass the vibe check."
I love them. And I think keeping your mind active while you're driving is important.
Whether such messages are good because they engage your brain or bad because they're distracting is still up for debate. Regardless, soon they'll be gone. Hopefully you'll still keep your hands on the wheel, not your meal.
Even though the new rules are technically in effect as of today, the federal government is giving states 2 years to comply, so you still might see those messages. Arizona's DOT says it's still in the process of reviewing the new rules and has nothing to say about them right now, while Texas's DOT actually told us every message it posts includes a safety component and it will continue to do that. So perhaps some states might push the limit here, keep using the funny signs. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. You were laughing at a bunch of them.
I was cracking up.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, I wish you read them all to us.
Would it distract you from driving? That's the question.
I don't think so. And you brought up a good point about just a billboard or any advertisements that you take a second to read. I will say, some of them I've seen on the road I don't totally get, but it doesn't mean that I can't continue driving my car.
Exactly. So,
I don't know.
Federal government says no, so we'll see what happens.
I have kind of thought before, I can't believe, when they're borderline inappropriate, I'm like, I can't believe that's allowed.
They did that.
Not like, I can't believe I have to read these words, but just wow, who has the power here?
We have to cancel the DOT.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. All right.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Thank you throughout this show for not sparing us your Boston accent.
Use ya blinka.
Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Breaking news this morning, we are getting our first look at the Department of Justice's findings of its nearly year-and-a-half-long investigation into the horrific mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, back in 2022. According to the report, poor coordination, training, and execution of active shooter protocol contributed to a law enforcement response that it describes as a, quote, failure.
It goes on to say, quote, the most significant failure was that responding officers should have immediately recognized the incident as an active shooter situation, using the resources and equipment that were sufficient to push forward immediately and continuously toward the threat until entry was made into classrooms 111 and 112. And the threat was eliminated.
For more, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is in Uvalde. So, Morgan, what else can you tell us about this report?
Yeah, Josephina, this is more than 600 pages, essentially going through not just minute by minute of the shooting itself, but circumstances that led up to the shooting that could have impacted that response, and then mistakes also made in the aftermath of the shooting, whether it be treatment for the victims or for those here in the surrounding community. You already mentioned some of the most glaring mistakes that were mentioned by the Justice Department in this report. What essentially it's explaining to the folks here in Uvalde, Joe and Savannah, is it's not so much this is brand new information. Unfortunately, this just further confirms their deepest fears all along, and that is, from start to finish, there was a breakdown in communication that led to an absolute failure in the response to this school shooting at Robb Elementary School. We do know that there were specific examples given, such as prior training for active shooters that mistakenly suggested that it could quickly devolve into a hostage situation, which is not the case. And they believe that that may have led authorities to react the way in which they did on May 24th, 2022. They also talked about poor communication with multiple rooms in Robb Elementary School being checked not once but twice because they were not clearly labeled if they were cleared or evacuated or not, wasting time. And they talked about people who evacuated out of Robb Elementary School being sheltered at a nearby funeral home and not everyone was adequately medically screened. They mentioned a young child there who was bleeding for hours before receiving proper treatment. But Savannah, perhaps one of the most heartbreaking examples that this report puts forth is that there was a horrible mistake made in how the loss of life was shared with immediate family, sharing that some parents were told their child had survived when in fact they had not.
Morgan, just heartbreaking to hear some of these details. We know a lot of this had already been picked over, as you referenced. We've heard a lot about this, but now that we have this, where do we go from here? I mean, we know already several of the officers involved already lost their jobs, including some named in this report. Are we expecting to see any more consequences?
Well, there's certainly members of the community that would like to see additional accountability. We do know that Attorney General Merrick Garland will be having a press conference here at 11 o'clock local time in Uvalde. That will be followed by a press conference with representatives from victim families, where we anticipate hearing what they would like to do going forward. We do know a number of them have become very much fierce advocates for both improving school safety and changing gun policy. But it will be very interesting to see, in light of this recent report, if there's anything specific that they're looking to. I can tell you, having spoken to a family member of a victim last night, that they are still holding out for charges to be held against some of these officers that they watched on body cam wait minute by precious minute before moving in and fatally engaging that gunman.
All right, Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you so much. For more, let's bring in NBC News terrorism analyst Jim Kavanaugh. I mean, Jim, bottom line, looking over this report, perhaps no surprise, I think, to sum it up, the lessons we learned from Columbine, or were supposed to learn more than 20 years ago, just simply weren't followed here. What are some of the most damning points of this report that stick out to you?
Well, I think, Joe, the overall failure is the failure in leadership, and the report detailed that. You know, the leader, the on-scene commander, his main job is to make decisions. It's not to be standing as the first rifleman trying to go in the door, where we see Chief Rondo. He is, you know, right outside the door where the killer is inside. He's dropped his radio. How's he going to be the guy making decisions? He doesn't position himself to do it, and in fact does not do it. And every on-scene commander has to understand that your main job is to make decisions. And the main job in a tactical event is that you have to read the escalation and de-escalation factors in the event and act accordingly. All these officers are in the hallway within 3 minutes. Multiple officers, up to 11 officers in the hallway within 3 minutes of the killer entering. They knew where he was. They should have just followed him right through. We find out later the door wasn't even locked. They could have just turned the knob and went in, engaged him. They had more guns than he had. They had ballistic shield or not, but they still would have won the gunfight, even though they were in some peril. But time is not always on your side. Children are bleeding out. They knew that because the children were calling 911. There was multiple instances of the killer inside the classroom shooting while they were waiting. All of this is escalation, reading escalation, and the commander should have said, go, go, go, go, go. So many, many failures.
How do you imagine this report will be received by the law enforcement officials who were involved in responding to the shooting?
Well, there's certainly really no defense. You know, you can say that, you know, I didn't know this, I didn't know that, but you didn't set up the structure, first of all. You know, the report talks about a lot of officers responded. I think really that's a good thing. But what departments have to plan for is to manage that response. They need a lieutenant that handles all that. They need commanders from those agencies to be told where the on-scene command is, so they can get there, put a tent up, be standing right outside the door. You show up as a ranking official, lieutenant from the state police, captain from the sheriff's office, special agent in charge from FBI or ATF. On-scene command is over there. That's where you want to go. And then you can be part of the decision-making process to lay on your resources, to coordinate, to communicate. But if it's scattered all about, it's not going to work. So you have to set it up, and you have to practice, and you have to be in tune with everybody. Don't refuse to help. You have many tasks. You can set up a giant perimeter. You have crime scenes. You got a family reunification center. You got to deal with the public and the press. You probably need lots of people to do all these things, but you just got to be prepared to manage that if it's you know, the department that's the victim of the shooting.
Absolutely. Jim Kavanaugh, we always appreciate you, especially on breaking news this morning. Again, this Department of Justice. We're finally hearing a little bit more about what actually happened that day in terms of the law enforcement response. Thank you very much, Jim Kavanaugh.
It is deadly winter weather impacting the nation. So far, there have been more than 30 confirmed deaths related to the weather in just the past week.
Yeah, and this is all while brutal conditions impact travel on the roads and in the air. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live in Buffalo with the latest for us. Hi, Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Right now, the wind chill here is a bone-chilling 7 degrees, powering a relentless lake effect snow machine. You can see this area was just recently plowed, but as I walk over here, you can get a better sense for just how deep the snow is. This is an area that has seen snow the past 14 days in a row. There's so much snow on the ground. Officials say it's not just a matter of pushing it out of the way. They actually have to have trucks come in, pick it up, and relocate the snow as communities across the country are dealing with this brutal winter weather punch. This morning, another powerful and dangerous winter storm is on the move. Bitter cold from coast to coast. 66 million people are under winter weather alerts. Those brutal conditions impacting air travel nationwide, with more than 5,000 flight delays and 1,100 cancellations Wednesday.
Every hour, they would just say, oh, delay, delay, delay.
State police say 5 family members were struck and killed by a tractor trailer on a snowy Pennsylvania interstate after they left their vehicles following a separate crash. In hard-hit Buffalo, even more lake effect snow is expected on top of the 3+ feet that has buried the city in recent days. Driving conditions overnight, treacherous. With authorities warning clearing this amount of snow can be dangerous.
If you have a heart condition, you should avoid snow shoveling and even snow blowing.
In the West, the weather closing roads and sending drivers sliding. And with more than half of the country now covered in snow for the first time this winter, in Illinois, wind chills dipped as low as 40 below. Tow truck drivers like David Burt's wearing special gear to work in freezing conditions.
Oh, definitely. With the actual temperatures, this prevent any frostbite on our face.
And while snowplows are working around the clock here, officials are urging people when they head out on the roadways to use extreme caution, because when we see these powerful wind gusts, sometimes 35 miles an hour, come through here, those gusts pick up the snow and can create whiteout conditions. And this snow machine isn't letting up yet. For parts of western New York, it could see another foot of snow on top of all the snow already, or even a matter of feet after what has really been a wild week of weather. Joe and Savannah.
Oh, all right, Emily, thanks for being out there for us.
For more on how this bitter cold might be impacting your area, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Angie Lastman is here to tell us who's going to freeze. Angie, good morning.
Everybody needs the layers, guys. Good morning to you. Bundling up is going to be exactly what you'll have to do from here through really the end of the weekend in a lot of areas across the country. Here's what we're dealing with this morning. 7 million people under these freeze alerts. The South is not being excluded from this cold air. We've got 13 million people under these wind chill alerts, mainly centered across the middle of the country. But we've got this reinforcing blast of cold air that we're going to see work in, and it really makes a difference with these temperatures. As we get into the afternoon hours today, just 9 for the high in Minneapolis. We'll feel like -4. Moving a little farther to the south, teens for Omaha, feeling like the single digits, and the 30s on tap for Wichita, but we will, of course, be feeling like the 20s. Looking ahead to tomorrow, it spreads a little farther to the south. Dallas ends up at 36, feeling like 27. Places like Chicago will feel like 5 below. And we've got these bitter cold temperatures stretched across most of the plains, out into portions of the Midwest and down towards the south. We only see minor improvements as the weekend gets going here. We really have to wait until next week to see some significant improvements. And that significant improvement for Chicago is going to come from being at 15 degrees on Saturday to 34 degrees on Monday. So still feeling very much like winter as we roll into next week, but we'll at least leave behind the really bitter cold temperatures for now. who knows what'll happen after that. But hey, here's what we've got as far as the winter alerts. 69 million people from the west to the east are included in this as we gear up for this next couple of storms that we'll have to deal with. The snow today is going to go from the Rockies into the Midwest, and we'll see some of that difficult travel across that region. We're also going to see a new low develop across portions of the southeast, and that's going to bring the rain, the snow, the ice. We'll see the freezing rain cause difficulty from really the Tennessee Valley to points south of that. That'll be something that causes difficult travel, as I mentioned. But then as we get into tomorrow, the difficult travel will be along I-95. Specifically, we'll see the mid-Atlantic, Northeast picking up on some additional snowfall. It's going to be pretty similar to the snowfall accumulations that we saw with this previous storm. So 1 to 3 inches expected from New York to Washington, D.C. But notice what you see there. You see the lake effect snow not ending anytime soon. Folks downwind of the lakes are going to get another good batch of snow over the next couple of days as we see these strong winds ramp up in the wake of that system as it moves out. So by the time we finish all of this up, likely through Saturday, guys, we could see another foot of snow along the lake. If you're wondering, here, New York, Philadelphia, D.C., maybe closer to 1 to 3 inches. So not quite as much, but still, it'll look beautiful.
I'll take it.
I love it. Thank you, Angie. Well, this morning we're monitoring the health of 2 members of the British royal family. Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after abdominal surgery, while King Charles is expected to undergo a procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from outside Kensington Palace in London. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. A lot going on, and 2 major royal health announcements in the same day is extremely rare. Looking at just Kate's condition, it sounds very serious. They say she'll be in the hospital for nearly 2 weeks, out of view for another 3 months, and Kensington Palace isn't telling us why she initially needed that surgery.
This morning, for the 2nd day in a row, Kate, the Princess of Wales, is recovering in the hospital after what Kensington Palace calls a successful planned abdominal surgery, saying she will likely remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days, a rare, lengthy stay. A source at Kensington Palace confirms her condition is non-cancerous.
I wish Kate well. I think she's a fantastic princess.
I wish her fast recovery.
Hopefully she's going to be okay.
The palace also says she'll now cancel all events until after Easter, a long time to be out of view for the most popular royal.
You know, I was told that she had a very packed schedule coming up between now and Easter and was very much looking forward to it. And that was just a couple of weeks back. So things have obviously moved fairly quickly.
Kate has long been seen as healthy, very sporty, talking about the benefits of exercise.
I really generally love all sports. You know, I love swimming. Personally, I love swimming. Cold swimming, the colder the better.
With no known health issues outside of the much publicized extreme morning sickness with all 3 pregnancies, hospitalized for 1. And last week, on her 42nd birthday, the royal family posted this behind-the-scenes snap from King Charles's coronation. No inkling that anything might be wrong. We last saw Kate celebrating Christmas with the whole family at Sandringham. And the statement adds she hopes that the public will understand her desire to maintain as much normality for her children as possible. George, Charlotte, and, of course, little Louis are at the center of their lives, and Prince William will also postpone events to support his family. Also yesterday, in a stunning 2nd royal health statement in one day, Buckingham Palace announced King Charles will have a corrective procedure next week for an enlarged prostate. His Majesty's condition is benign, the palace says, reassuring news for the 75-year-old monarch.
Now, Kensington Palace has just confirmed to NBC News that Prince William visited his wife in the hospital this morning, and he won't be holding any engagements while she is still in the hospital. And certainly, Savannah, in the next couple of months, he'll be scaling back. They've also said there will be no international travel for either Kate or William in the next couple of months. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you very much.
Let's bring in NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew for more on this. Daisy, good to have you with us. So let's start with the Princess of Wales. What more are you learning about Kate's condition? Because there's just so much we don't know right now.
Well, as you said, at the moment, the details of what exactly procedure Kate had are very scant. There's, of course, a lot of speculation going on this side of the pond. People saying that 2 weeks in hospital for such a young, fit woman is a long time, so this surgery must have been quite serious. There has also been, though, a lot of praise for the openness with which both Charles and his prostate issues and Kate have revealed the details of their medical situation. Because, in fact, it's very different over here. There is no constitutional obligation for senior royals to disclose details about their medical situations, not like your politicians and your presidents over there. So, actually, anything they do say, they are giving up voluntarily, if you like. Also, just a word about Prince William. There has been quite a lot of acknowledgement that this is a very different type of father, that he has said that he is giving up doing his sort of official duties over the next few weeks to be at Kate's side, but particularly to be looking after the kids, carry on taking them on the school run and so on. That, of course, is a very different situation than his parents or his grandparents would have taken.
What's been the reaction in the UK? I mean, it's nice to hear that you say that people appreciate the openness so far that we've heard, but now that we just know, she's going to be in the hospital for 2 weeks, what are people there saying?
Yeah. I think there has been a lot of concern. If you look at the front pages of the newspapers today, no great surprise that Kate is on the front, and Charles, of all those newspapers. But really, some of the newspapers saying, we are praying that they're both going to be okay. So I think there has been concern that nobody knew that Kate had any medical issues. As I said, concern that this operation is going to keep her in hospital for 2 weeks and recuperating for a significant period of time, right up until Easter. So people are worried. And, of course, behind the scenes, the royal family and the courtiers around them will be concerned because Kate, being such a very popular member of the royal family, she does sprinkle some stardust everywhere she goes. She increases the popularity of the other members of the royal family. So to be losing your leading lady, if you like, will be of concern. And, of course, in the next couple of weeks, they're actually losing the big three, which is sometimes what Charles, Kate and William are referred to, with all three of them out of action.
Yeah. Let's talk about King Charles' health. We know he's been heading to the hospital to be treated for an enlarged prostate. You talked about the fact that they maybe surprisingly open. Why do you think the palace is being so open about his condition?
Well, in fact, they said in the statement that Charles had deliberately taken this decision to be really open about his condition in the hope that it would encourage other men to get themselves tested if they have prostate issues. We all know that men can sometimes be very reticent to seek medical advice, and I think Charles really is making a statement here saying, if I, the king, can be open about this issue, can admit that I've having these problems and I'm going to get treatment, then please can everybody, if you have concerns, go and get checked. And it is a problem here in the UK, particularly black men are very, very prone to prostate problems and are even more reticent, the statistics show, to get help. So I think it actually really was very admirable that he took this decision and this stance.
Motivate a lot of other people to check on issues that maybe they haven't been checking on as well. All right. Daisy McAndrew, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Well, we've got much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the FAA widening its probe into Boeing in the wake of that terrifying mid-air blowout on one of its planes, when we could see one of Boeing's most popular jets back in the skies.
But first, there is mounting pressure in Washington to bring those hostages held by Hamas back home, with some of the families expected to visit the White House today. Those stories and more up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, this is it, right?
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, later today, the families of some of the hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza are meeting with U.S. officials in Washington in a bid to keep their loved ones in the spotlight. It comes after Hamas agreed to deliver medication to the hostages in exchange for Israel allowing aid for Palestinians suffering in Gaza. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, American and Israeli hostage parents are in Washington. They're seeking answers from Washington officials today, expecting to see the National Security Advisor at the White House, and fearing that the world is moving on while attention on their sons and daughters is fading. A cargo plane of hope for hostages in Gaza. The first delivery of medicine and food for them from Qatar, agreed to by Hamas in exchange for more aid to Palestinian civilians. Here at home, hostage families holding a vigil Wednesday night at the U.S. Capitol and planning to visit the White House today, trying to keep the spotlight on their loved ones, now held captive for more than 100 days.
A week ago today, we stood on the border with Gaza, so close to Omer. We screamed his name through huge speakers.
Omer, can you hear us? We're here. We're really close to you.
Omer Nutra is an all-American 22-year-old born and raised in Long Island.
Love sports.
What's his favorite sport?
Basketball and volleyball.
His parents emigrated from Israel 24 years ago. Their families, Holocaust survivors. When Omer decided to take a gap year before college and enlist in the IDF, they supported him.
Basically understood that he can't just be a bystander and he needs to join them and do his share.
Were you afraid of the danger?
Yes, but we could never imagine this situation.
No one did. On October 7th, Omer was stationed along the Gaza border.
He was in his tank with his team, and they were ambushed. They forced them out, and they took them.
We are pressing for action from anybody that we see, whether it's the State Department or FBI or Israeli authorities.
Many hostage families are now demanding that Israel agree to a ceasefire.
It's been too long. It's too dangerous. whatever they've achieved so far, they can continue doing that after they bring them out alive.
Leaders in Qatar have said that hostage negotiations have resumed, with Qatar relaying proposals between Hamas and Israel's spy chief and the director of the CIA. But so far, no breakthroughs, while the families can only hope that their loved ones will be free before another 100 days. Savannah and Joe.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much.
The war in Gaza is sparking acts of violence and aggression here in the U.S. In Vermont, 3 college students of Palestinian descent were shot and seriously wounded in November. Authorities are investigating it as a possible hate crime. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas spoke exclusively with 2 of those victims about their experience.
The headline stunned the nation. 3 college students likely targeted and shot because they were Palestinian, and also where it happened, a neighborhood in Burlington, Vermont. Now, one of those students who was severely injured in the shooting is speaking out and telling me about the moment his life changed and how he's coping with his new reality.
I just remember gunshots and falling down.
For the first time, Hishem Awartani, the Palestinian-American college student who was shot and paralyzed, is telling his story. How he and his 2 friends were ambushed on a November night in Burlington, Vermont, he says, because of racism.
Growing up in Palestine, this is something that I'd always thought was possible.
But did you think it happened here?
Not really, no. I definitely expected it would happen to me in the West Bank in Palestine, but not in Vermont.
Hishem and his 2 best friends, Kinan Abdalhamid and Tassin Ali Ahmed, all grew up together in the West Bank, doing everything together, including going to college in the U.S. With the war raging, the friends decided to stay with Hishem's family in Burlington during the Thanksgiving break.
Hishem's uncle was driving us from bowling alley, and before we went into the house, we decided to walk around the block. That's what we usually do.
Tahsin and I were both wearing the kufiya, like the traditional Palestinian headscarf, for a variety of reasons. Practically, because it was really cold, but on a more meaningful sense, it's because that we felt as Palestinians during this time period, it's important for us to show our identity and to show that we exist and that we're human. Just walking along the street, this man comes down the porch, approaches us, pulls out a pistol.
Tahsin was screaming when he was shot first. Hisham didn't make a sound, was running. As soon as Tahsin started screaming, I was running.
Did you know you were shot? I didn't quite process the fact until I looked at my phone and I saw my phone had blood on it. I was like, oh, I'd been shot.
All units be advised the shooter's unaccounted for.
The next day, federal agents arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who lived steps from the shooting and had an arsenal of weapons in his apartment. He allegedly told the authorities who arrested him, "I've been waiting for you." Eaton has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charges.
Why do you think he shot you?
Systematic dehumanization. People would like to focus on him as an individual. Oh, he's just this one evil guy. But the truth is, he's a symptom of a larger issue.
The bullet that hit Hishem struck his spine. Now paralyzed, he's learning how to navigate his new life.
When they told you what your future may look like, or at least what the immediate future would look like, what was that moment like?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's hard, but I take solace in the fact that I'm able to receive this care. It makes me think of other people in Gaza who, have been disabled by bombings, and they are not able to receive that. I know that my life will continue, but I don't know about theirs.
So far, the suspect in this case, Jason Easton, has not been charged with a hate crime. The state attorney in the case has said there is no doubt this was a hateful act, and they are still investigating the crime. In New York, Tom Llamas, back to you.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's get you more international headlines now. Officials say an explosion at a fireworks factory in central Thailand has killed several people.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga has that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, and good morning. That's right. Officials in Thailand said that at least 20 people were killed and 3 others are missing after that explosion in a fireworks factory in Thailand. Well, now local police said that about 20 to 30 workers were in the factory at the time of the blast, and the death toll is expected to rise. The incident took place in a town about 60 miles north of the capital, Bangkok, and comes ahead of celebrations of the Lunar New Year, when fireworks are in strong demand in Thailand and other parts of Asia. Police said that another explosion at the same factory in November 2022 killed one worker and injured 3 others. Thailand's National Disaster Agency said the cause of the explosion is under investigation. Let's now go to Russia, where on Wednesday protesters clashed with riot police in the Bashkortostan region near Kazakhstan after a local activist was sentenced to 4 years in prison for his campaign against mining of a mountain considered to be sacred by locals. Videos posted on Telegram show riot police dispersing the crowd using tear gas, flash grenades and batons. Other videos show the demonstrators throw snowballs at the police while chanting freedom and shame. According to independent Russian monitor groups, about 20 people were detained by the police, a claim that cannot be independently verified by NBC News. And let's end this tour of the world in Denmark, where the new king, Frederik X, has published a book to the surprise of many. Frederik was crowned king on Sunday after his mother, Margaret II, abdicated on New Year's Eve after 52 years on the throne. His book, called The King's Word, is flying off the shelves in Denmark and gives an insight into his life and beliefs. In it, he reveals that as a child, he had difficulty accepting he will become king of Denmark one day, saying he just wanted to be like all the other boys his age. Well, he didn't. Back to you guys.
I was cranked out that book real quick there.
I know, a surprise.
Good for him, good timing. All right.
Yeah, hopefully there's more. I love the story of him and his wife, so maybe we'll get more of that.
I hope so, yeah. Claudio, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, new details this morning on the 10-year-old Maryland boy who was bitten on the leg by a shark while vacationing in the Bahamas.
After the break, more on his condition this morning and the investigation now underway into what went wrong. That's next on Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. This morning, we are learning new details about a shark attack at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. The 10-year-old boy who was bitten while participating in the resort's Walking with Sharks experience is reportedly recovering, while the tour operator promises a thorough internal investigation. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest.
Doctors Hospital in the Bahamas tells NBC News that 10-year-old child is recovering well this morning after surgery to his right leg and is expected to fly home to Maryland. That, as a family's tropical vacation ended up in trauma. This morning, the popular Walking with Sharks experience at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas is closed and no longer available for booking on the resort's website. Just days after a 10-year-old boy from Maryland was bitten on his leg. The tour operator, Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove, writing in a statement, "We are deeply saddened that a child suffered a shark bite during an in-water experience on Monday. The company says it's begun an internal investigation, adding incidents like this involving interactions with marine life, even with the species of sharks included in this experience, are rare and never acceptable." Michael and Tori Massey say they were in the water when the child was attacked.
It was like just a very surreal moment, like nothing else I ever experienced.
As multiple videos posted to social media show, the Shark Tank experience is part of the Mayan temple area of the resort's Aqua Venture Zone. Guests use special helmets in order to breathe underwater and to get close-up views of Caribbean reef sharks and nurse sharks. Neither are considered an aggressive species of shark. An ad on the resort's website, which has since been removed, said no swimming experience necessary to participate. But kids must be at least 10 years old. Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove say they've been operating this experience since 2006 and have never had a guest-related incident occur. NBC News reached out to the Atlantis for comments, but so far has not received a response. The Masseys say the experience started out fine, but took a turn when the boy entered the water.
When you go to a resort of this nature, you expect that safety is paramount and you expect there to be certain protocols.
The couple says the dive guides in the water reacted quickly to the danger. A popular and long-standing attraction, now on hold indefinitely. And according to the hospital, the boy and his parents, who were not actually in the tank when all of this happened, should now be back home safely in Maryland. As for commenting on this terrifying ordeal, we have not heard from them yet. You'd have to imagine there is some sense of relief now knowing that their son is going to be okay. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Thank you, Sam.
Boeing is still in the hot seat as both the FAA and Alaska Airlines inspectors head into their manufacturing plants to review its quality control process. This comes nearly 2 weeks after the mid-air emergency that tore the door plug off a plane. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Yeah, good day. The FAA says it has no timeline for when it might allow the MAX 9 to fly again. That's all pending its ongoing investigations. What's new is that now the FAA says the first 40 inspections of the grounded planes have been completed. The FAA is reviewing that data of those inspections before it then decides how to allow the next group to be inspected and when that might happen. So this is very much a work in progress, and there is no timeline here. Importantly, only after reviewing that data will the FAA move forward with its decision on how it's going to investigate the rest of the grounded MAX 9s. Now, you're going to recall it was the door plug on that Alaska Airlines flight, that door plug that covers up an unused emergency exit that blew out in flight over Portland almost 2 weeks ago right now. The NTSB lab in Washington is now investigating how that door plug exploded out of the plane and whether it was properly attached. All 171 Alaska and United MAX 9s remain grounded, and that means that both airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights a day, about 150 a day. Alaska flights, about 200 United flights a day canceled because they don't have this critical plane in their arsenal, if you will. Underscoring the loss of airline confidence and trust in Boeing, Alaska has now decided to put its own inspectors in Boeing plants to double-check Boeing's work, Here's the Alaska CEO speaking to passengers in a Twitter release.
We will enhance our own quality oversight of Alaska aircraft on the Boeing production line, adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
Now, you'll recall it's not just Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems is also in the spotlight. Spirit makes the fuselage for the Boeing MAX 9 that ships it on to Boeing. Spirit has had quality control issues for years. The NTSB says that door plug was actually made by a Spirit operation in Malaysia. Spirit says it remains focused on quality control, but yesterday Boeing's CEO visited a Spirit plant in Wichita and said both companies have got to up their game, double down on, in fact, ensuring that every piece that is produced for a plane is of great quality, and they maintain their quality assurance standards across the board. But both companies, Boeing and Spirit, are right now just under enormous scrutiny with reputation at stake and a lot of people, a lot of airlines losing confidence in the Boeing product. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
Well, as the frigid winter weather pummels the country, it's not only disrupting road and air travel, it's also taking a toll on furnaces. The single-digit temperatures now causing calls for HVAC repairs to spike. NBC News reporter Patrick Fazio from NBC Chicago has some tips on how to avoid costly repairs.
I'm going into houses that are sometimes as low as 30 degrees.
HVAC specialist Pedro Sanchez is working 16 to 18-hour days to fix heating systems that broke down in this frigid weather.
They need to get that up and running before we get any busted pipes or plumbing scenarios, and now a simple repair becomes thousands of dollars.
I believe the furnace is 8 years old, so hopefully it lasts a little bit longer.
Alberto Moreno of Berwyn called for help when his kids noticed the house getting colder.
The thermostat was dropping, my older ones, they were wondering what we were going to do if it did continue to drop and get a little colder.
It turned out to be a broken flame sensor, but Sanchez says it's not always a repair that's needed.
Make sure all the vents are open. Sometimes people will close vents because they want to force air to go another area, and now my furnace is overheating because it can't breathe.
He also recommends changing your air filter every 30 days, especially when the furnace is working harder during the coldest months.
So check your air filter to make sure it's nice and clean. When an air filter is dirty, it's going to cause our furnace to basically run at a very high temperature and overheat.
A smart thermostat can alert you to problems if you're out of town, and it's hardwired so you don't need to change batteries. And keep your thermostat at the same temperature when it's this cold, says Sanchez.
It's easier to go up 1 degree, and then when it gets colder outside, not only are you trying to go up 1 degree, you're fighting the temperature that's dropping outside. So it puts much more strain on the system.
Tips to keep you warm and save you money.
Our thanks to Patrick Fazio for that report.
And the extreme temperatures are also impacting our wildlife. In Texas, many sea turtles were rescued and sent to a facility for rehabilitation. We get that story from Sydney Hernandez with our NBC affiliate KVEO.
Winter weather has officially come to South Texas.
Sudden drops in air and water temperature can cause sea turtles to go into a hypothermic shock known as cold stunning.
At which time our emergency response team, our staff here at Sea Turtle Inc. will intake those animals, take a good allocation of their current health condition, their current status, and then these bins by the end of the day will be full or overflowing with cold stun patients.
The cold stun turtles will rest, allowing their body temperature to regulate.
It's not overly warm in this room. Sea turtles are cold-blooded, so they use ambient temperature and water temperature to regulate their body temperature. So it'll be our responsibility over the next 2 to 3 days to really protect them and give them an opportunity to do what their body will do naturally.
The turtles will then be released back into the water. For now, they already have rescued some, but staff is preparing for more. As for how many,
the cool thing about turtles is that you never know exactly what's going to happen. We can predict with the weather and the wind and all of that kind of thing that we will definitely have some more. We think maybe tomorrow there will be even more than today, definitely. We got some maps and some models in from NOAA and from our organization as well. And those things are telling us that this will be more similar to some cold stunning that we had in the beginning of 2022. So that's like roughly around 100 patients.
Our thanks to Sydney Hernandez for that report. Good to see those turtles are getting the help they need. They're so cute. All right, coming up, we are diving a little deeper into our habits on social media with new concerns over the algorithm.
Yeah, it's what creates your particular experience on the apps. But critics are quick to point out it can lead you down some dark rabbit holes and pretty quickly. So now some public figures are calling for more regulation. We'll tell you about it next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered.
All right, it just made
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with some breaking news on America's job market.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is here with the latest numbers and some other headlines that could impact your wallet. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so we're just getting some fresh news on the U.S. economy. Jobless claims indicating ongoing tightness in the labor market. So first-time filings for unemployment benefits, those came in at 187,000 for the week ending January 13. That's down 16,000 from the previous week and below estimates for 208,000. Google CEO Sundar Pichai is warning employees of more job cuts this year. In a memo seen by CNBC, Pichai says the company has ambitious goals and will be investing in big priorities such as AI. He says to make that a reality, Google has to make tough choices. The company has undergone several rounds of layoffs that started a year ago when it announced it was cutting 12,000 jobs. Nearly 40% of millennials and Gen Zers believe they face a more difficult time in building wealth than their parents did at the same age, and it's due to the economy. In a new report from Bankrate, more than a quarter of those age groups have considered or are pursuing alternative measures to grow their finances. Those include asking for a raise or hunting for a new job. Younger generations are also more likely to say they're contributing more to their retirement accounts, guys. I guess it's good news that, you know, you're contributing more to your retirement, but it is tough. It's a tough environment right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's good. Do it young, even if it's just a little bit. It adds up down the road.
Exactly.
All right.
Every little bit helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, according to one estimate, social media users will spend 4 trillion hours scrolling this year. But what we see on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok can go from funny and harmless to dark and scary in just a few clicks. That's creating concern among critics and increasing calls for government regulation. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at where these algorithms are taking us.
From puppies
Those are rude.
to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content. fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulation.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something. But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you.
And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray.
In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction.
China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged.
Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. You can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. YouTube says research has found its recommendations just reflect our preferences, but you can turn off autoplay and stream without signing on, which prevents the app from tracking you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that, and he has some tips for us since it is you against the algorithm. Is there anything you can do to avoid that insidious content? Well, the algorithms try and figure out what you will grab onto emotionally, even if it is offensive. So the longer that you watch, even if you pause for just a second, the more likely it is that you are going to get more of that. So be cognizant when scrolling through your feeds. Well, coming up, you could call it a sign of the times.
After the break, why the feds are now cracking down on all those quirky and creative highway messages on those changeable signs. Use your blanket. Stay with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We have good news for all you grown-ups who miss playing at Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not sure how large of a population that is, but this one's for you. The restaurant and entertainment center chain is working on a game show for adults with a TV company. According to a release, the show will feature two teams playing against each other in super-sized games like pinball, air hockey, and the human claw. The team that wins will be able to exchange their tickets for prizes at the Chuck E. Cheese prize wall. Magical Elves, the production company behind Top Chef, says the show will tap into nostalgia for the brand. A premiere date and network have not yet been announced. I'm wondering if the creepy giant animatronic Chuck E. Cheese is included, as well as the fabulous pizza.
Hopefully the pizza.
Yes.
That's all we can hope for.
Yes.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Finally this hour, you may have seen the humorous, witty messages on those changeable electronic highway signs like, "Who hates speeding tickets? Raise your right foot." That message has been seen in a few states, including Delaware, the same place that reminds you to Delaware your seatbelt. Well, soon those types of messages on signs, well, they won't be allowed. That's because the federal government is calling for simple, direct, brief messages. No funny stuff.
Even when traffic is turbulent, the highways can be poetic, lined with messages like, "Don't be a stinker, use your blinker," courtesy of Nevada. Here's the Massachusetts version of that bulletin. I'll spare you my Boston accent. Such clever missives flashing on those changeable electronic signs are popular ways for states to encourage good driving behavior. 4 eyes in Mississippi, 2 eyes on the road. And from Ohio, visiting in-laws, slow down. Get there late. This hit movie motivated New Jersey to write Hocus Pocus, Drive with Focus. Well, Arizona drew inspiration from Notting Hill.
I'm also just a girl.
The interstate translation? I'm just a sign asking a driver to use turn signals. The examples are numerous, but that's about to change. The Federal Highway Administration just issued new rules banning messages with popular culture references or that are intended to be humorous, saying they might be misunderstood or understood only by a limited segment of road users and require time to process or understand.
It's not going to be distracting to me to read something and go, huh, that's weird, I don't get it, and move on with my life.
Lise Riker lives in Arizona, which has an annual safety message contest. 3,700 entries were submitted last year, including Riker's winning phrase, "Seatbelts always pass the vibe check."
I love them. And I think keeping your mind active while you're driving is important.
Whether such messages are good because they engage your brain or bad because they're distracting is still up for debate. Regardless, soon they'll be gone. Hopefully you'll still keep your hands on the wheel, not your meal.
Even though the new rules are technically in effect as of today, the federal government is giving states 2 years to comply, so you still might see those messages. Arizona's DOT says it's still in the process of reviewing the new rules and has nothing to say about them right now, while Texas's DOT actually told us every message it posts includes a safety component, and it will continue to do that. So perhaps some states might push the limit here, keep using the funny signs. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. You were laughing at a bunch of them.
Oh, I was cracking up.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, I wish you read them all.
Would it distract you from driving? That's the question.
I don't think so. And you brought up a good point about just a billboard or any
Billboards are
advertisements that you take a second to read. I will say, I didn't. Some of them I have seen on the road I don't totally get, but it doesn't mean that I can't continue driving my car.
Exactly. So
I don't know.
Federal government says no, so we'll see what happens.
I have kind of thought before, like, I can't believe, like, when they're like borderline inappropriate, you know? I'm like, I can't believe that's allowed.
They did that.
Not like, I can't believe I have to read these words, but just like wow, who has the power here?
We have to cancel the DOT. Yeah. All right.
Exactly. All right.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And thank you throughout this show for not sparing us your Boston accent.
Use ya blinka.
Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday to you. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, January 18th. Bombshell report. The Department of Justice revealing the findings of its nearly year-long investigation into the 2022 shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. We're going to take you there live, where the Attorney General is about to speak.
And targeted strikes. The U.S. military launched another round of missiles at Iran-backed Houthi sites in Yemen. Why the Biden administration is ramping up those attacks and what all this means for the broader war.
Scam alert. Experts say that fraud is at a crisis level as people are increasingly sharing more personal information online. We'll tell you how to protect your data and avoid being duped.
Not ready to mingle. The single life gets a bad rap, but one expert actually says it's time to embrace the idea. We're going to give you her tips on changing your outlook on relationships and living your best solo life. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good conversation. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with breaking news out of Uvalde. That is the Texas town that suffered that horrific mass shooting at an elementary school in 2022. Any moment now, Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to hold a press conference on the Department of Justice investigation that's going on. The bombshell report released this morning revealing disturbing new details about the botched police response.
Now, it says in part that the most significant failure was that responding officers should have immediately recognized the incident as an active shooter situation, using the resources and equipment that were sufficient to push forward immediately and continuously toward the threat until entry was made into classrooms 111 and 112 and the threat was eliminated. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Uvalde, Texas. Morgan, look, this report, it concludes a nearly year-long probe. A lot of questions were answered here. What more did we learn about why it took authorities more than an hour to take down that gunman?
Yeah, it's very interesting, Vicki and Morgan. This report, more than 600 pages worth, really breaks down the circumstances before, during, and after this tragedy took place that all combined to create this horrific shooting at Robb Elementary School. As far as what additional facts we've learned, bits and pieces kind of scattered throughout this report. I should know that it goes so far as to say that the Uvalde School Police Department had taken part in active shooter training several weeks before this took place, but that during that training they received mistaken data that active shooters can often devolve into hostage situations, and there was a thought by the Justice Department that that could have misled them in how they responded to the gunman when he opened fire at Robb Elementary. I also want to read to you in part some else of this report that paints a grim picture as to what took place. It reads, at the hospital and the center, that being the reunification center, some families were reunited with their children, but other families received incorrect information suggesting their family members had survived when in fact they had not, and others were notified of the deaths of their family members by personnel untrained in delivering such painful news. That, of course, a testament to how this was mishandled in the moments after everyone got out of Robb Elementary, and yet mistakes were continuing to be made. I think when I've spoken to members of the community here, they tell me it's not so much that they learned anything new from this report. It reaffirmed what that body camera that they were shown months ago proved, and that is mistakes were made at every level. And whenever they watch those officers standing in the hallway at Robb Elementary, precious minute by precious minute, and not saving those children, frankly, some of them tell me that's all they needed to see.
Yeah, you can only imagine how triggering it is for them when we far away are watching this and feeling their frustration as well. What are the next steps, Morgan? Will they get any sort of accountability?
Accountability is a word many people have talked about, and yet many people don't know what exactly that will look like. Important to note here that this DOJ report is not pursuing charges for anyone against anybody here. It's just merely stating the facts that they uncovered. That said, there are some who say that the facts uncovered in the report should be enough for the local county prosecutor to pursue charges against some of those officers who stood by and did nothing. I want you to hear what one individual from Uvalde shared with our own Ken Delanian. Take a listen.
What do you hope people get out of this?
Like you said, hopefully it does change things. It's going to bring some light to those failures. And unfortunately, this had to happen to us for those lessons to be shared with somebody else.
And of course, all eyes will be on the press conference when we hear Attorney General Garland speak here in Uvalde in just a few minutes. There will be a family press conference held immediately after, where representatives from each of those victim families will be sharing their thoughts and potentially what they hope comes of this comprehensive, more than 600-page report.
Yeah.
Guys.
We'll be keeping an eye on that. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky in Uvalde for us. Thank you, Morgan.
Now let's go overseas to the Middle East, where fears are growing that the war between Israel and Hamas is now spreading across that region. In fact, late last night, U.S. forces say they launched new strikes against more than a dozen Iran-backed Houthi sites in Yemen. U.S. military officials are calling those attacks preemptive because they say they targeted missiles that posed an imminent threat to international ships there in the Red Sea.
Meantime, in Iran, their state media is reporting at least 9 people are dead after Pakistan carried out strikes overnight against alleged militant targets. The attack appears to be in response to one by Tehran that was conducted inside Pakistan just days ago. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is following it all for us this afternoon. So, Monica, these back-and-forth strikes seem to be happening almost daily now. How is the White House responding, and what are officials there saying about the United States' overall involvement moving forward in this region?
Yeah, Vicki, we've seen this happen now 4 times in the last week alone. We've seen this back and forth, and this, from the U.S. perspective, is really about degrading the capability, the ability that these Iranian-backed rebels, the Houthis, have in Yemen to continue to provoke and attack some commercial ships in the Red Sea. We know, of course, there had been that back and forth involving the U.S. Navy responding to some distress calls. We have seen that continually happen in that pattern. And the president was just asked about this as he left the White House for an event in North Carolina today. And he said, look, we expect this to continue. The strikes have to continue to degrade that capability because clearly the Houthis haven't gotten the message here to knock it off. And so they're going to continue to see this. But there is, of course, that larger concern about that escalating to something wider.
You know, Monica, you also have new reporting on the meeting at the White House today with the families of hostages that are still held there inside Gaza. What do we know about that meeting? Exactly who's going to be there and what's expected to happen today?
These family members will be meeting with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan to get any kind of an update on the condition of these, we believe, 6 unaccounted for Americans who are thought to be held by Hamas in Gaza since those October 7th attacks. And these are family members, representatives, loved ones, relatives, of course, who have been pushing for their release and really just want to know if the U.S. has anything else to offer them beyond this continued promise that they're trying to do everything possible to bring them home, but everybody knows just how complicated any kind of deal like that can be in the future here. Vicki and Morgan.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joining us from her post. Monica, thank you.
Federal investigators have completed their first round of inspections on more than 24 Boeing MAX 9 airplanes. The FAA is now analyzing that data while keeping grounded the entire fleet of planes that are used by Alaska Airlines and United.
Now, all of these inspections, they come after a door plug flew off of an Alaska Airlines flight more than 2 weeks ago. The airline has now sent its own inspectors to Boeing facilities to look at that work. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now. Phil, we all remember when that plug flew off. I mean, it was wild, and they found the plug on the ground. I mean, the FAA is analyzing those planes and now investigating a key supplier for Boeing. Tell us more specifically about that company and, frankly, what their safety record is.
Well, that's Spirit Aerosystems, which makes the fuselage for the 737 MAX 9 planes. And remember, 171 of those are grounded. The bulk of those are flown by Alaska and United, though there are some foreign carriers that also fly the MAX 9. Spirit Aerosystems has had a series of problems over the last couple of years that have led to Boeing manufacturers, when they're building the plane in Renton, Washington, having to go back and saying, okay, wait, we need to double check some of the work that's being done here. So part of the investigation is not only looking at the manufacturing process at Boeing, but also at Spirit Aerosystems at the main facility in Wichita, Kansas. And we should also point out, the NTSB yesterday said that the actual door plug, which is, in the fuselage, that's made in Malaysia. It's a supplier to Spirit. So it's an extensive investigation at this point.
You know, Phil, right now there is no timeline for when the MAX 9 planes will return to service because of this extensive ongoing investigation. So what does this mean for customers of those 2 airlines, United and Alaska?
Well, day by day, Alaska and United keep pulling the MAX 9 that are scheduled to fly off of their schedules. And that's made it a little more tricky. Though as this goes on, they've become a little more seasoned as to how to maneuver around their other airplanes as well as customers. So it's not great for Alaska and United, but remember, this is a small part of their domestic fleets.
Okay. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau, thank you so much.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Weekly jobless claims, they unexpectedly fell last week to their lowest level since September of 2022. The Labor Department says that filings for unemployment benefits dropped by 16,000 from just the week before.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, some experts are saying this report shows a lot of businesses are able to avoid layoffs right now. What is behind that promising trend?
Vicki, you know, it's hard to say. Economists have been waiting for the unemployment numbers to climb following a string of rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. But the consumer has remained strong, and that means companies have been able to hold on to employees. So while we have seen some big companies announce layoffs, it hasn't been at the rate that many on Wall Street were expecting. Meanwhile, social media platform Reddit is reportedly readying plans to launch an IPO in March, according to Reuters. If it does IPO, it would be the first from a social media company since Pinterest in 2019. And starting today, Apple is barred from selling watches with blood oxygen sensors that have been at the center of a patent dispute with Massimo, thanks to an order from the U.S. Court of Appeals. The court order lifted an injunction that had blocked the ban from taking effect while Apple appealed an earlier ruling. Updated Series 9 and Ultra 2 watches, they will be available, though, for sale online and at stores. Over to you guys.
Deirdre, I don't know if you know, but the price is the same. Now you just don't have this feature.
You know, they're banned from selling it in, so there could be an opportunity here in the black market if you stock up on them.
Wow. Okay.
All right. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, concern is growing about an uptick in e-bikes catching fire. Why officials in several states are now calling for new regulations to keep everyone safe. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Right now, New York City fire officials are calling for industry-wide regulations on e-bike batteries. And all of this comes after more than 260 incidents of those batteries bursted into flames. And that was just last year.
Yeah, well, sadly, some of those fires have been deadly. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on the new push for reforms.
In New York City's Chinatown, a raging fire killing 4 people.
I step out, I see the e-bike store. It's on fire.
The cause? Lithium-ion batteries used to power e-bikes, setting this building housing a bike shop on fire, according to the New York City Fire Department.
The sheer volume of fire is incredibly dangerous.
Months later, e-bike batteries igniting another fire in a Bronx apartment, killing a 93-year-old woman and hurting 9 others.
Fire officials say they found an e-bike near the door.
And this month, New York's Fire Department releasing this video, saying it took just 2.5 minutes for a fire from an exploding battery to consume another e-bike shop. It's a rising issue in New York City, where some 65,000 e-bikes zoom through the streets, the transportation of choice for many delivery workers. Firefighters responding to 267 e-bike battery fires last year, up from just 30 in 2019. And deaths from e-bike fires tripled from 6 in 2022 to 18 in 2023, according to FDNY data. And it's not just a New York problem. Fires from California to Florida alarming officials and sparking regulations. A U.S. electronics safety company says those e-bike fires are probably a result of cheaply made batteries that might not comply with U.S. standards.
These app companies have caused the demand for deliveries, and particularly fast deliveries, to go up, along with, a very cheap supply of these from overseas that are not manufactured appropriately or safely.
The FDNY commissioner spoke to us from Washington, D.C., where she is pushing lawmakers to join New York City in banning uncertified lithium-ion batteries.
So if these batteries can't get here, they really can't be sold within the city or the state. So we want to see the federal government mimic what we did in New York City.
The city is also looking for other solutions like fast-charging bike docks, battery swapping, and an e-bike trade-in program. But advocates for delivery workers say it is just the beginning of what's needed to make e-bikes and the people riding them safer.
What we want to see is all the state and the federal government to step up, to think about how we can expand these type of programs for other New Yorkers.
Jake Ward, NBC News.
More than 100 people are facing charges after a mass human trafficking sting in Florida. Over the course of 3 months, undercover detectives targeted adults who police say were trying to communicate with kids and young teens.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a science teacher, a basketball coach, a nurse, a spiritual leader. They're all among those who were arrested. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, I mean, the big question is, how did they find them?
Well, Morgan, this was a 3-month operation by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department. It was dubbed Operation Renewed Hope, and they were able to arrest more than 123 people in this case. They face various charges, including soliciting for prostitution and human trafficking. This is how this went down. Undercover detectives posed as minors online, and they were able to find people willing to meet what they thought was a child for the purposes of sex. They also posed as family members, a grandparent, a step-parent, willing to sell a child for sex online. And the sheriff says they found people willing to travel to meet them for these purposes. So the sheriff made this announcement of all these arrests in a press conference just last week. Take a listen.
The fact that individuals willingly sought such heinous activities despite knowing the children's ages is abhorrent and deserves our collective contempt.
And guys, another scary fact, as the sheriff says, in some of these cases, the people that went there to meet what they thought was a child had firearms in the car as well. So the sheriff says no telling what they would have done if a child was also in the car.
It's very reminiscent of To Catch a Predator, a series
and what we've talked about, all the importance of online safety and having those discussions.
I mean, you look at that slate of mugshots. We know this is part of a broader operation, Valerie, to really safeguard vulnerable. What happens to the kids that are involved in these situations?
So the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department established a human trafficking squad in June of 2021. This is a statewide problem, but the county has taken this on as well. Since then, the sheriff says they've made more than 600 arrests. They have saved more than 28 victims that they have been able to solicit treatment and recovery for those victims.
So important. All right, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro, thank you so much.
Thanks, Valerie. And later on this hour, a new year means new financial scams to be on the lookout for. We're going to tell you how to avoid them and protect your money. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Palestinian-American college student paralyzed during a November shooting in Vermont is speaking out for the first time.
That's right. In an NBC News exclusive, he told Top Story anchor Tom Yamas about the walk with his friends that changed their lives forever.
I just remember gunshots and falling down.
For the first time, Hishem Awartani, the Palestinian-American college student who was shot and paralyzed, is telling his story. How he and his two friends were ambushed on a November night in Burlington, Vermont, he says, because of racism.
Growing up in Palestine, this was something that I'd always thought was possible.
But did you think it happened here?
Not really, no. I definitely expected it would happen to me in the West Bank in Palestine, but not in Vermont.
Hishem and his two best friends, Kinan Abdalhamid and Tassin Ali Ahmed, all grew up together in the West Bank, doing everything together, including going to college in the U.S. With the war raging, the friends decided to stay with Hishem's family in Burlington during the Thanksgiving break.
Tassin and I were both wearing the kufiya, like the traditional Palestinian headscarf, for a variety of reasons. Practically because it was really cold, but on a more meaningful sense, it's because that we felt as Palestinians during this time period, it's important for us to show our identity and to show that we exist and that we're human. Just walking along the street, this man comes down the porch, approaches us, pulls out a pistol, I just remember gunshots and falling down.
Tassin was screaming when he was shot first. Hisham didn't make a sound while I was running. As soon as Tassin started screaming, I was running.
Did you know you were shot?
I mean, I knew that something was up. I didn't quite process the fact until I looked at my phone and I saw my phone had blood on it. I was like, oh, I'd been shot.
All units be advised the shooter's unaccounted for.
The next day, federal agents arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who lived steps from the shooting and had an arsenal of weapons in his apartment. He allegedly told the authorities who arrested him, "I've been waiting for you." Eaton has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charges.
Why do you think he shot you?
Systematic dehumanization. I just don't think of the issue as an individual. Yeah. I think there's been a lot of attempts for us to fully only demonize the guy, but we realize this is part of a larger systematic issue.
The bullet that hit Hishem struck his spine. Now paralyzed, he's learning how to navigate his new life.
When they told you what your future may look like, or at least what the immediate future would look like, what was that moment like?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's hard, but I take solace in the fact that I'm able to receive this care and I'm able to receive this physical therapy and I'm able to, go to a good hospital when, it makes me think of other people in Gaza, who are in wheelchairs and who, have been disabled by bombings and they are not able to receive that. They can't even receive the primary care that they need, let alone the rehabilitative care that they deserve. And that was something that I thought of more than my own life, because I know that my life will continue, but I don't know about theirs.
Yeah.
As he goes through rehab, his family, including his mother, who is American, right by his side.
I'm so angry, not at what happened to him, but the fact that he is being seen as part of a community that can be exterminated and can be demolished and can be abused without anyone standing up. But I'm a mother, and my son is alive, and he is cared for. And I am so angry that other mothers don't have that. And so what is my pain to the pain of other mothers? And what is my grief? I still have my child. I can still touch him. But to know that other mothers don't have that makes me angry, and then my grief fades away.
Your moms are both here, but I noticed when your mom asked you to take a picture, you smiled. That was the first time I saw you smile. What has your mom meant to you throughout this experience?
It's been very good to have her nearby. Initially, I didn't want them to come because I didn't want them to leave my brother and sister alone in Palestine. But it's been good to have both my parents here. And, it reminds me of like the importance of family in Palestinian society, and you know, we as a community in Palestine, a way that we're able to get through so much adversity is being together and supporting each other as families, and that just made me appreciate that more.
That was incredible.
Yeah, our thanks to Top Story anchor Tom Yamas for bringing us their stories. Now, the suspect has not been charged with a hate crime, but the shooting is still being investigated.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back again, and thanks again for joining us here at the half hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Britain's Prince William visited his wife, Kate Middleton, at a London hospital today where she is recovering from a planned abdominal surgery. The country's future king is postponing some of his official duties to spend time with his family as Kate Middleton recovers. The Princess of Wales is expected to remain in the hospital for up to 2 weeks. Royal officials have not disclosed many details on her surgery, but say her condition is not cancer-related.
The prosecutor investigating a dramatic attack on an Ecuadorian TV station has been killed. Officials say Cesar Suarez was shot to death on Wednesday while he was driving. This all comes after masked gunmen broke onto the set of an afternoon newscast just last week, and they were waving guns and explosives during a live broadcast. That's what you're looking at there on your screen. Now, all of this violence in context, it's coming as Ecuador is experiencing a surge of drug gang-related crime.
And Sunday night's wild card game in Kansas City between the Dolphins and Chiefs left some fans freezing. Local news outlets reported that emergency responders took 15 people to the hospital, including 7 for hypothermia and 3 for frostbite. It was one of the coldest games in NFL history, with wind chills reaching negative 30 degrees.
E. Jean Carroll is back on the witness stand today, testifying as part of her defamation case against the former president, Donald Trump.
This all comes after a heated exchange in the courtroom Wednesday where the judge threatened to remove Trump after he openly complained to his lawyer in front of the jury. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, good to see you. I know you've been following this closely. So Mr. Trump not there today. Instead, he is attending his mother-in-law's funeral. But what are we hearing from Carroll inside the courtroom?
Well, she's being asked on cross-examination by Alina Habba about the amount of money she made and before these remarks that were made by the former President Trump and afterwards. And they're trying to elicit that in some ways her reputation may have been enhanced as a result of statements by Mr. Trump. One of the questions she was saying that suggesting that the threats that E. Jean Carroll got, she was receiving threats even before they were saying former President Trump made his remarks from the White House in the Oval Office in 2019. But when she also asked the question of E. Jean Carroll that specifically your reputation in many ways is better since those comments by the former president, E. Jean Carroll said, no, my status is lower. I am trying to get my reputation back and suing to get your reputation back. She said yes to that. We should also tell you that right now on the witness stand, E. Jean Carroll's team has called an expert in damages. It is a professor in marketing communications from Northwestern University, and she's been asked to calculate the amount of loss that she has suffered as a result of this. And she brought out the fact that the comments by Donald Trump have been seen a number of times, and his statements were viewed by 13.2 million people, saying it's caused considerable damage to her reputation and to her salary.
You know, Rahima, can we go back to that heated exchange between the former president and the judge? I mean, Judge Kaplan threatened to have Trump removed from the room. Tell us about what exactly was happening in that moment.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of comments, if you will, coming from the former president during the course of his appearance in the courtroom. And more specifically, in that heated exchange, Judge Kaplan said, Mr. Trump, I hope I don't have to consider excluding you from the trial. I understand you are very eager for me to do that. Former President Trump responded saying, I would love it. I would love it. And then Judge Kaplan came back and said, I know you would, because you just can't control yourself in this circumstance. And there are reports that after that was said, that the former president was heard muttering under his breath, you can't control yourself either. So back and forth is kind of contentious. That was playing, I guess, to the jury and playing to trying to get under the skin of Judge Kaplan.
I mean, truly never a dull moment. And 2024 is just getting started, right? To be clear. We haven't even hit the full election swing. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis. Rahima, thank you.
Yeah, it's only January.
It's only January.
Okay. Well, the crisis at our southern border is escalating. Texas now refusing to comply with an order to open up a restricted area to Border Patrol agents. Over the weekend, the Department of Homeland Security sent a letter to Texas state officials demanding they allow agents to access Shelby Park. It said closing the area is impeding operations.
Now, to be clear, that letter was sent 2 days after 3 migrants drowned in the Rio Grande near the park. The U.S. is blaming Texas for their deaths. The state says the accusations are vile. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. You know, Antonia, this is certainly a battle now at the border, and it's deadly, is what we're seeing at this point. The Texas Attorney General said, quote, the facts and the law side with Texas. What are the next steps then for the Biden administration? What can the administration do?
Well, I think the question is if they're going to be suing Texas over this, or what action comes next after the cease and desist letter. It doesn't look like Governor Greg Abbott is going to back off. They've seized control here. This is about a 2.5-mile stretch along the border between Texas and Mexico. And as you mentioned, these deaths, a mom and 2 young children drowned in the river there. And what Texas is saying is that they drowned even before they reached Texas, which means that it's not their fault. Mexican authorities handled it. But the Justice Department is really using this as an example of what the stakes are here. If they can't get access, if they're not able to do their operations in that section of the border, that this is the kind of thing we might see escalate as weeks go on and on. But Texas right now, this is a real standoff. Right. They're not planning to comply.
Yeah, it seems like unprecedented, too, that the state can say no to Border Patrol agents going to that area. We know President Biden hosted congressional leaders at the White House yesterday. Funding for border security, part of this whole budget that they're trying to pass. What came out of that? Is there an agreement? Hey, we'll give you aid for Ukraine, but we also need more resources at the border?
Well, Biden would love if there had been an agreement that came out of that. But what we're looking at is another kind of political standoff. The president is looking for more funding for Ukraine as this invasion continues by Russia. But the Republican caucus essentially is holding border security as sort of the carrot at the end of the stick. The problem is that what House Leader Mike Johnson is going to be offering or suggesting is not at all in line with the president's policies, with Democratic policies at the border. They're trying to find a way to both increase security but also remain compassionate, and they are going to continue to have a conflict here. Take a listen to really two sides of this, listening to Leader Mike Johnson describe, and then also Democrat leader, Representative Aguilar describing.
We're not insistent upon a particular name of a piece of legislation, but we are insistent that the elements have to be meaningful. The House is ready to act, but the legislation has to solve the problem, and that's the critical point.
If Republicans were serious about addressing issues at our southern border, that would be a fair place to start.
When you talk to Democrats right now, what you hear from them is that they think this agreement is very unlikely because while we're in an election year, they see it as unlikely that their counterparts on the other side want to give them any help, want to help them make a deal and actually solve this crisis.
And meanwhile, lives are hanging in the balance. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Well, as we inch closer to the 2024 presidential election, there is growing concern about the impact of deep fakes showing up in election ads.
Yeah, they already have social media platforms say that they are self-regulating, with some trying to find new ways to combat the problem. But lawmakers say it's not enough. CNBC's senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Great to see you, Julia. So this seems like an issue that everyone would agree on. Like, we don't want deep fakes. We don't want that used in advertising. But we are seeing that, as well as false AI-generated content, already all over on the 2024 campaign trail. What are voters seeing that simply is not real?
Well, I think increasingly people are going to be wondering, is this real or is this not? And we do want to point out that we've already seen some deep fake content. This is content that's created by artificial intelligence tools that are designed to manipulate viewers or voters. So, for instance, Governor Ron DeSantis, his team put out an ad that had some deep fake generated images of former President Trump embracing Dr. Fauci. So those were not real images. They were deep fake generated. And then we saw the RNC put out an ad of what they described as an apocalyptic version of vision for what the world could look like if President Biden is elected again. Now, this was all AI generated, and that RNC ad was labeled as AI generated. But the real concern is whether we see more AI content that's designed to not only impact what people think about the candidates, but could also impact whether they think it's even safe to go out and vote.
Which, I mean, begs the big question, is so many people are looking for accountability and trying to figure out who's going to be responsible for clamping down on this. What are the social media companies doing?
Well, we've heard a lot from the social media companies is that they're trying to get ahead of this issue because we really haven't seen widespread use of deepfakes just yet. Meta, which owns Instagram and Facebook, they've announced that they have these policies in places. They have these plans for identifying and restricting the use of AI in political ads, including mandating that advertisers disclose whether they used AI. YouTube has similar policies. They require what they call synthetic, which means fake, election content to be labeled both on the video and also in the description. And then TikTok has told us that they remove inaccurate, misleading, or false content that may cause significant harm to society. Then there's also this question of whether the responsibility lies not with the platforms, which could spread the content, but whether it lies with the tools that could possibly be used for making deepfake content. And we heard from OpenAI, they just unveiled their strategy to make sure that their tools are not used to generate manipulative content. And then even we heard from a company including Intel that's working on a deepfake detection technology called Fake Catcher that would screen videos when they were uploaded to make sure they weren't deepfakes. Take a listen.
Deepfake videos are everywhere now. Fortunately, Intel is developing several solutions to detect deepfakes in real time. Like the one you are seeing right now. Because you're not the real İlke Demir, I am.
Oh my goodness.
Just amazing how sophisticated the technology is. And the more sophisticated the technology gets, the more we're going to have to see not only tools like Fake Catcher from Intel, but also the platforms and the ChatGPT and OpenAIs of the world all working together to make sure this doesn't become prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, prevalent, but also there's so much at stake right now, especially in an election year where this is happening. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston. Thanks so much, Julia.
Just one more thing for consumers to have to sift through. Speaking of consumers, fraud is on the rise in the U.S., with one prevention expert calling it a crisis level. It cost Americans more than $7 billion in the first 3 quarters of 2023, according to the FTC.
Some experts say the first step to protecting ourselves and our money is awareness. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to explain everything we need to know and give us some of that awareness. Sharon, this is fascinating. Why are we seeing so many scams right now, and what exactly should we be on the lookout for?
Well, it's exactly what Julia was talking about. Artificial intelligence and advanced technology is making these more sophisticated schemes. Some of these scams have been around, but the people that are doing them, the organized transnational groups that are performing these schemes, have become much more sophisticated in what they're doing. So one of them is to just pose as someone who has a relationship with you. The grandparent scheme has been around a long time, but now someone, if you just answer the phone and it's not the person you think it is, they have a voice print of your voice, and then they call grandma and say they're you, and say they're in jail or they're in trouble and they need money, and so grandma or grandpa will send that money. Or you are someone finds out all about you, develops a relationship with you online, and then says, you know, I really love you, but can you send me some money in crypto? Because I'm in a bind. And so then people don't understand that if they're doing this with cryptocurrency, not doing it from a bank account or somewhere that can be traced, that money is gone. Once they've done that. You can't get it back. You can't get it back. And even something like you've just lost your job, you're looking for a new job, you want to get a job. Someone just reached out to you and says, we have a job for you, but you got to pay us a little bit of money to find out the resources. That's sometimes the employment scam. And even with tax season coming up, there are people that are going to say, I'm going to set up an online account for you. Just pay us a little bit of money. That doesn't have to happen.
These are all variations, Sharon, basically on paying money to someone you've never met that you don't know.
Absolutely right.
So what do people need to know, bottom line, to avoid these scams?
Well, first of all, share what we're talking about today with your friends, with family. People who know about a potential scam are 80% less likely to get scammed, according to one survey, 40% less likely to lose money or have their information stolen. So you want to talk about that. Never give your personal information to anyone. And the most important thing also is not to click a link that you don't know, not to answer a phone call if the number is one that you don't know.
What if it's already happened? What if you've already been scammed?
Well, then you need to go to the FTC, report the fraud there. You can go to your local law enforcement, also your state attorney general, and let them know in the state that this business might have occurred, what has happened.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, as always, thank you for joining us. And for more tips and information from Sharon, you can check out cnbc.com/personalfinance.
And check this out. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the misconceptions around the single life and some of the surprising benefits of flying solo. More NBC News Daily just after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, a majority of Americans say that being married or in a committed relationship is an important part of living a happy and fulfilling life. This according to a survey from Pew Research.
But some experts are challenging that conventional wisdom. Dr. Bella DiPaolo joins us now. She's a leading expert on single life. She's also the author of Single at Heart, The Power, Freedom, and Heart-Filling Joy of Single Life. Bella, we understand that you are the foremost thinker on this topic. What are some of the misconceptions people have about what it is to be single?
Oh, they think that what single people want more than anything else in the world is to not be single anymore. And for the single at heart, that's exactly wrong. We love being single. We want to stay single. We are happy and flourishing because we are single, not in spite of it.
Talk to us about the benefits of living a fulfilling single life.
Right. Well, people think, oh, you're single, you have a lesser life, you have a smaller life. No. If you're single at heart and you embrace your single life, you have a more expansive life. So, for example, you can include in your life as many people as you want, spend as much time with them as you want, without having some partner who thinks that time belongs to them. So, you know, couple people have the one, but single people have the ones.
Ooh,
I
the many.
Okay, Bella.
Okay.
And we have our freedom. We can use our freedom to create the life that we want. We have financial freedom, so we get to spend whatever we want on whatever we want and save whatever we want. And we get to live our lives according to our values. And we like being alone.
I love what you're saying, but, you know, is there sort of a double standard when it comes to the stigma about being single? Does it change from men to women or gay or straight couples?
Yes. So people, this topic comes up, people always say, oh, well, it's worse for men, or it's worse for women because they're considered like spinsters and that's bad. And bachelors are supposedly, you know, sowing their wild oats and they're happy. But in fact, of the single at heart, the men are just as likely as the women, and even a little more likely to be single at heart.
Dr. Bella DiPaolo, thank you. The one versus the ones. I think what you taught us is it's all about the perspective and having an attitude of gratitude for where you are. Yeah?
I love that.
I love that. Thank you so
Doctor.
much.
And you're watching NBC News Daily.
morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
All right, so we might be bundled up right now, but get that festival fashion ready because the summer music season is on its way. Coachella, Governor's Ball, both have announced their lineups with some pretty big names. That includes Lana Del Rey, Post Malone, even a No Doubt reunion.
Hey, I'm in. I like that. But we're waiting for those warmer temperatures and that live music. In the meantime, HBO has some new casting news for some of their biggest hit shows. We brought in celebrity expert and journalist Daryl Kristen to break it all down. Daryl, great to see you. So
great to see you, too.
Tell us a little bit more about these two festivals. Who's performing? Any surprises in the lineup?
Yeah, so I'm really excited about this time period because this is music festival, haven, right? If you want to hear the best in music, you go to these conferences or these festivals. So we have, of course, the No Doubt reunion that's happening at Coachella. I mean, they haven't performed together since 2015. So this is huge. I mean, Don't Speak. I mean, that's my jam. I mean, that's still a classic, right? We have Lana Del Rey. We have, let's see, Ice Spice. We have, the list goes on and on. So many people that are performing. So that's a big one. And
I think J Balvin. Is J Balvin also?
Yes,
I believe
exactly.
So.
Yeah, actually. And so that's a big one that's happening. And also the Governor's Ball.
Yeah.
So that's one I'm excited about as well. We have SZA, we have The Killers, we have 21 Savage. So it's a big lineup. So those are taking place. One is in, Coachella's in April. And then we have the Governor's Ball, which will take place in June. So if you want to get your music on,
New York.
You got to go.
Okay, so from music to the screen, let's talk about casting. So for some pretty popular series, for example, The Last of Us, and then season 2 of White Lotus, my favorite. Have you seen it?
I haven't, but it's on my list.
So good.
Yes.
Is it? No, this would be season 3, right? Of White Lotus?
White Lotus season 3, yeah.
Season 3. Okay, tell us about the casting.
So for The Last of Us, which is, that's going to be season 2. I'm so excited about that new season. It's a great show.
What is it about?
It's actually about like the outcome of a outbreak that happens in the world. So it's like basically the outbreak takes over the world. So Bella Ramsey is the star of that. Pedro Pascal is also the star of that. So that's a big one.
I know. We're in agreement on that.
I know. Caitlin Dever is going to be on the show now, and she's going to play a character, Abby, which is a vengeful soldier. Okay. Also, Young Mazzino, he's from Beef. He's going to be on the show.
Oh, he was
He's so good. Yeah,
he was so good.
His little brother, right?
Yes.
He was amazing.
His little brother.
So those are big casting news for that show.
Okay.
And they say that that the casting was going to be like really hardcore because of the fact that the show's so popular and people love the video game.
Huh, I love it.
So they said Caitlin actually looks like the video game character, Abby.
Seriously?
So,
okay, like the Avatar. Okay, well, let's talk about the new trailers that dropped and some rappers that are going to be joining the acting world. What do you know?
Oh, yeah. So there's going to be a lot of rappers going on. So 21 Savage has a show called American Dream. It's about his story. It stars Donald Glover, who's going to be in it, and Caleb McLaughlin from Stranger Things. We love him as well. So it's basically the story of 21 Savage and his arrest back in 2019. So that's going to be one that stars some rappers, and it's about the rapper story, so that's a good one. And then we also have Vince Staples, which is a new Netflix series that's they say it's going to be a mix of Atlanta meets Uncut Gems, and it's a scripted series about a rapper and his life. So that's one to watch as well that I'm going to be checking out.
2024, the year of the rapper. I love that.
Also, doesn't 21 Savage have like an interesting story? Like, wasn't he detained?
He was detained. It was like ICE arrest, and then they found out that he ended up finding out he was British, like he was born in London.
He didn't know that.
No, he knew, but they ended up finding out, all the.
I didn't know that. You didn't know that either.
So that was an interesting story, and that happened back in 2019. So I think they're going to explore that as well with this particular.
Well, this is the first weekend I don't have anything planned on my calendar, so I'm ready to binge. What should I be watching this weekend?
Okay, so there's one called The Spaceman. That's Adam Sandler. It is a story about an astronaut on a solo mission, and he befriends an alien spider.
So is that one for me?
It's a thriller.
That's giving. Is that Screaming Mo-Red? I don't know. Okay.
If you don't want to watch that, we have ISS. It stars Oscar winner Ariana DeBose, and it's a story of tensions between U.S. astronauts and Russian astronauts.
Well, a lot of
Now, that
space
sounds
happening.
interesting.
A lot of
Okay.
space, a lot of astronauts, you know.
But no aliens in this one?
No.
Okay.
No aliens.
All right, no.
And then the last one I have is Bequeathed. So it's a story about a woman who inherits a burial ground from her late uncle, and she finds out all these dark secrets.
Okay, now this I can get with.
I'm like, there we go, there we go.
I was like, Morgan's gonna like that one. She's gonna like that one.
Celebrity expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. Daryl, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always great to see you.
Always great to see you.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
We are so happy to be with you this Thursday. Thank you for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, January 18th. Critical failures, a scathing new DOJ report criticizing law enforcement's response to the mass shooting at an elementary school. What it reveals about the massacre in Texas that left more than 20 people dead.
Undercover operation, police in Florida arresting dozens of people in a human trafficking sting. How investigators carried out the massive bust.
Alarming trend, U.S. health officials warning that colon cancer is killing more younger adults than ever before. We'll speak with a doctor about potential reasons behind this alarming rise and the symptoms you should be looking out for.
Social media concerns. It is well known that algorithms have a big impact on what we all see online, but who actually controls them? Why this question is now leading some critics to call for more government oversight.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with that bombshell report detailing the police response to the 2022 elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Now, today, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is in Uvalde, Texas, to reveal the findings of the Justice Department's investigation and also meet with victims' families. Here is what he said during a press conference, and this happened just last hour.
Every second counts. And the priority of law enforcement must be to immediately enter the room and stop the shooter with whatever weapons and tools officers have with them. But within minutes of arriving inside the school, officials on scene transitioned from treating the scene as an active shooter situation to treating the shooter as a barricaded subject. This was the most significant failure.
There you hear it. That was the most significant failure, that delay in action. It took law enforcement more than an hour to take down the 18-year-old gunman after he started shooting. 19 students and 2 adults were killed inside the school that day. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. So, Ryan, the DOJ combed through more than 14,000 documents, videos, and audio recordings during this investigation. It took almost a year. What are the key takeaways? Did we learn anything new?
Yeah, I think the key failure is the leadership failure and communications failures. And, you know, like you sort of laid out there, this idea of confronting the gunman as quickly as possible has sort of been what police agencies are advised to do since Columbine, right? The idea is to eliminate that threat as soon as humanly possible, because as the Attorney General laid out there, every second really does count in these matters. So the report laid out a lot of failures, including transporting some of the victims without treatment on a bus. There were individuals who were informed that their family members were alive when they were not, when their children were alive when they were not. Family members were also told that an additional bus of victims were coming in. So really just a host of communications problems in these really hot scenarios. It's obviously a very active situation, and it's tough to keep making sure that you stick with the facts. And there's a lot of sort of phone tag and disinformation that's out there. But there's a real priority in making sure that that information is accurate when it's put out to the public.
You know, Ryan, and speaking of that priority, I mean, the report, interestingly, doesn't pursue any charges. So what are the families saying at this point? Do they feel like there's a sense of accountability or even justice at this point?
Yeah, you know, so this is a report that isn't what most of the Justice Department does, which is aim for those criminal charges. You can think of this report more as like a Ferguson report or a Baltimore report, where they focus on sort of the patterns and practices of police misconduct. So when the investigators from the COPS division of the Justice Department went about this investigation, they weren't really looking for, okay, here's who we're going to criminally charge. They sort of took a much different lens and a different approach to it. And what it's meant to do is have a broader impact and make sure that that other law enforcement agencies take heed to the lessons that should have been learned here and don't make the same mistakes that they did in Uvalde. But obviously that's, you know, it's tough for the families to sort of swallow, and the families are obviously very still upset about the lack of accountability. There is still the possibility of state action certainly there, but the criminal investigation isn't going to come from the feds here, Morgan.
That's a really important distinction, but it's also good that we have a little bit more light shed on those patterns and practices, as you mentioned. Ryan Riley there joining us from D.C. Ryan, thank you.
Well, Morgan, tensions in the Middle East are escalating today after the U.S. launched new strikes against 14 Iran-backed Houthi rebel targets in Yemen. U.S. military officials say they targeted missiles that pose serious threats to international ships in the Red Sea. This is all coming as Iranian state media is reporting at least 9 people are dead after Pakistan carried out strikes overnight against what it's calling terrorist hideouts in Iran. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell following all of these developments for us. So, Kelly, President Biden just told reporters last hour that he doesn't think these Houthi attacks are going to let up. So what else are U.S. officials saying about what we're all concerned about, the possibility this conflict expands in the Middle East?
Well, part of the reason the U.S. and allies like Britain are taking action against the Houthis, who are, of course, aligned with Iran in Yemen, is because there is concern about a wider war, and they want to degrade their military capabilities. The president did have a brief exchange with reporters as he was heading to North Carolina for a separate domestic event, and he talked about the fact that these strikes will continue, and he acknowledged they have not yet stopped the aggression from the Houthis, but they believe this is the right strategy at this time. It has been several days of this kind of kinetic activity where the Houthis are taking action, trying to strike, firing off missiles, and the U.S. is, of course, part of this alliance that is trying to stop them. And the message has gone out that they need to discontinue. But it does raise the question of the involvement of Iran. Is this just inspired by Iran, more directed by Iran? Those kinds of questions make this a very volatile situation. But expect that these military engagements will continue. Vicki?
Kelly, let's turn now to the hostage situation in Gaza. We just learned a new deal may be in the works to get more of these hostages released. What do we know about these negotiations at this point?
Well, this is a sort of emerging deal that is not yet completed, but is giving the outlines of what could take shape. And that includes bringing together various Arab nations in support of trying to work with Hamas for what could be staged releases. We already saw that earlier in the conflict between Israel and Hamas when they had released periods with small groups of hostages who were given back their freedom and were returned to Israel. The concern is there are still more than 100 hostages, and how can they go about trying to secure their release and then also look for what would be the next stage and even an end stage to this active conflict. So those discussions are ongoing. It is, of course, a very complex and difficult situation with all of the competing concerns here, a desire to get these innocent hostages out, also a desire to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza, and, of course, to look for what will Gaza look like after the hot conflict concludes. And so much more on that to come.
Yeah,
Vicki?
it's been more than 3.5 months since that October 7th terrorist attack. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, the FAA is analyzing data that it collected from more than 24 Boeing MAX 9 planes. Now, this is the first round of the FAA's investigation into that aircraft and a Boeing supplier following a pretty terrifying incident that happened just earlier this month. If you remember, that's when a door plug detached from an Alaska Airlines plane just in the middle of the air. And as a result, the entire fleet used by Alaska and United Airlines is now grounded with no timeline for that return. CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now. Phil, what exactly are investigators looking for here? And do we know sort of how long these planes are going to be grounded?
Morgan, we don't know how long they're going to be grounded. And really, the FAA investigation focuses on two things. One, was there a production issue with this fuselage door plug in terms of how it was manufactured? Is there some issue there? Two, is there an issue in terms of the production of this fuselage door plug and fuselages of the 737 MAX 9? That's where these inspections come into play, these 40 planes that were inspected. They pulled off the panel. They looked at how the bolts and the fasteners were applied to the existing door plugs of those grounded MAX 9s. Then they can make a determination, okay, what happened on Alaska, was that a one-off? Or is this a widespread problem, which is a bigger deal that obviously the FAA would have to get involved in terms of saying, here's what we need to do to make sure that these planes are safe to fly again?
And Phil, what does all this mean for customers?
Well, for Alaska and United, it means they have fewer planes to fly. Now, look, the MAX 9 is not their entire fleets. They have plenty of other aircraft, but they don't have as many airplanes as they originally planned. So they've got to adjust their schedules. They've been doing that now for a couple of weeks, but that's the biggest impact right now. The near-term cancellations, most of those are gone. It's now a case of managing it on a day-by-day basis as they wait to get these planes back into service.
All right, CNBC auto and airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau for us. Phil, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Some of your prescription medications will cost more this year. Earlier this month, drug makers raised the price of many medicines by 4.5% on average. This is according to analytics group 46 Brooklyn Research.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, those price hikes, they affected hundreds of pretty widely used drugs. I mean, take us through the medicines that are costing more now and how much consumers can expect to pay for them.
Sure, Morgan, Vicki, the group tracked basically changes in the prices of 775 different medicines, but some of the most popular names on that list are, maybe not shockingly, diabetes and weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro. According to the research, Ozempic went up about to $970 for a month's supply, while Mounjaro prices climbed to nearly $1,100 a month. Brooklyn 46 found the median increase among the hundreds of drugs was around 4.5%, as you noted, but some went up as much as 10% in terms of price. Elsewhere, 3M issued the first payments in its multi-billion-dollar earplug settlement. The company sent $253 million to roughly 30,000 service members and veterans who claimed 3M's earplugs left them with hearing loss. In total, there are roughly 276,000 claimants in the $6 billion settlement. And while some schools have banned ChatGPT, one university is embracing the artificial intelligence giant. OpenAI announced a partnership today with Arizona State University It's a first ever with a higher education institution. That partnership starts in February and will give students access to ChatGPT for things like coursework, also tutoring, research, and a lot more. So as much as we talked about this idea that students might be using these things to quote-unquote cheat, apparently one university thinks, the Sun Devils do anyway, that this could be a real learning tool.
Hey, it's here. We got to find out ways to embrace it, hopefully, and use it correctly.
Can't beat them, join them.
There you go.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
An alarming new report says that more people are now being diagnosed with cancer. Next, the signs that experts say to look out for and the preventative steps that can be taken right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Health experts are growing concerned over an alarming increase in a recent cancer report. It shows overall deaths are down, but new diagnoses are hitting a record level.
In fact, the number of new diagnoses of some of the top cancers is expected to reach 2 million this year, and that's for the first time ever, according to the American Cancer Society. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson spoke to one doctor about how one type of cancer is overwhelmingly affecting young people.
Sierra Fuller was just hitting her stride, building a trauma therapy practice and closing on a house with her husband, Steve. Then at 32 years old, she was diagnosed with cancer, stage 3B, requiring radiation, chemotherapy, and surgery.
Did you have any family history of colorectal cancer?
No.
No.
And I got genetic testing done, and I have no genetic markers for it either.
Sierra's story, part of what the American Cancer Society says is an alarming trend. Colorectal cancer is now the leading cause of cancer deaths in men under the age of 50, and the second among women of the same age.
We do suspect is something in the environment, but what that is, we don't know. Likely, it's a combination of things that's affecting our microbiomes or our immune systems that may be leading to why this is happening younger and younger.
Dr. Kimmy Ng is an oncologist at Boston's Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and is seeing a dramatic increase in patients in their 20s and 30s.
Younger people tend to have more advanced cancers, correct?
Yes, the majority of our young patients who are diagnosed, unfortunately, are diagnosed with either stage 3 or 4 colorectal cancer.
Dr. Ng says screening is crucial, especially with a family history of colorectal cancer. If not, colonoscopies begin at 45. And be aware of symptoms, including blood in the stool, abdominal pain, and unintentional weight loss. Now healthy, Sierra is not wasting a minute, traveling and thinking about a family. Her eggs preserved before her treatment.
Now, yes, it would have to be surrogacy. It would be a completely different way to become a parent.
Finding the right pieces in the puzzle of life together. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Boston.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, besides colon cancer, what are the other types of cancers we're seeing on the rise?
So, Morgan, good news and bad news with this report, right? We're seeing that overall the cancer death rates have gone down, but the language they used in this report was that is being threatened by a rise in 6 of the top 10 cancers, and we have a list here on the screen. But essentially, breast cancer, uterine cancer, pancreatic cancer, and even for young people, cervical cancer, something that is actually overall decreased in incidence sometimes, depending on whether or not you get the vaccine. So there is something you can do about it.
That's the HPV
That's the HPV vaccine, exactly. And we're looking for why, right? Why is this happening? And we don't really know. There's a combination of weight and lifestyle and diet really creating this perfect storm, and what we're seeing is more DNA mutations and, as a result, more cancer.
Stress, too, perhaps a factor, right, Dr. Ock?
Absolutely.
Yeah? So talk to us about what people need to know then. What can we control? What are preventative steps we can take?
So I think, for young people particularly who are worried, they see things that you read symptoms of cancer and you think, oh, I had that last week. Like, it's hard to tell. And I think the most important thing we tell people is know your family history.
Okay.
If you have a first-degree relative who had colon cancer or breast cancer, it's really important you bring that up with your doctor, because things like mammograms or colonoscopies, you may have to get them earlier than most people would otherwise. Otherwise, try to stay away from processed foods as much as you can. If you're in the grocery store, stay on the outside aisles. That's my favorite tip to give people.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
wait, is that the fresh?
Yeah, that's the produce, the veggies.
Wow, not me telling the last time I've been inside a real grocery store.
Yeah, so it's hard to say one thing exactly to reduce everything, but a combination of all those things, especially the family history. Bring that up with your doctor next time you're at your primary care appointment.
Wow, that's really helpful.
Yeah,
Those are great tips. That's news you can use. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much. We
Anytime.
appreciate it.
Thank you, doctor. Well, as you scroll on social media, sometimes the feed can feel random, but it's really not. We're looking into what drives the algorithms that drive what you see, and why some critics say they should be regulated. Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Palestinian-American college student paralyzed during a November shooting in Vermont is speaking out for the first time.
That's right. In an NBC News exclusive, he told top story anchor Tom Yamas about the walk with his friends that changed their lives forever.
I just remember gunshots and falling down.
For the first time, Hishem Awartani, the Palestinian-American college student who was shot and paralyzed, is telling his story. How he and his two friends were ambushed on a November night in Burlington, Vermont, he says, because of racism.
Growing up in Palestine, this is something that I'd always thought was possible.
But did you think it happened here?
Not really, no. I definitely expected it would happen to me in like the West Bank in Palestine, but not in Vermont.
Hishem and his two best friends, Kinan Abdalhamid and Tassin Ali Ahmed, all grew up together in the West Bank, doing everything together, including going to college in the U.S. With the war raging, the friends decided to stay with Hishem's family in Burlington during the Thanksgiving break.
Tahsin and I were both wearing the kufiya, like the traditional Palestinian headscarf, for a variety of reasons. Like practically because it was really cold, but on a more meaningful sense, it's because that we felt as Palestinians during this time period, it's important for us to show our identity and to show that we exist and that we're human. Just walking along the street, this man comes down the porch, approaches us, pulls out a pistol. I just remember gunshots and falling down.
Tahsin was screaming when he was shot first. Hisham didn't make a sound, was running. As soon as Tahsin started screaming, I was running.
Did you know you were shot?
I mean, I knew that something was up. I didn't quite process the fact until I looked at my phone and I saw my phone had blood on it. I was like, oh, I'd been shot.
All units be advised the shooter's unaccounted for.
The next day, federal agents arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who lived steps from the shooting and had an arsenal of weapons in his apartment. He allegedly told the authorities who arrested him, "I've been waiting for you." Eaton has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charges.
Why do you think he shot you?
Systematic dehumanization. I just don't think of the issue as an individual. Yeah. I think there's been a lot of attempts for us to fully only demonize the guy, but we realize this is part of a larger systematic issue.
The bullet that hit Hishem struck his spine. Now paralyzed, he's learning how to navigate his new life.
When they told you what your future may look like, or at least what the immediate future would look like, what was that moment like?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's hard, but I take solace in the fact that I'm able to receive this care and I'm able to receive this physical therapy and I'm able to, go to a good hospital when, it makes me think of other people in Gaza, who are in wheelchairs and who, have been disabled by bombings and they are not able to receive that. They can't even receive the primary care that they need, let alone the rehabilitative care that they deserve. And that was something that I thought of more than my own life, because I know that my life will continue, but I don't know about theirs.
Yeah.
As he goes through rehab, his family, including his mother, who is American, right by his side.
I'm so angry, not at what happened to him, but the fact that he is being seen as part of a community that can be exterminated and can be demolished and can be abused without anyone standing up. But I'm a mother, and my son is alive, and he's cared for. And I am so angry that other mothers don't have that. And so what is my pain to the pain of other mothers? And what is my grief? I still have my child. I can still touch him. But to know that other mothers don't have that makes me angry, and then my grief fades away.
Your moms are both here, but I noticed when your mom asked you to take a picture, you smiled. That was the first time I saw you smile. What has your mom meant to you throughout this experience?
It's been very good to have her nearby. Initially, I didn't want them to come because I didn't want them to leave my brother and sister alone in Palestine. But it's been good to have both my parents here. And, you know, it reminds me of the importance of family in Palestinian society. And, you know, we, as a community in Palestine, a way that we're able to get through so much adversity is being together and supporting each other as families. And that just made me appreciate that more.
That was incredible.
Yeah, our thanks to Top Story anchor Tom Yamas for bringing us their stories. Now, the suspect has not been charged with a hate crime, but the shooting is still being investigated.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now on this Thursday, it's 1:30. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Texas is now refusing to comply with an order from the Biden administration as tension continues to heat up there along the southern border. Now, the Department of Homeland Security is demanding that the state open a restricted area to U.S. Border Patrol agents and says that closing that area is actually impeding operations. But Texas officials rejected that request, saying they will continue to use the state's constitutional authority to defend their territory.
Panera Bread is facing a new lawsuit over their charged lemonade. A 28-year-old Rhode Island woman who says she has no history of underlying health conditions He's alleging the highly caffeinated drink caused permanent damage to her heart. Panera is already facing 2 other lawsuits, which blame the lemonade for causing the deaths of 2 people. Panera has not commented on this new lawsuit.
And actor and former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger is facing criminal tax proceedings in Germany. The Terminator star was detained for almost 3 hours at Munich airport on Wednesday. And this was after failing to disclose a luxury watch that was in his possession. Officials have not yet decided if, in fact, he will be fined.
In Florida, officials arrested more than 100 people on human trafficking-related charges as part of a massive sting operation.
And officials say it was a 3-month mission carried out by a specialized unit. And among those taken into custody were a science teacher, a basketball coach, a nurse, and even a spiritual leader. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, look, during this operation, it sounds like these undercover detectives, they posed as adults who were willing to sort of traffic in children. How exactly did they find these people?
Morgan, this was all done by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and it was dubbed Operation Renewed Hope. As you mentioned, some detectives posed undercover online as minors, and then they were able to find people willing to meet what they thought was a child for the purposes of sex. There was another tactic that they used that I have to say is disturbing in the fact that it was so successful, and the sheriff spoke about it at a news conference just last week. Take a listen to what this entailed.
We pose as aunt, uncles, grandparents. We would pose as step-parents, saying that, hey, we have a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, a 12-year-old that we're willing and it's available for sex acts. These individuals, 6 of them that we charged with human trafficking, were individuals who traveled to come have sex with these minors, these young children.
Ugh. So, guys, 123 people were arrested in total. In this operation, there were no so-called victims because it was all undercover detectives doing the work.
This is such a widespread, pervasive issue, human trafficking. Valerie, you've done some reporting in this area. What can be done to help the victims, the real victims of human trafficking?
So this is an ongoing issue statewide. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department created a human trafficking squad in 2021 to help find these perpetrators. They were able to arrest more than 600 people in that time. They have rescued 28 victims. They say the work continues to get those victims the help that they need because when they started that operation, there were no resources. They say they might be able to put someone up in a hotel room for a night or 2. So now they've worked to establish more resources to help those victims. Once they track them down, they can be children, but they could also be adults.
And also more awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro, thank you so much. Really important reporting.
E. Jean Carroll is now off the stand after a second day of testimony in her damages trial. And all of this is part of her defamation case against former President Donald Trump. Trump is absent from the courtroom today because he's attending his mother-in-law's funeral.
Trump said today Carroll also faced a cross-examination from Trump's attorney about her income and her public image. NBC News correspondent Rahim Ellis joins us now. Rahima, good to see you. So Trump's team is fighting E. Jean Carroll's claim that his denial of abuse negatively impacted her livelihood. What's their argument here?
Well, their whole thing is they're trying to disparage E. Jean Carroll's reputation and her character, saying such things as she became even more popular as a result of the tweets by former President Trump. And they were saying, irrespective of what he posted, she was getting negative remarks even before that. And they went through a litany of things that she might have been doing. At one point, the judge says, you've taken enough time on this, let's move on. This is evidence 101, basically reprimanding or scolding Alina Habba for the way that she was approaching the questions. In addition to that, they're also trying to say things, make suggestions about the character of E. Jean Carroll, saying at one point, didn't you post any tweets that were considered sexually explicit? Carroll's team objected to that. The judge sustained that objection on the notion that this is not a trial about the character of E. Jean Carroll. This is a trial about what kind of damages Donald Trump should pay as a result of having been found liable for disparaging her character and for sexually abusing her.
Now, Rahima, there's been a lot of talk, though, about Carroll's finances. And Carroll says she's now making more than $100,000 writing on Substack, which is much more than she was making in previous years. Why is that important to this case?
It's important in this case because this whole case is about money, and that if she's the Trump team is trying to make the suggestion she's making more now than she could have made before as a result of the fact that she is better known now than she was before. But the Carroll team has, now that they have rested, and she is no longer on the stand, they're in a lunch break, by the way, they brought on an expert witness to talk about damages and what it does to one's reputation. They've testified that Trump's statements were viewed by more than 13 million people on social platforms. And now they're saying that this could take anywhere from $7 to $12 million to try to repair Carroll's reputation.
All right, NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis following this case since the beginning. Rahema, thank you.
You bet.
Well, did you know people will spend 4 trillion hours on social media this year? 4 trillion.
That's a lot.
This is according to a new report by the trend spotting platform explodingtopics.com. They've also found that on average, a person spends almost 2.5 hours a day on social media.
And with all that content, critics are concerned about how the algorithms for these platforms are actually being used ultimately. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward looks at the growing calls for government regulation.
From puppies to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content, fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulation.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something. But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you.
And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray.
In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction.
China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged.
Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. Now, you can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. On YouTube, you can turn off autoplay and sign out, which limits its ability to track you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm. Jake Ward, NBC News.
All right, so have you ever been on the highway and passed one of those like clever electric signs that's sort of cracking a joke while also encouraging safe driving?
Now they're a little snarky, get your attention. Well, now the federal government is banning those signs. You see there on your screen. They're calling for more simple, direct, and brief messaging. No more funny stuff like use Yablinka. Morning News Now co-anchor Joe Fryer explains why.
Even when traffic is turbulent, the highways can be poetic, lined with messages like, don't be a stinker, use your blinker, courtesy of Nevada. Here's the Massachusetts version of that bulletin. I'll spare you my Boston accent. Such clever missives flashing on those changeable electronic signs are popular ways for states to encourage good driving behavior. 4 eyes in Mississippi, 2 eyes on the road. And from Ohio, visiting in-laws, slow down. Get there late. This hit movie motivated New Jersey to write Hocus Pocus, Drive with Focus. While Arizona drew inspiration from Notting Hill.
I'm also just a girl.
The interstate translation? I'm just a sign asking a driver to use turn signals. The examples are numerous, but that's about to change. The Federal Highway Administration just issued new rules banning messages with popular culture references or that are intended to be humorous, saying they might be misunderstood or understood only by a limited segment of road users and require time to process or understand.
It's not going to be distracting to me to read something and go, huh, that's weird, I don't get it, and move on with my life.
Elise Riker lives in Arizona, which has an annual safety message contest. 3,700 entries were submitted last year, including Riker's winning phrase, "Seatbelts always pass the vibe check."
I love them. And I think keeping your mind active while you're driving is important.
Whether such messages are good because they engage your brain or bad because they're distracting is still up for debate. Regardless, soon they'll be gone. Hopefully you'll still keep your hands on the wheel, not your meal.
Even though the new rules go into effect today, the federal government is giving states 2 years to comply, so you still might see some of those messages. Arizona's DOT says it's still in the process of reviewing the new rules and has nothing to say about them right now, while Texas's DOT tells us that every message it posts includes a safety component, and it will continue to do that. Vicki and Morgan.
Joe, thank you. 2 years to comply, so I guess we'll still see some funny messages in the meantime. Goodness. All right, well, the lineups for some popular music festivals have a lot of people talking, where you can catch a reunion of the band No Doubt and more. When we come back, more NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
All right, so we might be bundled up right now, but get that festival fashion ready because the summer music season is on its way. Coachella, Governor's Ball, both have announced their lineups with some pretty big names. That includes Lana Del Rey, Post Malone, even a No Doubt reunion.
Hey, I'm in. I like that. But we're waiting for those warmer temperatures and that live music. In the meantime, HBO has some new casting news for some of their biggest hit shows. We brought in celebrity expert and journalist Daryl Kristen to break it all down. Daryl, great to see you. So
great to see you too.
Tell us a little bit more about these two festivals. Who's performing? Any surprises in the lineup?
Yeah, so I'm really excited about this time period because this is music festival, haven, right? If you want to hear the best in music, you go to these conferences or these festivals. So we have, of course, the No Doubt reunion that's happening at Coachella. I mean, they haven't performed together since 2015. So this is huge. I mean, Don't Speak. I mean, that's my jam. I mean, that's still a classic, right? We have Lana Del Rey. We have, let's see, Ice Spice. We have, the list goes on and on. So many people that are performing. So that's a big one. And
I think J Balvin. Is J Balvin also?
Yes, exactly. So. Yeah, actually. And so that's a big one that's happening. And also the Governor's Ball.
Yeah.
So that's one I'm excited about as well. We have SZA, we have The Killers, we have 21 Savage. So it's a big lineup. So those are taking place. One is in, Coachella's in April. And then we have the Governor's Ball, which will take place in June. So if you want to get your music on, you got to go.
Okay, so from music to the screen, let's talk about casting. So for some pretty popular series, for example, The Last of Us, and then season 2 of White Lotus, my favorite. Have you seen it?
I haven't, but it's on my list.
So good.
Yes.
Is it? No, this would be season 3, right? Of White Lotus?
White Lotus season 3, yeah.
Season 3. Okay, tell us about the casting.
So for The Last of Us, which is, that's going to be season 2. I'm so excited about that new season. It's a great show.
What is it about?
It's actually about like the outcome of a outbreak that happens in the world. So it's like basically the outbreak takes over the world. So Bella Ramsey is the star of that. Pedro Pascal is also the star of that. So that's a big one.
I know. We're in agreement on that.
I know. Okay, yeah. Caitlin Dever is going to be on the show now, and she's going to play a character, Abby, which is a vengeful soldier. Okay. Also, Young Mazzino, he's from Beef. He's going to be on the show.
Oh, he was
he's so good.
Yeah,
he was so good.
His little brother, right?
Yes.
He was amazing.
His little brother.
So those are big casting news for that show.
Okay.
And they say that that the casting was going to be like really hardcore because of the fact that the show's so popular and people love the video game.
Huh, I love it.
So they said Caitlin actually looks like the video game character Abby.
Seriously?
So,
okay, like the Avatar. Okay, well, let's talk about the new trailers that dropped and some rappers that are going to be joining the acting world. What do you know?
Oh, yeah. So there's going to be a lot of rappers going on. So 21 Savage has a show called American Dream. It's about his story. It stars Donald Glover, who's going to be in it, and Caleb McLaughlin from Stranger Things. We love him as well. So it's basically the story of 21 Savage and his arrest back in 2019. So that's going to be one that stars some rappers, and it's about the rapper story, so that's a good one. And then we also have Vince Staples, which is a new Netflix series that's they say it's going to be a mix of Atlanta meets Uncut Gems, and it's a scripted series about a rapper and his life. So that's one to watch as well that I'm going to be checking out.
2024, the year of the rapper. I love that.
Also, doesn't 21 Savage have like an interesting story? Like, wasn't he detained?
He was detained. It was like ICE arrest, and then they found out that he ended up finding out he was British, like he was born in London.
He didn't know that.
No, he knew, but they ended up finding out all the.
I didn't know that. You didn't know that either.
So that was an interesting story, and that happened back in 2019. So I think they're going to explore that as well with this particular.
Well, this is the first weekend I don't have anything planned on my calendar, so I'm ready to binge. What should I be watching this weekend?
Okay, so there's one called The Spaceman. That's Adam Sandler. It is a story about an astronaut on a solo mission, and he befriends an alien spider. So
now, is that one for me? I'm
it's a thriller.
I'm not sure if that's giving. Is that Screaming Moped? I don't know. Okay, all right.
Well, if you don't want to watch that, we have ISS. It stars Oscar winner Ariana DeBose, and it's a story of tensions between U.S. astronauts and Russian astronauts.
Well, a lot of space happening.
A lot of space, a lot of astronauts.
But no aliens in this one.
No.
No aliens. All right. And then the last one I have is Bequeathed. So it's a story about a woman who inherits a burial ground from her late uncle, and she finds out all these dark secrets.
Okay, now this I can get with.
I'm like, there we go.
I was like, Morgan's gonna like that one. She's gonna like that one.
Celebrity expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. Daryl, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always great to see you.
Always great to see you.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're learning new details about a shark attack at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. Police say a 10-year-old boy was bitten during an activity called Walking with the Sharks. Doctors say the boy survived and he is recovering at the hospital. NBC's Sam Brock has more on the vacation that ended in trauma.
The popular Walking with Sharks experience at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas is closed and no longer available for booking on the resort's website. Just days after a 10-year-old boy from Maryland was bitten on his leg. The tour operator, Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove, writing in a statement, "We are deeply saddened that a child suffered a shark bite during an in-water experience on Monday. The company says it's begun an internal investigation, adding incidents like this involving interactions with marine life, even with the species of sharks included in this experience, are rare and never acceptable." Michael and Tori Massey say they were in the water when the child was attacked.
It was like just a very surreal moment, like nothing else I ever experienced.
As multiple videos posted to social media show, the Shark Tank experience is part of the Mayan temple area of the resort's Aqua Venture Zone. Guests use special helmets in order to breathe underwater and to get close-up views of Caribbean reef sharks and nurse sharks. Neither are considered an aggressive species of shark. An ad on the resort's website, which has since been removed, said no swimming experience necessary to participate. But kids must be at least 10 years old. Blue Adventures by Stewart Cove say they've been operating this experience since 2006 and have never had a guest-related incident occur. NBC News reached out to the Atlantis for comments, but so far has not received a response. The Masseys say the experience started out fine, but took a turn when the boy entered the water.
When you go to a resort of this nature, you expect that safety is paramount and you expect there to be certain protocols.
The couple says the dive guides in the water reacted quickly to the danger. A popular and long-standing attraction, now on hold indefinitely. Sam Brock, NBC News.
New video out of Indiana is showing the tense moments after a deputy came across an unconscious man behind the wheel of his car. As Steve Mailing from our NBC affiliate WFIE reports, it was equipment the deputy had never used before that helped him save a life.
Posey County Deputy Brendan Schmidt grew up in Posey County. He joined the sheriff's office 3 years ago for one reason.
The same response that everybody gives in this line of work, because they want to help people.
And that's exactly what he'd find himself doing on October 9th. Call came in for a man who wrecked his car in the median of Highway 62 in the county. The driver had taken out a couple of signs before his car came to a rest.
There were reports that he was passed out in the driver's seat.
When he got on scene, Deputy Schmidt found the woman who called 911.
And I see that there's a lady trying to open the doors, and she tells me that the doors are locked.
After trying it for himself, Deputy Schmidt knew he had to get inside the car. He tried multiple times to wake the man up.
Hey, bud.
But to no avail.
Hey, bud. 6519, we got one male subject unconscious.
But not only was he unconscious.
Dispatch 19, we got a pulse ox on this subject. It's got no response.
The man had no pulse. Deputy Schmidt knew what he needed to get, his unit-issued AED.
I believe this is probably the first time that we've actually had to use one.
The only one on scene, Deputy Schmidt was on his own, administering CPR until help would arrive.
It's pretty nerve-wracking being the first one there like that, especially with a medical emergency like this, not knowing when backup's going to get there.
Come on, dude.
Eventually, help would show up, and the victim would regain a pulse on the way to the hospital. In a situation where seconds are crucial, Deputy Schmidt made the most of each one.
I was very proud of what I saw, and he should be commended for his actions.
It wouldn't be until he'd go to the hospital himself to get a state-ordered blood draw from the victim would he discover the man had a medical emergency and that he had survived.
Other situations, you can go hours or days before you hear anything, and it's always a relief to know, especially in this case.
Deputy Schmidt would receive an award for his actions that day. Sheriff Latham says AEDs and patrol cars are crucial, especially in Posey County, where law enforcement tends to be the first one on scene. In incidents like this, where seconds are pivotal, equipment and training saved a life.
Saved a life. Incredible. That was Steve Melling from our NBC affiliate WFIE reporting.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And don't forget, you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. The news continues after this.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, January 18th, 2024, breaking news, critical failures. The Justice Department releases a scathing report on the police response to the Uvalde school shooting. What federal officials say could have been done differently to save lives.
Bracing yet again, another powerful and dangerous winter storm is on the move. It's expected to dump even more snow on places still trying to clean up from the last storm. We have the timing and the totals.
Up in the air, Boeing is fighting for its reputation as both federal and airline inspectors take an even closer look at its planes. The new inspection's underway after that mid-flight scare.
And what's in your wallet? Fraudsters are finding new ways to steal your money. How to avoid being tricked out of your hard-earned cash.
That is going to be an eye-opening segment with a lot of news you can use on how to protect yourself.
Absolutely. It certainly caught our eyes.
Yeah, it did. But we begin with that breaking news.
That's right. The Justice Department's review of the law enforcement response to the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, has just been released. The report is nearly 600 pages long. It highlights what the DOJ calls, quote, cascading failures by hundreds of officers at Robb Elementary School in May 2022. You'll remember it took 77 minutes from when the first officer arrived at that school until the gunman woman was shot and killed by police inside a classroom. This surveillance video shows officers waiting in the hallway instead of going into the room where the shooter was barricaded.
19 children and 2 teachers were killed. It is one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. Attorney General Merrick Garland talked about the report a short time ago after meeting with families in Uvalde last night.
I told the families gathered last night what I hope is clear among the hundreds of pages and thousands of details in this report. Their loved ones deserve better.
Joining us now, NBC News reporter Ryan Riley in Washington, as well as NBC News senior law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander. Ryan, let's start with you. The DOJ's review is nearly 20 months in the making. Can you just walk us through some of the key findings here?
Yeah, the big finding is a failure, really, of leadership as well as a failure of communication. You know, ever since Columbine 24 years ago, there's really been a policy of trying to confront the gunman as quickly as humanly possible. As the Attorney General said during his press conference today, every second counts during those critical moments. And that's just not what happened here. Law enforcement arrived, and then it took them 77 minutes to finally confront the gunman. And you see those images with all those law enforcement officials from various agencies reacting to this shooting, but there really wasn't the sort of command structure that should have immediately been put in place in a situation like this, and taking that leadership and making sure that they breached immediately and confronted that gunman, because you really have to end that threat as quickly as humanly possible, Sinclair.
Cedric, let me go to you. You have decades of experience in law enforcement. They're not sugarcoating this. This is a damning report. What's your reaction?
Well, certainly it is exactly that. There is no way that you can justify the reactions, behaviors that occurred on that day there at that elementary school. Just abject failure on every conceivable level. There you have dozens of law enforcement officials there with shields, with bulletproof vests, with helmets, with long rifles, all the equipment that's needed, and these children are down the hall being murdered, being killed, being massacred. It's horrible. And then to listen to the families this morning during the presser filing that of the Attorney General is just heartbreaking. Those families, that community is still in pain, and they want accountability, and they deserve accountability on a lot of questions that clearly need to be answered still.
Yes, Cedric, I mean, sometimes after DOJ reports like this, we see actions taking. Do you expect any change to come from this?
Well, I mean, you know, here's the thing. I mean, for years, and we have known since Columbine what it is that we're supposed to do in an active shooter situation. If you and I are the first officers on the scene, we go in. We follow that gunfire, because the goal is to take the attention off the innocent victims and to turn that attention towards us, where we're in a better position to defend them and defend ourselves. But when you have dozens of officers there on the scene who do nothing, it's horrific.
Yeah, you wonder if it's going to be a lesson or, you know, a teachable thing that from now on they teach about this.
Yes, so something like this never happens again.
Yeah. Cedric Alexander, Ryan Riley, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Tensions are mounting across the globe as the violence across the Middle East region is expanding. Pakistan is now getting more involved after it launched retaliatory strikes on neighboring Iran.
And in the Red Sea, the U.S. is warning more attacks could be coming against the Houthi rebels, the Iranian-backed and Yemen-based militant group. The U.S. just designated that group as a terrorist organization yesterday. Washington carried out another round of strikes on more than a dozen targets in Yemen over a 12-hour span. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is following the latest for us. So, Peter, I know there's been some more news just in the last couple hours about what's going on with the Houthis from the Washington perspective and the escalation between Pakistan and Iran.
Yeah, Sinclair, Sinclair and Kate, that's exactly right. Let me get to new reporting that we've just learned over the course of the last hour. The U.S. Now sharing that U.S. missiles targeted 2 Houthi anti-ship missiles in Yemen. That we just learned again within the last hour. Right now, they say that those Houthi missiles were aimed at the Red Sea, that they were an imminent threat prepared to launch. Among those that the U.S. officials say were under potential attack were U.S. Navy ships and maritime vessels there. So that strike we just learned about taking place in the course of the last several hours. It follows a strike that took place only a short time before that overnight, where the U.S. had another set of strikes targeting anti-ship missiles that are there for the Houthis in Yemen right now. And this just shows an escalation, Kate and Zinkley, over the course of the last several days. Now, 5 separate strikes in the course of a week that the U.S. Has conducted. The White House warning, as you noted, that more could be coming right now. And they do pose a real risk, as the U.S. and other Western governments have indicated, that it could impact the supply chain and the ability to get some of those key goods around the world, which could impact real prices as well. Kate and Zinkley.
And Peter, in Washington, the Biden administration is meeting with families of Americans believed to still be held hostage by Hamas. And it comes as NBC News has new reporting about a potential hostage release deal. So break down for us what exactly we know here.
Well, first of all, we know that the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, is going to be meeting with some of the families of those Americans believed to be held hostage still in Gaza right now. As for that deal, it may be taking shape, but officials again caution that no agreement appears imminent. That's according to U.S., Israeli, and Arab officials. But this proposal, as we understand it, entails pauses in violence in exchange for the release of hostages. Under one of the possible plans here, the hostages would be released in staged phases. The discussions among Arab and U.S. officials have included a possible broader deal that leads to an eventual ceasefire. The proposed idea of a permanent ceasefire after the release of all hostages, however, is said to be a non-starter for the Israeli government if it leaves Hamas in power. Kate and Zinkley.
Peter Alexander for us at the White House. Peter, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to winter weather. It's still impacting much of the country as large parts of the U.S. are getting walloped by snow and ice. Nearly 80 million people are under some kind of winter weather advisory right now. Buffalo, an area known for its snowfall, is becoming overwhelmed. More than 3 feet has fallen over the last 5 days, with more falling as we speak.
And then let's talk about the West Coast. Portland, Oregon has been blanketed in ice for days now, leaving residents, many of them stuck at home. Roads and sidewalks completely slicked over. All across the country, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Temperatures in much of the U.S. dipping 20 to 30 degrees below normal in the coming days again. We'll get to the latest forecast from meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment. Let's begin, though, with correspondent Adrienne Broaddus. She's in Chicago for us. Adrienne, it has been freezing in Chicago for days. How is it today, and what are you expecting?
Kate, right now it's 26 degrees, and some folks here in Chicago say that feels like a heat wave. So it's better, but we are still bracing for more brutal cold. Later this afternoon, we're going to see more snow start to fall here in Chicago. That's around 4 p.m. It will fall through the night into tomorrow. So we will likely see slick and icy roads once again. Not as much snow here in Chicago as our friends in Buffalo. As Zinkley mentioned, they have been hit not only with that snow, and they're expected to get another 3 inches on top of what has already fallen there, but the brutal cold. So this winter weather bringing challenges, and perhaps the saddest part of all of this, the winter weather deaths. In Portland, Oregon, 3 people were killed by downed power lines. Here in Chicago, tow truck drivers are trying to stay warm as they help folks out.
All of our drivers have coats that has heating coils, so it keeps them heated throughout the actual extreme cold. And also we wear certain special gloves that is able to handle -4-degree temperatures as well.
And health experts are warning, if you have a heart condition, try your best to avoid shoveling or snow blowing when we're experiencing this deep cold. Kate?
Yeah.
Really helpful tips. Yeah. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, where's the storm heading, and when might relief come, if that's even possible?
I know. Yeah, we're in the 28th day of winter, so we have a lot of winter to go, and we are looking at a lot of winter weather across the nation. We're looking at 79 million people impacted by winter alerts. That includes winter weather advisories, winter storm watches, winter storm warnings, lake effect warnings, and also ice storm warnings. We still have that ice falling in portions of the Pacific Northwest. We're getting another round as we go throughout the later parts of today. tomorrow into Saturday. We could see a quarter-inch, half-inch in some spots. That's going to bring more power outages to that area. Also looking at really heavy snow throughout the Cascades. We're going to measure it in feet. This is to take a look at radar. You can see some snow in the plains. This is all moving off to the northeast. So tomorrow we're going to see a snowy I-95 corridor. Back to you guys.
All right, Adrian Broadus, Michelle Grossman, thank you both so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Google is telling its employees that more job cuts are coming to that company.
And you may soon need an Amazon subscription to watch your favorite local sports. Kate Rogers joins us now. Hey, Kate.
Hey there, Kate and Zinkley. Google CEO Sundar Pichai is warning employees of more job cuts this year. In a memo seen by CNBC's Jennifer Elias, Pichai says the company has ambitious goals and will be investing in big priorities such as AI. He says to make that a reality, Google has to make tough choices. The company has undergone several rounds of layoffs that started a year ago when it announced it was cutting 12,000 jobs. Regional sports broadcaster Diamond Sports is teaming up with Amazon in a deal to emerge from bankruptcy. Under the agreement, customers will be able to stream local channels of Diamond through Amazon's Prime Video. That will include some live MLB, NBA, and NHL games. And one of the world's most important trade routes could lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of a severe drought. Panama Canal officials now estimate they stand to lose between $500 and $700 million this year because of the decline in shipping traffic. Canal authorities attribute the drought to the warm El Nino weather pattern and climate change. Back over to you.
So back to the sports thing. Does that mean we have to pay even more for another streamer to watch games?
I believe you will. That's right. Another streamer to add to the rotation, right?
We keep talking about that. Kate Rogers, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, how Brits across the United Kingdom are reacting to the shocking medical news about the royal family.
Plus, a teacher, a nurse, and a spiritual leader among the hundreds arrested for human trafficking in Florida, who police say they're targeting. They were targeting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
New details today on health concerns facing the British royal family. We know King Charles is preparing to have a corrective procedure for an enlarged prostate next week, as Catherine, Princess of Wales, is recovering from a planned abdominal surgery at a London hospital. Prince William seen visiting her there today, where she's expected to stay through at least next week. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. So, Matt, it strikes me that the royals are traditionally pretty private. Now we've got all these details coming out. What are folks in London saying about this?
Yeah, I mean, Zinkley, we're getting news on two significant members of the royal family. We just heard today that Prince William visited Kate at the London clinic. That's that pretty upscale clinic in central London where she was having this procedure done. And he actually drove himself there. You know, that's one of the things we've been hearing since this whole thing began, that Prince William will be taking time off from his official duties while his wife is in the hospital. And then on that other royal health news, the king himself. Now, his wife, Queen Camilla, spoke at an event in Scotland and said that Charles is doing fine and looking forward to getting back to work. So of the two, obviously the king's condition sounds relatively routine, whereas Kate's, the Princess of Wales, that's more serious. And she could spend up to 2 weeks in the hospital after what's being described as major abdominal surgery. But the public did get a little bit of information yesterday. Royal reporters were told by the palace that the princess's affliction is non-cancerous. So clearly, while the palace has been trying to respect the princess's privacy and have stated very publicly that they're not going to divulge a lot of information, they did give away that little tidbit, excluding cancer, to try to assuage some public concern. Kate, Sinclair?
Matt Bradley in London for us. Thanks so much.
The legal battle between the Biden administration and the state of Texas over how to handle the border is heating up after the drowning deaths of 3 migrants in the Rio Grande. The Texas Attorney General is rejecting a cease and desist letter from the Department of Justice after the Biden administration said Texas had barred some Border Patrol agents from accessing a key part of the border. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley covers all of this for us. Joins me now. Hi, Julia. So for more than a week now, Texas authorities have blocked, we think, border agents, do I have that right, from going into a 50-acre park called Shelby Park. Why is that important? And where is this legal battle going?
You have that right, Kate. And Shelby Park is a place you've seen me, Morgan Chesky, so many of us come to you live because it's been an epicenter for the migrant crisis. It's where a lot of migrants are crossing over. You can see those dangerous waters by the Rio Grande coming through that razor wire that is sometimes cut by Border Patrol to let in people who are in distress. They were completely blocked. The Border Patrol was completely blocked by Texas Department of Public Safety last week because Governor Greg Abbott told them that Border Patrol could not have access to that part anymore. They not only could the men and women not go in, they had to remove their equipment. So they weren't able to see footage, Kate, when a mother and her 2 young children were in distress last week. They say they could have been able to save them. Instead, they drowned in the Rio Grande. Now, last night, the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton responded to a cease and desist order from the Biden administration saying that no, they will not turn this land over to Border Patrol. They will not give them access. And what we can expect, Kate, is probably now for the Justice Department to start a lawsuit because DHS, when they asked Texas to cease and desist and allow them into that land, they said if they didn't, they would take the matter to the Justice Department. Right now, the Justice Department not commenting on this, but we can imagine that they're probably preparing a lawsuit. And again, this would be the 3rd time the Biden administration would be suing Texas Governor Greg Abbott over his policies on immigration.
And Julia, just quickly, I would imagine maybe some migrants would be deterred now from going into Texas. Is that happening?
Well, we have seen uptick in other places like in Arizona. By and large, the numbers are not nearly as high as they were in December anywhere, though, Kate.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us. Julia, thank you.
Coming up, what you see on social media is determined by an algorithm, but who controls it? We'll take you inside how it all works later on NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A dramatic rescue caught on camera. Take a look at this underwater body camera footage capturing a Vermont state trooper's urgent efforts to save an 8-year-old from drowning. NBC News' Stephen Romo has the story.
When Vermont State Trooper Michelle Archer arrived on scene at this frozen pond in Cambridge, she feared it was already too late.
I saw this call come up on the screen, 6-year-old floating in a pond, possibly deceased.
Just minutes earlier, an 8-year-old girl and her sibling plunged into the water after the ice cracked. The 80-year-old property owner able to save the younger child who was near the shore, but the 8-year-old unreachable near the center of the pond.
I don't know if it's instinct or training, but something took over.
Once on scene, Trooper Archer jumping into that freezing water and swimming toward the child. She drags the girl to shore, putting her on her side. Then, the remarkable realization. The little girl was still alive.
Well, the first sigh of relief came when I pulled her out of the water and I heard those kind of audible noises. Because at that point, I wasn't sure if she was still breathing or not.
She's making noises.
Trooper Archer calling for her colleague to help.
Here, baby girl. Here, baby girl. Michelle, get out of your clothes.
Trooper Keith Cody making sure the 8-year-old was okay and taking her to an ambulance on site.
We cover a widespread area, and for whatever reason, the both of us were 3 minutes away from this pond where this little girl needed help.
The child taken to a hospital in Burlington with injuries that at first were thought to be life-threatening. But amazingly, she made a full recovery and is now back home.
How's the other one?
She's cold. The Vermont State Police Department now recommending the 2 troopers and the 80-year-old property owner for the agency's life-saving award.
We come across calls that stick with us, for a while, if not for the length of our careers and beyond. So that this is definitely one of those calls that we'll always be thinking about.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Wow, incredible story. Well, the effects of the brutal cold are being felt all across the East Coast, including down south. In Florida, El Nino weather patterns have proven a challenge for strawberry growers. Farmers say the rain can damage the crops, and the lack of sun this season slows down the ripening process. Strawberry growers will need to spray water around the fruit to create a protective shell if temperatures dip below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And the frigid temperatures are having an impact on wildlife in South Texas, too. Multiple sea turtles have been rescued in the past 2 days off the coast of South Padre Island. Sydney Hernandez from our NBC affiliate in Brownsville has more.
Come to South Texas.
Sudden drops in air and water temperature can cause sea turtles to go into a hypothermic shock known as cold stunning.
At which time our emergency response team, our staff here at Sea Turtle Inc. will intake those animals, take a good allocation of their current health condition, their current status, and then these bins by the end of the day today will be full or overflowing with cold stun patients.
The cold stun turtles will rest, allowing their body temperatures to regulate.
It's not overly warm in this room. Sea turtles are cold-blooded, so they use ambient temperature and water temperature to regulate their body temperature. So it'll be our responsibility over the next 2 to 3 days to really protect them and give them an opportunity to do what their body will do naturally.
The turtles will then be released back into the water. For now, they already have rescued some, but staff is preparing for more. As for how many?
The cool thing about turtles is that you never know exactly what's going to happen. We can predict with the weather and the wind and all of that kind of thing that we will definitely have some more. We think maybe tomorrow there will be even more than today, definitely. Like roughly around 100 patients.
Coming up, you could call it a sign of the times. Why these quirky, clever, sometimes downright funny electronic highway messages will soon be in our rearview mirror.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. It's Fashion Week in Paris, and the models are all decked out in their most elaborate couture. That includes this headwear, which appears to be goggles in desperate need of a haircut. Kidding. Although in this weather, I can't think of a better hat to bundle up in.
I mean, it looks warm.
It looks warm. And the designer? Do we know the designer?
Blue Marble.
Marble. Pretty cool. More NBC News Daily after this.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and listen in.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Demolition of the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh is now underway. The synagogue was the site, of course, of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. A gunman opened fire in 2018, killing 11 worshipers there. The demolition is part of an effort to reimagine the building to honor the congregants who were lost. The new structure will include the nation's first museum that focuses on anti-Semitism, as well as a memorial right outside the synagogue. Construction set to be completed in 2 years.
14 people were hospitalized with carbon monoxide poisoning after a gas leak at Yale University yesterday. One of them is in critical condition. It happened near campus at a construction site leased by the university, poisoning 9 workers and 5 university employees. According to New Haven's mayor, the source of the leak was propane-powered concrete cutter that had been used without proper ventilation. First responders discovered the leak when a construction worker collapsed unconscious on the sidewalk.
Sheryl Sandberg, the longtime chief operating officer of tech giant Meta, is leaving the company's board of directors. Sandberg started with the company, once known as Facebook, in 2008. She stepped down from being COO in 2022, but had remained on the board of directors until now. Chief executive and founder Mark Zuckerberg said Sandberg was, quote, instrumental in driving the company's success.
There's growing scrutiny over airplane manufacturer Boeing. Both federal and Alaska Airlines inspectors are now reviewing the company as well as its subcontractors over quality control processes. The Federal Aviation Administration has finished its first round of inspections on more than 24 737 MAX 9 planes. All of it comes nearly 2 weeks after the mid-air emergency that tore a door plug off one of those planes. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. The FAA says it has no timeline for when it might allow the MAX 9 to fly again. That's all pending its ongoing investigations. What's new is that now the FAA says the first 40 inspections of the grounded planes have been completed. The FAA is reviewing that data of those inspections before it then decides how to allow the next group to be inspected and when that might happen. So this is very much a work in progress, and there is no timeline here. Importantly, only after reviewing that data will the FAA move forward with its decision on how it's going to investigate the rest of the grounded MAX 9s. Now, you're going to recall it was the door plug on that Alaska Airlines flight, that door plug that covers up an unused emergency exit that blew out in flight over Portland almost 2 weeks ago right now. The NTSB lab in Washington is now investigating how that door plug exploded out of the plane and whether it was properly attached. All 171 Alaska and United MAX 9s remain grounded, and that means that both airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights a day, about 150 a day. Alaska flights, about 200 United flights a day canceled because they don't have this critical plane in their arsenal, if you will. Alaska has now decided to put its own inspectors in Boeing plants to double-check Boeing's work, Here's the Alaska CEO speaking to passengers in a Twitter release.
We will enhance our own quality oversight of Alaska aircraft on the Boeing production line, adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
Now, you'll recall it's not just Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems is also in the spotlight. Spirit makes the fuselage for the Boeing MAX 9 that ships it on to Boeing. Spirit has had quality control issues for years. The NTSB says that that door plug was actually made by a Spirit operation in Malaysia. Spirit says it remains focused on quality control, but yesterday Boeing's CEO visited a Spirit plant in Wichita and said both companies have got to up their game, double down on, in fact, ensuring that every piece that is produced for a plane is of great quality, and they maintain their quality assurance standards across the board. But both companies, Boeing and Spirit, are right now just under enormous scrutiny with reputation at stake and a lot of people, a lot of airlines losing confidence in the Boeing product. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. 123 men are now facing charges in connection with human trafficking in Florida. Among them, a teacher, a nurse, and a grief counselor. They were arrested by Hillsborough County deputies after a 3-month-long undercover sting. Deputies say part of the operation targeted online predators who were trying to get into contact with children and teenagers. NBC's Valerie Castro following this story for us. Valerie, this is so disturbing. What more do we know about these suspects and how investigators were able to find them?
Kate, this operation was dubbed Operation Renewed Hope, and here is how the sting went down. Undercover detectives posed as minors online, and they were able to find people willing to meet what they thought was a child for purposes of sex. There was another tactic. The detectives posed as adult family members of children, step-parents, grandparents willing to sell a child for sex. The Hillsborough County Sheriff says they were able to arrest people who actually traveled to these arranged meetups. And in a news conference last week, the sheriff mentioned another disturbing discovery. Take a listen.
Now they're traveling with firearms. One had a gun on them, one was in the glove box. When they take this child in their car, why would you need a gun to come have sex with a child? What were their true intentions?
Yeah, really disturbing details, Kate. There were no victims recovered in this particular operation because this was all done by undercover detectives.
It's just revolting. What kind of charges are these men facing?
The charges range, but the Sheriff's Department says they include solicitation for prostitution and human trafficking. This is an ongoing effort by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department. They established a human trafficking squad in 2021. They say they've made more than 600 arrests, but they've been able to rescue 28 victims in that time.
Kate. All right, Valerie Castro, thank you.
Let's take a turn now to social media. If you're on it, then you probably know that your feed is controlled by an algorithm. But who controls that? And how do we keep dangerous and unwanted content away? Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward.
Bingo, that's rude.
From puppies
That's rude.
to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content, fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulation.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something. But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you.
And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray.
In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction.
China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged.
Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. Now, you can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. On YouTube, you can turn off autoplay and sign out, which limits its ability to track you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm. Jake Ward, NBC News.
Jake, thank you so much. From algorithms to artificial intelligence, some fraudsters are now using AI to try to steal your money.
According to the Federal Trade Commission, about 1 in 5 people fell victim to imposter scams in 2022. That's when someone may call, text, or email you pretending to be someone of authority or even someone you know. The goal is to get you to send money or information that allows them to hack into your accounts. So what kind of scam should we look out for this year? Well, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with some answers. Sharon, it's becoming increasingly difficult to figure out what's real and what's not, even when it comes to text and phone calls. Talk to us about the scams that are out there. What should people be looking out for?
Well, some of the scams, the general idea of them is not that new, like the grandparent scam. Someone pretends to be the family member and gets an older person to then send them money because they're in trouble. What's changed now is the technology. So the ability for someone to, with just 10 seconds of hearing your voice, create a voice print, and then use that to kind of say that this is the real person. That's how that scam happens. And then, so it's really important when someone calls you or texts you that you recognize that number. Don't answer the phone, don't respond to that text. Call back or text back the number that you already have just to confirm that it's that person. And maybe come up with a safe word, something that only your grandma's gonna know about, you know, that your special thing, that's gonna be a word that you say every time you call so that she knows it's you. And then the other thing to think about is if you're concerned and you can't reach that person, maybe a family member or friend, to say, is she okay? Is everything happening? And, you know, to make sure that it really is an emergency that call was about.
And you say grandma, because I think a lot of those who are targeted happen to be older, right?
The grandparent scams are significant, and elder fraud certainly on the rise.
Yeah, I'm going to have that conversation with my family about a safe word. So the FTC says investment-related scams can be some of the most powerful right now and costly. They say they're almost like pyramid, or at least it sounds like they're almost like pyramid scams, pyramid schemes. So what are they and what are we looking out for?
We're talking about several $billions in 2022 to investment scams that people lost. And what happens is people are pretending to be an investment manager or a celebrity that says they're going to be able to quadruple your money or something that just seems too good to be true, and ask you, or they ask you for payment in crypto because you can't really trace that as well as you can some other methods of payment. So the key thing there is to know that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And if they're asking for a payment in crypto, make sure it's a legitimate business or entity that's doing that. And if you're not comfortable with it, ask for some other way to pay.
Yeah. And somehow tax filing season is just a few weeks away.
Isn't that scary to think about? But it is true. It is true. And people are getting ready. They're setting up their accounts. And that's can be a big scam. There can be people saying, I'm going to pay me this money and I'll help you set up your account to pay your taxes. If you're paying your taxes online, you can set up that account at irs.gov for free. Do not go to a third party to just set up an account to pay your taxes or check your refund. And you also, during this time, very important not to send information or keep financial information in your email.
That feels really big because I think people
really
can feel like, oh, it's my email, it's secure. But
and some preparers will say you can send it to me through this encrypted means.
Right.
That makes sense. But just to keep it there in your email, someone can get in there and have all your information.
Oh, Sharon Epperson, always so helpful.
I learn so much every time you're here.
Yeah, thank you so much. And for more of Sharon's tips, just head to cnbc.com/personalfinance.
Coming up, flying solo. We're going to talk about why more people are making the most of their singleness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can watch us every single day, streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now you can focus on your career.
What? No. I put myself out into the world and it completely rejected me.
Whoa! Okay, you haven't been single for that long.
That was a clip from the movie How to Be Single. And in today's mental health check, we are talking about how to be single, how to embrace the single life.
Yeah, a majority of Americans say that being married or in a committed relationship is an important part of living a happy and fulfilling life, according to a survey from Pew Research. But some experts are challenging that idea. Joining us now is Bella DiPaolo. She's the author of Single at Heart, The Power, Freedom, and Heart-Filling Joy of Single Life. Bella, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. I love talking about this.
So let's dig in.
Yes.
What does it mean to be single at heart, as you write, and what inspired you to even write this book?
People who are single at heart love being single, and they want to stay single. They are happy and flourishing because they're single, not in spite of it. Now, lots of people have written books about single people or for single people, but they're usually based on the belief that what single people want more than anything in the world is not to be single anymore.
To be in a couple.
Yeah, so they tell them how to be coupled, or they tell them how to try to be happy while they're single until they get coupled, and then they can be truly happy. Well, no. No. I love being single. I'm happy now, and I wanted to write the first book for single people who love being single.
There are so many misconceptions, I think. So what would you say are the most positive things about being single?
Well, you know, lots of people think, oh, if you're single, you have a limited life, you have a lesser life. Well, if you're single at heart, you embrace your single life, you invest in it, it's just the opposite. You have a more expansive life. So, for example, you can have as many people in your life as you want, or pets. You can spend as much time with them as you want, be there for them as often as you want, without some partner at home thinking that time belongs to them. So people who are coupled have the one, but people who are single have the ones. So that's one thing. Another thing is freedom. Within the limits of their resources and opportunities, people who are single can create the life they want.
Yeah.
They have financial freedom, so they can spend their money on whatever they want and save as much as they want. They can live where they want to.
There's so many opportunities. You know, as you're speaking, I'm reminded that some people are not single by choice. Maybe they're widowed or the like. What do you recommend for someone who's adapting to a life of singleness, being single at heart?
Yes, okay. So realize that your single life can be a big, joyful, happy life. Don't think of it as marking time until you find the one, but instead, do what you love. Do all the things you might not get to do once you're coupled.
And people should stop asking what? Should we stop asking our single friends when they're going to get married?
Oh, absolutely. Because if they do, I mean, how would married people feel if single people said, why
are you married?
Why are you married? Why are you,
when are you going to get divorced?
Why are you still married? We wouldn't do that. So don't do it to single people.
What do you hope people, whether they're partnered, married, single, what do you hope they take away from being single at heart? Because it sounds like it's bigger than just not having a partner. It sounds like a mentality.
Oh, yes. It's being drawn to what single life offers and living the life that's true to yourself, your most authentic life. You know, the risk to people who are single at heart is not what they would miss if they did not put a romantic partner at the center of their lives. It's what they would miss if they did.
Ooh, okay. We'll end on that note. Bella DiPaolo, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks so much for watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Okay, Zinkley, have you ever seen those flashing signs on highways that sometimes make you chuckle?
In
They're
fact,
funny.
I have. And, you know, whether it's a pun about driving safely or a movie reference, they can get pretty silly, but not anymore. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer explains why highway signs are getting serious.
Kate and Zinkley, I have a question for you. Who hates speeding tickets? Raise your right foot. Yeah, that's just one example of the kinds of messages that won't be allowed starting today. The federal government is calling for simple, direct, brief messages on those signs. No funny stuff.
Even when traffic is turbulent, the highways can be poetic, lined with messages like, "Don't be a stinker, use your blinker," courtesy of Nevada. Here's the Massachusetts version of that bulletin. I'll spare you my Boston accent. Such clever missives flashing on those changeable electronic signs are popular ways for states to encourage good driving behavior. 4 eyes in Mississippi, 2 eyes on the road. And from Ohio, visiting in-laws, slow down, get there late. This hit movie motivated New Jersey to write Hocus Pocus, Drive with Focus. Well, Arizona drew inspiration from Notting Hill.
I'm also just a girl.
The interstate translation? I'm just a sign asking a driver to use turn signals. The examples are numerous, but that's about to change. The Federal Highway Administration just issued new rules banning messages with popular culture references or that are intended to be humorous, saying they might be misunderstood or understood only by a limited segment of road users and require time to process or understand.
It's not going to be distracting to me to read something and go, huh, that's weird, I don't get it, and move on with my life.
Lise Riker lives in Arizona, which has an annual safety message contest. 3,700 entries were submitted last year, including Riker's winning phrase, "Seatbelts always pass the vibe check."
I love them. And I think keeping your mind active while you're driving is important.
Whether such messages are good because they engage your brain or bad because they're distracting is still up for debate. Regardless, soon they'll be gone. Hopefully you'll still keep your hands on the wheel, not your meal.
Even though the new rules go into effect today, the federal government is giving states 2 years to comply, so you still might see those messages. Arizona's DOT says it's still in the process of reviewing the new rules and has nothing to say about them right now. While Texas's DOT tells us that every message it posts includes a safety component, and it will continue to do that. Zinkley and Kate.
Joe, thank you so much. I liked those signs, though.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending today. Sundance kicks off its 40th film festival today, Park City, Utah. The Indie Film Showcase has been held in Utah for almost every year since 1978. It's known for launching award-winning films, right? Like Whiplash, Little Miss Sunshine. Well, some films already generating buzz this year, a post-apocalyptic romance starring Kristen Stewart and a heartfelt documentary about Christopher Reeve.
Okay. Interested to see those.
Yeah.
And speaking of things I'm interested to see, Ariana Grande fans, please stand up, mark your calendars. The pop star just announced on Instagram that she will be releasing a new album, Eternal Sunshine, on March 8th. This will be Grande's 7th studio album. The announcement comes just days after the release of her new single, Yes And. It's her first album in 4 years.
Now I understand why I was seeing the Yes And reference everywhere.
Yes,
okay.
and.
Yes, and there's a new way to enjoy chicken wings without even ordering them. Burt's Bees and Hidden Valley Ranch have teamed up. What? To combine wing flavors into a line of lip balms. I'm not joking. The flavors include Hidden Valley Ranch, buffalo sauce, crunchy celery. Can we get a camera on Joel?
We got a lot of head shaking happening.
Joel's like, no, no, no. Fresh carrot? Joel. No.
We'll pass, but enjoy. Also, Chuck E. Cheese is no longer just where a kid can be a kid. The children's party hotspot is being developed into a game show. The competition will feature larger-than-life versions of everything from pinball to a human claw machine. Winning duos will trade tickets for items on a super-sized prize wall. This is like what millennial dreams are made of.
Right?
Hopefully better than the erasers we all used to get. It's being compared to the hit Netflix show Squid Game. Not the scripted one where people died, but like the game show. I'm ready.
Okay.
Are you okay? Are you ready?
I mean, for Chuck E. Cheese, except look at that Chuck E. Cheese looks a little bit scary.
Well, okay. True. This is
But yeah, I'm ready. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hi, everyone. So good to be with you. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, January 18th, 2024, breaking news, cascading failures. That's how the Justice Department is describing the police response to the Uvalde school shooting. The biggest takeaways from the scathing 500-plus page report.
Quality control. Federal investigators wrap up their first round of inspections into Boeing's grounded MAX 9 fleet. What they're saying and why they say more inspections are coming.
On the move, a new cross-country storm is taking shape. It's threatening to unleash freezing rain, heavy snow, and even more bitter cold. What people coast to coast need to know.
And it's not just humans dealing with this rough weather, get it? Our pets are feeling it too. A veterinarian is going to join us, though, in all seriousness, to tell us how to keep them safe.
Excited to get to that one because it's always so confusing about how you should take care of your pets.
I have a dog at home, and it's, we've been talking about it because it's cold in New York right now.
Quite cold, but we're going to start with some breaking news this hour.
Yeah, the Justice Department has released a scathing review of the law enforcement response to the Uvalde, Texas school shooting. The DOJ's report, nearly 600 pages of it, lays out a series of, quote, critical failures, which left students and teachers at Robb Elementary experiencing, quote, unimaginable horror. It took 77 minutes from when the first officer arrived until the gunman was shot and killed. You may recall surveillance video showing officers waiting in the hallway instead of going into the room where the shooter was barricaded.
19 children and 2 teachers were killed. It's one of the deadliest school shootings in United States history. The mother of one of those victims breaking down while talking about the report earlier today.
I hope that the failures end today, and the local officials do what wasn't done that day.
Joining us now, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. He's in Uvalde, Texas, as well as NBC News senior law enforcement analyst Cedric Alexander. Ken, there's a lot to go through in this report. Can you give us some of the key takeaways?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate. So this report provided a lot more detail about the failures that we knew about, which you described, that 77-minute gap. And then it provided some really disturbing new information about failures that are just now coming to light. And so obviously the most profound misjudgment was the lack of willingness of the police to go in and confront and engage with the shooter right away. In not doing that, they ignored decades of active shooter protocol. They somehow decided that this active shooter in the classroom with all these children was a barricaded subject. That was a misjudgment. What this report shows is they had so much evidence to the contrary. They had 911 calls from children in the room. They had 45 gunshots from the shooter while the police were in the school. They had one of their own officers who had a call from his wife, a teacher who was wounded in the room. So they knew, and yet they failed to act. We knew that, but this report adds more detail. But this report goes on to talk about the failures in the medical response. It talks about one of the teachers who was left to die on a walkway. And it talks about failures to notify parents. Take a listen to Vanita Gupta, the Associate Attorney General. I spoke with her today.
For 77 minutes, parents aren't getting accurate information about, is the shooter alive? Is he dead? Is he continuing to shoot? Where's my child? And then after, you've got parents who are getting inaccurate information about perhaps there is one more bus of survivors that will bring my child off of the bus. I mean, it's utterly unconscionable.
The report says that some parents whose children had died were told that they survived and vice versa. Just unconscionable misinformation to these grieving parents. Kate Zinkler.
Yeah, the more information we get, it just never gets easier. Cedric, let's bring you in here. You have decades of law enforcement experience. What lessons can police, law enforcement learn from this?
Well, let's be honest. We have been dealing with school shootings since Columbine over 24 years ago now. And we've had a series of school shootings in this country, unfortunately, over the years, along with other mass shootings. Police know exactly what to do. They've been trained to do it. These departments that were there on that day, on May 24th of 2022, many of them had just received this training in these type of critical incidents. Yes, this was an abject failure of leadership. It was an abject failure, courageousness, and it just should not have happened. It is disgusting.
Yeah, truly devastating, and we continue to keep those families in our prayers. Cedric Alexander and Ken Delanian, thank you both.
More on the health concerns some members of the British royal family are facing. We know now that King Charles is preparing to have a corrective procedure for an enlarged prostate next week.
As Catherine, Princess of Wales, is recovering from a planned abdominal surgery at a London hospital. Prince William seen visiting her there today, where she's expected to stay through at least next week.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. Matt, Kensington Palace is not saying a lot about Kate's health, but we know that she's expected to be out of the public eye for months, and she had things planned. So this seems unique. This seems unusual.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how much the palace tries to say that this, or tries not to reveal any information about the details of Kate Middleton's health, which of course are private, they can't really get around it, right? Because the fact is they're still announcing that timeline, several weeks out of royal duties. And even after that, after she goes back to work, they're saying it's going to be a couple months before she gets back to her real full schedule. So no matter how much the palace is trying to say we're not going to be revealing any information, they really are. And we're also seeing that from the king himself. King Charles is supposed to get this other treatment for his prostate, and he is being very public. And one of the reasons why he is because he says he wants to try to tell people, other men, to try to get their prostates checked. So even though his condition sounds like it's a lot less serious, it really sounds like from the palace like it's almost like an outpatient procedure, just kind of a checkup. You know, we're still seeing this really serious news from Kate Middleton, and clearly the palace wants to kind of control that message. Guys.
Yeah, more to come, we're sure. Matt Bradley in London, thank you.
Winter weather still impacting much of the country as large parts of the U.S. getting walloped by snow and ice. Nearly 80 million people are under some kind of weather advisory right now. Buffalo, an area known for snowfall, is being overwhelmed. More than 3 feet has fallen over the last 5 days, more falling as we speak.
On the West Coast, Portland, Oregon has been blanketed in ice for days, leaving residents stuck at home with roads and sidewalks completely slicked over. In much of the country, it'll get worse before it gets better, with temperatures in some parts dipping 20 to 30 degrees below normal in the coming days. We'll get to the latest forecast from NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus in Chicago. Adrian, it's been a long week in Chicago. The city has been frozen for days. So how's it looking now?
You know, better, but we are still bracing for these brutal temperatures. It's about 26 degrees right now. And this winter weather has had a tremendous impact, not only here in Chicago, but across the country. NBC News has confirmed at least 44 weather-related deaths, 7 more suspected. The majority of those deaths, from what I can see right now, is out in Oregon. And that's where we've seen people who have lost their lives as a result of falling trees. Not only that, hypothermia. Back here in Chicago, there have been at least 6 deaths in Cook County, that's the Chicago area, linked to the cold weather. And we have more cold weather on the way. I spoke with one tow truck driver who told me since Friday, his team has been working 24 hours straight. They rotate the drivers working 12-hour shifts, but they're having trouble keeping up with the demand. They're also wearing special gear to survive the cold. Zinkley?
Yeah,
Kate?
really intense conditions out there for sure.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman. So, Michelle, I texted my sister and I got some video and some photos. This is today. That's their sidewalk. It's just a sheet of ice. That's Portland, Oregon. Her husband took these for us. Oh. And then they sent some photos too with like cars, just sheets and sheets of ice over them. They've been iced in for days out there. School keeps getting canceled. Is it going to get any better in the Pacific Northwest?
I feel for them. Let me just say that right away, because we have so many power outages and we have temperatures in the 30s. It's so cold there. Unfortunately, they have today, they have Friday until the early parts of Saturday morning where they could get more freezing rain. We could see a quarter inch, a half inch. So we're going to see more power outages there. Then by Saturday afternoon into Sunday, we're going to pop back into the 40s. So a little bit warmer, at least could melt some of that ice. So send our love to them, because that's just a terrible situation. And we're seeing rain falling on the coast of the Pacific Northwest into portions of Northern California. Heavy rain too. We're looking at localized heavy rain. Some snow is falling in the Cascades. When I say some, we're looking at feet of snow. We could see a couple feet of snow in the highest mountains of the Cascades. In the middle of the country, we're looking at snow falling as well. It's chilly. We're going to get another Arctic blast there. And then we're going to see some snow into the northeast as we see a system out of the southeast pushing into the northeast. So I'll end it here, guys. We're looking at 79 million Americans, so many of us under winter weather alerts from the west all the way down to the southeast. Back to you.
All right, Adrian Broadus, Michelle Grossman, thanks to you both.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. The parent company of Facebook loses a high-profile member of its board.
And Gen Z says they have things harder than their parents did. Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Well, 3M has started to send out $250 million in payments to service members and veterans as part of a $6 billion settlement resolving lawsuits over faulty combat earplugs that resulted in injuries such as hearing loss. More than 30,000 have agreed to the lawsuit so far, but it's unclear how much each claimant will receive. Payouts will be completed by the end of January. Former Meta operating chief Sheryl Sandberg will leave the company's board of directors in May. Sandberg joined Facebook in 2008 as Mark Zuckerberg's top deputy after spending 7 years at Google. Since leaving her role as COO, Sandberg has focused on her nonprofit, leanin.org. And nearly 40% of millennials and Gen Zers believe they are having a harder time building wealth than their parents did at the same age. That's according to a new report from Bankrate, which also found that more than half of Gen Z workers have a second job, more than any other generation. Kate and Zinkley, back to you.
I mean, Gen Z certainly has faced their fair share of challenges, especially growing up through COVID.
Right. And my kids talk about that all the time. The results you just mentioned, Pippa, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, ready for liftoff. SpaceX just hours away from blasting 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. We're outside NASA's Kennedy Space Center tracking the mission. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Tensions are mounting across the globe as the violence across the Middle East region is expanding. Pakistan is now getting more involved after it launched retaliatory strikes on neighboring Iran. And in the Red Sea, the U.S. is warning more attacks could be coming against the Houthi rebels, an Iranian-backed and Yemen-based militant group. The U.S. just designated that as a terrorist organization. Washington carried out another round of strikes on more than a dozen targets in Yemen over a 12-hour span. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is following the latest for us. Kelly, it's good to see you. So we're learning new information about U.S. counterattacks on Houthi anti-ship missiles. Where do things stand right now?
Well, the pace has certainly been picking up. We learned from John Kirby when he was briefing reporters on Air Force One that a fifth one of these military operations has been carried out to try to degrade the capabilities of the Houthis based in Yemen, and they are Iranian-influenced and affiliated, to try to stop them from their attacks on shipping and on Israeli different kinds of properties, shipping and other goods. And so what the U.S. is trying to do, in coordination with partners like the United Kingdom and others, they want to try to send a clear message to Iran, but also to this specific military group based in Yemen, that that is not acceptable. And so the president today was asked about it. He said those attacks will continue to try to stop the Houthi action. Zinkley.
And Kelly, in Washington, D.C., the Biden administration is meeting with families of Americans who are believed to still be held hostage by Hamas. I know there are about over 100 hostages right now, and it comes as NBC News has new reporting about a potential hostage release deal. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, while the president's in North Carolina today, his national security advisor meeting with some of these family members. They've done so before. And obviously, over the few months of this war with Israel and Hamas, there's been a lot of focus on how to get help and any attempt to try to bring home those hostages, both Israelis, some U.S. citizens, and others. And this deal that you referenced is an ongoing set of discussions to see if there could be additional pauses in fighting to allow for some release. And then in a broader sense, also discussions about what a next phase could look like. And at some point, when the hostilities are at a lower level of intensity, what would governance look like for Gaza after these months of war? So developments, but no breakthroughs yet. Zinkley?
Kelly O'Donnell with the latest from the White House. Thank you so much.
Airplane manufacturer Boeing is facing growing scrutiny. Both federal and Alaska Airlines inspectors are now reviewing the company as well as its subcontractors over quality control processes, all of it coming nearly 2 weeks after that mid-air emergency that tore a door plug off one of the planes. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
Yeah, good day. The FAA says it has no timeline for when it might allow the MAX 9 to fly again. That's all pending its ongoing investigations. What's new is that now the FAA says the first 40 inspections of the grounded planes had been completed. The FAA is reviewing that data of those inspections before it then decides how to allow the next group to be inspected and when that might happen. So this is very much a work in progress, and there is no timeline here. Importantly, only after reviewing that data will the FAA move forward with its decision on how it's going to investigate the rest of the grounded MAX 9s. Now, you're going to recall it was the door plug on that Alaska Airlines flight, that door plug that covers up an unused emergency exit that blew out in flight over Portland almost 2 weeks ago right now. The NTSB lab in Washington is now investigating how that door plug exploded out of the plane and whether it was properly attached. All 171 Alaska and United MAX 9s remain grounded, and that means that both airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights a day, about 150 a day. Alaska flights, about 200 United flights a day canceled because they don't have this critical plane in their arsenal, if you will. Underscoring the loss of airline confidence and trust in Boeing, Alaska has now decided to put its own inspectors in Boeing plants to double-check Boeing's work, Here's the Alaska CEO speaking to passengers in a Twitter release.
We will enhance our own quality oversight of Alaska aircraft on the Boeing production line, adding more experienced professionals to the teams that validate work and quality on the production line for the 737.
Now, you'll recall it's not just Boeing. Spirit Aerosystems is also in the spotlight. Spirit makes the fuselage for the Boeing MAX 9 that ships it on to Boeing. Spirit has had quality control issues for years. The NTSB says that that door plug was actually made by a Spirit operation in Malaysia. Spirit says it remains focused on quality control, but yesterday Boeing's CEO visited a Spirit plant in Wichita and said both companies have got to up their game, double down on, in fact, ensuring that every piece that is produced for a plane is of great quality, and they maintain their quality assurance standards across the board. But both companies, Boeing and Spirit, are right now just under enormous scrutiny with reputation at stake and a lot of people, a lot of airlines losing confidence in the Boeing product. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thorough reporting. Thanks so much. Coming up, plot twist, why some of the nation's librarians say they're being forced to do jobs that go way beyond the stacks. NBC News Daily is just getting started.
really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers it.
All right, it just made too.
We've been reporting today on a potential new deal to release hostages held by Hamas, a glimmer of hope for families in the more than 100 estimated hostages, including 6 Americans still being held inside Gaza. One hostage missing the birth of his daughter. NBC's Raf Sanchez sat down with that man's father, still holding out hope.
Shahar. Her name is Shahar, Hebrew for dawn. She was born 5 weeks ago with curious eyes and 2 big sisters who love her. But she's missing someone. Her father, Sagi Deckelhen, is one of 6 American hostages still held in Gaza. When Hamas overran Kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th, Sagi secured his family in a safe room, then went out to confront the terrorists. It was the last time they saw him.
When he was taken captive, his wife Avital was 7 months pregnant.
Sagi missed his daughter's birth. He's never held his little girl and doesn't know his family survived the attack. Now his own father, Jonathan, stepping in until his son returns.
If you could speak to him, what would you tell him about his new daughter?
I would say that she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And that his 4 girls, his wife and 3 daughters, are waiting for him to come home. His girls miss him terribly, and they have all kinds of questions that we cannot answer.
When they ask you, where's Dad, what do you tell them?
The 6-year-old is perfectly aware that some of her friends were murdered on October 7th. There's no point in trying to hide it 3 months later. And so she is aware that her dad is in Gaza.
Hostages released in late November told Sagi's family they saw him in Hamas's tunnels, proof he was alive as recently as Thanksgiving.
We received that news overjoyed, but ever since that day, of course, worry only increases.
Jonathan's mission has taken him to a White House meeting with President Biden, but back in Israel, frustration growing with the government of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All of the other hostage families are doing what we must to keep the Israeli decision makers aware of their obligation to bring the hostages home alive.
A small glimmer of hope, a deal to get medicine to the hostages after more than 100 days. In exchange, Israel allowing more medical aid for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, where the healthcare system has all but collapsed. At least a third of the hostages have chronic conditions, families say, and they're demanding proof the medication reached their loved ones.
We must get clear proof that each and every hostage got the needed medications.
For Sagi's family and so many others, fear of more milestones missed.
He's already missed his daughter's birth. Do you worry what else he's going to miss as his captivity continues?
Part of me, yes, but I can't think in those terms because that would bring on hopelessness, and he doesn't deserve our hopelessness. So I'm driven by the desire to make sure that they all come home tomorrow and they won't have to miss anything else.
Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Let's return now to the U.S. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan may be known for his over-the-top persona, but years after retiring, Hogan used his super strength to play a real-life hero. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett explains how the former WWE star jumped into action in a dangerous situation completely unscripted.
Hulk Hogan, he dropped the big leg on him. Hall of Fame wrestler Hulk Hogan has a lot of nicknames. Hulkamania is here. Hulkamania, Hollywood Hogan, Mr. America, and now he can add Hero. The legendary wrestler now credited for saving a teenage girl after her car flipped upside down near Tampa, Florida. Photos from TMZ capturing the moment Hogan and his wife, along with friend Jake Rask, were driving along Tampa's Veterans Expressway over the weekend when the teen's car flipped over after being hit by another vehicle. That's when Hogan and Rask sprang into action. The 70-year-old posting to X that he punctured the teen's airbag using a ballpoint pen. The teen emerging safely from her overturned car. Tampa police telling NBC they responded to the scene with only minor injuries reported. Hogan's wife posting the heroic act on social media, calling the incident an absolute miracle. Maura Barrett, NBC News.
Still ahead, why fitness guru Richard Simmons is slamming an upcoming film about his life. You're watching Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
78 people have sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida asking for an investigation into the Life at Sea cruise, a 3-year around-the-world cruise that was abruptly canceled. Many of those would-be passengers say they sold their homes, possessions, and even delayed medical treatments to afford the trip, only to be left without a refund. The company has previously said that all customers will get refunded by February 15th.
A Rhode Island woman is now suing Panera Bread, alleging the chain's highly caffeinated charged lemonade caused her to have, quote, permanent cardiac injuries. It's the latest in a story we've covered here. This is at least the third lawsuit over charged lemonade since October. According to this new lawsuit, the 28-year-old had been an athlete with no underlying health conditions. The complaint filed Tuesday says she now requires daily medication, has heart problems that reduce her ability to work, exercise, and socialize. Panera did not immediately comment on this lawsuit, but the company previously released a statement standing by the safety of its products.
And we're hearing for the first time from the man in this dash cam video seen falling out of a moving RV on a California freeway. You can see it to the left of this video, the RV sliding along the center divider of the freeway. That sent Cordell Patrick flying out of the window and sliding 170 feet down the road. Patrick told our LA station that they were just 10 minutes from home when he stood up to use the restroom. And at that moment, my wife dozed off. After the incident, he said, "I thank God because I should not be alive."
That's an incredible video.
Truly.
Well, writer E. Jean Carroll was back on the witness stand today as part of her defamation case against former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is the second case brought by Carroll against Trump after a jury last year found the former president liable for sexually abusing and defaming her. Mr. Trump was not in court today, unlike the dramatic day in court yesterday when the former president sparred with the judge in a heated exchange. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has been following this story for us.
Rahima, what did we hear today from E. Jean Carroll?
E. Jean Carroll is trying to talk about what damage this has done to her, that she lost money, that her reputation was damaged, that her sense of freedom and safety was disrupted. And at one point on cross-examination by Donald Trump's attorney, she was asked, your reputation, however, is much better now as a result of the remarks by the president. She said, absolutely no, my status is lower. I'm trying to get my reputation back. Donald Trump's attorneys were basically attempting to discredit her in the eyes of the jury, even at one point saying, haven't you at some point posted sexually explicit statements, et cetera, online? And she said, that didn't do anything for me. And the judge objected to that as well, because this case is not about E. Jean Carroll's character. It's about the damages that Donald Trump is being asked to pay as a result of disparaging her character.
And yesterday, Rahima, the judge actually threatened to throw the former president out of the courtroom. He's not there today, but how was the atmosphere in court?
Well, it was contentious a bit. At one point, the judge even said to Alina Abba, the attorney for Donald Trump, this is evidence 101, the way you're trying to present this. He was not very polite to her, and he hasn't been at all in the last couple of days of this, in the way that she presents her case for Donald Trump, and basically telling her that she is not up to par, if you will, of the standard of attorneys he's accustomed to dealing with in court, such as the comment of, this is evidence 101, you don't have to present it like this.
And Donald Trump expected, you said, you were telling us in the break, Monday?
Monday, he's expected. He has said that he would, and the judge has given him an opportunity to come back on Monday. He says if he does testify, he's going to talk about he doesn't know who this woman is.
Rahima Ellis, thank you.
It's launch day take two. 2024's first crewed mission to space is set to take off today after yesterday's last-minute scrub. Axiom Space is blaming the delayed launch on needing more data analysis. The all-European crew is headed to the International Space Station. Astronauts from Italy, Turkey, and Sweden are on board the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket for the history-making mission. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida ahead of the launch. Kind of a cool assignment, Marissa. Can't lie about that. This will be the third private astronaut launch for Axiom Space. Walk us through what we know.
Well, what I can tell you is everyone's waiting to see if the second time is the charm, because they delayed it by about a day so that engineers could have a moment to take a closer look at what's called energy modulators. That's really just fancy talk for the parachute straps. And this, statistically, they say 1 in every 3 launches does get scrubbed. It's usually due to weather. We know there's about 80% weather favorability right now. They're keeping a close eye on cloud cover right now. But I can tell you that if this launch does in fact happen, there's a lot of firsts that are going to be happening, but there's also a lot of experiments, and that is something that happens with every launch. This is a science-driven launch. It's going to be, we're going to see all types of things, including looking at the effects of microgravity on tumors, how we can detect cancer, the diseases up in space, as well as even the effects of microgravity on food. Because remember, big picture, Kate and Zinclay, Axiom is looking to build a commercial space station, and they're looking to see the effects of, how humans can really spend a prolonged period of time in space here.
And Marissa, this is also the first time Turkey is sending an astronaut to space. What did they have to say about the opportunity?
Well, you can imagine just how honored and excited that astronaut is. And there's a lot of firsts, as I mentioned, with this launch is supposed to happen this evening. It's not just the first crewed mission of the year. This is also Turkey's first time sending an astronaut. He said, in fact, he never even dreamed of going to space because there were so few opportunities for people living in Turkey. I want to give you a chance to take a listen for yourself what he had to say earlier.
I'm really proud and honored here representing not only myself, but my beautiful country in the name of our future generations. As a person who has served in aviation, both in military and civilian in Turkey, this is crowning my own experience.
So they are set to lift off in just over an hour. And Kate and Zinkley will be live on News Now with that. Again, 1 hour and 12 minutes. We're looking for a potential liftoff here. So all systems go for right now.
All systems go. Marissa Parra, thank you.
Well, when you think of dangerous jobs, librarian probably doesn't come to mind. But in Portland, Oregon, library workers are being forced to focus on safety. An audit of local libraries there found growing concerns about staffing and security. And in some instances, employees are the first to respond to emergencies. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins me now. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Kate. These librarians are essentially playing double duty while they're on the job, right? They're helping readers check out new books, but say they can also find themselves in dangerous situations with little support.
The aisles of the Northwest Library in Portland, Oregon are quiet. In the lobby, a man fixes a cup of ramen soup, sheltering from the harsh winter temperatures outside. But not every day is this peaceful.
The incidents are on the rise.
A Multnomah County audit revealing library workers don't feel safe, dealing with violence involving weapons, public nudity, sexual harassment, drug use, and overdoses.
I wasn't surprised. It is something that the library has been facing for several years now, especially after pandemic.
Manuel Arellano is a library assistant and union steward. He says in the last 2 years, some of his colleagues have been attacked and left traumatized.
Someone stalking a female coworker and waiting for her outside.
The audit finding only 1 in 4 workers who interact with the public reported feeling safe at work. One location reporting more than 1,000 incidents in 2022 alone.
According to the audit, there was a situation where someone managed to go unnoticed by security at closing time, and that person actually spent the night inside the library with several large knives. The safety issue is not something that Portland faces alone.
Librarians in Oakland, California revealing similar concerns after a 2022 audit there. Workers feeling, quote, more unsafe than ever. Back in Portland, the union representing employees, led by President Jackie Tate, is calling for action.
When you have a continuation of, people not feeling that they're being communicated with, feeling that they're being included in decision making, I think that's what really leads to that lack of trust and that lack of feeling safe.
Tate says they want a system that reports incidents across branches and a way for workers to take time off after dealing with a traumatic situation.
When those things happen, that they want to be supported.
The auditor recommending several changes like addressing staffing numbers, equity, and security concerns. The county chairperson telling NBC News in a statement they plan to implement the recommendations while working to effectively address challenging conditions.
I could see a lot of mental health issues, a lot of homeless issues, people expecting to stay at the library longer than our hours of operation. I can see drug use.
Oregon's opioid overdose deaths are projected to reach an all-time high for 2023, while the governor has issued a homelessness emergency. Librarians hoping the county can turn a page on safety while preventing new issues from stacking up in the future.
The library is, the living room of our communities, right? It's one of the last places that people can go that are free and that are welcoming to them.
Rather than adding more security guards, which might make it feel like a less welcoming place, the union president says there is an agreement in place to provide more in-depth security training for library workers, but they can opt into that if they wish. Guys.
Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you so much.
If you're on social media, then you probably know that your feed is controlled by an algorithm. But who controls that, and how do we keep dangerous and unwanted content away? Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward.
Bingo, that's rude.
From puppies
That's rude.
to new dances to memes, Americans average more than 2 hours a day scrolling content, fed to us through algorithms based on our specific interests and past online activity. But a growing chorus of critics warns that algorithms can lead us to disturbing places and to making bad choices.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s.
Some public figures are demanding regulation.
They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum.
This TikTok user highlighting some of that criticism.
Fascinated. I don't actually care about this kind of content. Well, if you care so little, why were you poking around in the comment section then?
So how effective are these algorithms?
Think about it this way. A grocery store like this one only knows what you are interested in once you've bought something.
But a social media company knows every time you pause, even for a moment, to look at anything. And it constantly reorganizes the store to be more attractive to you. And that's why algorithms earn companies billions each year. But they can also lead us astray. In just 3 clicks, I can go from date night ideas to mind control seduction. China has censored social media for years, and the EU recently passed laws guaranteeing people the right to opt out of algorithms. Both sides of the aisle here have taken up the question of regulation, but no new laws have emerged. Why is the U.S. so far behind?
It just becomes a definitional issue. So what people will say is, oh, we disagree on the specifics of regulation. We don't want it to be overbroad. But in reality, people are afraid of crossing powerful interest groups, business groups, technology lobbyists.
That leaves us to figure it out ourselves. Now, you can limit your exposure by turning off the algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. On YouTube, you can turn off autoplay and sign out, which limits its ability to track you. And TikTok, well, you can reset the algorithm if you don't like what it feeds you.
So I think it's important to recognize that, yes, we have some agency, but also these systems are constantly making decisions.
Until some national standards emerge, it is you against the algorithm. Jake Ward, NBC News.
Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The frigid temperatures are having an impact on wildlife in South Texas. Multiple sea turtles have been rescued in the past 2 days off South Padre Island. Sydney Hernandez from our NBC affiliate in Brownsville has more.
Winter weather has officially come to South Texas.
Sudden drops in air and water temperature can cause sea turtles to go into a hypothermic shock known as cold stunning.
At which time our emergency response team, our staff here at Sea Turtle Inc. will intake those animals, take a good allocation of their current health condition, their current status, and then these bins by the end of the day today will be full or overflowing with cold stun patients.
The cold stun turtles will rest, allowing their body temperatures to regulate.
It's not overly warm in this room. Sea turtles are cold-blooded, so they use ambient temperature and water temperature to regulate their body temperature. So it'll be our responsibility over the next 2 to 3 days to really protect them and give them an opportunity to do what their body will do naturally.
The turtles will then be released back into the water. For now, they already have rescued some, but staff is preparing for more. As for how many,
the cool thing about turtles is that you never know exactly what's going to happen. We can predict with the weather and the wind and all of that kind of thing that we will definitely have some more. We think maybe tomorrow there will be even more than today, definitely. It's like roughly around 100 patients.
A dramatic rescue caught on camera now. Underwater body camera footage captured the moment a Vermont state trooper made urgent efforts to save an 8-year-old from drowning. NBC News' Stephen Romo has the story.
When Vermont State Trooper Michelle Archer arrived on scene at this frozen pond in Cambridge, she feared it was already too late.
I saw this call come up on the screen, a 6-year-old floating in a pond, possibly deceased.
Just minutes earlier, an 8-year-old girl and her sibling plunged into the water after the ice cracked. The 80-year-old property owner able to save the younger child who was near the shore, but the 8-year-old unreachable near the center of the pond.
I don't know if it's instinct or training, but something took over.
Once on scene, Trooper Archer jumping into that freezing water and swimming toward the child. She drags the girl to shore, putting her on her side. Then, the remarkable realization. The little girl was still alive.
Well, the first sigh of relief came when I pulled her out of the water and I heard those kind of audible noises. Because at that point, I wasn't sure if she was still breathing or not.
She's making noises.
Trooper Archer calling for her colleague to help.
Here, baby girl. Here, baby girl. Michelle, get out of your clothes.
Trooper Keith Cody making sure the 8-year-old was okay and taking her to an ambulance on site.
We cover a widespread area, and for whatever reason, the both of us were 3 minutes away from this pond where this little girl needed help.
The child taken to a hospital in Burlington with injuries that at first were thought to be life-threatening. But amazingly, she made a full recovery and is now back home.
How's the other one? She's cold.
The Vermont State Police Department now recommending the 2 troopers and the 80-year-old property owner for the agency's life-saving award.
We come across calls that stick with us, for a while, if not for the length of our careers and beyond. So that this is definitely one of those calls that we'll always be thinking about.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Oh, such a happy ending there. There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily, but first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. It's Fashion Week in Paris, and all the models are decked out in some elaborate fashions. That includes this headwear, which appears to be a pair of goggles. In desperate need of a haircut.
Oh, nice.
Kidding. Although in this weather, I can't think of a better hat to bundle up in. Can you?
I can. Yes, I can.
Maybe we'll sport that tomorrow.
To each his own. Fitness guru Richard Simmons has been out of the spotlight for a while, for over a decade, leading a relatively private life since his career skyrocketed back in the 1980s.
But now we're hearing from him in a rare public statement. He's speaking out against a new film about his life. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas explains.
He's the fitness guru that rose to superstardom in the 80s.
Get ready to sweat!
Richard Simmons becoming a household name for his TV workouts and high-energy personality.
And shake some of those fat cells right off.
His life will now be the focus of an upcoming biopic starring comedian Pauly Shore. But this morning, Simmons says he did not authorize the project. The 75-year-old writing in a rare social media post, "I have never given my permission for this movie," adding, "I no longer have a manager and I no longer have a publicist. I just try to live a quiet life and be peaceful." The filmmakers still saying they're eager to make the film to celebrate Simmons, telling NBC News in a statement, "While we would love to have him involved, we respect his desire to privacy and plan to produce a movie that honors him."
Are you ready, guys? Hands up.
Simmons was once a regular here on Today, promoting how to stay in shape with Hoda and Kathy Lee as recently as 2009.
1, 2, 3.
But in the past decade, he stayed out of the public eye, even becoming the focus of multiple conspiracy theories and a podcast discussing his possible whereabouts. In 2016, Simmons calling in to chat with Savannah, debunking rumors alleging that he was being held hostage by his longtime housekeeper.
No one is holding me in my house as a hostage. You know, I do what I want to do, as I've always done. So people should sort of just believe what I have to say, because, like, I'm Richard Simmons.
Now Simmons is gaining attention once again.
Because I just love myself, every part of myself. And I think I can show you how to get here.
And Shore is also starring as Simmons in a separate short film called The Court Jester, set to debut at Sundance this Friday.
Richard, if you're watching, nothing but love, brother. Nothing but love.
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Really interesting.
For sure.
Let's take a look at some other trending stories, shall we?
Yeah, starting with Sundance. They're kicking off their 40th film festival today in Park City. The Indie Film Showcase has been held in Utah almost every year since 1978. It's known for launching award-winning films like Whiplash and Little Miss Sunshine. Some films already generating buzz this year, like Love Me, a post-apocalyptic romance starring Kristen Stewart, and a heartfelt documentary about Christopher Reeve.
I would watch that.
Same.
There will be plenty of entertainment before the Super Bowl this year. The NFL just announced that Post Malone and Andra Day will be performing at this year's pregame show, and Reba McEntire will sing the national anthem. Wow. R&B superstar Usher is going to headline the Apple Music halftime show with Jay-Z, serving as one of the directors. That's interesting. Big game set for February 11th.
Wow, it's been a good year for Usher with his Las Vegas show. Kind of cool. And Ariana Grande fans, mark your calendars. The pop star just announced on Instagram that she will be releasing a new album, Eternal Sunshine, on March 8th. This will be Grande's 7th studio album. The announcement comes days after the release of her new single, Yes And. You hear about that?
I saw Yes And everywhere, and now I know why.
Now we know why. It's her first album in 4 years. I'm ready to hear her whistle tones again. She's just a good soprano. She's got the vocals.
That Yes And thing,
Yes.
you know that?
Yes
That's like,
and.
it's like,
oh yeah,
making
improv.
sure that, oh yeah, it's improv. But
You
it's also instead of yes but, it's acknowledging that two things can be true. Yes,
like
this
that.
and this.
Yes and.
There's a new way, there's a new way to enjoy chicken wings without eating them. Are you ready for this? Burt's Bees, you know, the lip gloss, they teamed up with Hidden Valley Ranch to combine wing flavors into a line of lip balms.
Can you say that again?
No. The flavors are Hidden Valley Ranch, buffalo sauce, crunchy celery, and fresh carrot. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'll stick with my Fenty. No thanks. Ooh, interesting.
That sounds disgusting.
Available for a limited time. And Chuck E. Cheese is no longer just where a kid can be a kid. The children's party hotspot is being developed into a game show. The competition will feature larger-than-life versions of everything from pinball to a human claw machine. Winning duos will trade tickets for items on a super-sized prize wall, hopefully better than the erasers we used to get as kids. It's being compared to the hit Netflix show Squid Game.
Wait, what?
Not the scripted one where people died, thankfully, but the game show.
Okay.
So you ready? You want to go?
Sure, I'll try. I would try it.
Hey, some prizes.
I don't know.
We'll figure it
I
out.
need to know.
I'm Zink Lansamwat. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
If it's Thursday, Nikki Haley focuses on the frontrunner, hating former President Trump as a liar and a loser as she tries to close the gap in New Hampshire with just 5 days to go and her campaign on the line. Plus, a Justice Department investigation finds critical failures and life-threatening delays in the law enforcement response to the shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children and 2 adults were killed. And set for liftoff, all eyes are on the Kennedy Space Center for a historic mission that's set to launch later this hour. We'll bring you those out-of-this-world pictures live from the launch pad. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We are just 5 days out from the New Hampshire primary and perhaps 5 days out from the last real competitive contest in the Republican presidential primary. New polls out today have Nikki Haley trailing former President Trump in New Hampshire by double digits. Haley was much closer to Trump in the polls this time last week. With so much on the line for her campaign, Haley appears to be trying to appeal more to the middle, setting her sights on the moderates that make up an outsized chunk of the New Hampshire primary electorate.
Over 70% of Americans don't want a Trump-Biden rematch. The majority of Americans disapprove of Biden and Trump. The majority of Americans don't want to see 2 80-year-olds battling it out for president. He threw a temper tantrum last night. He's doing other things to attack me, but he won't get in front of me and answer the questions. I mean, look, I voted for Trump twice. I agree with a lot of his policies. I've said it over and over again. Rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him.
Now, Haley says she wants to move on from Trump's chaos, but she's not spelling out for voters what that chaos is exactly. She's also telling voters she won't resort to personal attacks against the former president.
You know, people either want me to hate Trump or love Trump. That's not what it is. I just tell it on policy. I'm not going to talk about him personally. I don't care about that. I think politics is too personal, and I think that's why people are so frustrated right now.
Notably, both Haley and DeSantis have been relatively silent on Trump's outburst in a Manhattan courtroom yesterday after a jury found him liable for sexually assaulting and defaming writer E. Jean Carroll. Haley hasn't brought up Mr. Trump's many other legal problems either, other than calling them a distraction. She also hasn't leaned in on Trump's continued claims of absolute presidential immunity, including a social media post this morning where he said that presidents should be allowed to, quote, cross the line without legal consequences. At the same time, the former president is unloading on Haley in New Hampshire, mocking the ethnic origins of her name, attacking her as a globalist rhino, and dismissing her strength in general election polling against President Biden. Take a look.
A vote for Nikki Haley this Tuesday is a vote for Joe Biden and a Democrat Congress this November, because that's what's going to happen. But if she wins, Biden wins, and I'm telling you that, and that's why they're sending all of these Democrats in to run, and it's crazy.
Now, Mr. Trump made that argument despite having lost the House, the Senate, and the presidency during his term. Here's Haley's response to that today.
Trump says things. Americans aren't stupid to just believe what he says. The reality is, who lost the House for us? Who lost the Senate? Who lost the White House? Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Nikki Haley will win every single one of those back for us.
Bottom line, time is running short for both Haley and DeSantis, and New Hampshire could be their last stand after Trump's landslide victory in Iowa. Because if the field can't beat him with conservatives like those in Iowa or moderates like those in New Hampshire, there's a strong argument to be made that they can't beat him, period. NBC's Ali Vitale is following the Haley campaign in New Hampshire. NBC's Garrett Hake is following the Trump campaign in New Hampshire. And NBC's Steve Kornacki is, of course, at the big board for us for a closer look at the New Hampshire electorate. Ali, I have to start with you. Nikki Haley has added a couple of extra events today as we look forward to Tuesday's primary. She's added a little bit more tougher attacks against Trump. What are you hearing from her today, and what is her closing strategy, Ali?
You know, Christian, what's so striking is the closing strategy is clearly one where Haley recognizes she has to go through her former boss to get to the nomination that he's now likely standing in line for. But the way that she's doing it hasn't really changed, except for the fact that when Haley brings up Donald Trump now, what she does is really lump him together with President Joe Biden. There are a lot of refrains of Trump and Biden, Biden and Trump, trying to put them together in the minds of voters. But what's striking is the fact that Haley says she's going to attack him on policy, despite the fact that she agrees with most of the policy proposals that he put forward when he was president, which really only leaves the personal, which she also says is off the table. What's left then is asking her about court cases and the 91 criminal indictment counts that he's currently facing. But I also asked her today, if he's found guilty on any of those counts, does that still mean that he's qualified to be president, which an overwhelming number of Iowa caucus goers said they thought he was? Watch what she told me.
I trust the American people. Do you think the American people are going to vote for someone who's been convicted? Do you think the American people are going to make that decision? I'm going to beat him so we don't have to ever deal with, are we going to elect a convicted felon? What I want to do is beat him so that that's never an opportunity.
Here's the thing. You can look at that two ways, Kristen. On the one hand, she dodged and asked if the American people were going to vote for someone who's been convicted on criminal counts. The reality is Iowa voters seem to have entertained that possibility and still voted for him anyway. And I recognize that we're only talking about a very small subset of a party in a small state compared to the rest of the electorate in a would-be general election. Haley's probably right to call this out as a tougher general election issue, but you don't get to the general without making it through the primary. And it's clear that she's not looking to go at him in any sharper or more direct of a fashion. And that does sort of leave us where we've been this whole time.
You're absolutely right, Ali. And what's so extraordinary, of course, is that anti-Trump Republicans want to see Nikki Haley, want to see Ron DeSantis sharpen their attacks, sharpen their knives. They wanted that to happen months ago. Talk about the expectations game, Ali, because as you know, so much of these individual states are about playing the expectations game. Governor Sununu, who you saw standing there next to Nikki Haley, last week was very bullish, saying that she was going to win in a landslide. Now, not really saying that, is he?
Now a win is second place for Governor Sununu. And if you listen to the way that Nikki Haley is setting these expectations as well, it's clear they're not saying that this is a must win. They're saying it's a must do better in New Hampshire than we did in Iowa. Again, better in New Hampshire than in Iowa means coming in second. That's not what the expectation game was, even when we were on the ground in Iowa last week. Now that I think they're here, I think they're realizing that it's still fertile ground, but maybe not as fertile as they were hoping it was.
Yeah, the polls, the margins are getting even wider. It's becoming more uphill for Nikki Haley. There's no doubt about that. Let's turn to Garrett Hake, also on the ground in New Hampshire. Garrett, you have been crisscrossing all of these battleground states. And of course, we did play a little bit of Trump's event last night in New Hampshire. Talk about his strategy in New Hampshire as compared to Iowa. What are the differences you're seeing there?
Well, Kristen, the Trump campaign has a blueprint for how they win in New Hampshire in 2024, and it's largely how they won in New Hampshire in 2016. There, as now, they were facing a moderate alternative. In that case, it was John Kasich, and a sort of stubborn conservative who was still in the race but not expected to perform pretty well in New Hampshire. In that case, it was Ted Cruz. Here you have Ron DeSantis, who is still campaigning somewhat in New Hampshire despite polling in the single digits here. That was a race Donald Trump won by 20 points. Now, they understand that
a couple of things have broken Nikki Haley's way in recent weeks, namely the departure of Chris Christie from this race and the fact that Ron DeSantis, many of whose voters would probably go to Trump if he got out, is still staying in. Those are things that could help Haley, but they still feel like they have an overwhelming advantage with the base of the party, that despite Nikki Haley's appeal to more moderate, more likely to be unaffiliated voters, core Republicans, what is left of core Republicans in 2024, are MAGA Republicans, and they're going to come out for their guy. Now, the former president's been very aggressive on the campaign trail, you mentioned last night, but also on the airwaves here, either he or his super PAC, basically on the air constantly for the last 2 weeks, attacking Haley specifically on the issue of immigration, but also on Social Security, two issues that have played big here for as long as I've been covering politics. And if they think they can just sort of keep her essentially where she is, let her have a strong second place, a clear second place, but if it's 15 to 20 points back, that's the pathway to the nomination for Donald Trump. They'd take that any day of the week from now through Super Tuesday and probably end up being the nominee shortly thereafter.
Yeah, it's a really important point. Garrett, obviously we've been doing a lot of reporting and tea leaf reading about who Mr. Trump might be eyeing for his potential VP nominee. If, in fact, he does win the nomination, Elise Stefanik was on Meet the Press. I pressed her on whether she would say yes, and she certainly did not say no. J.D. Vance, another person who's been getting a lot of attention in this space, they're going to be out in New Hampshire stumping for President Trump. Former President Trump, what are you hearing about their chances of potentially being his nominee?
Look, these are names that definitely come up, Kristen. I think when you talk to the Trump campaign, when I talk to their allies, there's an agreement that this is very early for this kind of conversation, although it does speak to the lead that he already seems to be building in this race and the sort of thinking that he may become the inevitable nominee. We both know from covering Donald Trump for a long time there are certain things that he's going to prioritize. Among the highest on that list is loyalty. Both of the people who you've mentioned, J.D. Vance and Elise Stefanik, are people who have made that loyalty to Donald Trump very clear. They checked that box, and now the campaign will have a chance to evaluate them on the stump this week.
They sure will. All right, Garrett Haake, Ali Vitale, thanks so much for your fantastic reporting and for braving the cold for us. I will be there in New Hampshire with you all shortly. Steve, let me head over to you. Warm and cozy at the big board, but doing 24/7 work nonetheless. Steve, what are the key numbers, figures that you measures that you're looking at in New Hampshire?
Yeah, well, I think it just speaks to what you're talking about in Nikki Haley's strategy to try to get an upset win in New Hampshire. What it depends on is how different the New Hampshire Republican primary electorate is from what we just saw in Iowa. So check this out. Here is putting some numbers on how different it is. Let's just tick through them here. In Iowa, just this past Monday, a majority, 55% of the Republican electorate, evangelical Christian. In New Hampshire, it's one of the most secular Republican primary electorates in the country, just a quarter. The independent factor, look at that. The last time around in New Hampshire, this is 2016, 42%, more than 4 in 10 Republican primary participants were independents. They weren't Republicans. They were independents. That number was only 16 in Iowa. Moderates, look at this, 9% in Iowa, triple that number in New Hampshire. Suburbanites, we saw Nikki Haley do so well in the suburbs of Des Moines. In suburban areas in Iowa, there's a lot more of suburbia in New Hampshire than there is in Iowa. And even younger voters here, under 45, it's 23% in the caucuses in Iowa. It's about a third in the New Hampshire primary. So it's sort of a night and day difference in terms of the electorates. Also, in terms of the number of people that turn out, here are the raw numbers for turnout, Iowa versus New Hampshire. But the key thing to keep in mind here is Iowa is twice the size of New Hampshire. It's twice as big, and yet look at the turnout in these primaries. Typically, New Hampshire, is doubling up Iowa, at least in its turnout. So it just speaks to the astronomically high turnout that they get in New Hampshire presidential primaries. It's just so part of the state's political culture. You get that turnout, and a big reason for that turnout is independents. They can vote in either party's primary, and boy, do they. Look at this, just going back 2016 to 2000 here on the Republican side. This is the share of the electorate, each of these primaries, that independents made up on the Republican side. And you can see the rule kind of is, you win the independents in New Hampshire, you win the primary. And if there's one of these that Nikki Haley's looking at in particular, it's John McCain back in 2000. Because, look, John McCain didn't just win independents. He got 61%. He beat George W. Bush by 42 points among independents. That is what powered McCain's statewide victory. Haley's got to roll up a margin kind of like that if if she's going to have a chance against Trump. And just take a look. You put the poll on the screen. The latest traffic tracking poll from Suffolk University has Haley down 14. It does have her ahead with independents by a healthy margin. But again, if she's going to win New Hampshire, that's got to get even bigger for her.
That is so fascinating when you put it in that context, Steve. And I will be joining you in New York next week for the New Hampshire primary. We'll be breaking down all of these numbers together. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And joining me now for more insight on what to expect in the New Hampshire primary is James Pindell, political reporter for the Boston Globe. James, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate having your expertise today.
Of course. Thanks for asking me.
So before we get to the independents, which I do want to talk about, I want to delve into the independents, but
good.
I just want to get your big picture take right now on the state of this race, because Nikki Haley, a week ago, if we'd been having this conversation, was in striking distance of former President Trump. Today, boy, it looks a lot more uphill for her, James.
That's right. Typically, the Iowa caucus winner gets about an 8-point bump, and we've seen that with Donald Trump in terms of he is getting obviously much more of a polling bump. The question here is, do we even have a New Hampshire primary? So for Nikki Haley, it's not so much that I do need to convince them to vote for her. She needs to convince a lot of these independent voters in particular to even care about this contest. They're less likely to vote than even hardcore Republicans right now.
Well, okay, so let's talk about independents, because you saw Steve Kornacki lay out the margins. He said she's got a healthy lead over Trump when it comes to independents, but she needs even more. So do you anticipate they're going to get out and vote? And what about Christie's supporters? Because a majority of them said they would vote for Nikki Haley, but it's about actually taking that step and getting out and casting your ballot.
Yeah, one thing I don't think the national context really quite grasp that voters here in New Hampshire have lately is that this is just a two-person contest. It actually is the binary contest in New Hampshire with Ron DeSantis moving on to South Carolina. So for those Chris Christie voters that I talk to, they feel like Nikki Haley's not exactly their cup of tea, but Donald Trump definitely is not. So they have nowhere else to go. And if you saw those numbers from Steve Kornacki, there was 1 year on that chart that stood out, and that's 2012. And that's important because 2012 did not have a Democratic contest because Barack Obama was running for re-election. Therefore, the independents were even higher, 46%. They're expected to be about 50% this time around. That is important. But there's one other thing that we have to talk about. If Nikki Haley wants to follow the John McCain model, there's two pieces of information that seem to have slipped her mind. Number one, John McCain didn't just crush independents. He actually was up 6 points among Republicans, beating George W. Bush. Nikki Haley's nowhere near that. And second, John McCain was everywhere. He was on the hustings. In 69 days, 114 town meetings. Nikki Haley is having one rally every single day and maybe one sort of photo op as she did earlier today. That is not the New Hampshire underdog spirit that I think I'm definitely hearing from a lot of Nikki Haley supporters right now. They're kind of upset about it. They want her to get out there more and to campaign more and to earn it.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too, James. That's such an important point. I'm so glad you bring that up. Very quickly, we only have about 30 seconds left. Obviously, Trump has just been pummeling Governor Sununu for endorsing Nikki Haley. Could that hurt Republicans in November in the state?
Maybe, though I must say Donald Trump has, as Chris Sununu said, been an anchor on Republicans here. They do not have any of the federal races where this is a swing state. The races for Congress, the races for Senate are usually very competitive, but Trump has been a huge factor since he's been since he was first elected in 2016, and for that reason, Donald Trump not the nominee would be a bigger thing, a good thing for Republicans than him being the nominee.
Fascinating stuff, James. Let's stay in close touch as we get closer to Tuesday. Really appreciate your joining us. And we will have special coverage of the New Hampshire primary race starting at 6 p.m. Eastern next Tuesday, right here on NBC News Now. And up next, a devastating report from the Department of Justice indicating that a cascading series of failures from law enforcement likely cost children their lives in the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. We'll delve into the details. You're watching Meet the Press now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More than a year and a half after the tragic shooting in Uvalde, Texas, that left 2 teachers and 19 elementary school students dead, today the Department of Justice released a scathing report describing several critical failures in the law enforcement response. The 600-page report details how officers waited more than an hour before engaging the shooter, as well as major incidents of miscommunication, including families receiving incorrect information that their family member had survived the mass shooting when they had not. Attorney General Merrick Garland was in Uvalde to announce some of the key findings of that report.
As a consequence of failed leadership, training, and policies, injured and scared students and teachers remain trapped with the subject in the classrooms waiting to be rescued. Law enforcement response at Robb Elementary School on May 24, 2022, and in the hours and days after, was a failure that should not have happened.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delaney is in Uvalde, Texas. Ken, just an incredibly difficult time for this community receiving the details of this report. What stood out to you about this report and what we heard from the Attorney General?
Well, the biggest takeaway, Kristen, is the Attorney General and the report really connected the dots between the inadequate, horrifically inadequate police response and a loss of life. Essentially, what Merrick Garland said was that it's very likely that more of those children could have been saved had the police simply done what decades of active shooter protocol calls for, which is to immediately respond to take out the shooter. And the report is very clear that those police officers put their own safety ahead of the safety of those children. Now, that's not new. We've known about that. But this report really goes into meticulous detail on all the leadership failures that were involved in that failure to act and all the evidence that the police officers, the commanders on scene had that there were wounded children dying in that room, and yet they still didn't go in. But then it goes further to talk about, as you said, the failures after the incident in medical triage, for example. So one of the teachers who died was simply dragged out onto a walkway and left and didn't receive medical care and died. And it's unclear whether medical care could have saved her life. And then there was, as you said, parents whose children survived were told that they died and vice versa. So it was a disaster all the way around, a failure at every level, Kristen.
It's so hard to hear and to read some of those details, Ken. And we know, and as you've been reporting on, a lot of the families have been calling for accountability. How does this report fit into their demands for accountability? Is there a sense that more people could be held responsible for this disastrous response?
So some of the family members that I spoke to are a little bit disappointed that this report, while it does point fingers at certain decision makers, for example, it doesn't name anyone under the commander level. And there was one mom in particular, Kimberly Mata Rubio, who was annoyed about that and spoke out about it. I think we have sound of her. Take a listen.
These officers who sit there and just not do anything, you know, and still be out here, you know, on the streets like nothing happened, you know. And my daughter's gone. It's hard.
I don't understand why they are allowed privacy. My child, their children, they are named in this report because they are dead. Everybody should have been named.
And so, look, the report is very critical, and it names names, particularly, you remember Pete Arredondo, the supposed on-scene commander. But there's a lot of other responsible parties that are not named. They're just identified by rank. And so this isn't really an accountability exercise. There's an ongoing criminal investigation here by the DA that some families hope could result in criminal charges, but most experts say that's a long shot, Kristen.
Ken Delaney and breaking down all of the incredibly painful details of that report for us. Ken, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, a vote for new moms. Meet the bipartisan pair of female lawmakers pushing to change how Congress treats new mothers. We'll explain. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. There is a new push on Capitol Hill to break down barriers for elected officials who are also new mothers. A bipartisan group of Congress members held a press conference today urging the House to change the rules so new moms in Congress can vote by proxy for 6 weeks after giving birth. NBC's Julie Sirkin sat down with 2 of the members leading the effort about why it's so important.
Typically, if we were in a normal workplace, you would have guidance, take maternity leave, whatever it might be. There's nothing like that exists for members of Congress that are women. So I basically asked, they told me that I couldn't vote, which I also didn't know was a thing. And so when I had my baby, it was a pretty rough recovery. And so I couldn't come back right away. And there was obviously a lot happening on the Hill. And so I just wanted to make sure that this was, one, put down on paper so that there's some guidance for other members that have kids after me. And also, two, I just don't think it's fair to remove moms from the conversation. I can't help having a baby. It's a part of my life. And so I shouldn't be discriminated against because of it.
You're both 34. You are pretty young when it comes to the average age of a congressperson, which is like 58. Congresswoman Jacobs, you don't have kids yet, but that's something that you want to do, right? So how is this bill going to enable you to make that kind of decision?
Yeah, absolutely. When I first got elected to Congress at 31, I decided to freeze my eggs because I knew that, especially representing California, I fly at least 10 hours round trip, at least 2 or 3 times a month, that, I want to have kids one day, but in the immediate, it wasn't really going to be feasible. And I wanted to preserve that option for me to be able to make that decision when I was ready. And I'll be honest, this institution was designed by old men for old men. And there really aren't anything in place to help support so many of us younger members. And I think it's important that we have more young people, that we have more parents who are in office, because we just have different issues we're dealing with, and we need to make sure that Congress is addressing those issues as well.
Congresswoman Luna, you came into office last year as a freshman. It was certainly a lot of drama on the floor. You had the speaker election. You had a lot of other things happening. But one of the first items that Republicans tackled was getting rid of proxy voting. What was it about becoming a mother that made you think, okay, maybe we need to bring some of that back for mothers?
Yeah, I think as a first-time freshman, there's a lot that you don't fully understand of how the institution works. And so a lot of it you're just kind of expected to learn on your own, which I have done the due diligence for that. And I will admit that I think that that is a mistake, because what you're essentially doing is you're preventing female members from, one, not just having children, but also two, you're basically saying you have to choose between your career and your family. And I don't think that that's, especially in this day and age, something that members should be forced to choose and really pick and choose between. But I also think that if we're talking about really the platforms of both party, you have my party that promotes family values and, you know, motherhood, and then you have the Democrat Party that promotes, you know, women empowerment. And I think that for both parties to condemn this or work against it is somewhat hypocritical.
You are the first to introduce something on this issue. You've had other members who've had other medical issues, who've wanted the ability to use proxy voting in those cases. Is this something that you would like to see expanded to cover more of those issues?
I think for this specifically, the reason it's written as such is because this is just the one topic that we're choosing to address. But I mean, every Congress sets its own House rules. So I'm assuming because of those discussions that this is probably going to be addressed next Congress as well.
And with this bill, you know, one of the things you both keep bringing up is we want to be able to attract fresh blood, younger members, bring some more. I mean, I'm sure you've experienced this just, you know, being in Congress for a couple of years, just how archaic everything seems. What do you want to, what kind of message do you hope that this legislation sends?
I would say, like, we actually work on a number of issues together, and you know, we are very different ideologically. We believe different things about a lot, but there are so many areas that we also find common ground just because we are young women and we have that similarity, that I think the more we have young people in office, the more we have different kinds of people, you'll be able to see those different kinds of coalitions and we'll be able to get more done.
What a fascinating conversation. Joining me now with her latest reporting is NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, I just want to thank you for shining a light on this. What an important topic, and how important to hear from those lawmakers who are pushing for this new legislation. What else were your other key takeaways from your discussions?
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, it's not often you see somebody like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who is certainly a Republican firebrand. She's a huge supporter of the former president, and seated next to Sarah Jacobs, who is a young member, a member of Democratic leadership, also a progressive from California, and yet they found so much in common just on this issue. I found it so interesting that Congresswoman Luna seemed to give way, to open the door to perhaps tackling more paid family leave policies. This is something that we hear Democrats beating the drum on all the time, but Luna seemed to suggest that this practice, not only would it be beneficial in the halls of Congress, she often brings her 4-month-old baby boy Henry around, but also expanded to other businesses, other governments, other places where so many working moms are dealing with the same issue and don't have a paid leave policy in place.
Well, it's just an absolutely fascinating conversation. Very quickly, Julie, where do you see this going? Do you think there's enough support for the legislation they're proposing to allow Congress to vote by proxy? Is there enough support for it to pass? What's your sense?
Well, this is what's so interesting. Luna had said that she actually approached leadership at the time. Of course, it was then Speaker Kevin McCarthy before she had her baby. She's like, listen, I'm going to be out in a couple of weeks. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And I asked her yesterday if she believes that the new Speaker, Mike Johnson, who she did talk to as well, would be open to this. It's not clear if they would be because, of course, there are some political hesitations when it comes to proxy voting, a pandemic-era policy that Republicans have said Pelosi and Democrats have abused. But certainly it's interesting this conversation is happening, and Luna said she's not going to stop trying.
It's a fascinating conversation. Thank you for bringing it to us, Julie Sirkin. We really appreciate it. Great stuff as always. And still to come, with a live look at the launch pad, a 4-person crew aboard a SpaceX rocket is set to make some history just moments from now. We are blasting off after the break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
it's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon?
Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson now
questions.
will never be questioned.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, Nikki Haley is using some of her strongest language yet to go after Donald Trump in these final days before the New Hampshire primary. It comes as one of her key supporters in the Granite State, Governor Chris Sununu, is also going after the former president in a new ad. Take a look.
There are now only two candidates who can win. One is surrounded by chaos and drama. That's the Donald Trump we all know. The other is honest and hopeful. That's Nikki Haley. She campaigned the New Hampshire way, and now we have a chance to reset the election for our entire country. Nikki is the only one who can beat Donald Trump to move America forward.
I'm joined now by my fantastic panel, Washington Bureau Chief for Semaphore, Benji Sarlin, Washington Post columnist and NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institutes and an NBC News contributor, Danielle Pletka, and former Republican Governor of North Carolina, Pat McCrory, who's now a national co-chair of No Labels. Thanks to all of you for being here. A lot to discuss. Benji, let me start with you. Where are we in New Hampshire? Because Nikki Haley, last week, if we'd been having this conversation, was in striking distance of former President Trump. Now it's looking pretty uphill for her.
Well, the big hope for Nikki Haley was always that she would come out of Iowa with clear momentum and a clear shot at Donald Trump, meaning she had eliminated Ron DeSantis, ideally. That didn't quite happen because she did not manage to make it come in second in Iowa, but she does kind of have a clear shot at Trump, and that DeSantis in polls at least seems to be totally irrelevant over there. And his campaign is already starting to look towards South Carolina. They don't see a lot of their voters in New Hampshire. But the polling so far shows that, yes, Nikki Haley has improved her position a little bit, but so is Donald Trump, possibly the point where he is getting out of reach. So this could potentially be the last real competitive race.
Danny, pick up on that point. First of all, the ad that you just saw, is that a compelling argument? And second of all, if Trump wins, is this game over? What does it mean?
So I think it's New Hampshire that's really the question. I grew up in Massachusetts. New Hampshire people are different.
Lots of independents, lots of moderates.
Exactly. Live free or die.
Right, there you go.
And people like that can surprise you. There are a lot of independents. There are a lot of people who just see the world in a different way than, well, I did in Boston. In any case, I think that's where her opportunity is. Sununu is a very popular governor, but she does have to do well in New Hampshire.
I mean, Eugene, to that point, she has the support of the governor. If he can't help her, and he did, it seems like give her a boost initially, but where has the momentum gone?
Well, right. Well, didn't DeSantis have the support of the governor in Iowa?
Good point.
I mean, that's not dispositive. No, that was not a great result for her in Iowa. She didn't get any momentum, as Benji said. And so I don't know, let's suppose she overperforms in New Hampshire, but loses to Trump. What next? She's not going to do anything in Nevada.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to do anything in South Carolina. That's where I'm from, and all I'm hearing is Trump.
Yeah. Pat, I want to talk about No Labels, but first I do want to get your take on the state of the race in New Hampshire, because you have Nikki Haley vying to win, but also Chris Sununu saying, hey, if she comes in second place, that's a win. What do you make of it?
Well, I competed with Nikki when I was governor of North Carolina, and she was governor of South Carolina, and one of her great strengths is strategy, and she can adapt very quickly, and it's obvious to me she's adapted in New Hampshire, going after Trump much stronger than she was earlier, especially in the Iowa campaign. She has nothing to lose in attempting to do that. So that's her great strength. It could be a weakness, too, at the same time, as all of us. Our strength is our weakness. Her problem is, I think, South Carolina. The base of the Carolinas, we're next door. The base of Trump is, believe me, I learned in a Senate campaign, the base of, that's the one endorsement that makes a difference. And that's going to be the major challenge, is her home state. Well, and the current governor is against her.
Exactly.
And the only reason
And he
he's
has
in
a lead
office is
there.
because
Trump
of
has a big lead in South
Nikki
Carolina.
Haley becoming UN ambassador.
I mean, so talk about South Carolina for a minute, Eugene. I mean, here you have Trump who has a lead there. Ron DeSantis competing in South Carolina. I mean, this is her home state.
This is her home state, and if you lose your home state, that's a really, really bad look. You know, and it could end that campaign. I'm probably going to go down to South Carolina for actually both the Democratic and the Republican primaries, even though the Democratic is not really contested, and I think I know who's going to win on the Republican side. But I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
I'm also curious to just sort of gauge Democratic base enthusiasm for President Biden. So it's a base place, kind of.
But we said, Nikki Haley is adaptable, and I think she's a shrewd and a smart woman, quick off the bat. But it is so weird to me that all of Trump's obvious weaknesses have not been part of her sale. Okay, in Iowa, all right. But he's going to be a one-term president if he wins. If he wins. Is that what we want? 4 years and then a Democrat?
Benji, what about that? Why is she not making that argument? And why doesn't she have more events scheduled in New Hampshire?
Well, some of that's for personal reasons. She had to go back to South Carolina to look after a sick parent. But that is an interesting thing about the event side. Now, one thing that's interesting, this is an attack that DeSantis has been making on her a lot. Nikki Haley has had a bit of a bubble wrap approach. Even as she's often, she'll get derided as like, oh, the media favorite by a DeSantis or a Trump. But she doesn't actually do a lot of media. She doesn't do take a lot of questions. She's been doing kind of short, quick events in New Hampshire. It's been a cycle in which the normal style of campaigning, where you just get yourself out, talk to everyone, voters and press alike, has been kind of challenged a lot in multiple ways.
Let's talk about No Labels. Pat, your fellow No Labels co-chair, former Senator Joe Lieberman, seemed open to Nikki Haley potentially running on his ticket if he were to run. Take a look at what he said.
If Governor Haley does not succeed in obtaining the Republican nomination for president, and she declares any interest in being part of our bipartisan unity ticket, I'm sure people in No Labels would give that the most serious consideration. But obviously she's not done that now because she's an active Republican candidate for president.
So how seriously is No Labels looking at Haley, potentially Chris Christie? And is this a sign No Labels is definitely going to run someone?
The indications are that Biden and Trump will be the final candidates after Super Tuesday. And if that's the case, No Labels will run someone. And right now we're getting on the ballots in states throughout the nation. We've got a coordinated effort to do just that. Today we asked the Justice Department to investigate some more left-wing groups who are trying to sabotage, intimidate, threaten supporters of No Labels. And I don't agree with that, whether the right or left do it. In this case, the left's doing it. As No Labels gets even stronger in red states, it might happen from the right. But we are drawing the line in the sand and saying this is unconstitutional, and you cannot intimidate voters or people attempting to get on the ballot.
Benji, put that into context. Why the backlash on the left? Clearly they're concerned about Biden's reelection if there were a third-party candidate.
I mean, Democrats have internalized the idea that third parties help Trump, period. I mean, that's what happened in 2016. It wasn't a huge turnout for third parties, but, going into it, it was ambiguous who might benefit, and afterwards it was pretty clearly that it was depressed Clinton supporters who switched over. No Labels obviously has them worried, just as Cornel West does, just as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. does. It's all very unpredictable, and it's especially unpredictable when the candidates you're considering have wildly divergent views. I mean, Manchin versus Haley on abortion, say, the most important issue voters are talking about. What is the platform?
We have a very serious platform of over 30 items which we've developed and come out with, and it's the American people's platform of results. And right now, 65% of the people don't want either Trump or Biden.
What about that, Eugene?
What's the position on abortion, though, as Benji?
It's basically a position of going, there's a reasonable time period in which you shouldn't have an abortion, and it's what the American people are saying. I haven't got the booklet right in front of me.
Sure, is it 15 weeks?
It's 15 to 20 weeks.
15.
Yeah.
Danny,
15
what's
to
your
20 weeks,
what's your
which is what the
reaction
American
to-
people are saying.
Well, the American people actually have said they want an underlying
And
constitutional
by the way,
right.
on issues like
that's kinda-
immigration, on
Are you going
issues
to
like
talk about abortion and leave the women out?
We have said no. We're going to give you the final word. We have 30 seconds. Go for it, Danny.
Actually, the United States should be in line with every other country in the world. There is a limit. I don't think the Constitution is the question. So I think why can't we just be normal?
Absolutely.
That if
What
no
about
labels
no
offers
labels
that,
then?
yay.
we have a
exceptional.
common sense on immigration, on social issues, and we're proud of it.
Well, I'm going to bring you all back to continue this because there's so much more to discuss in that space. Thank you for a great conversation. Benji Sarlin, Eugene Robinson, Daniel Pleka, and Pat McCrory. Really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to turn now to some breaking news happening live at the Kennedy Space Center. This is the live feed from NASA TV and Axiom Space as final preparations are underway ahead of the first crewed mission of 2024. In just a few moments, Axiom Space's third private astronaut mission will take off for a 14-day trip to the International Space Station. The 4-person crew will lift off aboard a SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. The launch was originally scheduled for yesterday, but had to be scrubbed due to the need for additional, quote, data analysis. Joining me now as we wait for the launch is NBC News correspondent Marissa Para and former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino. Thanks so much to both of you. Marissa, let's start with you. What makes today's launch so historic and important?
Yeah, well, I'll get to that in just a moment. If you see me glancing over my shoulder, I'm looking at the countdown clock. We're a minute and 20 seconds out. I'm just not too far away from historic pad 39A. We are getting closer and closer. I've got one eye and one ear listening to mission control in Hawthorne, Texas. And as soon as we hear interesting developments, I'm going to let you take a listen for yourself because we are getting closer, a minute and 3 seconds away. And you're going to hear those final pre-launch checks in just a moment. And I'm listening right now. Take a listen.
There's that
Dragon is in countdown.
confirmation that Falcon 9 is in startup and Dragon is in countdown, which means that the vehicles are now controlling the final seconds as we lead up to liftoff.
Kristen, there's a couple of firsts here. Turkey is sending their first astronaut, Alper Izirace. We are getting closer and closer.
From our flight
and we're
director.
hearing we are go for launch. That is coming from Hawthorne, Texas there, Kristen.
All right,
we're going to catch you on the other end of this, and we're
listen-
going to be hearing the ground shake in just a moment.
Great, Marissa, fantastic stuff. We're going to pause so we can listen to mission control and so that we can all watch this launch together. And Mike, I'll get your reaction on the other side.
TMAS 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engine full power. And liftoff. Go Axiom
3. Further beyond, opening the door for more to follow. Godspeed AX3.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Of course, if you are just joining us, this is the launch of the Axiom 3 launch to the International Space Station. Those incredible views on your screen, and there's our first shot of the AX3 crew inside Dragon on ascent. Now, in just a few seconds here, we should hear the call out that Falcon 9...
Power and telemetry. Stage 1 throttle down.
There's that call out that Falcon 9's engines are throttling down to help us pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure during ascent.
Max Q.
There's that call out for Max Q.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And that Falcon 9 is going faster than the speed of sound. Now, at this point, we will begin to throttle Falcon 9's engines back up.
Stage 1 throttle up.
There's that call out for mission control as well, as our AX3 crew continues on their way to space.
Okay. Well, the ground did shake. History
now
was
T plus
made.
1 minute.
The third private mission to launch into space, heading to the International Space Station. You have been listening to the SpaceX broadcast team navigate and talk about what is happening. Mike, I want to bring you into this historic moment that we are watching. What are your thoughts as you watch Axiom 3 lift off?
Kristen, I'm really excited for my friend. I wish I was there with them, by the way, but I'm really excited for the people on board. Mike Lopez Alegria, I've been friends with him for over 25 years. He's a former NASA astronaut, colleague and friend, a wonderful astronaut, great guy. Also, Walter Villaday, who's an Italian astronaut. I know him as well, and he's making his first trip to the space station. And I'm happy for the other astronauts in the countries of Sweden and Turkey. Turkey getting their first person into space. So it's pretty historic. But I'm just smiling. I'm still watching that rocket ship, though, Chris, and making sure it gets there. We still have a few more minutes to go until the main engine's cut off. But I'm very happy for them. I'm glad they're on their way.
Boy, Mike, you took the words right out of my mouth. We keep watching until they disappear into space. That is for sure. Yesterday, there was a planned launch that they scrubbed. They wanted to do more data analysis. Talk about the precision that goes into a moment like this when you have a manned spacecraft.
Yeah, people on board a crewed spacecraft is what's really important to that statement, because when you have people on board, you can't really have any mistakes. You want to make sure it's going to go well. And so even maybe for the slightest concern, you're going to hold off. And everything has to be timed right. You only have a certain window of time in order to launch effectively, and everything's got to work, and all your backup systems. It's not only getting to space, but if you have to protect against a possible abort or an emergency, you need all those conditions to be a go as well. So there's an awful lot of things that go into it besides just lighting the rocket engine.
And Mike, we just had stage separation. You saw the crew there cheering. That is when the spacecraft separates from the rocket. Talk about that moment, the significance of it, and then we'll get Marissa's view from the ground.
Well, that's a pretty big moment, because the first stage now is going to return back to the Earth. That all worked well. And the second engine that we see now, the second stage has lit. So they're on their way. Those are all good signs. And when you're sitting there watching, sitting there on your back, waiting for all these things to happen, you're kind of checking off each one of these milestones. You look at them as milestones. Engine cut off, engine relit for the next stage, and as you go and you get each one of these boundaries that you cross, each one of these milestones you check off, you're getting closer and closer to a successful launch.
Marissa, talk about what you just witnessed. What did it feel like? What did you see there from the ground? How extraordinary that you can be there in person.
Kristen, it never gets old. I am all smiles right now, and over my shoulder, what you can't see is a line of people who just watched this, and we could certainly feel the ground shake. I think everyone, of course, is monitoring those milestones. He just listed some of them. We certainly have that on our hands right now. We know there's a couple of notable moments that are supposed to happen about 8 minutes after liftoff. One of them is we're supposed to hear a sonic boom, and you can feel it. And every time that's happened, there's a parking lot over my shoulder. And the ironic and funny part here is that 8 minutes after liftoff is when we hear all the car alarms going off around us, because that's how intense it is. But then it's about 8 minutes and 48 seconds. It's called SECO. That is the second stage engine cutoff. And Tom Costello trained me well, Kristen. I know that is around the moment that everyone can kind of breathe a sigh of relief, because that is considered when they're entering the safer stage. But they're traveling so fast right now, on their way, faster than the speed of sound on their way to the International Space Station. And we know they'll be there for about 14 days. You asked what makes this so historic. It's not just the first crewed mission of this year. It's the first private European crewed mission into space. But this is one of a series of efforts to make space an inhabitable place long-term for humans. They've got a couple of really interesting experiments. One that I thought was interesting, not just looking at tumors and microgravity to allow us as humans to detect and prevent diseases like cancer in space, but also even the effects of microgravity on the way that food tastes. So again, bigger picture here, these little small launches are all part of a bigger effort to make space inhabitable for people like you and me, maybe one day in our lifetime.
Yeah, Marissa, I love that you invoke Tom Costello, because we have all learned so much from him. So it's
the expert himself.
The expert himself, exactly. Mike, let me bring you back. Talk about what happens once this spacecraft lands. Marissa talked a little bit about some of what they will be looking for when they get to space. What are the big goals of this?
Well, after this, as Marissa described, that next engine's going to cut off. What we're seeing on the left, by the way, is the returning stage, the first stage returning back to Earth, which is pretty remarkable, too. And on the left, you're still seeing that engine, that second engine burn, that second stage burn. Once that cuts off, they will be in space. There'll be microgravity floating around. The next real big thing is going to be the rendezvous and docking with the space station on Saturday. And then they're going to get to work pretty much right away, getting adapted to being on the space station and starting to run some of those experiments that Marissa said. And this is a really cool mission, I think, too, that it's not just a bunch of billionaires flying in space and paying a lot of money. These are countries that have sponsored astronauts from their countries, the Italian Space Agency,
Mike, let me
Sweden,
interrupt you
and Turkey
quickly
as well.
because we have another stage of this. The rocket is about to re-land. Let's just take a look for a moment.
Landing. And if you couldn't tell by the loud cheers, we did stick.
STS is saved.
We did stick that landing. Falcon 9 has landed once again. But turning our attention back to the crew,
Mike, let me just bring you back. You just heard that voice from the SpaceX broadcast team say we stuck the landing. That was incredible.
It's amazing.
It didn't used to be that way. I mean, can you talk about, because it used to go back into the ocean, right? I mean, it didn't land in the same spot.
See this, it is amazing that they're able to fly that thing back and guide it back and hit that spot like you saw on land. They also can land it on a barge out in the middle of the ocean, that's floating around out there. They can do that as well. And what that does is it's brought down the cost of flying in space because it's totally reusable. It doesn't require a lot of fuel to fly it back, just a little bit of fuel. And it flies it back to the Kennedy Space Center, so you don't have to worry about sending a boat way out in the middle of the ocean like we had to do to return the rockets from the space station or from the space shuttle, or trek the rocket across to be repacked across the country on a train car. It's much different, the world we're living in now. It returns back to the Kennedy Space Center to be reused again. And that reusability and the efficiency of it is bringing down the cost of access to space.
It is just an incredible sight. And Mike, SpaceX has been building rockets for nearly 22 years. Is this the future? In other words, will all space travel be through private companies? Is that your anticipation?
It might. I don't know if it's just going to be SpaceX. I think there's a lot of other companies as well involved. Blue Origin's another one. There's a lot of smaller companies, too, that around the world are doing this. What we found is that, NASA years ago was thinking, how much demand do we need? I think they underestimated that because it's kind of like if you build it, they will come. There's more access. People are thinking of ways that they can do more things in space, whether it's research, sending people, tourism. So I think there's going to be a large demand. I don't think it's going to be any one supplier. I still want one. I think there's going to be many. And I think it's also going to be NASA, of course, with the Space Launch System, for example, that's going to be sending astronauts to the moon, hopefully next year. I think that's all in play. But, yeah, I don't think it's not just governments anymore, for sure, Kristen. It's these private companies. And I do think we're seeing not just the present, but we're also seeing the future. And I think that's the only way we're going to achieve these lofty goals that we have, because to rely on the taxpayer's dollar is not going to get you what you want. And to have these private companies involved, I think, is really critical, both for governments and for private enterprise.
All right. Well, just incredible. Marissa and Mike, thank you both so much for watching this historic launch of Axiom 3, again, the third private mission to launch to the International Space Station. It is well on its way. Extraordinary coverage to both of you. I will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, live from New Hampshire. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with zero relief from the deadly winter weather slamming this entire country. Dangerous conditions, devastating consequences, ice everywhere, including on a runway in upstate New York. That is what you're looking at here. Crash after crash on the road. A third of us are facing those alerts tonight as we take you live to Chicago, and we're live with the forecast on when this may finally be over. We're also live in Uvalde, Texas, after a damning report saying police there made one of the deadliest school shootings in this country's history even worse. The emotional response from parents who want more accountability. Plus, could there be new evidence in the case of one of America's most notorious killers? A group of lawyers think so. We'll tell you why they're helping out Scott Peterson in news just into us in the last couple of minutes. Then a new deadly attack in Ecuador. The man investigating that assault on a TV station shot in his car. How it's all still tied to a drug lord who's on the run. Plus, in tonight's original, we take you inside Prisony Land, investigating California's new approach to those behind bars, getting ready for life eventually on the outside. The last in our three-part series later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight more than 40 people are dead, 100 million people under winter alerts right now, with this relentless freeze paralyzing the country. And look at this. In just the last couple of minutes, we learned that there's a plane that slid off a snowy runway in Rochester, New York. This is a picture from inside from a passenger. It apparently happened after the plane landed while it was turning. We showed you at the top of the show what looked to be some of those images there from our local station in Rochester, showing you the response there. Fortunately, at this point, we don't believe anybody was hurt, but it does give you a sense of just how treacherous things are. It's not just dangerous at the airports. It's dangerous on the roads, too. Look at this. Next to no visibility because of the wind blowing all the snow around. That's become an issue here. And then, of course, you've got the ice adding another layer of danger there with crashes, spinouts, cars stuck on roads all across the country. As officials warn people, they've got to be so careful. It's this whole wintry mix that has killed at least 44 people across 9 states since last Friday. You see it on that map, and we can't say it enough. This kind of weather for this long is so dangerous because it's nonstop. There's not time to get ready for the next wave to come in. Like in Buffalo, New York, just today, this is a live look, by the way, people could get up to a foot of snow by tonight on top of the 5 feet they've already gotten. So while today it is slightly warmer in this country, warmer being a relative term, nearly half the country is going to dip back into brutal cold tomorrow. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the forecast, but I want to start with Adrian Broaddus in Chicago. And Adrian, we've seen the scene in Rochester, New York, that scary moment where that plane apparently slid off that runway. As you are looking at how deadly, this is a live look here now out of Rochester. You see the plane off in the distance. You see some of the emergency lights flashing from the responders there. Again, our reporting here at NBC News at the moment, no injuries. That is a good thing. But obviously, across the country, we are seeing some scary scenes on the roads as well. Adrian, talk to us about it.
You know, I'm looking at that video right there. Terrifying. Can only imagine how the people inside and on the plane feel. Hallie, when you think about it, this ice with the sub-zero temperatures adds just another layer of challenge and danger. If you take a step back, when it's snowing, snowplow drivers are out on the road, clearing the roadway, making it a little bit easier for folks to get around to some degree. But when ice is blanketing the roads in whatever city or town you may live in, you cannot drive on the ice. On top of that, there's another challenge. We cannot control the buildup on trees, and that is what we have seen, this ice building up and causing the weight of branches that are already strained to fall. And some trees have fallen, leading to the deaths of folks, including some people in Portland, Oregon there. You said since last Friday, NBC has confirmed more than 40 deaths linked to this cold and weather-related incidents, and at least 7 others are suspected deaths. 5 of those deaths linked to hypothermia. Hallie?
Adrian Broaddus, thank you so much for that. A look at what is happening all across the country. Michelle Grossman, let me bring you now in here, because the question that everybody has, if it gets worse tomorrow, when is it eventually going to get better?
All right, well, so this storm's going to move out eventually by Sunday. We're going to start to bring back temperatures that are a little bit warmer, but we're only 29 days into winter, so we have a long way to go. And taking a look at this map, we have 100 million Americans under winter alert, stretching from the west through the middle of the country, through parts of the southeast, also the mid-Atlantic. So many of us impacted by winter weather, not just the cold weather. The cold weather is setting the stage for this snow that is falling. And Adrian had mentioned that Portland, Oregon, the ice. I was with Kate Snow earlier this afternoon. She had pictures from her sister, her brother-in-law. They have been without power for days because they have a layer of ice and they can't leave their house. And they're expecting more tonight. We're going to see more ice there tomorrow into Saturday morning. We're also looking at really heavy snow throughout the higher elevations of the Cascades. You move into the Rockies, into the middle of the nation, we're looking at some snow. So that's a swath from the Rockies into the middle of the nation. And then as we go throughout the mid-Atlantic, we're going to see a repeat of what we saw on Monday, if not a little bit more in some spots. So taking a look at radar, we can see it's very active right now. There's that system out west. We're looking at heavy rain falling in some spots. That's bringing some flooding there, bringing the ice that's causing treacherous conditions. It's bringing down those power lines, and it's bringing down the branches, and we're seeing more power outages. It's really cold there. Temperatures in the 30s. We're not back into the 40s there until the weekend. And you see that snow. We're going to be measuring that snow in feet. Then we hit the middle of the country. We're going to see that Arctic blast return by tomorrow. So lots of wind chill alerts. If we get to that, I'll show you that, because we're looking at millions once again under winter alerts. And then here's that system moving to the mid-Atlantic. You see the snow. Hallie, you know, because you're in D.C. There's snow showing up here, but it's not quite reaching the ground. It will start to reach the ground as we go through the overnight hours into tomorrow. So another really just tough commute tomorrow morning. Tonight, we're looking at that snow spreading from the Rockies to the Midwest. We're looking at this Tennessee system coming out of the Tennessee. These are going to merge together. They're going to join forces, and that's where we're going to see that oomph of snow in some spots. And we're going to see more than what we saw on Monday in some spots. We could see up to 6 inches in portions of the mid-Atlantic around the Philadelphia area. And we're going to see some snow into New England as well. Looking at icing conditions, really light right now in the Tennessee Valley, but that's going to pick up. So really treacherous in the Tennessee Valley. That's the second system. The third one is the lake effect snow. So typically we're about halfway frozen in terms of the lakes. We're about 1-2% because the warm waters of the lakes are about 35-40 degrees. So you get this really cold air over those warm waters, and that's where you're seeing that heavy banding of snow. You mentioned it, Hallie, 5 feet of snow in some spots, and we're going to add another foot overnight into tomorrow. That is a lot of snow.
No kidding. Michelle Grossman,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're watching all of it. Thank you very much for that. Let's take you down to Texas now, specifically to Uvalde, where the Attorney General could not be more blunt, saying the police response to that horrific mass shooting was a failure. The damning, nearly 600-page report out today finds police officers didn't get the right training for an active shooter incident, that nobody stepped up as a leader, partly because the former head of the Uvalde Schools Police tossed his radio on the ground and never asked for a new one. Police didn't respond to 10 what they call stimulus events, that's like a gunshot, that should have launched them into an active shooter protocol. That's what they should have done. And in the words of Merrick Garland, that led to the most significant failure, treating the shooter as a, quote, barricaded subject, even as he kept firing shots and even as kids screamed for help. It's a decision that stopped police from going in for a stunning 77 minutes, a decision that led to more deaths, according to that report. The Attorney General, speaking from Uvalde, saying that the healing is only just beginning.
Their loved ones deserve better. We hope to honor the victims and the survivors by working together to try to prevent anything like this from ever happening again, here or anywhere.
These are the faces of the people who deserved better. 2 teachers, 19 children, just 9 and 10 years old. Ken Delanian is live for us in Texas tonight. And Ken, part of the challenge here is closure, because this report does not recommend charges, which, as you know, a lot of families wanted to see. You've got some parents, like the mother of Lexi Rubio, who say they wanted the people who failed, those officers who failed, to be named. Listen.
I don't understand why they are allowed privacy. My child, their children, they are named in this report because they are dead. Everybody should have been named.
She's talking about those officers whose names weren't there. Some senior leaders were, but not everybody else. Get into that a bit, because you asked Merrick Garland's top deputy about the comments there from Lexi's mom.
Yeah, I did, Hallie. I also asked Merrick Garland during the news conference, and they both said that by policy, the DOJ in these kinds of reports only names the most senior commanders. That's an unsatisfying answer for these families. Take a listen to Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta explaining.
I think the report names the decision makers in this, and I think that's critical, right? Because you can name line law enforcement officers, but ultimately they are following a command structure when they're in this type of situation, and that is what didn't exist here.
But look, stepping back, this was a massive report. It took 11 months to complete, as you said, nearly 600 pages, based on 14,000 pieces of evidence, 260 interviews. And the key takeaways included things we knew, as you were outlining in your open, the 77-minute gap, and why that was just against every protocol in mass shootings over the last 2 decades. And the fact that the police knew during that time that there were wounded children in the room with that shooter, and they had lots of evidence that this was a critical situation, and yet still they didn't act. But we knew that. There's some things, though, that they uncovered that we didn't know. For example, that one of the teachers who died was taken out alive after the incident was over, after the shooter was dead, left on a walkway, and died without medical care. And that was symptomatic of a botched medical response that traces back to the failure of leadership and the lack of an incident commander. The other new thing we learned is that the authorities really terribly handled the notification of parents. They told some parents whose children had died that they, in fact, had survived, and vice versa. They told a group of parents whose children didn't make it and who were waiting that there was another bus of survivors coming around the corner. That was false. In many cases, it took as long as 12 hours to notify parents, and in many cases, parents feel like they still don't have the full story about what happened to their children. So top to bottom, this report found a cascade of failures, Hallie.
It is sickening to hear some of these details, Ken. Most sickening, of course, to the people who lost their kids, who lost people they loved, who are never getting those people back. And they want accountability here. It feels like there is some dissatisfaction that they don't have more of that. Tell us about that.
Yes, and look, this was a report. It was not a criminal investigation. It was never intended to lead to criminal charges. The Attorney General made clear there's no criminal jurisdiction for the DOJ here. There is a local investigation by the DA, but there's a lot of controversy about whether that's a serious investigation. And you know what? One thing I've learned from being on the ground here in Uvalde and talking to families is this is a town divided about this issue. There's a group of people here, perhaps a majority, that want to move on and that almost resent the focus on this horrific episode. And then you have the families and the murals of the fallen children and the families who want accountability and who are annoyed, frankly, that there's still some of these officers who failed to respond walking around town, and some of them still employed. So yes, the senior leaders in many cases were fired and disciplined, but the rank and file who also didn't act, nothing happened to them. They're still working, Allie.
Ken Delaney and live for us there in Uvalde with so much happening on that front tonight. Ken, thank you so much. Let's bring it back here to Washington, where we have some breaking news tonight. It looks like D.C. has managed to avoid another government shutdown, at least for now, buying some more time. Yet another round of can kicking, essentially, pushing the deadline to the first week of March now. The House, you're looking here, just passed a bill that overwhelmingly passed the Senate earlier today. Now the whole thing heads over to the president's desk. There is a Saturday midnight deadline. Ryan Nobles is joining us now. Okay, so we didn't think the government was going to shut down. It seemed like everything was on path to prevent it. That's actually what has happened now in the last couple of minutes. Problem is, we are back to square one come March, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And it's also important to keep in mind that while they've given themselves 40 days on the calendar, there aren't that many legislative days between now and when this next funding deadline comes up on March 1st. In fact, the House of Representatives is scheduled to be out next week. They're only scheduled to be here in Washington for about 2 weeks in the month of February. So that is not a lot of time to govern and fix these issues, what's standing between the House and Senate passing a long-term spending plan that would avert a government shutdown for the foreseeable future. Now, the good news is they have made progress. They've agreed to a top-line number. It's just a matter of filling in all the details within the 12 appropriations bills underneath that number. But there's still a lot of back and forth between Republicans and Democrats, between the House and Senate, in order to get that over the finish line. So while they've averted any sort of a crisis for now, you're absolutely right to point out that they are just pushing this decision for further down the road. And while they've given themselves a little bit more time, it's not a lot of time to get done all the work that they need to get done.
Let me ask you about something else that has developed in just the last couple of minutes, Ryan, that also has to do with action in the House of Representatives. There's been discussion from the Judiciary and Oversight Committees led by Republicans about bringing in Hunter Biden. They subpoenaed him. They wanted him to give a deposition. He said no. We've been covering all that. Sounds like maybe he will now come in. What do we know?
That's right, Hallie. He is now scheduled to appear for a closed-door deposition on February 28th to appear in front of the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees, the two committees that are leading this impeachment inquiry. And this is a remarkable turn of events when you consider that Hunter Biden defiantly told these committees that he would only appear in a public setting, even to the point that when his original deposition was scheduled, he came here to Capitol Hill and held a press event in front of the Capitol, ignoring the requests of this committee to appear appear behind closed doors. And then when the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees moved to hold him in contempt of Congress, he made a surprise appearance at the hearing where that was voted out of committee, and then quickly made an about-face and said that if a new subpoena was issued, that he would appear for that closed-door deposition. It seems very evident that that threat of contempt of Congress was enough to compel Hunter Biden to cooperate with this investigation. Now, there's no doubt that Hunter Biden is one of the key witnesses in this impeachment inquiry. Republicans are eager to get him in front of them to answer questions under oath about his foreign business dealings and whether or not his father was involved in them in any way, shape, or form. Hallie?
Ryan Noble, has a lot to juggle tonight there on Capitol Hill. Thank you for bringing all of it to us. Appreciate it. It, of course, is not just Washington dealing with politics tonight. The campaign trail active, at least for Nikki Haley, who has New Hampshire all to herself this evening, with just 5 days before that state's primary. She did 3 events today, hoping to avoid becoming an also-ran by the time that voting wraps up. Former President Donald Trump is in Florida for his mother-in-law's funeral. Ron DeSantis also in Florida, as he seems to be ceding ground in New Hampshire. But today he's promising he's got another couple months worth of fight in him. The question, whether any of that will matter if Mr. Trump keeps stomping. NBC's Garrett Hake is in Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's start there because there's a lot on the line for Nikki Haley here, not just delegates, also donors, apparently. One of her key backers has come out today suggesting that she's got to do well in that state. And if she doesn't, he says, you don't throw money down a rat hole. That's an exact quote from Ken Langone there, the Home Depot co-founder, billionaire, big Haley donor. This is, you talk about this, Garrett, can they live off the land, these candidates who aren't in first place? Can they?
Well, for a time, Hallie, but that time is often short, and a lot of it has to do with the expectations they set for themselves and that are set for them by the media and, in many cases, by their donors who keep the party going, as it were. Now, for Nikki Haley, she's tried very hard to avoid setting expectations, but she has wanted, going back to Iowa, for New Hampshire to be the moment where this becomes a two-person race. And she's been essentially trying to will it into being one with her comments on the trail, including this morning when she had this to say about both DeSantis and her strategy about Donald Trump going forward.
He's closer to zero than he is to me. I mean, he's invisible in New Hampshire. He's invisible in South Carolina. We're focused on Trump. That's the key. We were focused on DeSantis in Iowa. We're no longer focused on him. It's Trump in New Hampshire and Trump in South Carolina.
The problem with that strategy is DeSantis did beat her in Iowa and is now on the ground in South Carolina, where one would think he might have some resonance with the more culturally conservative voters down there, the more Republicans who look more like MAGA voters than the kind of moderates and unaffiliated independent voters who Nikki Haley needs up here. So despite the spin, I think Haley and her campaign understand they need a very, very strong showing here, likely a win, to be able to convince the people who send the checks to keep sending them for much longer.
Ron DeSantis is suggesting, hey, while he is focused on New Hampshire, he's also looking ahead to Super Tuesday in early March, maybe even to the end of that month. Is that even functionally, logistically, and realistically possible for him?
Yeah, look, there's a little bit of wish casting there, too, potentially, Hallie. I mean, DeSantis has a situation where he's got to survive if he doesn't participate really much in New Hampshire, which he's really not, for another month until South Carolina votes. There is a state between them, Nevada, but that's a caucus state, and neither Haley nor DeSantis are making much of a fight there at all. They've essentially left the first in the West competition to Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis was on the radio this morning talking about the way he sees this next couple of weeks developing. Here's what he told Hugh Hewitt.
Are you in through the end of March? Do you have the money and the staff and the ability to compete through the end of March?
Yes, on that, 100%. We can do that. Look, my goal is to win the nomination. If we won Iowa, we would have been in a great spot. Coming in second gives us the ticket to continue.
The last part of that quote kills me, Hallie. Look, I mean, if I could dunk, I'd have been in a great position to be in the NBA, but that's not the way it went, and it wasn't really close. And that's kind of the reality that Ron DeSantis is having to live with down in South Carolina. Now, his campaign has been in the process of cutting down its footprint. His super PAC has laid folks off. They've moved people to South Carolina. In theory, that allows you to go on a little bit longer, but the flip side of that is the media narrative about cutting your way back to health, which almost never works. So a real challenge for him there in South Carolina as well.
Was dunking the only thing keeping you out of the NBA, Garrett? That was it? Just the dunk?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that's it.
Just for the record, Garrett Hake, live for us in Manchester. Thank you very much. Listen, we will be back out on the road next week for a very special primary night coverage. I will see you there from New Hampshire, 5 p.m. Tuesday. My friends and colleagues Tom Yamas, Kristen Welker, also part of what will be a big and very interesting night. You can watch it right here on NBC News Now. Let's take you overseas because today, another escalation in this tit-for-tat fire in the Middle East with another U.S. strike on the Houthis in Yemen. And it sounds like there may not be an end in sight here. President Biden kind of saying as much today at the White House when a reporter asked him if these strikes were even working. Listen.
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Pretty clear from President Biden there, adding to all these layers, spilling over a lot of the region, as you see here on the map, because you've also got Pakistan hitting Iran overnight, that turning deadly. You can see the aftermath here in retaliation for attacks from Tehran a few days ago along the border those two countries share. Raf Sanchez is live for us in Tel Aviv. And Raf, listen, it's not just Israel and Hamas in Gaza anymore. It's Yemen, it's Pakistan, it's Iran. Talk us through this new strike on the Houthis and then the bigger picture here, too.
So this is the fifth strike the U.S. has carried out against the Houthis since Friday. And as you heard, the president admitting in pretty stark terms, these strikes don't seem to be working, Hallie. They have not diminished the Houthis' military capabilities as far as we can see, and they have certainly not deterred the Houthis from continuing these strikes. Since Friday, the Houthis have attacked a number of commercial shipping vessels in the Red Sea with ballistic missiles, with drones. They've damaged some of them. They haven't yet sunk any. But they seem to welcome this conflict with the United States. It is boosting their popularity domestically in Yemen. It is boosting their profile on the world stage in the region. And the Houthis are really presenting themselves as the only people who, in their words, are standing up for the Palestinians. They point to the other Arab governments in the region who might be condemning Israel's actions in Gaza, but aren't taking direct action. And the Houthis are saying, look, we are using what military force is available to us to try to come to the aid of the Palestinians. Now, from the U.S. perspective, these are wanton and illegal attacks on international shipping, but it is not clear that these strikes are working. And the question now is, will the president feel he needs to escalate further, or is there some kind of diplomatic path here? Hallie? Well,
that is the question, and you heard how President Biden responded to that, Raf. There's also the piece of this, as you know, as you are there, of course, in the region, the war between Israel and Hamas now, and this question of what is happening with the potential release of hostages, or at least discussions on negotiations there. Bring us up to speed.
So these talks have continued. For all the fighting raging in Gaza, Hallie, Israel and Hamas have continued to speak to each other through the Qatari mediators. Both Arab, Israeli officials tell us that these talks are ongoing. There is the broad outlines of a potential deal. It is not imminent. No one thinks it's going to happen tomorrow. No one thinks it's going to happen the day after. But in very broad terms, it would be a series of phased releases of hostages, like what we saw back in late November. Certain number of hostages released every day. What Hamas is saying, though, is that hostages will only be released as part of a deal to end the war altogether. And Israel is saying that is a non-starter. This war is only going to end when Hamas is removed from power in Gaza, when it is no longer able to repeat what happened on October 7th. So not clear at this point whether these talks are going to lead to anything. Hallie?
Raf Sanchez live for us in Tel Aviv tonight. Raf, thank you for that update. A stunning assassination out of Ecuador, another death in a stretch of violence that's been happening for weeks. The victim here, a prosecutor investigating that attack that happened on a TV station in a live broadcast. Remember, we showed you this horrifying video last week. You had these masked gunmen, essentially, storming a news set, taking staffers hostage, at one point sticking dynamite into the anchor's pocket. They forced everybody to the ground. All this violence, this attack, sparked by the escape from prison of a powerful drug lord there. He is still on the run, and that is exactly what the prosecutor, Cesar Suarez, was looking into before he was shot and killed in his car in one of the most dangerous parts of Ecuador. The country's attorney general saying she's not going to let this violence stop her from going after gangs in that country.
I will say this emphatically. Organized crime groups, criminals, terrorists will not stop our commitment to the Ecuadorian society.
David Noriega is following this story for us. Tell us more about this prosecutor who was killed. He had a hand in investigating not just this attack, but the drug cartels more broadly.
Yeah, Hallie, Cesar Suarez was a very high-profile, pretty well-known prosecutor in Ecuador. He had a very good reputation as honest, as incorruptible. He had good relationships with the press. He was not only investigating the attack on TV, on the TV station, and several major drug trafficking organizations. He was also actually involved in a very high-profile, very important investigation into government corruption, particularly in the judiciary. So even though the attack on the TV station and this particular drug lord who escaped from prison, that was really just the latest thing he was looking into. And the list of people who might have a potential motive for having wanted Cesar Suarez dead is very long. Hallie?
The violence in Ecuador is a story that we've been covering on the show for weeks, and especially when you look at this particular city, it is so dangerous. Talk us through that piece of it.
Yeah, so violence has really exploded in Ecuador, not just in the last few weeks, but in the last couple of years. Murders more than doubled between 2021 and 2022. And the explosion in recent weeks has really been focused on Guayaquil, which is it's Ecuador's largest city. It's an important port city on the Pacific. The reason it's concentrated in this city is because cocaine is basically flowing through Guayaquil, out through that port into the Pacific, where it eventually goes either to the United States or increasingly to Europe, where the cocaine market is booming. Now, this is actually pretty new for Ecuador. Other countries in the region, like Colombia and particularly Mexico, have seen violence like this over the decades. Ecuador has mostly been immune to it. The reason that's changed is precisely because Ecuador as a country, and Guayaquil specifically as a city, are now on this cocaine trafficking route. Now, the last thing I'll say is that the current government of the new president, very young new president, Daniel Noboa, is taking a very military approach to cracking down on this. He declared a state of emergency, and we've seen in prior countries where this has happened that the military approach often just pours gasoline on the flames. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we saw in the coming weeks in Ecuador. Back to you, Hallie.
David Noriega, thank you very much for that breakdown. We got a lot more to get to here on the show, including that SpaceX launching private astronauts into space moments ago, that launch you just saw. We'll tell you who's on board and what the whole thing has to do with the pasta company when we go live from the Kennedy Space Center. Plus, new evidence tonight around multivitamins and brain health, how much scientists say could help with memory loss. Next.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We've got some pretty explosive breaking news about Scott Peterson, some big developments in his case. We'll get to what we're learning just ahead. But first, right as we were coming on the air, you might have seen it, the SpaceX rocket blasting off to the International Space Station. Take two, after the launch was delayed about 24 hours ago. The thing will dock on Saturday, where 4 astronauts, including Turkey's first astronaut ever, will spend a couple weeks doing experiments. One of them is a partnership with Barilla, the pasta company, to develop space food that tastes better. Another tries to identify early warning signs of cancer. Marissa Parra is at the Kennedy Space Center to break it down. Hey, Marissa, how was it?
Well, Hallie, it never gets old. I can tell you the smile has been plastered on my face, especially because this is it's an exciting thing, but it's also pretty nerve-wracking because we know just how fragile this is. And this is why that when we look at the reason why this was scrubbed by a day, normally it's because of weather. This time it's because they wanted to take a second look at the parachute straps, if you will. But this is something they have to be really precise about, especially when it comes to crewed missions. This is the first crewed mission of 2024. It's also the first private European crewed mission. We have an astronaut from Turkey who's representing his country for the very first time. Now, for those who are just kind of catching up to the space world, something to keep in mind here, it's SpaceX is providing the vehicle, but Axiom is doing the science behind it. There's roughly 30 experiments they're doing. You mentioned a couple of them, Hallie. The interesting thing is they're taking a look at not just the effects of microgravity on things like tumors, which will allow them to take a look at cancer prevention and detection in space, but also even the effects of microgravity on foods. So they have a partnership going on with Barilla, the pasta company, and they're going to be doing experiments on how food tastes in space. And all of this, it makes sense when you look at the larger picture, which Axiom is the company that's trying to build a commercial space station eventually, Hallie. So big picture here, it may just be one small launch here, but it's all a part of the effort to try to make space a place where humans can live long-term, do business and live simultaneously. Hallie?
Marissa Parra, live for us there down at the Space Center. Thank you so much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, some good news for anybody who maybe is thinking about buying a house. Fannie Mae thinks 30-year mortgage rates are going to dip below 6% by the end of the year. Remember, after the pandemic, they hit a high of like 8% nearly last fall. Analysts say it's all getting us a little closer to normal, but they think it'll take years for things to totally stabilize. Number 2, Apple says it's disabling the blood oxygen monitoring feature on some of its watches after this whole patent dispute. The U.S. International Trade Commission says it infringes on another company's patent. Apple's appealing, but in the meantime, it's just disabling the whole thing. If you've already got a watch with it, you'll still be able to use it, but this is not something for future watches. Number 3, on the left, Uniqlo. On the right, Shein. Uniqlo is suing Shein over a bag. It says Shein's copying the super popular bag you see here, what people call the Mary Poppins bag. Uniqlo wants Shein to stop selling it and pay like $1 million in damages. In a statement to NBC News, Shein says it takes infringement claims seriously and is investigating. Number 4, take your vitamins, because new research says taking a multivitamin every day could protect against memory loss when you get older, with research showing it slows cognitive aging by about 2 years. It helps with stuff like reasoning, attention, planning. There's still a lot we don't know, like which specific vitamins or minerals help or how this all works. Researchers say they got to get into it a little bit more. Number 5, the NFL is announcing the Super Bowl pregame performers today. Reba McEntire doing the national anthem. Post Malone set to do America the Beautiful. And Andra Day will do Lift Every Voice and Sing, all of it teeing up the big game and the big halftime show from Usher. When we come back, we're going to get to that big development in Scott Peterson's case, why one group is seeking new evidence from his original trial. Plus, the Saudi Arabian foreign minister speaking directly with our team tonight. What he says is standing in the way of normalized diplomatic relations with Israel. Keir Simmons has that in a minute. And look at this scary new video showing the moment, a train slams into a truck in Arizona. More on that in a sec.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Tonight, the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia is telling NBC News that the country's making, in his words, good progress on establishing normalized relations with Israel. But there is one catch. He says there's got to be a credible pathway to Palestinian sovereignty. Remember, behind the scenes, the Saudis and other Arab countries have been working on some kind of a framework for a Palestinian state recognized by Israel. The big things that agreement would include are conditions for a ceasefire and the release of remaining Israeli hostages. Even though just today, the prime minister of Israel says he's against establishing a Palestinian state as part of any post-war scenario. So what do things look like once there is potentially peace, a post-war scenario? Keir Simmons has more from Davos.
Hey, Hallie, well, a cascade of developments here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, perhaps a place that you wouldn't expect to hear these kinds of conversations between countries in the Middle East, in the Gulf, but that is what has been happening. We had the chance to sit down with the Saudi foreign minister, and of course, Hallie, the first thing that we asked him about is these reports that Saudi Arabia would still be prepared to normalize its relations with Israel. Now, the foreign minister told me that Saudi Arabia was close to an agreement before the horrors of October 7th. And he says that in an agreement like that, a broad agreement that might be considered to be a peace deal for the Middle East, if you like, he says that a number of things would have to happen. There would need to be a strategic partnership with the US. There would need to be a ceasefire in Gaza. Saudi Arabia is also, and this is controversial, asking for a civilian nuclear program partnership with the US. But the fundamental thing he talked about, the thing that he says has to be on the table if there is going to be an agreement to normalize relations with Israel, is that there has to be, he says, a guaranteed, irreversible path to a Palestinian state.
What I can say is that we believe very strongly that a Palestinian state and a resolution of the conflict in Palestine, Israel, is not just in the interest of the Palestinians, it is also in the interest of the Israelis. And it is the one sure way to deliver security for Palestine and to deliver security for Israel.
You know, Hallie, just a few years ago, it would have been unthinkable to hear a member of the Saudi government, someone from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, talk so openly about the potential that there could be normalization with Israel. Even more stunning that Saudi Arabia is talking about that so openly after the horrors of October 7th and Israel's invasion of Gaza. But another thing that would have been unthinkable, the Saudi foreign minister told me that in the past 24 hours, he sat down with his opposite number from Iran and told him to de-escalate. The fact that Saudi Arabia would like Iran to de-escalate, that's not surprising. The fact that he told his Iranian opposite number face-to-face, that's pretty stunning. Hallie?
Our thanks to Keir Simmons for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Washington bureau here, officials say somebody's been hurt after a building exploded this morning. You see it here. More than a dozen kids at a nearby daycare had to be evacuated. Luckily, they were. Officials say crews were responding to a report of a gas leak in the area, but they're still trying to figure out what exactly created that explosion. Out of our Midwest bureau, the Tinley Park Paws Animal Shelter in Illinois says more than 100 animals are in the animal hospital after a fire in its laundry room. The shelter says they got the fire under control, but there was a ton of smoke in the building. More than a dozen cats and a couple of dogs are showing signs of respiratory distress. The rest are being monitored for smoke inhalation. And out of our Western Bureau, you're looking at some newly released video of a light rail train slamming into that trash truck in Arizona. Police say the truck driver had the right of way, that the train ran a red light. Fortunately, the train's driver is okay. No word on the condition of the truck driver. The crash is still under investigation. Pretty scary looking. Let's get to some new breaking news just into us tonight. And it is rather extraordinary because in the last few minutes, we've learned that the LA Innocence Project is taking up the case of one of the most high-profile convicted murderers in the country, according to what his attorney is telling NBC News. The group wants to get new evidence on Scott Peterson from his original trial that happened back in 2004. And if you remember that, it was major news. It's when Peterson was convicted of killing his pregnant wife. It was a huge case for years, really on an international level because of all these layers of drama around it all, from the mysterious circumstances around his wife's disappearance to a hidden relationship to a rogue juror who lied about her own history of abuse to get on that panel that initially found him guilty. Peterson pleaded not guilty, and his legal team has always said he's innocent. His lawyers tried to get him a new trial a couple years ago, but a judge denied that request in 2022. Liz Kreutz is joining us now. So what is happening here? What would the aim be? New evidence and then what?
Hey, Hallie, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty stunning development for this case that's now, happened 2 decades ago at this point. And it essentially means that the LA Innocence Project, a group that specializes in providing pro bono legal services to people that may have been wrongfully convicted, believes that there may be enough evidence to show that Scott Peterson maybe didn't do it, which is pretty stunning given the fact that this has gone through, his trial has gone through many appeals that have always been overturned. His attorneys have tried in the past to say because of jury misconduct that there should be a retrial. That was dismissed. But we just were pouring through these documents that were filed by the LA Innocence Project. Looking through them, they are saying that they believe Scott Peterson's state and federal constitutional rights were violated during the trial, including a, quote, claim of actual innocence that is supported by newly discovered evidence. So that is what is fascinating. They're saying there's potentially new evidence to show that he may be innocent. What that evidence is, we do not know. They are asking for, the attorneys are asking for some new evidence, some of it related to witnesses, some of it related to a potential burglary that may have happened around the time of the murder in their neighborhood. So a lot of questions here, Hallie, but very interesting to see what could happen here.
And it is yet another twist, Liz, in a case that, as we mentioned, has had so many over the last couple of decades.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, Scott Peterson was on death row. He had been sentenced to death. He was able to get that overturned. So now he's sentenced to life in prison. And then his attorneys also tried, as we mentioned, to get his case retried with this jury misconduct allegation. That was overthrown. But he has maintained his innocence. He continues to maintain his innocence. Big development here with the LA Innocence Project taking it on, but I will say there's been some really interesting reaction, Hallie, with a lot of people saying, wow, of all the people for the for the Innocence Project to take on, some people have said, why are they taking on this trial? There's so many other people that perhaps could use these resources. So it really makes you wonder what they have.
Liz Kreutz live for us there in LA. More to come potentially on that, I know, in the days and weeks to come. Liz, thank you. Coming up, that groundbreaking experiment happening at prisons in California with our inside look behind the scenes at how one facility is training incarcerated men and women for jobs after they get out. The latest in our Prisony-land series next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
To tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, we're looking at how the California prison system is preparing inmates for life in the real world, turning prisoners into de facto apprentices, all part of a groundbreaking new prison model that we've been covering on this show. The California is testing out to basically upend how it operates its prison system, putting the focus on reform to help inmates stay out of prison once they're released, a program that has earned the nickname Prisnyland from some critics. Here's Steve Patterson.
A groundbreaking experiment happening at 2 prisons in California, dubbed Prisnyland for the comparatively luxurious facilities and programs provided to the incarcerated individuals here.
Now I can do hair. I didn't even know I could do hair.
Officials tell us it's all modeled after Norway's successful reforms, with the goal to bring down sky-high recidivism rates. And authorities say violence is already lower at these facilities, 1 men's and 1 women's, since starting the rehabilitative programs a few years ago. But to cut reoffending rates, those being paroled not only need coping skills, they need job skills. Initial studies by the University of California, Irvine suggest that even just signing up for job training, let alone completing it, significantly cuts reoffending rates. Central California Women's Facility, there's training for a wide range of trades and vocations, from a dental lab to a carpentry shop.
I checked the prescription right here with the lensometer.
To a state-of-the-art optical lab where women like Linda learn how to be opticians.
Been in prison for a little while.
How long?
22 years.
22 years?
Yes. So,
how old were you when you came in?
I was 21 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, so now I'm 42.
Are you going to get out anytime soon?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I'm anticipating a board hearing and release in the next couple of years, and I fully anticipate taking full advantage of this.
So are you going to take these skills out there? Like, how does this translate into a real-world job for you?
Well, we just started an apprentice program.
Okay.
So upon completion of that, I'll be a licensed optician. So with that, I'll be able to obtain employment, LensCrafter, or Walmart. I mean, I've done my homework and done little budgeting plans.
I believe it.
Yeah. Because I'll be at livable wage. I mean, stepping out of prison after that long time, I'll be able to make a nice livable wage and, just use this as a stepping stone and continue on.
One of the most successful job programs here is the service dog training. The program says it's enrolled 90 inmates, and more than 40 have been paroled, like Amy Davis.
What's your story? How did you get in? How long were you in? And then
I was involved in a robbery gone wrong, and I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and I served 17 years total.
Well, I want you to just turn around, and say, like, all these women look up to you, right?
Davis has been out of prison for a year. She's now an operations manager for the program that she says saved her life and an inspiration for the women who are still incarcerated here.
What's it like to be in here wearing a purple shirt and not a blue shirt?
I feel that when you have people that look up to you, it's a responsibility. And I have to continue to be successful and become a better person. Just because I paroled doesn't mean I'm not working on myself. And so I want them to be where I'm standing, because I believe that everybody deserves another opportunity.
Make it more smoother, get all the impurities out.
Across the road at Valley State Prison, incarcerated men are also offered training in trades.
According to the people here, this is the only men's cosmetology prison program in the state, in the country?
Probably in the country.
Probably in the country.
As far as I'm aware of.
How long you been in, man?
I've been in this class for about 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. 2 years, I trust you.
Yeah.
If you said 6 months, I would have got out the chair,
you're
man.
in good hands.
Okay.
All right, so you want to line up? That's it?
Yeah, that's it, man. What do you think about Valley State and the opportunity it's given you?
For me, it did a lot. Me personally, because it focuses a lot on what they emphasize on, which is rehabilitation.
You feel like you're a better person now than you were before you came in?
I definitely do, yeah.
Yeah, so this is where the dogs sheep at.
Okay.
They stay with us.
We met Francisco, who has also learned to train service dogs. He's schooling to be a drug and alcohol counselor, too, both jobs he could pursue outside.
How long have you been in prison?
Going on 14 years and 3 months. So I've been locked up since I was 17.
Wow.
Just days away from getting released.
Do you have it circled?
Go home. November 15th. Go home.
Are you nervous about getting out?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's scary sometimes, right? Because, again, I've been here since I was a kid. You know what I mean? So, but nonetheless, it's a blessing, right? And I look forward to it. That day cannot come soon enough.
It's too early to know if this model will work here because the programs at Central California Women's Facility and Valley State Prison only began in 2017. The rest of California's 32 prisons are only now moving to this approach. The state recognizing that, quote, Norway and California are very different, but pointing to success there after reforms in the 1990s for guiding principles. The Norwegian Correctional Office says the percent of people released from their prisons who reoffended within 2 years, only 20%, much lower than here in the U.S. The big question is, can California repeat Norway's success? We came to meet Francisco again on that fateful circled calendar date.
Can I see your ID, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Heading out into the world, hopefully with the tools to take it on.
It feels surreal, you know, and 14 years later as an adult, you know, now I'm going to the outside world, you know. So there's a lot of emotions, but I feel like super glad, super happy. Oh man, it's a shark. It's a shark. I already know when I see my family, man, I'm gonna break down, man. I haven't seen them in forever.